He was once the heavenly demon, a ruler feared across Murim, unmatched in might. But after death, he opened his eyes as Roman Dmitri, the foolish eldest son of a noble house, scorned and ignored. Legends don't die, they reincarnate. Yet no demon can live an ordinary life. Now he will rise from the very bottom again. Behind the mask of a simpleton burns the will of a conqueror. Can the world survive when a demon master hides in the skin of a fool? Let's find out. Once upon a time, there lived a famous blacksmith. He had a shop where he sold his products. One day, he was lucky enough to cooperate with the kingdom of Cairo. At that time, there was a war going on, and for him, this was an incredible chance to increase his status. After the war, he was given the title of Baron, and this blacksmith is the owner of this land, the father of Mr. Roman. Hans, watching the protagonist, thought, God, why is he even listening to a story that everyone already knows? A few hours ago, the protagonist asked, so he wants to say that he is the eldest son of the Dmitri family, and this is the kingdom of Cairo, located on the continent of Salamander, and the world called Murim does not exist? He hesitantly answered that it is. He thought, what came over him? Although he is not very smart, he sees him like this for the first time. Is he really on illegal substances? He heard that this is popular with rich kids these days. He thinks so. Then he asked, Lord, today his fiancée, the lady of the Lawrence family, is coming to visit him. He thought it was more than possible, since Mr. Roman, unlike his brothers, had been sitting in his room for the past 25 years. That's why he was called the fool of the Dmitri family. He added, Lady Lawrence values elegance, manners, so he needs to pod. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist said that there was something more important than that. Walking forward, he told him to take him to the elder of this land. For him, this Lady Lawrence is less important than the ability to live in this world. He thought in surprise, why would a person who has lived here all his life say that? But what can he do, being a simple servant? He just needs to fulfill all his whims. Then he said that he understood, Lord. In the present tense, the elder raised his hand and concluded, that's all he knows. The protagonist sat opposite him, arms folded across his chest. He thanked him for his help and said that he would reward him for it. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, replied that it would be an honor for him to even talk to him. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought, Roman Dmitri. His real name is Baek Junggyuk. As a true follower of Murim's martial arts, he lived a stormy life and, having achieved everything he wanted, slowly accepted his death. But for some reason, he woke up in the body of Roman Dmitri. Is this the will of heaven, or is it God's punishment for him to accept ascension? Then they turned around in surprise to the exit, from where screams were heard. Bastard. He must die. Kevin's face was bleeding from the powerful blow to his face. The man said, what a vile spawn. After that, he added a few more kicks. At this moment, making his way through the crowd, Hans asked to let him pass, please. Then he noticed the man's arm and thought, this is a tattoo. At that moment, the MC came up to him and asked, what is this? He looked at him in surprise and said, sir, you guessed. I think it's the Bloodfangs. He clarified, Bloodfangs? Hans explained that they were a loan shark group that operated not only in the land of the Dmitri clan, but also in the surrounding areas. It seemed that this boy was heavily indebted to the Bloodfangs. He suggested that they just pretend they didn't see anything. Then he was surprised, sir? At that moment, the protagonist approached the Bloodfangs and told them to stop immediately. Hans called out to him in alarm. He continued to walk forward. One of them asked, Roman Dmitri? He shouted, does he think he can do anything because he's a noble? What an idiot. He grinned and added, he better get out of here. No need to disgrace himself. He should get away from them before they get him. At this point, Hans, stretching out his hands to the protagonist, suggested leaving. Bloodfangs are dangerous people, so before he could finish speaking, the protagonist said he is still not well aware of the laws of this world, so he must explain who broke the law and what punishment is appropriate. Hans replied, since the boy could not repay the debt on time, he is to blame. But the Bloodfangs do not have the right to decide this issue themselves. More importantly, they showed disrespect to him, the eldest son of the Dmitri clan. This is a crime that will cost them their lives. According to the law of this land, it would not be strange if they receive the death penalty. Then the protagonist, turning to the Bloodfangs, asked, did they hear? They broke the law of this land, so he, the eldest son of Lord Romero Dmitri, will carry out justice. With these words, he held out a stick in front of him. One of the Bloodfangs said that he understands that he is a nobleman who does not know how the world works, but he puts them in a very difficult situation. In his opinion, he does not even know what situation he is in now. The protagonist noticed that this confirms everything. He was surprised. What is he even talking about? He replied, they are a bunch of scum. Since they talk like that to the lord of this land, he does not care at all what they do there. With these words, he ran to attack. The Bloodfangs members cried out in surprise, and then one of them shouted, we need to attack him. The man held his sword in front of him and tried to attack the protagonist. But the next second, the protagonist stabbed the weapon into his neck. The man grabbed his neck, starting to cough. The next Bloodfangs member shouted, idiot. Hans at this moment shouted in alarm, sir. The man, holding his weapon forward, ran to attack, but the protagonist, dodging, hit him with his fist. Hans, perplexed, thought, what? Is he really Mr. Roman? The protagonist, when he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a will written by Roman, and several pills on the floor. The Cairo kingdom, which often fought, chose representatives from each family, forced them to serve the kingdom, and Roman, who was chosen to join the army and represent his family, ended his life out of fear. It was a miserable life, but no matter what life he lived, the current owner of this body is the leader of the heavenly demon sect, Junghyuk. Since he occupied this body, he will live as Junghyuk. Having dealt with another bandit, he turned around, hearing a cry, "Monster!" The frightened man ran in the opposite direction, but MC, having caught up with him, grabbed his head. He desperately screamed. He must let him go. After that, he made the man kneel down and said, "In order for the group to act accordingly, it is necessary to enforce the law. He will not take his life, but he will still have to pay." He desperately shouted, "Not that." Then the protagonist said, "His name is Roman Mitri. If any of them did not like the punishment he gave, they can tell him about it at any time." Junghyuk, with his overwhelming strength, he rose to the top of the Murim. Hundreds and thousands of masters challenged him, but in the end they were killed. When their blood formed a river, the whole world recognized that the heavenly demon sect controlled all of Murim. The protagonist looked at his bloody hand and thought, but now it took him so long to deal with some gang of bandits. After that, he turned to Hans and told him to call the guards. He must report what happened and tell them to take care of this matter. He put his hand on his chest and replied, "Okay." After that, he ran in the opposite direction. MC, still looking at his hand, thought, "This body is useless. This one has almost no life energy, and the flow is just terrible. I need to gather information as soon as possible and strengthen this body." At that moment, Kevin came up to him. Holding his hand, he called him and thanked him for his help. The protagonist thought, "Is this the guy who was beaten by those bandits?" After that, he looked at him and said that he got it all wrong. He did not do it to help him. Bloodfangs broke the law, so he had to punish them. And he is no exception, so he will have to tell everything, and he should not try to lie. Otherwise he will end up like them, if of course he wants to keep his tongue. He lowered his gaze, and then said that he understood him. His parents borrowed money from the Bloodfangs to buy land for farming. They could easily pay them back if they sold the crops. But those idiots, they destroyed all their crops, so they couldn't pay them back. He later found out that those bastards did it because they wanted his little sister. With that, he clenched his fist and then fell to his knees and shouted, "This is not fair. They didn't hurt anyone. He's begging him, please. He must at least save his little sister." The protagonist thought, his eyes, it felt like he was looking at a mad demon who was one of the 4 heavenly kings. No, come to think of it, he also met one mad demon in a similar seedy place. He then asked what his name was. He replied, "Kevin." MC turned around and said, "Okay, Kevin." He will check what he said a little later and take care of what happened today. In response, he shouted words of gratitude to him. And the protagonist, closing his eyes, thought, this is just a feeling. But something tells him that this is not their last meeting. After some time, Flora's subordinate turned to her and said that very soon they will arrive on the land of the Dmitri family. She sat in the carriage and, closing her eyes, answered, "Okay, she will meet him soon." Roman Dmitri. A month ago, while at the estate, she indignantly shouted, "What? An arranged marriage with the Dmitri family?" Her father, looking out the window, said, "Flora, she understands that their lands are in a precarious position. They have no other choice." She raised her hand and thought, it can't be. She will have to get married, and to one of the Dmitris. She will spend the rest of her life in the Dmitri family, in which almost all are minors. She put her hand to her chest and said, "Father, this is too much." He answered, "Flora, he is really very sorry that her pathetic father had to make such a decision." Meanwhile, a subordinate reported, "Madam, they have arrived." She got out of the carriage and thought that she was supposed to marry the second son, who has a brilliant future ahead of him. But even this is not destined to happen. After all, the eldest son, Roman Dmitri, forced her to marry him. Roman Dmitri is an idiot who lives for his own pleasure. Why would he get so worked up? Even though she understands the deplorable state of their land, she just can't do it. So she definitely needs to tell him about it. Then she said, "Mr. Dmitri, maybe they should forget about the marriage?" Smiling, he replied, "Fine." She was surprised. What? He put his hand to his chest and replied, he had heard about this marriage. He doesn't understand how such an idiot would even dare to marry someone like her. So he would also like to call off the wedding. She thought in surprise, is he serious? It's kind of weird. Then he turned around and added, in that case, he will go and tell his father about it. She shouted at him to wait a second. He asked, "What is it?" She said that she heard that he himself wanted her to marry him. He wants to call off the marriage for no good reason. So she was a little taken aback. He asked, "So does she want to marry him or not?" She replied, "Not really." He said, "That's great." They both agreed to call off the marriage, so they would end their conversation here. And yes, he would take full responsibility. She had nothing to worry about. He was already called the idiot of the Dmitri family. So it was not such a big problem if he was divorced on top of that. She thought, what was wrong with him? Did they really call him an idiot? After that, the door slammed behind him and people started shouting. What was he talking about? Call off the marriage? Is he in his right mind? The protagonist replied, well, yes, he had already agreed on everything with Lady Lawrence. Father clenched his fist and said, he was an idiot. He shouted, despite the fact that people called him the idiot of the Dmitri family, he, as a father, was trying to prove the opposite. Marriage with the Lawrence family is the best way for them, the Dmitri family, to take a good position as nobles. All he had to do was marry that noble girl, but he can't even do that. The protagonist apologized in response, and his father threw a glass at him, shouting, does he really think an apology can fix anything? He pointed his finger at him and added, if everything had gone smoothly, he would have been able to do something about his summoning. But now he has to go to the battlefield in 6 months. Does he have anything to say? He answered in the negative. His father added, he also heard that he had some problems with the Bloodfangs. Witnesses say that he punished them, but who would believe that? The problem is that the Bloodfangs are a group that even he can't do anything about. Now he is responsible for his own problems, since he failed to fulfill his duty. In the press, he will deal with everything that falls on his head himself. He thought he was about to burst into tears and beg for mercy. But at that moment, MC said, okay, he'll handle it himself. Dad was surprised. What? He turned to the exit and replied, it was all his fault. He believed he should take responsibility for it. He'll be back as soon as he sorted it out. Dad told him to wait, but the protagonist left the office. Taking out a handkerchief, he began to wipe the blood from his face. Flora was standing in front of him. She asked, is he crazy? He was surprised. What is she still doing here? She replied, these are Bloodfangs. Bloodfangs. They're not afraid to terrorize even nobles. If he somehow hurts them, they won't let it go. Everything will be fine if he just asks his father for forgiveness. MC looked at her and asked, why would he do that? She was surprised. What? She already said it. But before she could finish speaking, the protagonist interrupted her. Mrs. Flora, she really doesn't know her place. She was surprised. What? Not long before, Hans had sprayed perfume on the protagonist. He sighed and said, what a smell. He replied, it can't be helped. He smelled like blood. The protagonist adjusted his tie and said, and this suit, why is it so tight? He replied, since this was their first meeting with Lady Lawrence, he should show her respect. He thought, a wedding, right? He was just getting used to this world. Marriage now would only add trouble. Hans added, they would be arriving soon, so they should wait for them downstairs. He thought he was right. He had no reason to disrespect a girl who was not causing him any trouble. He needed to somehow get out of this engagement without hurting her feelings, which was what he was going to do. But it seemed Flora had no intention of showing him any respect. This gave him even less reason to respect her. He said, Mrs. Flora, she is a rather arrogant person, isn't she? He sees what she is getting at. She probably hadn't even considered his circumstances when it came to breaking off the engagement, but when he said he would take full responsibility, she became uneasy. She looked down, and he added, but since the subject of breaking off the engagement had come up, she had no right to interfere with his decisions. He believed that was all. Since their paths were diverging, he had suggested that they not interfere in each other's personal affairs. The only reason he had said he would take full responsibility was to prevent any talk of marriage that might arise as a consequence of breaking off the engagement. But it was also because he did not want to have anything to do with her. And so, Flora, their first and last meeting. As the evening wore on, Rihanna turned to her husband and said, darling, he drinks too much? Maybe that's enough for today? He held a glass in his hand and turning to his wife, said that he had raised his hand against Roman again. When they were commoners, he had often beaten him, but since they became nobles, he had promised himself that it would never happen again. She put her hand on his shoulder and said that thanks to that promise, their other children had grown up to be decent people. He noticed that it was true, then, putting his hand to his face, added, but Roman is the only child who had gone through that hard time with him. He doesn't know how to feel about him. She hugged her husband and told him not to blame himself, darling. Even though he may not have been a good enough parent, they were the only ones who could influence the behavior of their children, and the Dmitri Romero she knew was not the kind of man who would let his own son stray from the true path. He still had a chance to make things right. He asked, Bloodfangs? She said, Roman is a proud child. He probably blurted it out in the heat of the moment. But if they leave things like this, who knows what will happen to him next time? Why not just ask Captain Jonathan to help him? He replied that she was right. Then a subordinate entered their room and asked, was he calling him Lord? Romero ordered Captain Jonathan to be called immediately. Meanwhile, Hans ran after the protagonist and repeated, young lord, it is too dangerous to wander around outside. They don't know when the Bloodfangs will attack. Maybe they will come back? He turned around and said, Hans, when does he think the Bloodfangs gained the power it has now? He replied that he doesn't know. The protagonist said that the Bloodfangs got its notoriety when it began to mercilessly kill its enemies. It gained it in the war of those who committed wrongdoing. Bad reputation breeds fear, and fear motivates to do what is said. Hans looked at him in surprise and asked, but aren't they still dangerous? He replied yes, as long as they can make him afraid. Sometime later, in the restaurant, the employee placing the food on the table said, here's the food they ordered. Hans looked at the dish with admiration. The protagonist, getting up from his seat, said that he can stay here and eat, and he went. He shouted in surprise, what? What is he talking about? He replied that from now on he will continue the investigation himself. He must stay here since it is too dangerous. He objected. He will not allow him. Even if he may be exposed to danger, he can never send the master alone. The protagonist looked at him seriously and asked, is he really one of his men? He was surprised. What? Of course he's one of his men, master? MC said. In that case he should stay here. He did more than enough, just accompanying him on the street. He will be back soon. Hans, looking after him, said, sir. He thought about it, but to think that he would say such a thing to him, well, now is not the time for that. He needs to report it. The protagonist on the street thought about it. If he learned anything about the Bloodfangs in the past few days, It was that their strength was not very strong, but since they worked in small groups, tracking them down was difficult. Perhaps they did not show themselves because they were afraid of the consequences if they failed to kill him. The leader sitting in the shadows, if he could not find them himself, he would just have to make them come to him. He had deliberately walked the streets with Hans. They must have figured out where he was by now. In addition, today was the day of regular night training. Because of this, the number of guards on the streets was greatly reduced, meaning that if they were planning to take revenge on him, then this was the perfect chance. Meanwhile, the Blood Fang's representatives lurking around the corner were watching the protagonist. One of them, taking a weapon out of his inside pocket, said, "Roman Dmitri, this is revenge. This is the revenge of the Blood Fangs." Having taken out his weapon, he ran towards the protagonist. Meanwhile, Hans returned to the estate. He shouted, "Captain." Jonathan turned around and asked, "What happened?" He, trying to catch his breath, said Roman. Jonathan told him to calm down and tell him what happened. He said, "Young master, Captain, he must find him immediately. Roman is in danger." Meanwhile, the protagonist hit the attacker in the stomach. He indignantly shouted, "Oh, he's an idiot." Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist intercepted his hand, causing the weapon to fall out of his hand, after which the protagonist intercepted the knife and attacked the attacker. Clutching his wounded neck, he stepped back and then fell to the ground. His accomplices shouted in surprise, What's going on? This is not what they heard." MC smiled and asked, "Why are they standing there like that? Come on, they have to go to him." Meanwhile, Jonathan said, "So he means to say that young Master Roman went into the city without a guard to fight the Bloodfangs?" Hans confirmed it. Jonathan looked at the knight and laughed and shouted, "No way, Hans, he must be joking," he shouted, "but it's true. Why would he lie about something like this? They don't have time, they have to hurry." Jonathan remembered Romero's words, who said, "Roman and the Bloodfangs had a big fight. Please, he should help him." He thought, well, since the master also asked him to do this, God, why did he even go there if he doesn't even know how to hold a weapon properly? Then he replied, "Okay, they should prepare their weapons immediately." Turning to Hans, he told him to take them to where the young master might be now. He replied, "Okay." The knight added, "As long as they were around, they wouldn't dare touch him." He frowned, thinking, if everything Hans said was true, then he really was an idiot. Meanwhile, one of the Bloodfangs, holding his weapon forward, shouted, "Idiot, he must die." He ran to attack, but the protagonist easily stabbed him with his weapon. The remaining member of the group shouted, "Scum." He also ran to attack, swinging his weapon, but the protagonist kicked him in the stomach, causing him to fly back. He was surprised. "Is that all?" He shouted. If he killed him, there would never be safety again. The protagonist, crouching opposite him, smirked. Seriously? But he had already killed two, hadn't he? All they could do was talk? He better answer wisely to what he asked him, or... With these words, he plunged the knife into his leg. The man screamed loudly. The protagonist added, "Well, who is their leader?" After some time, everything went on as usual in the establishment. The man was telling a story and then, turning around in surprise, asked, "What?" The MC approached the bar. The worker greeted the young gentleman. He returned the greeting. Whispers began in the establishment. "Roman Dmitri? Is this Roman? Why did he come here? Is he looking for someone?" The worker asked what he would like to order. He replied, "A tear of dawn, please." In response, he apologized and said that they do not have that. Should I recommend him something else? The protagonist was surprised and then said, "Okay, he should give him something stronger. He needs to do something in the morning." Those present began to look at him in surprise, and he added, "So he wants a little drink? Maybe a tear of dawn?" Shortly before, a Bloodfangs member said that this pub stands in the middle of the street where they receive their orders. They give them a task if they say a special code. MC asked what the code was. He replied, "A tear of dawn, something stronger. In the morning for work. That's the order, you have to say it." After that, the worker, armed with a knife, said, "People, they must attack." But before he could swing, the protagonist hit him in the face. The others shouted, "Oh, he's an idiot. Kill him." Armed, they ran to attack. They shouted, "We need to call the guards." Meanwhile, MC easily dealt with those present. The rest looked at him in surprise and said, "What happened?" He instantly laid out three. Is this really Roman? Have they heard anything else about him? The protagonist thought, the greatest technique in Murim allows you to increase your strength by simply breathing. In a short time, the heavenly demon was able to strengthen Roman's body with martial arts. Now he is not even close to his former self. At this moment, the people present shouted, "He is alone here. There are more of them." The protagonist, smiling, thought, these people are nothing but trouble. After a while, the worker, holding his nose, rose from behind the bar and said, "What happened?" MC, noticing him, said, "He was just in time. He was just about to finish." He was surprised. "Young master, what is he doing here?" He replied, "He was the first one who decided to attack him. It seems like they are alone here." The protagonist said that he was interested in something. Maybe they should chat? After a while, Jonathan entered the pub and, looking at the bodies, said, "Was it really the young master who did this?" At this moment, the knight shouted, "Captain?" He looked up at him and asked, "What?" He replied that there was a survivor on the second floor. He said that the young master went to Lawrence. He was surprised. "What? Why?" He replied that he said that the Bloodfang's main base is at Lawrence's. An hour ago, MC, having tied the worker to a chair, said, "Hey, innkeeper." He thinks it's in their mutual interest for him to talk. Besides, he's already missing 2 fingers. He replied, he should go to hell. He won't tell him anything. He should kill him. He can be sure that the Bloodfangs will take revenge on him. The protagonist replied, "That's right. They should have done that right away. He knows. He even likes people like him a little. Those who remain silent even after terrible torture and are not afraid of death, because these are the people who usually have the most valuable information. The workers shouted that he shouldn't waste time. He should just kill him. The protagonist was surprised. Really? After that, he turned to the shelf and said, okay, it's time to make sure that he really won't open his mouth until the last minute. He took a family photo and added, for example, if he says that he will find his son and kill him, the Bloodfangs member said that he does not know what he is talking about. It is not his son. The protagonist asked, why is he trying to deceive? They are the same face as him. The man clenched his teeth and shouted, oh, he is a damn idiot. He, an aristocrat, is threatening to kill his family. The MC said, he recently accidentally learned something interesting about the Bloodfangs. For the sake of the family together, people from this group are ready to sacrifice their lives. He found out one interesting detail. These guys are not so bad. They just owe a lot to the Bloodfangs. That's why they became villains. Bloodfangs do not shy away from crimes to drive people into debt, and turning the debtor's family into slaves is a piece of cake for them. Here it is. The truth about the Bloodfangs. They push people to the brink of destruction, threatening to kill their family. Doesn't that seem like a reasonable assumption to him? He replied, even if he knew the truth, nothing would change. The Bloodfangs always get their way. The protagonist said, hey, he should think twice. He wouldn't be so sure. He wasn't joking when he said he would kill his son. He swears on his own name. He threw the photo to the ground, the glass shattered, and he said he would order the soldiers to find him, and then kill him. Very slowly, very painfully. But before he did that, he would give him one more chance. Or would he continue to keep silent for the Bloodfangs' sake and let his son die a painful death? Or would he give him the information he needed so he could deal with the Bloodfangs? The choice was his. Meanwhile, in the Bloodfangs' lair, the leader asked in surprise, what? Really? His subordinate confirmed it. Roman Dmitri had single-handedly defeated an entire squad. If the knights of the Dmitri family are involved, things are bad. He gritted his teeth and said to them, he refused to believe it. Roman was not capable of such a thing. He thought that they were going to make a statement by destroying the Dmitri family, and the whole squad was dealt with by someone who evaded service in the Royal Swordsmanship Academy. Then he asked, where is this Roman now? His subordinate answered that he had just left the lands of the Dmitri family. He thinks that he beat the information out of the morning dew. He asked, alone? He confirmed it. The man clenched his fist and said, yes, he is mocking them. He dares to attack their base alone. They must immediately gather forces. His subordinate replied, all right, Lord. Ben stood up and said, they will kill Roman before the knights of the Dmitri family get to them. Come on, we must deal with this arrogant bastard. He thought, Roman, he dares to challenge the Bloodfangs? Today he will mercilessly kill him and hang his corpse in the city square. The Bloodfangs will avenge the shame. Meanwhile, at the meeting, the man put his hand on the document and asked, what happened to the Barco family? The man replied, he thinks they have made a decision. There are rumors that the Barco family took out a large loan from the gold bank. The only reason for this is to prepare for war. The Lord added, the start of this war is a matter of time. They must gather forces first. Viscount Lawrence folded his hands in front of his face and said, so he believes that war is inevitable. He never thought that something like this could happen when he received the documents from the Barco family. The Lord added, he never thought that the central government would take their side. At this rate, it will end up with their land being handed over to the Barco family. The man shouted, they must hold on to the land at any cost. The Lawrence family only lives off the fertile land. The Lord said, but according to the document, their ancestors owed the Barco family land. The man slammed his fist on the table and shouted, this can't be true. He replied, but even the central government, he shouted, they did something without them knowing. At that moment, the Viscount said, he asks, they must leave things as they are. No matter what happened, they must not give up their land. Once that happens, the other families will pounce like hyenas to grab a piece for themselves. Since the Barco family is not going to compromise, they must resist with all their might. That's right. That's why they got engaged to the Dmitri family. The Lord said, that's right, they have the Dmitri family. The man added, they are one of the richest in the northeastern region, right? Even though they were never commoners. The Lord said, no matter how big a loan the Barcos took out, they are hardly richer than the Dmitri family. The Viscount said that he hoped, that's why he sent his only daughter to that idiot from the Dmitri family. The man waved his hand and said that it was for the sake of the Lawrence family. As the head of the family, he did the right thing. He should not reproach himself. He agreed. Right. At this moment, Flora stood nervously near the door. She was thinking what to tell them. She walked from side to side and thought. She broke off the engagement. Now she doesn't know how to look her father in the eye. No, Flora, this is her life, and she can't be sold to an idiot like him. Okay, she will tell him. Clenching her fist, she said, she can't marry someone she doesn't have feelings for. At that moment, a knight ran down the hallway and shouted, Lord. Running up to the door, he greeted Flora. He shouted, Lord, urgent message. Meanwhile, Jonathan, standing at the gate, shouted for them to open it already. Damn them. The knight standing above shouted, he had already told them to hand over their weapons and do everything that was required. Jonathan replied, young Lord Roman is in danger. If something happens to young Lord Roman, he will not forgive them. At that moment, the knight ran upstairs and Jonathan shouted, "Captain, this is a big problem." He was surprised. "What, is this true?" He answered that it is true. "There is unrest in Lawrence Square now." Jonathan shouted in surprise, "Really? He will break down the door to hell." Meanwhile, the townspeople were surprised. "What the hell is this? What is going on? Should they intervene?" At this moment, the protagonist held the Bloodfang's leader by the scruff of the neck, dragging him along the ground while he begged for mercy. Just before, Ben thought that it was easy. The enemy was just a fool from the nobles. Just one person. A piece of cake. There were several of them. They were armed. They couldn't lose. It was just impossible. It had to be this way. But Ben looked at the bodies of his subordinates. He thought that he was finished. He was definitely finished. He was going to die. He didn't want to die. He asked him to spare him. He asked him to spare his life. Please. At this moment, MC threw him to the ground, surrounded by the townspeople. The leader said if he spared his life, he would do whatever he wanted. He would become a loyal dog and serve him for the rest of his life. He begs. He must let him go. The protagonist said he would become his dog. He should have said this before showing his fangs. With these words, he stepped on the head of the leader of the Bloodfangs and said, "This is the leader of the Bloodfangs. He probably knows how bad he is." The Bloodfangs crossed the path of the Dimitri family. They dirty, deceived people and tried to kill him so that he could not interfere with them. This is the crime of the Bloodfangs, and therefore in front of all of them, he will tear out the evil by the roots. With these words, he hit the head of the group leader with renewed strength. At this moment, Jonathan galloped into the square. He shouted, "Young master." "What?" He looked at the bloody wall. After some time, the knight reported the news. Those present asked in surprise, "Is this really true?" He replied that they allowed Roman to cross the border of the lands. But about an hour later, Roman appeared in Lawrence Square, dragging a man behind him. He announced that this man was Ben Miles, the leader of the Bloodfangs, and then publicly executed him. Those present were surprised. Is this really not nonsense? That same Roman Dimitri caught the leader of the Bloodfangs and executed him? The Lord put his hand forward and said, "What matters is that he punished." No, he killed a man without his Lord's permission. This cannot be left like this. The Viscount thought, permission? Is that the main problem? It is not. That is not the important thing. Has the man who will become his son-in-law dealt with the Bloodfangs? After that, he ordered Roman to be called here immediately. He wants to hear everything from him personally. After some time, MC entered the room, accompanied by the captain. The Viscount thought, "Captain Jonathan?" So, the knights of the Dimitri family helped him. After that, the protagonist folded his hands behind his back and said, "Roman Mitri." He greets him, Baron Lawrence. He replied that he should forget about formalities. They will get down to business. He came all this way to the lands of the Lawrence family to commit atrocities here? He replied, "It all started a couple of days ago. The Bloodfangs attacked an innocent citizen, and he executed them on the spot." And, at this moment, Flora, turning to the knight standing in the corridor, called him and asked, "The one who came with him, is it Roman Dimitri, right? Why is he here? And why did he come to her father's office?" He replied, "It seems she does not know yet." She was surprised. What is he talking about? Meanwhile, the protagonist continued, so he decided that he could not leave it like this. He went to their main lair and killed the leader, and that was how it was. The head of the Lawrence family asked, did he have the right to do this? He did not have the right to execute anyone in the lands of the Lawrence family. He replied that he knew this, but he doubted that the Lawrence family could handle the Bloodfangs on their own. After all, the identity of the leader of the Bloodfangs was not a secret. His crimes were well known in his lands, and he was released on bail many times, so he took care of him himself, because he decided not to trust this matter to the Lawrence family. The Lord shouted, "How dare he?" Jonathan shouted, "Young master." The protagonist raised his hand and said, frankly speaking, he was a little disappointed. He had expected gratitude from him. He had stained his hands with blood by solving a problem that the Lawrence family had ignored, so he should allow him to ask him, Baron, had he done anything wrong? At that moment, the head of the Lawrence family asked, did he know about Ben Miles? The Lord replied that he knew that he was a criminal, but he did not know that he was their leader. He said, okay, so be it. They would close the topic here. If the Lawrence family had taken care of this earlier, nothing would have happened. He would reward him later. Now he could go. MC and the knight bowed and left the room. The Lord, looking at the Baron, asked, Lord? He laughed and scratched his beard, said, but he beat him. So this is Roman Dimitri? The Lord said, Lord, but they can't just forget about it. He replied, of course they can. He will become Flora's husband. It takes courage to do something like that. He doesn't want to hear anything. He didn't think Roman would be a good match for Flora. He has to bring his daughter here. He wants to tell her about it. Meanwhile, the protagonist, accompanied by the knights, was returning back. Jonathan asked, young master, did he really have to be rude to the Baron? Maybe this time everything worked out. But what if he got angry? MC replied that Lawrence was not responsible for what happened. All he did was show that what happened was due to their carelessness, and it seems that he did not hear about the cancellation of the engagement. He did not want to punish his daughter's fiancé. The knight thought, so he planned everything. What happened? This man in front of him is not the Roman Dimitri he knew. Not long before, the heavenly demon addressed the protagonist. who was sitting at the bottom of the pit, and said that he was the son of the heavenly demon. If he really has enough skills to be his heir, he must prove it by escaping the cold hard ground alive. He is one of 12 of his children. His death means nothing to him. Even if they all die, he will simply make new ones. So he must remember, the only way to prove his worth is to seize power over everyone. He was kneeling, surrounded by other children. One of them punched the protagonist in the face, and smiling, said that he thought that the son of a heavenly demon could do something. But it turns out that he is just an arrogant little idiot. At this moment, the protagonist stood up. Swinging his fist, he ran to attack, but the boy hit him again. The observer said, "What an idiot." As a child, when other children were protected by their parents, the protagonist was simply thrown into a world where the strongest survive. In the present, the protagonist drew himself a bath and, relaxing, closed his eyes. He thought about how exhausted he was. He got tired so quickly in this body. After waking up in this world, he had been through a lot, and most of it was related to the blood fangs. In order to destroy it, he swept away everything that stood in his way. But he did not regret anything. His personality has not changed. He cuts and tortures everyone who gets in his way, and gets rid of those who want to kill him by any means. This is the life he has led until now. Becoming Roman did not change anything, but always acting like this could be dangerous. He still does not fully understand how this world works. His strength is much less than before. What should he do now? If he thinks carefully. At this moment, a voice was heard behind the door. "Young master, the Lord is calling him." He replied that he understood and will be there soon. After a while, Romero sat at the table and said, "So Roman really did it?" Jonathan put his hand forward and, confirming this, added that he noticed that young master Roman had changed a lot. He said, "Roman has changed." Well, the knight added, "Apparently, the current young master is not the same person they knew before." Romero told Jonathan, Roman had always been a headache for him. He is the only one of his sons who did nothing special. He is also the only one of his children who remembers the times when he was a commoner. He remembered how little Roman called him. Putting a candy in his hand, he said, "Here." He asked, "What is this?" He said, "Candy." The father, holding a pick in his hand, knelt down to the child's level and asked, "Did he run all this way to give him this?" He told him to stay away from here. "It is dangerous here." Roman, smiling, said, "But he worked all day, so he wanted to give him a candy. That is, he should eat this and finish the work faster, and he will return home faster." Now, the father said, he wanted Roman to be happy. Clenching his fist, he added, "That is why he treated him specially, allowed him many things so that he would not be laughed at because of his poverty. But he could not even imagine that, because of this, he would take a wrong turn." Some part of him had already given up on Roman. The knight said, "My lord." The baron added, but when he heard that Roman had destroyed the blood fangs, hope returned to his heart. At this moment, the other son said, "Father, Roman has arrived." He thought, no matter who exactly how he defeated the blood fangs, he said, "Let him come in." He thought, if he really did something of his own free will, he would do anything for him. He would become the father he lacked. He said, "Roman." He heard that he single-handedly dealt with the blood fangs. The protagonist, walking into the office, thought, Baron Romero. He sees that he has high hopes for what he will say. If he tells him the truth, he will see him in a new light. But achieving beyond expectation may have bad consequences. If he keeps quiet about it now, he can buy some time for self-development. Should he tell him the truth or not? The second option is definitely more rational, however. He remembered the time when he was a child, when a boy hit him in the face over and over again and screamed, "Is that all he can do? He should fight him. Idiot." At that moment, MC took a rock in his hand and hit the offender in the face. He screamed in pain and clutched the wound, screaming. The protagonist swung the rock again and struck again. He struck again and again, while the other children watched in horror. As a child, when other children were protected by their parents, he was simply thrown into a world where the strongest survive. Then he asked, they said he was the boss. In that case, they should tell everyone in the cave that he was the one who broke their boss's head. And he seized power over this place, asserting his superiority. In the present tense, the protagonist admitted, right, that's right, he is a heavenly demon. He does not know how to hide his superiority. After some time, the children were training. The knight shouted, "Stop training, and make way. Make way for the Baron." They said, "Welcome, my lord." They bowed their heads to the Baron. At that moment, Chris, looking at them, thought, Roman Mitri? What is he doing here? Jonathan stopped and shouted, "Attention! Now there will be a sword fight for Lord Roman. Those who wish, step forward." Chris thought, why would they suddenly be told to fight this fool? An hour earlier, the protagonist confirmed that he did it. His father said, how did he even figure out all the blood fangs? He thought that he should answer him in a way that would not make him doubt his words. He said that in fact, all this time he was practicing, perfecting his sword skills. The Baron asked why he hid his training from him. If he only knew, he would throw all his strength into helping him. He replied that for him, it was a long and difficult period, when he did not live, but existed. He is the one who was called Dmitri the Fool. He wanted to show that he could handle everything on his own. The Baron asked, is it possible to first own his skills alone, then take on the Blood Fangs? The MC replied, the Blood Fangs are an organization that issues loans, maintaining their authority by intimidating and recruiting all debtors who can be useful. He decided that he could only deal with this if he pulled out the weed by the roots. So he lured their leader Ben Miles by trickery and attacked. The Baron was surprised. He was now talking about luring the leader of the Bloodfangs. He replied that the Bloodfangs would definitely want to take revenge on a nobleman, so he became bait. The head of the family shouted, How could he? This was a very dangerous plan. If they decided to take revenge, they could simply abandon their leader and even kill him. The protagonist said, but the people who created this organization through intimidation, coercion, there was no point in risking their own lives for the leader when they could finally gain freedom. He thought, in principle, it was all so. The Baron thought, such careful reasoning and planning. To pull off such a thing, you need to have a lot of courage. There are no words to express his pride. But was he capable of all this? Roman. After that he asked, son, can he fulfill one request? He answered that he was listening. The father said that he would like to see his mastery of the sword, how much his son had changed. He thought that he was madly eager to see it with his own eyes. Meanwhile, the knight asked, who wanted to participate in the duel? Chris thought, of course not. If you win, you will only earn yourself a headache. If you lose, you will be humiliated forever. Who would even want to participate in this theater of the absurd, where a fool will show off his talents to his father? Jonathan, looking at the guys, thought that they needed someone who could stand up to Lord Roman to maintain the prestige of the knights and at the same time test Lord Roman's strength. After that, he said, since there are no volunteers, he will choose himself. He thought that he would like to fight him himself, but the captain will most likely choose anyone to swing his sword a couple of times. There is only one who can handle this. Then he said, Chris, step forward. Deputy captain of the Knights of the Dmitri family, Chris asked in surprise, is that so? He first met Roman last year. While patrolling, he received reports of a drunk man's rampage and immediately rushed there. Running into the establishment, he shouted, guard on the spot. What do they have here? Stopping, he heard Roman shouting, are these idiots kidding me or something? How dare he say anything to him? Scum. He dreams of closing his shop, huh? The employee of the establishment asked for forgiveness. Then Roman shouted, she should shut up. She should not open her mouth. Hey, he should come here. The employee of the establishment told him to calm down first. Roman threw a bottle at them, smashing it against the wall and shouted. He told him, quickly came up. Chris came up to him and said, sir, he has enough. He was indignant. Who the hell is he? He should just get out of here. The knight took him by the hand and said, even if he is sir, but if he continues to behave like this. Before he could finish speaking, Roman hit him in the face. He said, sir. Roman shouted, how dare he touch him, idiot. They should just look at the way this idiot looks at him. Chris thought, as soon as he slapped him on the cheek, he immediately understood everything. This man has never trained his body in his entire life. Not even that. His physical fitness is several times less than that of any adult man. Pathetic. How pathetic is he? Bragging to everyone that the son of a baron is, in fact, just a loser. He sincerely thought that he would rather die than become such scum, and they want him to fight this Roman? The knight repeated, Chris, go ahead. He said, Captain, he does not think this task is for him. He replied, Master Roman dealt with Bloodfangs alone to compare forces. He will go. Chris. He wanted to object, but the knight calmed him down, and Chris said that he understood him. After that, the opponents stood opposite each other. Jonathan said, then to the opponents. Before he could finish speaking, Chris said he must wait. He has a proposal. He was surprised. A proposal? He replied, in addition to the usual sword swings, he trained so as to fight in real duels and battles. Whoever his opponent is, he does not want to be cautious with him. If he allows him to perform without restrictions, he will consider it an honor to fight with Lord Roman. He thought that this fool could not deal with Bloodfangs. Taking this opportunity, he will show him his strength. Jonathan looked at the Baron, and he looked at the protagonist. He just smirked. Chris indignantly thought, is he laughing? The knight said, it seems that Lord Roman agrees. In that case, the opponents are ready. Begin. Chris instantly pushed off the ground and swinging his weapon, ran to attack. The protagonist put his weapon in front of him, blocking his attack. The audience shouted, how fast? This is there, Chris. Jonathan sighed in surprise and thought, blocked. Chris thought in surprise. Roman blocked the blow. Then he jumped to the side and thought, this power that he felt when he crossed the sword with him and the stable posture during the attack, could it be just an accident? He didn't expect that. So what? He had to grind this guy into dust now to calm down. He ran to attack again, but the protagonist dodged again. He attacked with his weapon, but MC blocked his attack again, putting his weapon forward. Chris, gritting his teeth, thought he should say goodbye. He swung his weapon again. The protagonist crouched sharply, dodging the blow. Chris's eyes opened in surprise. The protagonist swung his weapon, cutting off several strands of his opponent's hair. Chris staggered to the side and thought, that was dangerous now. The Baron was surprised. Is that possible? One of the people present said, what the hell? Now he almost. Chris thought, is Roman capable of that? Defense, dodge and counterattack, no flaws. Roman was really the one who conquered the Bloodfangs, so if that's true, then so was he. Damn it, what the hell is he even thinking? This is Dmitri the idiot, and he's worried about losing in front of everyone? Then MC said, enough for warming up. Chris asked, what? He replied, this time, he will be the first. With that, he appeared next to his opponent in a flash. Chris put his weapon in front of him, trying to block the attack. He thought, what the hell? This idiot is so damn fast. Then the protagonist struck again. The people present were surprised, thinking, what a furious attack. Chris, gritting his teeth, continued to defend. He thought, damn, how difficult it is to defend. This is dangerous. There must be some opportunity to attack. The next second, MC hit his body, and he thought, but first retreat. What what a move, but it has a lot of disadvantages. As the protagonist swung his weapon forward again to attack, Chris noticed his opponent's exposed chest and aimed his weapon forward, but the protagonist easily dodged it. He thought, did he want him to attack? What the hell? He will lose to Roman. Him? The next second, he concentrated energy into his sword. Jonathan shouted, Chris, he has to stop! He used divine aura. The protagonist looked at it in surprise. Dust rose in the arena. Those present were surprised. What the hell? The Baron shouted in alarm. Roman? And then Chris swung his sword, dispersing the resulting smoke. He looked in surprise at the protagonist, who crouched and dodged his attack. The next second, he fell to the ground from the protagonist's attack. A little earlier, the knights were watching the battle. One of them asked, so what kind of a person is this new deputy captain? His partner was indignant. He must be joking. He is the best student of the captain himself, and at his age, he will tell him even more. He is a 2-star knight of aura. The knight was surprised. So young and already 2 stars? He added, they say that after 6 months of training, mana was felt in him, and he rose to the 1-star rank in more than 3 years. He was surprised. So quickly? He added that he had heard that his swordsmanship was incredible. The lady working at the establishment said, wow, what's his name? Meanwhile, Chris dropped to one knee. Jonathan, noticing how tired he was, said, okay, he thinks that's enough for today, Chris. He rose to his feet and said, no, please, they'll fight one more time. Jonathan thought, despite his talent, he continues to work so hard on par with the others. Chris, this guy, he's definitely a genius. At this point, everyone was looking at what was happening in surprise. The Baron, turning to Captain Jonathan, asked, what the hell is this? Chris is a 2-star knight, which Dmitri always showed off. He said in surprise, this. He thought, what's going on here? But just a month ago he was an idiot who did God knows what. It takes years of diligent training to achieve such skill. No, he fights as if he spent his whole life training. It's simply impossible. Then he told him not to be surprised and listen. My lord, no matter what, Lord Roman is a real genius. MC, looking at the defeated opponent, thought, he knows how to both press the enemy and see his next move. Someone like him could easily cut down all the Bloodfangs single-handedly. He deserves to make Jonathan proud. His stats are not bad by the standards of this world, but compared to his, they are terrible, and even their lowest-ranking Dark Warriors will be stronger than him. In the end, he surprised him. But what kind of power is this? The next second, the Baron laughed loudly and said, this is his son. His eldest son is a real sword master. Captain Jonathan, is he sure of it? He replied that he had no other explanation for this. He was a fool since he couldn't notice it sooner. The Baron was surprised. Unbelievable. Then he called his son and told him to come here. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he added, he hadn't been in such a great mood for a long time. He praises him for being able to achieve something on his own. Rewards and punishments should always be earned. He folded his arms across his chest and added, he can ask him for whatever he wants. The protagonist, smiling, said, he told him, father, that in 6 months he must go to the battlefield. He asked, does he want him to settle the issue with his summoning? He answered, no, he should let him choose the people who will go with him himself. He was surprised. What? Don't they have more time? After all, they can settle the matter with the marriage. MC said, father, he will go too. The Baron looked at him in surprise, and then, closing his eyes, said, okay, he can regulate everything regarding his service himself. Then the protagonist added, there's one more thing he wants to ask him. He answered, since he showed him his face, how can he not listen to him? He said, in that case. After a while, Chris shouted in surprise, teach Mr. Roman aura? He? Jonathan, folding his arms, stood in front of him and said that this was the Baron's order. He objected. Captain, no master. Isn't this too much? He should look at his face. After he used aura on Mr. Roman, it got to the point where he was simply knocked out, and he only woke up now. Putting his hand to his head, he added, just from this, he already wants to die. Teach this gentleman aura? Even if his head is cut off for his refusal. Jonathan said, Chris, he must listen to him. While he teaches him, he will learn more about his incredible transformation. If he can do it, he will agree to let him receive the secret skill. Chris stood up and shouted in surprise, really? Master confirmed it. Chris thought, if he can do it, the key to what helped the captain become a 3-star knight of aura. Then he said, well, then he shouldn't take it back later. Meanwhile, Hans, turning to the protagonist, said that he heard that he was simply incredible today. There are so many rumors going around the castle. The deputy captain is a 2-star aura knight. To defeat him is unbelievable. The protagonist, putting on his clothes, said, 2-star aura. Hans, does he know what aura is? He replied that unfortunately he can't say for sure. Isn't it a power that uses mana? MC looked out the window and said, mana, so it's called mana here. The power that Chris showed was definitely a burst of ki energy. However, in Murim, it was used differently. What is called aura here has so many disadvantages. He does not understand why they use ki energy in this way, but it will not be superfluous to learn more about the power used in this world. Tomorrow, he will start on this. After some time, Chris and the protagonist met in the courtyard. They looked at each other. Chris thought, this idiot, calm down. He lowered his gaze and said, before they start, he will tell him what aura is. Aura is one of the parts of mana, which is usually used by knights, while wizards store mana in, how to explain it, in special circles here. Knights spread this power throughout the body. The creator of aura is Emperor Alexander, who who is also called an innovator. He is the first to find a way to strengthen the human body. He was the one who learned to spread mana throughout the body, unlike wizards. Aura implies the power of instant release of this mana. Usually, mana, spread throughout the body, instantly splashes out, demonstrating incredible power. But in fact, it is not necessary to know the history of aura. Only the chosen ones can use mana. 1 in 1,000 follows the path of a knight, and only 1 in 10,000 becomes a wizard. Therefore, it is very important to know whether a person has any inclinations for this. The minimum skill that an aura knight must have is the ability to sense mana. It took him half a year to sense mana. But even if he senses mana in a year, it will already be a good result. MC, looking at him, said, "So it depends on the abilities, and then they will start with the fact that you need to sense mana. Can he describe what kind of feeling it is?" He answered, "Of course." He thought, Roman Dmitri, he was able to defeat him only once, and he has already become so proud. It's a pity, but this time, everything will not be as he imagined. Sword talent and mana talent are two completely different things. Today, he will understand what a cruel reality is for him. The protagonist thought that the premise of this training was initially wrong. He had long felt the mana of this world. Although it is not much, it should accumulate in the lower abdomen. However, the shortest path to the bottom is blindly following common sense, even if it is impossible to understand. First of all, he must follow their methods. Then, Chris walked to the side and told him to breathe evenly and concentrate. It is important to feel as if something is slightly tickling his skin. If he succeeds in learning the use of mana, he will be able to find his aura, the concentration of mana that wanders throughout the body, in one point. This is the manifestation of aura. When he succeeds in manifesting his aura, he will become a 1-star aura knight. Aura manifestation can be used in completely different ways. By covering the sword with this, you can increase your destructive power or apply it to your body. It will immediately become many times stronger, having received. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes opened in surprise. He saw how the main character's body was enveloped in an aura. He thought, this can't be. Aura? He showed his aura? The main character thought that he was right after all. The way they use ki energy here is complete crap. In Morim, they got rid of everything unnecessary, directing their energy upward, ultimately accumulating ki energy in their stomachs. Here everything is completely different, and he stupidly hopes that it will accumulate where it is needed by itself, but he will not be able to achieve this in this way. This has nothing to do with the energy from Murim, so abundant and heavy. The mana of this world is very light, and this is extremely little. You lose as much as you get. He looked at the energy in his hands and thought, although their method of using aura is similar to how it is used in training in Murimim. No, what kind of comparison is that? Those trainings were for hardening. And this method not only does not make you stronger externally, but also does not even allow you to accumulate mana inside. And the use of scattered mana, which will fly in different directions, is like milk from a goat. In this way, even after 100 years, you will not reach the maximum. Chris, perplexed, said, "How did he even do this? Just now did he really?" He answered, "He saw everything himself." He said that's why he is talking about it. How many years did it take him to finally splash out the aura? He must answer honestly. He knew how to use the aura, just decided to mock him. Yes, now he understands. Everything was suspicious even since that defeat in the duel. If he has such power, then why 2 years ago? The protagonist said, he sets everything up as he wants. He shouted, this is the only reasonable explanation. He trained to the point of exhaustion to get the 2nd star. He spent 10 years on it. MC only smiled in response. He wondered why he was laughing. He answered because it was funny. Chris clenched his fist and asked, did his efforts make him grin? He answered that he would only ask one thing. While he was striving for this level, did he ever doubt the quality of this training? He answered, now he is speaking. The protagonist said that people are sometimes mistaken. The training method passed down from generation to generation is just a mistake. He thought so while he was learning aura from him. The disadvantages of this method were obvious, so why was it necessary to be stubborn? He did not know this? Or was it because he believed all this in Captain Jonathan, from whom he learned? The reason is simple. It is much easier to just repeat after others. If he follows the trial and error method, he does not receive criticism and condemnation. He shouldn't deny the fact that he worked hard for 10 years, and during all this time, the fact that he never doubted this method makes him laugh, and there is nothing to answer it with. The path he blindly walked is just a distraction of the path of some doubts. He walked forward and thought, and these doubts make their lives miserable. Having made many mistakes, always comes to an unsuccessful result. They are left to cope only with others' condemnation and their own despair. But no matter how you look at it, changes are simply necessary. As if he did not follow his father's instructions to complete his own mission. Then he closed his eyes and said, the training is over. Chris answered, then he should tell him. What should he do now? MC remembered the past. Then he won the fight. Asked, will he still go crazy? His opponent answered, it is not so. He admits his defeat. The evil of blood will follow Jumgyuk from now on. He started to stand up and told him to stop. It was the first time he saw such a powerful warrior. What should he do to become as strong as him? Anyway, he was now forever loyal to him, so if he became stronger, Wouldn't it be better for both of them? So he should tell him what he should do now? The protagonist, looking at Chris, thought, did he throw his pride aside? Then he smiled and said, interesting. The blood demon, the one who created the blood evil in the past, then led this. He was one of the masters who dominated the Morim, so his feud with Jung-hyuk over the demonic power was inevitable. In the end, after a fierce battle, he lost. MC thought, but then this guy, overcoming his shame, still asked him to teach him. He threw his pride aside, all for the sake of his desire to become stronger. This guy's like a blood demon. He said, interesting. He asks how to become stronger, but he can't tell him. Chris asked, then what should he do now? He answered, for starters, he advises him to stop believing everything he's told. He can't change anything even if he hears his answer. But if he really wants to learn something, then from now on he has to stay by his side. In half a year he's leaving for the battlefield. He has to watch him become stronger, how he goes out alone against a horde of enemies, and how he wins. And if in 10 years he's still by his side, he'll be able to get the answer to his question. After a while, Chris sat on the edge of his bed. He covered his face with his hands and remembered how the other boys said they would train until they could feel mana. It's only been half a year. Has he felt mana yet? He said to manifest his aura. The student asked, 1 star in 3 years. He's a genius. Jonathan said, Chris, he's a 2-star aura knight now. He must not deny the fact that he has been training hard for 10 years. And in all this time, the fact that he has never doubted this method makes him laugh. Chris frowned and thought, he. After a while, Jonathan asked in surprise, what? Chris, what did he just say? He replied that he would follow Mr. Roman to the battlefield. He thought that he wanted to become stronger. The commander said, something happened. Chris replied that it was true. Then he closed his eyes and said, okay, since he decided so, there's a reason for it. From now on, he is no longer part of the Dmitri family knights. No matter what happens, he must stay by Mr. Roman's side and achieve what he wants. In response, Chris thanked him, and he thought that he was no longer the little boy who held tightly to his dead mother's body and cried bitterly. He remembered the past, and thanks to him, he was now sure of one thing. Since Chris, whom he knew, said that he would follow Roman, then he was no longer the fool he used to be. He must follow him. From today on, they would start preparing. The disciple asked, really? He walked to the door and, turning around, said that in order to survive on the battlefield, he must have at least one ace up his sleeve. He happily said, yes, mentor. Meanwhile, a group of people were sitting at a table. They were talking. Did they hear these rumors? Roman Dmitri punished Bloodfangs? There is absolutely no sense in this. This idiot who does not know how to do anything at all? Yes, this is about him. But who saw this? They describe everything so colorfully. Oh, who saw what there? Knights certainly played along with him. At this moment, Kevin stopped in surprise and thought, Master Roman dealt with the Bloodfangs gang. The master who dealt with those guys with just a branch. It would not be a problem for him to deal with the Bloodfangs gang alone. Could it be that what he told him then he said, oh no, to do such a great thing and for someone like him, but he would really solve the problems with a gang of loan sharks. At this moment, the boss asked, Kevin, what is he doing? He was not planning to quickly clean up and leave. He answered, right. After that, he took the box and thought how he wanted to become a person like Master Roman, a strong warrior who could protect his people from everything. After all, there are still many people like Bloodfangs in the world. He must be strong so that his family can survive. But how can he become like that? If only he could meet the master again. No, he does not have a chance. At that moment, the protagonist appeared in front of him and called him. Kevin dropped the box in surprise and shouted in surprise, sir? He noticed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Kevin asked him in surprise, is he here for some business? Then he fell to his knees and shouted, he is grateful to him, sir. Thanks to him, his family was able to live on. He replied, so he is doing well? He looked up at him and confirmed it. The Bloodfangs did not bother them anymore. He was even able to get a decent job thanks to Sir Hans. Honestly, he has no idea how to express his appreciation and gratitude to him. MC said, maybe he will have a chance to do so when he hears his proposal. He was surprised. A proposal? The protagonist folded his arms and said, he will no longer have to worry about the lack of livelihood of his land. Of course, he will get a warm home. He will get a warm home and delicious food. Instead of struggling for existence, he will be able to enjoy his life. He thinks about it. And in return, he will live for him. If he swears allegiance to him, he will give him a new life. The next second, Kevin hit his head on the ground and shouted, he will live for him. Lord, if he has to die for him, he will die. If he has to kill someone for him, then he will risk his life, but he will do it. The promise to take care of his family, that is enough for him. The protagonist thought, showed his loyalty with blood. He is so similar to a mad demon. One word from him, and the mad demon fought against hundreds of enemies, not even keeping the thought of retreat in his head, although he walked on the edge between life and death. Because Chris is so similar to a blood demon and he suddenly remembered this guy, there is a benefit from his appearance here. Then he smiled and said, great, from now on he belongs to him. After a while, MC turned to Hans and said that he would leave Kevin to him. He should help him settle in here. He replied that he understood. Then he turned to Kevin and said that he would find him later. In the meantime, he should rest. He happily replied, yes, sir. Thank him very much. Then the protagonist turned around and said that he would be in the library, so if they needed him, they could look for him there. After a while, He was leafing through a book and thought, Aura Knight. The path of the Aura Knight. To become an Aura Knight, you first need to manifest your aura. This is how he becomes a 1-star Aura Knight. A 2-star Knight must use his aura in such a way that he can cut steel with it. Then the stars are divided, depending on the power of his aura and its destructive power. 3 or more stars is a power that an ordinary knight cannot obtain. In the entire kingdom, such people are treated with special attention. There are even 6-star knights on the Salamander continent, but there are no 7-star knights. Not even all the knights in the top 10 in the strength rankings have all 6 stars. The protagonist thought 6-star knights in ranking. On Chris, he checked the level of 2 stars. He thought that Jonathan's 3 stars would be much lower than the average. Receiving 6 stars means that he has gone beyond the limits of human strength. The size of the aura that is emitted through the sword reaches several tens of meters, and the power of this is also unimaginable. There were 12 people on the continent known as 6-star knights. They are treated as extremely important people in all countries. The 12 swords of the continent, that's what they were called. He thought, judging by everything, they are quite strong. Yes. Even with such an inefficient way of using energy, these people have achieved the best result. And magicians, archmages, wizards who have mastered the magic of the 7th circle are called archmages. In other words, these half-gods, half-humans are real walking disasters. Their magic is capable of turning the earth upside down and collapsing the sky. For many, their appearance causes more awe and fear than the presence of 6-star knights. He thought, magic. There was no such power in the Mirim. Now it is clear what he needs to do. Maybe the characters from this book will become his enemies. Who knows? For an ignorant Dmitri, the chances of dealing with such an enemy are very small. But variable factors that cannot be predicted are very dangerous. He is not a person who is born far from the danger of the world. He can survive only if he knows and can do enough. He was waiting for this, that now he will begin full-fledged preparation. After some time, he and Hans approached the building. Hans opened the door and said, "Here." He asked what this place was used for. He answered that this is the workshop that the Baron used in the past. Entry for outsiders is strictly prohibited, also closed from the outside. The protagonist noticed that this would be good for training. After going inside, he said, Hans, he's going to stay here for a week. He does not need anything, not even food, so he must not let anyone in here. He must not forget about it. He can only look for him if his people are in danger. He replied, "Yes, sir." After that, he closed the door behind him. The protagonist, looking at the floor, thought, straw. It seems to be Hans's work, very attentive of him, but this way the flow of energy will only become more scattered. After that, he folded the straw in one place and took a meditative pose on the floor. He thought that he had accumulated a minimum of mana in his stomach. In order to regain his former power, he must take the first step towards this. He must take this first step. He said, martial demonic art. Step 1. Human. He thought, moving mana, getting rid of bad energy. The next second, the veins on his face bulged. The tension made the blood flow down his face. He thought, the mana that needs to be moved is blocked. Let the bad energy come out. Compared to an ordinary human body, this body has accumulated a lot of bad energy. But if you think about the future, it will take a little mana to enter the first stage of a human. He must at least briefly restore his former strength. Since he makes so many new acquaintances, he must protect each of them and achieve his goal. Entering the human stage is the beginning of this. In a week. The Baron's subordinate bowed and said that they should wait here for a while. Tea and sweets will be brought now. Viscount Lawrence and Lady Flora. The Viscount asked, and Roman? He replied that the master still has business that he has not finished yet. He answered, of course. Walking into the room, he closed his eyes and said, to come so suddenly, how he does not like it. Then he sat down on the sofa and said, be that as it may, they must wait. Well, they will sit down. Flora sat down opposite him and he called her. She asked, yes, father? He said that this was their chance to correct the mistake. She must be careful in her speech and behavior. She answered that she understood him. Shortly before this, the Viscount shouted irritably, divorce? Flora, looking down, said during her visit she shared her opinion with him on this matter. She also wanted to follow her father's will, but no matter how she thought about it, she could not marry a man she did not even respect. He shouted, Flora! He put his hand to his face and said, he really thought she was a wise child, but to cause such a problem, as if he hadn't told her how serious the land situation was. What money the Barco family took from Golden Bank. She understands what this means. All that remains now is war. An arranged marriage with Roman is an inevitable solution. There is only one Barco family in the north and east. But, Flora said, Lawrence is not that weak. Without Dmitri, won't they have a chance? He replied, there would be, if only the Barco family withdrew, but the central government approved documents whose authenticity was not verified. Golden Bank is lending money to Barco that does not have proper protection. This is no longer just a battle between two families. The forces given to the Barco family, they cannot win. There will be excuses. Many want to deprive them of this, their land, their good name, and the sweet flower Laurence. In the present tense, Flora thought that she understood everything, what the situation was with their possessions, and what tormented her father so much when he decided on such a thing. Knowing everything, but still tended not to understand anything, only for her own sake. She must come to her senses. She cannot remain Lawrence's flower forever. Meanwhile, the subordinates walked around the country and asked what to do. When will the master come out? Hans thought. The Viscount and his daughter had arrived and had been waiting for him since the morning. It was already getting dark. He said he knew it would be like this, but the master ordered not to disturb him. No, but still. Master, he finished. His eyes opened in surprise, and he cried out, Master? Meanwhile, the Viscount thought everything was predetermined from the very beginning. After Flora's mistake, Lawrence should have arranged a marriage of convenience as soon as possible. But even if so, what is this? Flora asked in surprise. Father? He rose from his seat in irritation and, going to the door, said that he would go to the Baron himself. After a while, he abruptly opened the door of the office and shouted, Baron Dmitri, what kind of reception is this? If they had come at an inopportune moment, he should have told them about it. They would not have bothered him with their presence, and would have left. He had not thought that Dmitri's family could be like that. Romero looked at him silently, and then dipped his pen in ink and said that he understood them. But had their visit been arranged in advance? He continued shouting, well, they had come without warning. But he had done this because a week ago he had announced a desire to meet him, but he had refused. He would not have been so upset if he had not refused him from the very beginning. The Baron asked, was he rude to the Viscount? Well, was that all he wanted to say? They simply wanted to show their anger because they had waited so long that even the sun had set, and they looked at him in surprise, and he said that on the day Flora Lawrence visited them, Roman told him about their intention to break off the marriage. He scolded and shamed him, but a 3-year-old child understands that. Roman did it because it had something to do with Flora's decision to break off the engagement. Even knowing this, he was not going to interrogate them. He thought that Roman wanted to take care of everything in this way, so he shut his mouth and did not resist, like a real fool. They found out about it unilaterally, even if the idea of marriage was voiced by the Lawrence family, but still. He clenched his fist and added, they reproached him for his hospitality, only because they had to wait too long, even if their visit was unannounced, but forget about their own mistakes. He slammed his fist on the table and shouted, now they come to him with these claims. A month ago, the Barco family contacted him. If he had secured an alliance with them, instead of the Lawrence family, he would have received part of their lands and direct connections with the top of the government, but he rejected their offer. Does he know what the reason was? The Viscount asked him why he refused. If he had accepted, he would have received much more benefit. He answered, the reason is simple. The Dmitri family has strength, so they can choose. His eldest son adores his daughter. For this simple reason, he rejected the Barco family's offer. He thought and was wrong. He should have been patient, but because of his pride, he made a big mistake. How can this be? The Baron said, the flower Lawrence and the fool Dmitri, they both understand that they are completely different, but they must remember what place the Dmitri family occupies. As soon as Roman adds Dmitri to his name, its value and importance change. Therefore, this marriage was not needed by them, but by the Lawrence family. Or is he wrong? With these words, he looked at Flora, who bashfully lowered her gaze. She suddenly remembered the time when she was very young and attended the academy. In that place, children from prestigious families studied, and later became real aristocrats. In that place, there was also a child from the Joel family, in a family whose position was questionable in the Northeast. In a world where there were children who firmly believed that they were born noble, Joel was a mutant. He once made a big mistake. When the children of other aristocrats caused great trouble, they did not get anything for it. But this child's mistake was reported to the disciplinary committee. Between the figures of screaming teachers, another one appeared. It seemed to be the boy's father, bowing his head. He asked to be forgiven. He will watch him better. She thought so when she looked at him. She felt sorry. If she thought about it now, it even becomes funny. Then the Viscount lowered his head and said that he had nothing to say to him. He thought, who can feel sorry for whom here? He said that his daughter was still so immature. That's why she made such a huge mistake. Flora thought, Joel didn't have the strength then, just like Lawrence did now. The Viscount bowed even deeper and asked for forgiveness. He should have started to ask for his forgiveness, but instead he only showed his own rudeness. She thought, the strong can only bow their heads before the strong. She said, Baron Dmitri. She wanted to apologize, but she was interrupted. She thought, just like her. A subordinate reported, my lord, Master Roman has arrived. Flora thought that she realized it too late. MC entered the room, straightening his tie. He said, Father, he is back. He asked, was his training going well? He confirmed it. The Baron said, well, they will return to this conversation. He called him here to discuss the matter of marriage with Lawrence. Since everything started with his decision, no matter what the consequences, he will follow his choice. The protagonist, looking at Flora, said that he understood what he wanted to say. He understood perfectly well what the union of two families meant. In situations where Barco's peace and safety of Lawrence was threatened, their family's wealth guaranteed their safety. The Baron asked, even knowing this, did he still want this marriage? He replied that back then, he thought it was worth it. But when he met her, with these words, he took out a handkerchief and began to wipe the spilled ink on the table. He said, listening to her words about breaking off the engagement, he changed his mind. Surely she heard all those rumors about the fool of the Dmitri family, so she decided that she could not marry such a man. The decision was made under the influence of these rumors. He would like to be with the person who believes and follows what he himself has seen or experienced, regardless of how this world evaluates Roman Dmitri. As for this, he would like to continue breaking off their engagement without any changes. There was silence and tension in the air, and Roman thought, it's all over. The Viscount thought about it. A political marriage was Lawrence's last hope. Because of the stain of shame called a spat, no family line would want to tie the knot. To overcome the crisis, Lawrence would have to rely on its own strength, and if Dmitri, by chance, entered into an alliance with Barco, then even desperate resistance would be useless, if only he could prevent it. The Viscount bowed and said, the blame for this mistake lies entirely with Lawrence land. For the time being, they will not collect taxes from Dmitri's traders passing through Lawrence lands. For the kings of ore mining, these pennies are a mere trifle, but he sincerely wants to apologize for his irresponsible attitude to such an important event for the families. Romero replied, there is no need for that. He is not interested in profits that jeopardize his son's future. He ordered them to announce the dissolution of Flora's engagement for personal reasons and leave it at that. Only then would they have no need to unite with the Barco family. The Viscount bowed and said, thank you. He sincerely thanks. Flora opened the door a crack and left the room, and the Viscount followed her and turned to look at Roman. He closed his eyes and thought, Roman Dmitri, if he had seen his true value even a little earlier, he would have done everything to prevent Flora from making a rash decision. He made a huge mistake. The doors closed and Romero turned to his son. MC looked at him and said, yes. Romero wondered what had happened in just a week. MC had spent a week in seclusion, cleansing his body of impure qi in order to ascend to the yin stage. The yin stage is the process of forming a foundation for cultivating the spiritual power of a divine demon. A simple matter for Murim warriors, but the nature of this world is especially abundant in mana, and since Roman's body was overflowing with accumulated toxins, just forming a foundation would be fatal for him. MC thought that even the changes in appearance during cultivation would prove that he was a completely different person now, although he couldn't explain it all as it was. Roman said that while he was training alone, he seemed to have an epiphany. His memories are blurry, but it seemed like mana was circulating within him. Romero's eyes widened in surprise and he screamed. Did he just mention mana circulation? The circulation of natural mana within the body makes the body perfect. He thought that only a few people managed to catch luck by the tail. Roman, whom everyone called a fool, Dmitri, overcomes unimaginable difficulties starting from the bloody fang. The metamorphosis that is happening to Roman defies common sense. However, this does not change the truth that he is his son. Romero asked his son to remember that no matter what difficulties await him, he will not turn his back on him, so he should not forget a simple truth. His name is Roman Dmitri, and he, Romero Dmitri, will be one step behind and will always support him. MC remembered how in a past life his father said that he was a pathetic nobody. Roman closed his eyes and thought, not cruel, not cold-blooded. He is a father who will not abandon a child in a dangerous place. He smiled and said, thank you, father. He thought that it was not so bad. Roman left the room and heard a request to stand. He looked to the side and saw Flora, who was shamefully lowering her gaze. She said that she sincerely apologized for the fact that she was biased about him, and for the fact that she arbitrarily disposed of an important event for families. MC walked past her and replied, there was no need to apologize. He thought, since this wedding was not in his plans to begin with. Flora held her dress and followed him. She said that she fully understood the reason for his anger. Even if it was a political marriage without the right to choose, she still broke her promise. She asked to be allowed to tell him one thing. She had a special reason for breaking off the engagement. A social event where all the aristocracy of the northeastern region had gathered. That's where it happened. As soon as the news of her engagement to Dmitri spread, her aristocratic acquaintances shared a terrifying rumor with her. Roman Dmitri, he dabbled in illegal substances that destroyed the mind and common sense. She thought he should know about it. Now she understands that these were just stupid gossip, but at that time she couldn't ignore them. MC listened to her and interrupted her, saying that no matter what happened in the past, it would not affect their relationship in any way, so she no longer needs to interfere in his affairs. Flora watched him go, and after a while, Roman sat in his room and thought, illegal substances. Then, there was no energy in this body due to addiction. When he ended his life, the medicine he took retained some uneven energy in the body. But through cultivation, he flushed out all the toxins. He turned to Hans and asked if he had ever seen him swallow pills, or if there were any situations that made him think about it. Hans screamed in fear. What? MC said. He was not trying to find a reason to reprimand. He just wanted to look back on his past life. Not from his own memories, something like an outside perspective, Hans said, since he said so. Anyway, he personally did not see it, but there were some oddities in his actions. Roman asked again, when? Hans answered, about half a month ago. He attended a social party. In general, nothing special happened, but after returning to the estate, he fell into a strange state, and with a white face locked himself in a room. Every night he demanded a lot of alcohol. Therefore, it seemed to him that there could well have been illegal substances at the party. Now this thought seems insanely stupid to him. MC remembered Flora's words and asked who was the organizer of that party. Hans answered, Barco's eldest son, Anthony Barco. Roman closed his eyes and thought, on the eve of his political marriage with Lawrence, Roman accepts Barco's invitation to a social party, after which he goes crazy and kills himself. Now in general terms, he sees what happened. From the very beginning, there were many ambiguities in Roman's death. The note he left behind only said that he was being sent to the battlefield along with his two younger brothers, and he was terrified of it. But at that time, the decision had already been made to marry Flora, whom he desired so much. And a married aristocrat had several ways to avoid fulfilling his military duty. And yet, he was so afraid of military service that he decided to die. It doesn't quite add up. MC looked at Hans and asked, in his opinion, were they close to Anthony Barco? Hans replied, no one was as close to him as he was, although lately there seemed to be some awkwardness between them. About when rumors started about his wedding with Lawrence. A political marriage between Dimitri and Lawrence would be a huge hindrance for Barco, who wanted to take over Lawrence's lands. And the easiest way to solve this problem would be to make it so that the marriage could not take place in the first place. Roman wondered. For this they would go to any tricks, which was the real reason for Roman's death. Hans asked for forgiveness and said, in fact, a couple of days ago, an invitation to a party came from Barco's estate. MC frowned and asked, did Barco invite him? Hans looked at him in surprise and asked, yes, just when he was busy with his training in solitude. What should we do with him? Roman thought, he has a lot of nerve. Or, do they treat him like crap? Either way, it's annoying. He asked when the party was. Hans replied, in exactly 2 weeks. He asked to tell Barco that he accepted his invitation. After a while, Hans waved his hand and said, the young gentleman is waiting for him. Kevin thanked him, and Hans put his hand to his lips and whispered, the young gentleman has changed a little, but he shouldn't be too surprised. Kevin asked again, what? Okay. He entered the room and asked, gentlemen, did he call him? MC turned around and asked, Kevin? He cried out in fright, gentlemen? He thought, so that's the change he was talking about. Roman replied, the same one. How is he getting along here? Kevin replied, yes, gentlemen. He's getting used to it without much difficulty. Thanks to Hans. Only he. MC interrupted him and asked, only? Kevin looked down and answered, he kept trying to figure out what role he was assigned in this place, but he didn't know at all how he could be useful to him. Although he told him to live for him, but he was an ordinary person, no better than a stone on the side of the road. What, in the end, could he do? MC spoke. Roll, he said. He was going to make him his sword. Kevin screamed in fear. Sword? Roman showed 3 fingers and said, however, others cannot decide for a person what to be. So he will tell him 3 paths, and he will choose himself. The first is to give up the path of the sword. If he is afraid to hold the sword in his hands and shed blood, then he can become his hands and feet. He will follow Hans, learn the business, carry out safe orders. This will be his role. The second, he needs to be there as his sword. Kevin said in fear, but sir, he has never touched a sword in his life. MC replied, of course. So if he chooses the second path, he will test his will with the method of separating muscles and pulling apart bones. Kevin's eyes widened in surprise and asked, separating muscles? Separating muscles and pulling apart bones is a method that causes pain from twisting bones and muscles. Roman said that he does not need determination in words. The result will be the proof of his will. And the third path, he will cut off his own hand with this sword. If he can endure the pain caused to him by himself until the very end, then he will be able to gain strength faster than anyone else. MC thought about it. The crazy demon grew up on the streets and knew nothing about martial arts. He rose to the 4 heavenly kings with only one unwavering will. Well, what about him? Roman said, no matter what he chooses, it will bring him benefits, so he will have to find a use for himself. Outside of Dimitri's fortress, a dilapidated shack ready to collapse at any moment, the place where he was born. Kevin had to work from a young age to survive. He followed his parents and helped them in all their affairs. You could say there was no job he didn't take on, but life did not change. No matter how hard he tried, there would always be someone who would take everything away. This is the fate of the weak. That's why he didn't even have the courage to renounce such a life. This is overwhelming power. Kevin grabbed the hilt of the sword with his hand and thought, he doesn't know what the point is in cutting off his own hand. But if he can become stronger, if he can become like the master, if he can break the shackles of the life that was taken away, Kevin said he would do it. He put his hand in front of him and swung the sword, frowning deeply. MC watched him carefully. At this moment, Chris was walking down the corridor and thinking, seriously, he left the nightly order to follow the master, and then suddenly he goes into seclusion for a week. He called out to Hans, and he asked, Captain's deputy Chris? Chris said, he heard that the master's training was over. Where is he now? Hans replied, the master is now personally talking to Kevin. He ordered not to let anyone in. Chris asked again, puzzled, Kevin? Who is this? At that moment, on the training ground, Kevin cut off his own hand and fell to his knees, and then lost consciousness. Roman looked at him carefully. After a while, Hans asked the master to stop and asked if he was hurt. The sword. There's blood on the sword. MC replied that it was nothing. Everything was fine. It was not his blood. He thought about it. When Kevin decided to cut off his own hand, he dipped him in an illusion. Illusion demon technique. He planned to keep him in the illusion for a while to test his will. But before falling into the illusion, Kevin managed to chop off his own hand. He is a fierce boy. If the illusion demon's technique was a little weaker, he would have cut off his own arm completely. 2 weeks until the party. About half a year until the war. He still has a lot to teach. Soon there will be more worries. After a while, MC said that he would teach him the mystery of mana, but it was a very dangerous power. Kevin asked again, would he learn mana? Roman answered that it was true. He thought about it. although he called it the mystery of mana, but in fact, this knowledge was used by the Mad Demon, an ancient martial art from the treasury of the cult, the skill of the Ghost Demon. At the moment of using this, the mind is absorbed by demonic ki. This is a dangerous demonic art that gives power by piercing the blood vessels, which is why one has to endure unbearable pain. But even in terrible agony from the feeling of tearing limbs, one cannot lose one's mind. In order to become a sword that will be useful to him, the Mad Demon mastered this martial art, enduring excruciating pain. If he was willing to cut off his own arm, he would be able to learn the technique. MC said, as the training intensity increases, he will have to endure pain much more than he experienced yesterday. But despite this, there is only one reason why he is training him. For a 15-year-old teenager who does not even know the basics of mana, this is the fastest way to become stronger. And if he successfully endures the mental training, he will be able to protect his loved ones. Kevin thought, the man who saved him and punished him with bloody fangs will now personally train him. He said, sir, he does not have enough words of gratitude to express how happy he is. However, sir, why is he so confident in him, even though he swore to dedicate his life to him? But he has not proven himself yet. What if he passes the training and runs away? He wants to know the reason why he believes him. He replied, just like that. Kevin asked in surprise, just like that? MC passed by him and said that the training will begin from tomorrow. That's it for today. He can go back. He thought about the reason for his trust. Come to think of it, the crazy demon also asked this question. In order to gain blind faith from an opponent, he must trust first. Anyway, Kevin, he will never betray him. As his strength increases, he will understand how dangerous it is to choose to betray a heavenly demon. After a while, MC started training Kevin. He said that the base is important in everything. Even in one thing, you need to do it correctly. He ordered Kevin not to lose concentration. Kevin held a wooden sword in his hands and answered loudly, yes. Chris was sitting on a box to the side and said, look, he doesn't understand. He thought about why he had to pick up a strange kid and teach him fencing. No, but first of all, why doesn't he teach him anything? He thinks if he follows him, he will be able to learn the secret of how to become stronger in a short time. He put his hand to his face, in displeasure, and said, it's like he doesn't exist for him at all. He had done more than just practice swords with a mentor. Maybe he should go and explain everything? He looked up and thought, okay, he'll just wait a little longer. The next day, everything was the same. The day after that, everything was the same. And the day after that, nothing had changed. Chris took off his gloves and threw them on the floor, shouting loudly, oh my. Chris called out to Master Roman and said, it's been 2 weeks since he followed him. Of that, he spent a week in solitude, and the remaining week, he devoted to Kevin, and all he can do is watch. If it's because he was offensive at first, then he sincerely apologizes to him. That's why he asks to teach him at least something. He will study hard, no matter the cost. Roman looked at him carefully, and then asked, didn't he tell him? He needs to look at his surroundings and learn. Chris's mouth dropped open in surprise, and asked, so that meant literally look? MC turned away and said that there is a way for everyone. Kevin is ignorant, and until he reaches the proper level, someone needs to be there to guide him from start to finish. But he is different. Whatever he teaches him will not do him any good. He is the one who defeated him, and instead of calmly absorbing the knowledge, he will force it into himself. Chris looked after MC and asked, so he is telling him to continue watching? Roman said no. He took a wooden sword and threw it to Chris. He looked at it puzzled and asked, what is it? Why wooden? Roman said, we need accurate results to confirm the current state of affairs. What does he think about a small duel with Kevin? The guys looked at each other questioningly, and MC said that his sparring opponent would be Kevin, and he would tell him the way to defeat Chris. Let him think of Kevin as someone like his double. If even after sparring he still thinks he's right, then he'll personally train him. Kevin screamed in fear, he sparring with Lord Knight? Chris looked at him and thought, should he fight this newbie? This man? Who does he take him for? Chris screamed, okay, they can have a fight. This time he'll show him that he's not such a weakling. The boys stood opposite each other and looked at each other. Kevin turned around and said, Lord, fight the knight with a 2-star aura. MC replied, he understands that he's at a disadvantage, but what does he have to lose if he loses? Kevin replied, nothing. Roman said, there are countless people in the world stronger than him. For example, the bloody fangs that took out his family. And Chris glaring at him like he's about to tear him to pieces is no different. Will he retreat every time? Kevin frowned and said, he'll try. Chris thought with displeasure how annoying it was, fighting a greenhorn. What kind of look is that? Does he really think he can win? Judging by the look, Roman is going to tame him with this fight. Roman then ordered them to get ready. Chris frowned and thought, sparring or what? I don't care. MC said, let's go. Chris rushed towards Kevin and swung his wooden sword. He thought, but he won't lose to a newbie who has only been training for a week. Kevin blocked his blow and was very surprised, and Chris hit him and threw him aside. Roman told Kevin to pick up his sword and block in front of him. Kevin's eyes widened in surprise and did everything as he was ordered. Roman said that Chris would try to attack suddenly. MC said, go. He whispered to Kevin, step to the side. He needs to aim for Chris's chest while he raises his leg to kick. Kevin thought, step to the side. Chris kicked him and Kevin flew to the side. He hit his back on the floor and screamed loudly. Roman whispered that Kevin needs to get up. Kevin thought, this voice, is it the master? Roman said that with mana, he sends him voice messages through Jongam. This is how he will guide him. Kevin thought, Jongam? With mana, is this even possible? MC ordered him to jump to the right. Kevin dodged Chris's kick, which surprised him greatly. Roman ordered him to turn around and kick his chest from the left side. He He followed his instructions and Chris kicked him in the chest. Kevin grabbed his chest and thought, damn, this was definitely his weak point. But he raised his sword too late. MC ordered him to block from above. Kevin raised his eyebrows and quickly blocked Chris's strike. Roman immediately ordered him to move to the right, but Chris hit him in the face again. He fell and frowned in displeasure because blood was dripping from his nose. Chris looked at him and thought, this kid is holding up better than he expected. Roman looked at him and thought, he is not his opponent at all. His body cannot keep up with his instructions. However, this situation, how can I say, amuses him. Kevin stood with his head down and smiled, thinking that Mr. Roman was all-powerful. Although the opponent is a knight with a 2-star aura, he moves precisely according to Mr. Roman's instructions. The only problem is his weak body. Otherwise, he would have gained the upper hand long ago, following the advice of the master. The master is playing with the knight Chris as if he were controlling a puppet. MC ordered Kevin to move to the right, and now quickly rush forward and counterattack. He struck close to Chris and he hit him squarely on the cheek. He dealt so many blows that he was about to finish the fight, but at the very last moment, he coolly dodged and even counterattacked. Is this an accident? Kevin looked at him and thought, even Chris, nicknamed the best genius of the Dmitri family, he is not even close to the master's true skills. This is the level of Master Roman. He will serve him faithfully all his life. Even if it is something that he is not given to understand, one word from the master, and he will blindly obey him. If a weakling like him is going to become the master's sword, there is only one answer. All he needs is strength of spirit. Kevin swung his sword and screamed very loudly. After a while, blood was flowing from his mouth and Chris said what he would say at last. If he wants to continue the fight, then he should be prepared to become a cripple. Kevin laughed in response, which surprised the guys. He said that they will go to the end. Chris got angry and said, he does not even know when to stop. If this is his wish, then he will grant it. Looking at his shattered arm, he will regret his choice. MC ordered Kevin to put his foot forward, gather all his strength and attack. Kevin swung and hit Chris on the back, pushing him back slightly. Chris thought with displeasure, who would have thought that he would hit from there? Roman told Kevin that this is not all. He needs to immediately turn around and dash forward. Chris thought, does he plan to hit him with such a slow and sweeping attack? He is too weak. Chris's eyes widened in surprise, seeing Roman's gaze. Chris missed Kevin, and he cried out, clenching his jaw. Kevin swung his sword, and Chris attacked him in irritation, throwing him aside. Kevin fell to the ground, and MC thought, did he plan to bend over when he swung his sword? He assumed that the second attack would be a fake. Chris sighed and said, what a desperate one. MC passed by him and said, the victory is his. As he promised, if he wants, they will start training from tomorrow. He picked up Kevin and said that the choice is his. After a while, Chris entered the room and asked, why on earth did he even bother to fight? He looked down and thought, even though he won, there was no point in this victory. He just wasted his time, and almost lost. And yet, his last maneuver reminded him of the day he first went up against Roman, the day he had replayed in his head hundreds of times. If not for the experience he gained in the battle with Roman, would he have been able to defeat Kevin without using mana? He laughed out loud and said, did his skills get better just from the experience of one battle? After a while, Roman asked, so what will he do? Chris thought about it and answered, he doesn't need training. He will find his own way to get stronger by following him, Lord Roman. He thought about how he was able to develop his skills just from one battle. Every move Kevin took yesterday was well calculated. He thought Roman didn't give him any hints, but that was actually not the case. Even just trying to understand Roman's thought process was enough to make one's head spin from too much instruction. Come to think of it, even when he was teaching Kevin, many of his words seemed to be directed at him as well. Roman? No. Master is no longer the fool he knew. He doesn't know what happened, but he can say with certainty that he has risen to a level that even Captain Jonathan can't reach. The words, observe and learn, mean, look back at your actions and know yourself. In that case, he will observe and learn until he can surpass them. Roman smiled and asked, well then, will they continue training? A week later, on the day of the social party at the Barco estate. A week before the social party, people were talking. Had he heard about it? About what? About Roman Dmitri. They say his marriage agreement with Lawrence has been cancelled. The guy waved his hand and said, the Viscount announced that it was because of Flora Lawrence's mistake. The second guy folded his arms and said, a mistake, it's just an excuse. He must have felt sorry for his daughter, whom he raised like a princess, after having to personally deal with the fool of the family, Dmitri. At the same time, the woman was drinking coffee and said, nevertheless, to break the marriage agreement, when Barco already had a knife to his throat. The man thoughtfully said, doesn't this mean that the eldest son Dmitri is even worse than the rumors say? The maids also gossiped, saying, there is also a rumor that he slew Bloodfang. The girl asked, does she believe it? She is sure that it was done to raise a reputation, to be ready to break the agreement. Anthony laughed loudly and shouted, this boy Roman, he really broke the marriage agreement. Seriously, he is so easy to control. He asked the butler if he was sure Roman would be attending the reception. The butler replied yes. Dmitri had replied that he had accepted the invitation. The eldest son of the Viscount Barco family, Anthony Barco, said, great, everything is going like clockwork. He can't wait for next week. He hasn't been so excited about an upcoming reception for a long time. On the day of the social event, MC changed his drawing style and became a completely different person. He called Hans and asked, should he really wear this? Hans replied it was his first official appearance since the divorce. He can't go in just anything. For the record, they had paid for this masterpiece with sweat and blood. Hans looked at Roman's thoughtful face and asked if he was going to say he wouldn't wear that. Was he? MC looked at him and with a smirk on his face said, okay, he will wear that, Hans said happily. He knew he would say that. After a while, Chris folded his arms over his chest and asked, really, why isn't the boy here yet? At this rate, the young master will arrive sooner. Kevin suddenly shouted. He was asking for forgiveness. He's not used to the armor yet. Chris grabbed his head and asked, what's wrong with his appearance? Kevin replied, he understands. Even the forge did not have armor that fit him in size. Chris looked at him and thought, even though the young master was helping him, he almost lost to this idiot. Kevin grabbed his helmet and Chris ordered him to listen carefully. They are the master's guard and the face of the Dmitri family. It is no exaggeration to say that the young master's reputation depends on their actions. Negligence is unacceptable. Special attention must be paid to your speech and behavior. Kevin cried out, yes, he will remember this. Master Knight. Chris put his hand to his chin and said smugly, okay fine. He can ask him if he has any questions. Kevin cried out, thank you, Master Knight. Chris said irritably, his helmet is askew. After some time at a social event where there was a lot of food and beautiful people, everyone was talking among themselves. The guy twirled a glass of wine in his hand and said, he heard that Roman would be here today. Even knowing that Barco was targeting the Laurence family, he still formed a political marriage. And now he dares to show up at Barco's reception, suddenly breaking the agreement. What is he thinking? The girl said, that's why they call him a fool. If he had brains, he would stick to one of the two. The guy said he is sure that because of Roman, the position of Dmitri family has been greatly shaken. Although Dmitri's influence extends throughout the Northeast, but to maintain relations with Barco in such a situation, it is already agreed. Nevertheless, today, he will be present here to correct his mistakes. How ridiculous he is. Sophia overheard this conversation and asked, what kind of person is this Roman Dmitri? The guy smiled and replied, she would understand everything when she saw him herself. He made an extremely disgusting impression, and he himself was unsightly due to his puny build. But with all this, he was so important because of the title of the eldest son Dmitri. The guy approached them and said with a grin, if he were a woman, he would do anything to break off the marriage agreement. Suddenly the butler cleared his throat and said, the eldest son of the Dmitri family, Mr. Roman Dmitri, had arrived. MC crossed the threshold and gathered all the eyes of those present in the hall. At that moment, everyone around began to whisper, is this Roman Dmitri? He does not look like his old self at all. They will never believe it. He was shorter than him. What's with his hair? Sophia moved away from the table and approached Roman. She said that it was a great honor for her to meet him. She is Sophia from the Grizzle family. Perhaps he is not familiar with this name. Her family does not have outstanding merits, but her father, Baron Grisel, has long devoted himself to the kingdom of Cairo. MC smiled and said that he is well aware of the Grisel family line. Sophia covered her mouth with her hand in surprise and asked, what? Does he really know Grisel? Roman asked again, how can he not know the name of a family whose history goes back more than 100 years? Some time ago, Hans put books on the table and said, here is information about all the family lines located throughout the Northeast. And yet, why did he suddenly need this? MC replied that he would be attending the reception as a representative of the family. He needs to show at least minimal politeness. He needs to know what families the people he will meet belong to, and by what methods their family line continues to inherit traditions. He needs to spend energy on at least this if he wants to attract others' attention. Especially him, who is called the fool of the Dmitri family. Currently, Roman said, her family has owned land in the Northeast for many years. Grisel's timber is famous throughout the kingdom for its excellent quality. He heard that her younger brother had successfully awakened the ability to sense mana not long ago. He sincerely congratulates her family on their achievements. Everyone was surprised by MC and Sophia's conversation, asking what was going on. Suddenly, Magnor came up to MC and greeted Mr. Roman Dmitri. He introduced himself, saying that he was Magnor from the Bolt family. Roman looked at him and said, the eldest son of Bolt, what a meeting. Wasn't it Viscount Bolt who participated in the war in the past, performing a great feat? He was deeply impressed after reading about it in a book. Magnor said, thank you for his words. Eris came up to Roman and said, they haven't seen each other for a long time, Mr. Roman. He had changed beyond recognition. MC turned around and said, but she, Mrs. Eris, is still as beautiful. Is her mother okay? News reached him that she had not been feeling well lately. After all, 10 years ago, Dmitri had benefited greatly from the deal with the hero's family line. He was also extremely grateful for the kindness they had shown. Conversations with Roman could be heard in the hall for a long time. A guy came up to him and said, it seemed he had misjudged Mr. Roman. It seemed difficult to start a conversation with him, since he was always drunk. Roman smiled and said, well, he was just about to have a drink, but it seemed he should put his glass down. After a while, the butler came up to him and said, "Mr. Roman, the young gentleman invites him into a closed room." MC thought it was time for him to find out who had disturbed his mental state. At that moment, crowds of knights were standing in the street and talking among themselves. Someone said, "There are so many knightly guards from their other family lines here." Kevin looked around and asked, "Sir Knight, what is a social reception?" Chris answered irritably, "He should forget about it. They are not allowed there." "Hey, his helmet is on the side again." Kevin said it was too big for him. Chris told him to just take it off, and Kevin asked, "But how?" The knight looked at them and asked, "Who the hell is that?" The guy smiled and said, "I think it's Roman Dimitri's guard." Chris told Kevin to take off his helmet, and he grabbed it and said, "No, and yet." The knights laughed and said, "Yeah, one is more handsome than the other." He heard that Dimitri disowned his eldest son, but to bring a youth who can't even hold a sword as guards. Chris told Kevin to ignore it, and the knight said, "Well, how else?" Befitting the level of Dimitri's family. Kevin was unhappy to hear this and looked in their direction with irritation. Some time ago, MC was standing to the side and looking at Flora. Anthony walked up to him and throwing his hand over his shoulder, asked, "Roman, who is he keeping an eye on?" MC replied, "Anthony, that blonde girl. Does he know who she is?" Anthony asked again, "Since he's asking, does that mean he doesn't know himself?" "This is Flora, Lawrence's flower." "Flora Lawrence." Roman looked at her in surprise and thought, "Flora Lawrence." Now the butler escorted him to the room and said, "This way." He opened the door slightly and heard a loud cry, "Roman, what happened to him anyway?" Roman frowned and thought, it was Anthony Barco. Anthony spoke, he heard, he had changed, but he would not have thought that so much. Why is he standing? Let him sit down and tell. MC looked and thought, traces of the presence of other people. He escorted everyone out before his arrival. So, now there will be a secret conversation, in this case, so that the opponent does not feel embarrassed. Roman sat down on the sofa and waving his hand said, when he spent a lot of money to tidy up his appearance, nothing changed. But lately he changes day by day, even without making an effort. In any case, he is glad to see him after so much time. Anthony smirked at him and reached for his glass. He said he hoped his words could be trusted. Frankly, he was very curious about what he was thinking then. MC reached for his glass and said, "Then?" Anthony said when he found him in a closed room, hugging his cousin, after he had forced a political marriage with Lawrence, betraying their friendship. Indeed, even if all secrets remain at a social event, he never thought that he would do such a thing on the eve of his own wedding. In that case, could his presence at this reception be considered as an agreement to his proposal? Since he would keep what happened a secret, he suggested discussing the marriage with Barco. MC looked at him puzzled and thought, marriage with Barco? Suddenly he began to immerse himself in memories and thought, these memories? After betraying Anthony Barco, he asked his father to make a political marriage agreement with Lawrence, but he can't avoid them forever, so he uses this chance to restore their old relationship. Roman walked up to the door and opened it, and Anthony shouted, "Roman, he's late!" He'll introduce them. This is his younger cousin, Emilia Barco. Emilia said she was glad to meet him, Mr. Roman. MC looked at them puzzled, and Anthony asked, maybe they could have a drink together? It must be because it was Emilia's first time in such a place. She was hanging around alone. Roman said, of course, he doesn't mind. This is his family man. Anthony told Emilia to go and fill Roman's glass too. MC said, no need, he'll pour it himself. Anthony asked, you idiot, did the marriage make you bold all of a sudden? Roman said, Anthony, speaking of which. Anthony waved his hand and said, no need to worry. The Barcos are no longer interested in Lawrence. MC asked happily. Really? Anthony said not to worry, but rather have a drink. They drank some wine, and after a while, Roman opened his eyes and saw Emilia's back in front of him. He widened his eyes in surprise and thought, wait, how did this happen? At that moment there was a loud scream. Roman. MC turned around and saw Anthony's angry face. He screamed. What did he do? Roman screamed in fear. No, he understands. He doesn't remember anything. After a while, Anthony was sitting at the table and irritably ordering Roman to listen to him carefully. It was none of his business who he slept with, but he had touched a lady of the Barco family. This problem could not be ignored. Roman sat in front of him with his head down, and Anthony said that he would give him a choice. Either the truth would come out and the marriage agreement would be unilaterally terminated, or he would once again restore relations with them by being born with Barco through marriage. He is now beside himself with the deed he has done. But if he becomes Barco's man, he will calm his anger and forgive him. Come on, what will he do? MC thought now. Is that what happened? Now he has dispelled all his doubts. If the marriage agreement had been broken because of his affair with Barco's relative, Dimitri's reputation would have been ruined. There is already a lot of talk about his low birth. Roman must not have been sure that he could withstand his father's wrath, but he couldn't choose the other option either. After all, Roman truly loved Flora. He didn't want to tarnish her name by unilaterally breaking off the marriage he had forced her into, and when the time came to choose, he ended his life, hoping that death would solve all problems. A weak man who can't do anything on his own. That's who Roman Dimitri is. He is truly pathetic and wretched. Anthony asked, Roman, why hesitate? Their union will turn the whole Northeast upside down. No one will dare to encroach on them, and he will be able to gain unlimited power in the northeastern lands. He has no reason to refuse. MC interrupted him and asked, just for this? Anthony's eyes widened in surprise and asked, what? Roman asked again, just for this he should agree to a political marriage? Anthony frowned and said, It seems he misunderstood something. This is not an alternative choice at all. If he refuses, then he will announce to the whole world what happened in a closed room. What does he think will happen to Dimitri's reputation? So he needs to think carefully about how he will appear in public from now on. Roman threw his leg on the table and said to listen. How many times should I repeat it to him so that he understands? Just for such a pathetic reason, Dimitri does not need to accept Barco's offer. MC returned from Anthony's room, when suddenly Sophia saw him and happily said, Sir Roman, where did he disappear to? MC replied, he had some business to attend to. It seemed that it was time for him to go back because of this. Sophia was upset and asked, is he leaving already? But the reception was in full swing, he needed to stay a little longer. MC replied, he was asking for forgiveness. The matter did not require delay. Everyone around him spoke sadly. It was a shame, they had so much to talk about yet. MC said that he was also annoyed. They would definitely talk next time, as soon as they had a chance. Suddenly a loud scream was heard behind him. Let him take back his words. Idiot. MC turned around and thought, that voice? He saw Kevin's helmet and screamed in fear. Kevin, some time ago a knight asked, well how else? This is in keeping with the level of Dimitri's family. Chris ordered Kevin to be patient, and he replied, okay. A spark passed between the knights and they grinned. The knight asked, how could anyone think of bringing a child to guard? The guy told him to look at his helmet. It doesn't even fit. Maybe he picked up armor from the street, introducing himself as a guard. The knight leaned over to Kevin and said, yeah, the level has dropped a lot. Chris asked discontentedly, do Barco knights practice barbs instead of swords? The knight smirked and said, who knows? They don't need to train with a sword to surpass this boy. That's why they call his owner a fool. Kevin ordered to take it back. The knight asked again, what? Kevin answered, young Master Roman does not deserve such words. He got really angry and screamed, so let him take his words back, idiot. The knight swung his hand and screamed, how could he? Chris called out to him, Kevin. He grabbed the hilt of the sword and thought, none other than the Barco knight. At the moment, the Dimitri family is in conflict with Barco. If they make a fuss here, not only the young master but the whole clan might get into trouble. Kevin looked at the knight and said, he is his master's knight. And he's not going to get involved with mediocre knights like them. Slackers. The knight grinned and said, indeed. He swung his arm and screamed, they will see how long he can keep his pride. Suddenly his hand was grabbed and everyone froze in surprise. Roman held the knight's hand and looked at him carefully. Kevin asked, Master? MC slapped the Barco knight in the face, and he frowned in displeasure and thought, what was that? Was he slapped? And he couldn't react at all? He screamed, what a fool. MC slapped him in the face again, and then even harder. The knight froze in confusion. Roman ordered him to raise his head. At that moment Anthony was sitting in his room and saying, Nightmare, what the hell happened? A while ago he screamed loudly, Roman. He means that he should be held accountable for touching a lady from his line. That's why he proposed marriage not to a collateral line, but to a direct line. You could say that it was his last act of care. Now he's making a mistake with irreversible consequences. Roman folded his arms and told him to do whatever he wants. He's still being called a fool. He's already being treated like trash. One new rumor won't change anything, but he should watch his behavior. Anthony asked what? MC replied that he broke off the arranged marriage by his own decision, not because of his threats. However, either way, Dimitri has turned his back on Lawrence, so he can consider his goal achieved. But if he shows his teeth now, how should he respond to that? To at least deal with his personal hatred, he could help Lawrence by upsetting Barco's plans. He's already investigated Barco. Their power of influence due to their connections with the central government can't be ignored. But as said, it is a power based on connections. If we only take wealth and fighting power into account, the influence in the northeastern region is not in Barco's hands but Dimitri's. So what will he do? Anthony lowered his head and asked, if they end this now, then in the future, he will not interfere with their affairs with Lawrence? MC answered, that's right. Anthony spoke, in that case, then they will consider the matter closed. Currently, he was sitting on the sofa and thinking, Roman has changed. He is no longer a simple fool. His actions, his gaze, the way he speaks are even overwhelming. He is not the fool he knew, like a completely different person. What happened anyway? At that moment, the butler called out to him and said, young master. Anthony shouted in irritation, no need to touch him now. The butler said, but outside, Master Roman and his knight from the guard. Anthony looked up in confusion, and at that moment, everyone had already crowded into the courtyard. The knight was kneeling and begging to forgive him just this once. He won't do it again, so he's begging. Kevin said, sir, that's enough punishment. Chris said, that's right. He needs to at least think about his connections with Barco. It's better to end it here. Roman replied, he will decide for himself when the punishment is enough. Even if he dies, it will only be payment for his words and actions. At this moment, Anthony came out into the yard and shouted, what's going on here? Roman, even if he is the eldest son of the Dimitri family, he can't let him get away with something like this, unless he personally apologizes for his rudeness right now. MC interrupted him and asked why he should apologize. He was the one who backbited him and dared to hit a man of the Dimitri family in the face. Anthony Barco, does he really think he's guilty? Anthony replied, even so he crossed the line. Roman said, the line? Then he already said it, right? The relationship between the two of them based on hatred can develop into a relationship between families. So he better watch his behavior from now on, because his patience is not that strong. him. Let him decide for himself how he will behave. Anthony remembered MC's words that he could help Lawrence by upsetting Barco's plans. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn, he said. He thought carefully, and he was right. In his place, he would have punished him in the same way. MC smiled and said he knew that they would understand each other. Well, and now, he waved his hand and ordered the knight to grit his teeth tightly. The old Roman, even with the influence of the Dmitri family in the northeast behind him, was just a fool for the others, looked down on. MC went ahead and ordered Chris and Kevin to go back. However, everyone there had no choice but to admit the truth. The fool they knew was no more. After a while, the guys were riding home in a carriage. Kevin shamefully lowered his head and asked for forgiveness. Because of him, he had been greatly insulted. Chris said that he apologized too. The Dmitri family line was humiliated, and he did nothing even when Kevin was hit. MC looked at them carefully, folding his arms and said, it must have been difficult for them to hold back. Thank you for being patient and waiting for him. Carelessness brings anger. Their choice helped avoid the worst outcome. However, this is not the answer he wants. At the very least, in the entire northeast of the kingdom, there is no one who would dare to touch the Dmitri family line. And even if they must hold back, then let them look their opponent straight in the face. At least their gaze should be filled with anger. He is not the type to tolerate anyone towering over him. He will throw everyone at his feet, and if they want to follow him, then they will have to get used to his method. After a while, Hans said, here's the information on the Barco family line, ordered from the information guild Black Moon. According to the words of the Black Moon, their current position is worrisome. Roman looked thoughtfully at the information he had gathered. Barco, a family line that settled in the northeast more than 100 years ago. Their power in the territory has truly blossomed since a person of the Barco family line entered the service of the central government. Roman said he was right. Their military power is not that great. Hans said, to be honest, he was surprised. He thought that due to their status, Barco possessed a strong military force. Roman replied, it was more than compensated for by the enormous strength of the central government. The continent of Salamander consists of 2 empires and 6 kingdoms. Among them, the kingdom of Cairo is a minor state. With the exception of the mountain ranges in the northeast, all other state borders are adjacent to other countries, so the kingdom has been subject to numerous attempts to conquer for a long time. Too many dangerous enemies have accumulated outside the country. So, in order to survive, the only thing left was to concentrate forces in the central government. In this way, the central government naturally gained strength. In particular, the right of conscription by the central government had absolute power. If someone resisted the conscription, he was called a rebel, and troops were immediately sent to suppress him. As soon as the rebel was suppressed, the territory was returned to the kingdom again, after which all the local lords who took part in the punitive operation received a piece of land as a reward, and the rest of the participants became new, obedient nobility. Such a system of power gives a kind of abstract power to the Barco, who are connected with the central government. Hans said, everything is so serious. MC answered, right. And thanks to this, they managed to borrow a huge amount from the gold bank. He suspects that they took this loan without any collateral, on one guarantee of creditworthiness, and the money received was invested in the Burge Mercenary Group. The Burge Mercenary Group includes more than 100 people, led by an A-rank mercenary, Berg. The main task of the organization is to suppress rebellions in the territory of the holdings for money. Hans listened to him attentively, and MC continued to speak. Also, judging by the mass conscription of the people of their holdings, they are going to attack Lawrence presumably within half a month. Barco finished with the preparations. Hans asked puzzledly, is it really a war? Lawrence can hardly count on victory. Roman answered, even just defending themselves, they will hold out for a month at most. Although he told Anthony Barco that he will not interfere in their affairs with Lawrence, but in order to continue to live under the name Roman Dmitri, he cannot ignore the Barco threats to him. Whatever the Barco represent, they will not be able to stand against the Dmitri family. If they borrow the power of the family line, it will be easy to punish them, but then it loses its meaning. Regardless of the fact that the Dmitri family is from the common people, the aristocracy of the northeastern region does not see Roman as a particular threat. Now he needs an undeniable reason to break through, just like then. MC turned to Hans and said that he must see his father now. It is time to fulfill the promise he once made. At that moment, a mercenary was walking through the streets of the city, attracting the attention of the townspeople. B-rank mercenary Lucas took off his helmet and sighed. He said that then and now, Dmitri has not changed at all. He entered the forge, and the blacksmith said, yeah, he looks like he did. It seems that this battle was especially hard for him. Huh, Lucas? Lucas grabbed his head and replied, no need to talk. These idiots have nothing but stupidity in their heads. They took and pounced on him. He almost said goodbye to his life. Hendrik thoughtfully looked at the sword and said, the quality of the equipment itself is not very good. Where did he buy it? Lucas answered, well, he found out from the new shop, and because of this, he almost lost his only life. Hendrik said, but the best iron and equipment are on Dimitri's territory. How stupid of him. Lucas got up from the barrel and said, that's why he's here. He relies on him. The blacksmith replied that it would take a long time to make a full set of weapons. Lucas said, it doesn't matter. He'll stay in Dimitri for a while anyway, get some treatment. He got tired of it after the battle. Suddenly he saw a crowd of townspeople near the stand and thoughtfully looked at them. He thought, What kind of a gathering is that? Has the war really started? Although he decided to leave business for a while, he can't overcome his curiosity. He asked to let him in and read the announcement. Lucas thought, a recruitment notice? They are looking for soldiers. The requirements are a healthy body and strong ambitions, and the number of places is 30 people. The salary is 8 pieces of silver per month. Lucas thought, an ordinary family of 4 spends on average about 5 pieces of silver per month. 8 pieces of silver, these are not bad conditions, even taking into account the risk premium. If it weren't for this point, the notice said it's important. They will be subordinate not to the Dmitri family, but specifically to Roman Dmitri. They need to remember this. They want to hire only those people who are ready to sacrifice their lives for Roman Dmitri. The man folded his arms across his chest and said, if Lucas is thinking of signing up, then he can't even hope. There are already over a couple hundred people willing. Lucas smiled and answered, he didn't think about it. One way or another, he is a B-rank mercenary. If they offered him at least 50 pieces of silver a month, then he would think about whether it was worth encroaching on the loyalty of the aristocracy. He widened his eyes in surprise and decided to stop. He looked at the man and asked, did he say that there were already a couple hundred applicants? The man nodded his head and answered, right? Lucas wondered, is it really worth it? The man asked in surprise. What? Lucas said, despite the excellent conditions, Roman's employer Dmitri, isn't he a fool? Who knows what suffering he will have to endure by becoming his soldier? Everyone around looked at him, and Lucas was puzzled. The man replied, he was an outsider, so he did not know all the circumstances. Young Master Roman is no longer that fool. Not only did he defeat the Bloodfangs, but he also values and takes care of his people. Lucas asked in surprise, what? The man answered that they did not believe it at first either. But after hearing Clark's story, they changed their minds. Lucas asked, who is Clark? The man replied, Clark's son became Roman's man, and after that, their poor life changed dramatically. He asked to wait. What was his son's name? Kevin, was it? At that moment, Kevin came out of the bakery, happily carrying bread in his hands. A while ago, Kevin asked in confusion, what? Vacation? Roman answered, yes. He gives him 3 days, starting tomorrow. He needs to rest well and then return to training. He has had a hard time, so he needs to have a good time with his family. Kevin answered, as he says. After a while, he changed his clothes and said, vacation. He thought it was unusual. Before, he had to work every day to somehow feed himself. He hasn't seen his family for a long time since he entered the castle. He hopes they are doing well. He left the room and heard Hans shout, Kevin. He looked at him and said, Master Hans. Hans brought him clothes and said, he hasn't seen his family for a long time. Is he going to show himself to them like this? The young gentleman has prepared some clean clothes for him. Let him wear these. He put a small bag on the pile of clothes and asked, and he will need the money to buy presents for his family, won't he? From now on, he will be paid 30 pieces of silver a month. He can spend it on presents or luxuries. Let him have a good time. At present, Kevin was walking happily down the street and humming a tune. He said he couldn't believe that such soft clothes existed. Kevin thought about it. Even wearing them was a pleasure. And he bought a lot of bread for the family. This was just baked. The smell was wonderful. Marie would like it. Her wish was to spread whipped cream on fresh bread. Every day she moaned about it. He remembered how she had asked discontentedly why they always had to eat only stale bread. Kevin looked at the bread and thought, but even so, he had never been able to buy it. Freshly baked bread costs twice as much as cold bread. Besides, he remembered how the bandits broke into their house and thought, of course, he would definitely become stronger under the young master's leadership, and they wouldn't have to go through something like this again. Suddenly Kevin stopped and saw his parents, as well as Marie, who was sitting next to the flowers. He thought, what's this? His relatives looked at him in surprise, and he thought it seemed strange to him that he was sent not to the poor area, but to the outskirts of the castle. Marie screamed loudly, brother? His parents asked, son? His mother threw herself into his arms and screamed, my God, how much time has passed? Clark asked, was he doing well? Marie screamed, hooray, it's his brother. Kevin looked around and said, mother, father, this house. Clark replied, Mr. Hans had come to them and said that young Master Roman had given them orders to give them a house and land to cultivate. Mother had said, but that's not all. He had helped a lot so that they could settle down in the city. They had really started living well in recent days. Kevin thought that's how it was. Young Master Roman, he burst into tears and said, he is so grateful. Clark looked at him carefully and said, son, his cheek. Did young Master Roman hit him? Kevin asked in surprise. What? No, not at all. Mother asked to tell the truth. If they treat him like that, they will immediately. Kevin burst into tears and screamed, the young master is not that kind of person. Mother asked, then what happened to his cheek? Kevin looked down and said, mother, father, really? After a while, someone asked, does he want him to believe that? Clark said discontentedly, what a moron. And how, in his opinion, did he get this house and land? The man said, that's for sure. The guy said, they say you shouldn't believe all the rumors. Clark said, if you believe Kevin's words, he slapped the knight Barco, protecting his guard. Is there an aristocrat in the world who would do this for his man? The man said in surprise, quit. After a while, the girls were talking on the street. That quarrelsome young gentleman? The girl said that he himself saw how the Clark family lives now. He said that Roman gave this house because the son of the family became his man. The girl grabbed her face and said, God, God. The man folded his arms across his chest and asked, For Kevin's sake, he gave the house and gave the land and even slapped the knight Barco. His friend personally heard this from Clark. The girl answered, "Wow, but just yesterday she felt pity, looking at the son of their family." The guy put his finger to his chin and said, in the past he himself saw how he committed arbitrariness in their store. The other asked, was he sure he didn't confuse him with anyone? They say he treasures his people to the point of horror. The boy who was sitting on the ground said that he also wanted to become like Kevin. If someone wins the young master's trust, like the Clark family, a different life will begin. Roman Dmitri values his people. If you gain his trust, you can live a completely different life. Everyone around did nothing but talk about Roman and his help to the Clark family. The man said, so many expressed a desire to participate in the recruitment. Lucas wondered, what happened in general? The rout of the bloody fangs and the social reception? Did Roman really do that? The Roman he knew was not like that. He even saw him start a fight 2 years ago after losing money in a gambling house. Lucas folded his arms and asked, what happened during these 2 years? He screamed, this is interesting. He wanted to see everything for himself. After a while, Jonathan said, the preparation for the exam is going smoothly. They will provide only minimal control. The young master said that he would handle the exam himself and sort everything out, ending the conversation there. Romero said, it's too late now. Jonathan said, if he wanted to call it off, now was the last chance. Will everything be okay? Hiring soldiers for personal use was a very dangerous business. At least they should have known the target. Romero poured a drink into his glass and said, Jonathan, when he heard that Roman was going to attend Barco's social event, he thought that he was planning to team up with Barco to displace the second son from the line of succession. However, Roman, in front of the entire aristocracy, slapped the knight in the face, despite all of Anthony's persuasion. Someone like Anthony would side with the second son, with a heart filled with revenge, and he could become an irreversible threat to Roman's right of succession. For several decades, Roman was described as a fool, but since the incident with the red fangs, he has begun to live his own life. He, as a father, just wants to support him. Jonathan replied that he understood. Romero asked, so how many volunteers are there? 50 or 100 people? Considering Roman's reputation, it would be good if at least 50 people gathered. Jonathan said, about that. He supposes there are more than 500 of them. Romero froze in surprise and asked, what? After a while, the guys were standing near the gate, waiting. Chris entered the tent and said, sir, everything is ready for the exam. The day before the exam, there were a lot of people in the bar and their conversations could be heard on the street. Lucas smiled and said, Dmitri's dark beer still wets the throat well. He frowned and thought, however, already the day before the exam, so many people had gathered, even more participants than expected. Plus, a noisy table with 3 guys in the very corner. When he saw the IDs of the same color hanging from their belts, they turned out to be C-rank mercenaries, and 3 men in a row drinking at the bar. They don't look like mercenaries, but at first glance you can tell that the guys are experienced in combat. Besides, there are many more inns in Dmitri. If there are 5 or 6 good guys in such a small area, then the level of applicants is much higher than he thought. Why? Even if he feeds on a knife, there are many better options. If they are not driven by curiosity, like him, then he does not know the reason. He was about to leave, when suddenly he heard the voice of a guy who asked, Henderson, what is he doing here? Was he not going to become a soldier of the Lawrence family line? Henderson answered, at first he planned to do so. After all, Lawrence is his homeland. But when he saw how Roman Dmitri defeated the Bloody Fangs in Lawrence, he changed his mind. Perhaps those who were not there will not believe him. But that day, in that square, he saw everything with his own eyes. How Roman Dmitri, covered in blood, dragged the leader of the Bloody Fangs by the hair. Can he only imagine? A young gentleman from a noble family came to a foreign land to punish the Red Fangs, causing suffering to his people, and smash the head of the leader of these idiots. What he saw that day will never be forgotten. He was overcome with trepidation. People doubt and deny what happened in Lawrence, but he himself saw and felt it. Roman Dmitri is not a weak fool, as rumors say about him. Henderson shouted, he is a real leader, who is ready to fight for his people, and this recruitment is a lucky chance to become a Roman Dmitri's person. He wants to pass the exam, get a residence permit on the territory of Dmitri, and live as his person. Lucas listened to him carefully and thought, such as Roman, does he deserve to give him his loyalty? Who knows? Maybe this excitement with the soldiers is not an accident at all. On the day of the exam, the guys gathered at the Dmitri training ground. Laughter and voices were heard everywhere, offering to have a beer after the exam. Then let the one who failed pay. Was that really true? Lucas frowned and thought, what if everything he heard was true? In that case, which should he choose? Perhaps those gathered here were tormented by the same doubts, participants who doubted the veracity of the rumors. Once Roman's true nature was revealed, then the moment of choice would come. What was going on? Everyone suddenly became silent. Lucas turned around and looked in surprise in the direction from which Roman had appeared. He thought no one had given the order, but everyone unconsciously bowed their heads, making way. The rumors were true. Roman walked up the stairs and ordered them to raise their heads. As they knew from the announcement, today he would choose 30 soldiers here to fight for him. However, he had a few words before he began. He, Roman Dmitri, was not going to waste time on the outskirts of the kingdom. He will always fight to rise to a position higher than his current one, and he will not escape deadly battles in the process. Therefore, those who took serving under him lightly can retreat at least now. Later, having given their lives on the battlefield, they will feel regret, but not because of hatred for him, who drove them to fight, but because of annoyance that they could not be there to see him rise to the top of the continent. Lucas wondered, what was he even talking about? What top of the continent, if even his position in the family is extremely precarious? There must be a limit to arrogance, but for some reason he felt that it was quite possible. Chris stepped forward and said, now he will tell them about the method of conducting the first stage of the exam. It's simple. The participants must stand at the designated place. The archer present will shoot 3 arrows at the participant. The arrow will be shot almost point blank and can either stick into the boards behind the back or pierce the participant's body, causing a fatal wound. Only those who do not move until all 3 arrows are released will earn the right to pass the first stage. The exam is held in the order of the named queue. Dirk, let him take the lead. Morrison is next. He needs to prepare and wait nearby. Morrison stood to the side and thought, even though he said so, but would he really have to endure it? If he thought sensibly, where would you find a madman who would conduct the selection of soldiers through death? He was sure that this shooter had incredible skills. He would never make a mistake. The archer pulled the arrow and fired towards Dirk, and Morrison thought, right, this is a mental battle. You need to endure, believing that nothing will happen. The arrow will definitely fly. Suddenly an arrow hit Dirk's leg, which greatly surprised everyone present. Dirk fell to the floor and screamed loudly, and Chris called for a military doctor. He ordered a stretcher to be brought immediately. The knight answered, yes. The guy asked, is that what they were told, that they should be prepared for injuries? Another guy screamed, that can't be. Chris said, next Morrison. He stood still and thought, an arrow pierced the thigh, and if it had not been the thigh but the head, then instant death. Morrison stood aside and said, this is madness. He took part to get a chance to become a knight through a soldier. Chris looked at him and thought, everything is as the master said. He said that the behavior of the second participant will be considered a refusal. All those who are afraid of catching an arrow, it is not too late to give up. Those who grit their teeth and continue to endure, even if wounded by an arrow, will earn the right to pass the stage. So, all you cowards, let them get out of the square immediately, Roman said a while ago, so then he will explain their roles once again. Tomorrow, in the first stage of the exam, they will actually be hit by an arrow. This archer is famous throughout the area. His arrows will not cause fatal wounds. The archer smiled and said that they did not have to worry. He would not make a mistake. Roman said, for this, the next reward awaits them. Chris stepped forward and opened the chest, which contained gold coins. MC said, there will also be a military doctor on duty nearby. The wounds will not cause serious harm, but one way or another, they will be hit by an arrow. Do they still agree? The guys all shouted in unison. Yes. Roman spoke. If they have no questions, they can leave. The boys answered, yes, young master. They all left the room, and Chris asked, master, why do you need to go to such lengths? Roman sat down in a chair and answered, he will not be able to find the people he needs by threatening them with danger in words. In order for the truth to be revealed, it is necessary to expose their lives to real danger. Even if only 1 arrow out of 1,000 misses, with a 1% probability, most of the volunteers will be overcome with fear. Chris asked a question. Then what conditions must be met to become his man? Roman answered, he needs people with an unbending willpower, namely those born with the hearts of a wild beast. Chris asked again, the heart of a wild beast? MC answered, right? Those who have the heart of a wild beast, they will quickly become stronger, even if they have to start from the very bottom, and only such people will be able to be at one with him. Currently, shouts were heard on the training ground. What kind of abnormal exam is this? If someone dies, will they take responsibility for his life? He is not even an aristocrat from the central government. The guy does not want to give his life for Roman Dmitri. He will simply refuse. Someone also decided not to go. Chris looked around carefully and thought, about 100 people were eliminated. He turned to the young master, and he thought, the heart of a wild beast. This is an innate talent, like Kevin, who did not hesitate to take up a knife, having received an order to cut off his hand, or Chris, who after a shameful loss, asked the winner for a way to become stronger. Such criteria can indicate a person born with the heart of a wild beast, and no matter how strong those who cannot do this, they will never win a fight with a creature different from them in origin. The exam should select people of this category. Roman said that they will continue the exam. Lucas stood in the crowd and thought, this guy was at the inn yesterday, did he not leave? At least his words were sincere. Henderson was shaking and scared, thinking that this was his chance to swear allegiance to Roman. He couldn't just give up without a fight. He was standing near the wooden wall, pursing his lips. Suddenly, an arrow hit next to his head, and he thought, or maybe he should really give up? Everything would lose its meaning with death. The second arrow hit the boards behind Henderson, and the third hit right between his legs. Chris reported that Henderson had passed, after which he fell to his knees and exhaled. Lucas grinned and thought, a little more and he would have surrendered himself. You could say he was lucky. He passed the first stage so unhindered. Excluding those who surrendered, there were 400 participants in total, and 120 people passed the first stage. Roman stood in the center, folding his arms across his chest and thinking, The first stage helped to decide which of them could still be useful to him. There are those who tremble all over after the check, and those whose faces are impassive. In his opinion, the difference between them is not that great. The only thing that matters is the courage that can overcome your own fears. Everyone has their own story and their own goal, and they need to choose the diamond in the rough. Those who, even when faced with it, do not feel fear, but awe. Roman said, they passed the first stage of the exam. This test proved their worth as warriors, but he will only let 30 people through, so he will test them again during the second stage of the exam. If by chance they pass the exam and become his people, then they will be able to live their lives as predators. Lucas widened his eyes in surprise and thought, live as predators? MC said, so it is time for the second stage of the exam to begin. The way to conduct it is simple. As they can see, wooden swords of different shapes are prepared here. The type and quantity do not matter. He ordered to choose a sword that they like and prove their worth in a duel with him. Lucas smirked and thought, is he going to fight all 120 participants alone? Roman said he doesn't expect them to win. Whoever can stand against him for at least a minute will immediately be credited with a stage and will be given conditions in a position higher than the existing ones. A guy stepped forward and said that he would try first. Silence hung in the air, and Roman asked, name? The guy introduced himself. He was Vulcan. MC asked, is he sure this sword will do? Vulcan answered, it is not a problem. He thought about it. Roman's ego pierced the sky. Maybe the rumors about him single-handedly destroying the Bloodfangs are true. But even so, he will not defeat him in 1 minute. Chris picked up the hourglass and said to get ready. Vulcan thought, he will pass if he holds out for just a minute, but he is not going to do that. Even if in the future he can become his master, but here and now he must clearly imprint what he is. Chris abruptly turned the hourglass and shouted, start. Vulcan swung his sword but flew past MC, who quickly dodged to the side. He fell to the ground and screamed, there you go. Roman put his sword on him and said, next. Lucas's eyes widened in surprise and thought, different. He dodged with such a light and fast movement that it seemed completely different. Is it possible to move like that? The first stage of the exam is nothing compared to this one in terms of difficulty. The moment Vulcan lost to Roman, all the people had one thought, Roman is strong. However, it seemed to them that if the fights continued, over time Roman would begin to run out of steam, and it would become easier to resist him. An hour had passed since the beginning of the second stage of the exam. The 60th fight was over. 60th loss. Roman said, next. He does not even show signs of fatigue. Henderson looked at him in surprise and thought, the words he said before the start now made sense. Roman is a predator who decides for himself how to live in a world dominated by natural selection. You only have to look at him to believe that Roman's words are coming true. Now, he is still considered a fool of the Dmitri family. But right now, everyone is presented with a fateful chance to become a Roman man, which may not come again. But how do they propose to stand up to this monster? Chris said that if the next participant does not come forward, everyone present will be expelled. The guys started pushing each other so that one of them would go first. Lucas came out and said, yes, he is coming. The 61st participant, Lucas, he stood in front of the MC and thought, a monster. Roman Dmitri is a monster. Even if we do not take into account his amazing power, he is overwhelming with just his aura. Roman Dmitri is not at all like he remembers. As he himself said, Roman is not the one who will rot on the outskirts. It is obvious that one day he will subjugate the continent. He does not care if it is 8 pieces of silver or whatever. He will give himself only a year to find out if Roman's words were true. So first, Chris turned over the clock and said, let's begin. Lucas decided that he had to pass this test first. Chris looked at him carefully and thought. He rushed forward without hesitation. Except for the first participant, no one could withstand. Besides, this is the way of attack. With the sword, he aims for the head. With the dagger, he aims for the heart. Lucas approached MC, but he quickly blocked the strike. He thought, he dodged the dagger by taking a step back and lunged with a wooden sword? Then how can he do this? Lucas threw the dagger towards MC, but he quickly blocked it. He jumped back and thought, well, he knew this wouldn't work. Usually, if you press on without stopping, there will be a gap in the opponent's defense. But Roman is like a sturdy wall. However, he can't stop. Just one delay and he's finished. In order to last a minute, he must maintain the lead in attack. Roman smiled and thought, Lucas, I think, not bad. It's not the best choice on the battlefield, but it's a suitable solution for a duel. He clearly has strong instincts. In that case, he's not going to leave him alone after a minute. 1 minute is the limit. The purpose of this exam, in the first meeting, is to hammer into their heads how great the leader they will follow is. He suggested that he end it. Lucas's eyes widened in surprise when MC slashed at him with his sword. A B-rank mercenary, this is the limit of his efforts. If an ordinary person puts in all their efforts, putting their life on the line, they can obtain the B-rank qualification. But without mastering mana, the A-rank realm is unavailable to them. Starting from the A-rank, one must have a powerful strength that surpasses others, and the main condition for this is the bloom of mana. Therefore, he has reached his limit. No matter how much he struggles, he cannot escape the B-rank realm. And yet, he survived. On the battlefield that takes away many lives, time after time, and in the process, he realized one thing. In order to survive, to win, he must use all methods and tricks indiscriminately. Lucas stood up and poured sand from the bag into Roman's eyes. Chris's eyes widened in surprise and thought, did he spill sand? He only needed to hold on for a minute. There were no further rules. Roman pushed Lucas back, and he stood up again and screamed, He swung his blade and widened his eyes in surprise when he saw Roman's serious look. Eyes, red from the sand, looked straight at him. Lucas laughed and dropped the blade from his hand and said, "He surrenders. Heavenly Demon Sect." In the sect, before directly starting to master martial arts, the very first training is this: a way to keep your eyes open. If you blink just once during an exchange of blows, you can say goodbye to life. Just as the sequence of breathing is important during circulation in Neigong, so in a fight, impeccable calculations are important, right down to blinking. For this, they were trained to keep their eyes open in any situation. MC remembered his past and thought, we are talking about absolutely any situation. At the present time, Lucas said that he surrenders. After a while, Lucas held out a flask of water and said, "Here, this is water." MC took it and began to wash his eyes, and Lucas shyly thought, if he had known that this would happen, he would not have used sand. He lasted a minute, using any means and methods, and as a result, he received a pass. What a terrible outcome. Lucas looked at Roman and thought he was disappointed in him. No, he must have never had any hopes in the first place. He would take out his anger on him, or maybe even punish him. I wonder what kind of punishment he would get. Suddenly MC interrupted his thoughts and said, "Next." Lucas's eyes widened in surprise and thought he wasn't angry, and he wouldn't even ask why he used a forbidden move. MC thought about it. He knew about Lucas's plan in advance. When he jumped and dodged, he saw his hand reach for the bag, but he wanted to see everything he could do, so he purposely didn't dodge. Lucas is an experienced fighter, seasoned by hardships. He doesn't even know how much blood he's seen, but he can tell you with confidence. The blood spilled that he saw during Baekjeongik's time is enough to fill an ocean, and a heavenly demon did this. Roman asked, "No one else?" After a while, the hourglass was almost finished counting, and the guy jumped through the air and threw a stone towards the MC. Chris thought, a precedent called Lucas happened. Now the participants use any methods and means to hold out for a minute. Lucas looked at the battles and thought, unfair methods are not a condition for elimination, but once they cross the line, they cannot hope to get off easy. The guy fell to the ground and howled loudly in pain, clutching his face. Roman said, "Next." Lucas looked at the guy and thought, maybe if he had not given up in the middle, he would have ended up like him. By the way, this situation, what is going on? This is simply impossible. This is already the 100th duel. 2 whole hours have passed since the exam began, and he is not only sweating, he has not even lost his breath. A mountain of corpses, a sea of blood. Playing with death, he will not get an indulgence just because he is exhausted. If he can't control his breathing, his movements will slow down, and then he'll become one of the corpses scattered on the ground. So he needs to learn his own fighting method. Roman ordered himself to inhale once and exhale again. The natural mana obtained through breathing, which consists of a series of processes, circulates throughout the body, removing fatigue from the body. Together with moderate control of the physical body, strengthened by changing the bones, it keeps the body in its original state. During the time of the subjugation of Murim, he even had to fight continuously for 4 days. Such an easy duel will never exhaust his stamina. After a while, Chris ordered all the participants to gather. 0 people passed the second stage of the exam. However, this does not mean that no one passed. Among the 120 people present here, 30 people who passed the stage will be selected, and they will announce the names later. Everyone has worked hard. They can disperse. After a while, Roman handed over a piece of paper and said, "This is the list of those who passed." He entrusts all 30 of them to him. He will train them. Chris nodded his head and replied, "Okay." He looked at it carefully and thought, are these the ones who passed the selection? Vulcan, he is the first one to challenge. MC must have praised his courage. And Henderson? But his level is pretty mediocre. Did he overlook something? He understands the choice of everyone else. But Chris said in surprise, "Lucas passed too." MC replied, "Yes. Is there a problem with that?" Chris replied, he admits that Lucas is a B-rank mercenary and has decent qualities. But in this fight, he not only went for a dirty trick, but also immediately surrendered before the fight was finished when he thought he had already lost. It is obvious that such a guy will be poison on the battlefield. He is a typical mercenary. He will leave his honor, comrades, and do everything to survive. As a soldier responsible for him, he will not allow such a guy. Roman interrupted him and replied, that is why he chose him. Chris asked, puzzled, what did he mean? MC answered, as he said, Lucas is a cowardly guy who doesn't care about honor. However, in a situation where no one even thought of using a trick, he found a real way to counter it and put it into action. This type, on the contrary, will shine on the battlefield. They will always find a way to survive and open a way out for him. Then the answer question. The fact that Lucas used a cowardly way means that he will abandon his comrades? Chris froze at what he heard and remembered Jonathan's words. That those who survive on the battlefield are not knights who can use aura like him and him. Those who are on the verge of death always cold-bloodedly assess the situation and calculate their actions. They can survive until the very end. So he must always remember, no matter how strong a swordsman he is, those who act silently behind him and wait for the right moment can cut him down at any time. At present, Chris frowned and thought, yes, that was true. Lucas's decision was effective. This time, he was thinking too narrowly again. He asked the master to explain one more thing to him. There is one thing he still can't understand. There are still 5 months until he is going to the battlefield. Moreover, the aristocrats are not dragged to the front lines just because they are conscripted. Then what is the reason for conscripting soldiers so early? MC replied, he must be announcing it right now, the official statement of the Barco family. They remembered the past promise and have been waiting for Lawrence's decision all this time. However, they have dishonored the honor of the aristocracy and undermined the trust of the Barcos. They endured for a long time, but in the end, they decided to draw their sword. Lawrence's guilt is obvious. They have not repaid the debt left by their ancestors, and they have shown the height of disrespect by not wanting to give up the lands left as collateral. Thus, with this statement, they are notifying the people of the Cairo kingdom. If Lawrence does not give up the lands left as guarantor within the next week, the Barco family line, with the approval of the central government, will declare a feudal war with Lawrence. Chris cried out in surprise. Sir, really? Roman replied, that's right. From now on, they are preparing to intervene in the war between Barco and Lawrence. At this time, Flora heard the words, Madame Flora, they are strangers to each other now, so he will solve his problems himself. Barco took a large sum from the gold bank. Does she understand what this means? It means that only war awaits them ahead. The one who must cling to this marriage is Lawrence. He wants to share his destiny with a person who will trust in what he personally experiences, regardless of how the whole world evaluates Roman Dmitri. Therefore, he insists that the marriage agreement be dissolved without changes. It is her fault. She destroyed their family line. Flora woke up from a strong fright and began to breathe heavily. She grabbed her head and asked what she had done anyway. After a while, someone asked, was it because of the marriage arrangement being broken? The maid said that after returning from Dimitri's estate, she locked herself in her room and wouldn't come out. They say that the arrangement was broken because of Mrs. Flora's mistake. What did she do to make this fool reject her first? More importantly, what will happen to them? The maid said, sure. There is talk of an upcoming war with Barco, judging by the Lord, the situation. At that moment, Flora was sitting in the room and thinking. She thought that she had a bright head. She graduated from the advanced course of the academy with honors, and looking at the happy smile of her father, intended for her, she considered herself a good daughter. But the reality is that without the support of her family, she is a useless hothouse plant. Dmitri is a fool. No need to make her laugh. She is the only fool here. She no longer has the courage to look her father in the face. What would that man do in her place? If you think about it, Roman is the complete opposite of her. No one demanded anything from Roman and did not place any hopes on him. He single-handedly, with his own strength, defeated the gang of Bloody Fangs, decisively acting in the name of his family line. Flora sat on the bed with her head bowed and thought, did he really act alone without anyone's help? Since when was he so strong? How did he manage to do something like this? Although no, besides the fact that it was initially possible, he was able to do such a thing only thanks to determination alone. Unlike him, at that moment, her thoughts were interrupted by the butler, who knocked on the door and said, Lady Flora, they have brought food. He exchanged glances with the maid, and then his eyes widened in surprise. He asked, Lady Flora? She replied that she needed to go to the library. She thought about it. Father is doing his best to enlist the help of other families, but in the current situation, there is no place where they can help. Just like Roman Dmitri single-handedly defeated the Bloodfangs, they themselves must find a way to resolve this problem. After a while, the servant said, Lord, the Martel family line rejected their offer. The Viscount told him to try contacting the Bastra family line. The servant replied that the Bastra family line rejected the offer. They said that they will support the construction of the circulation channels they have always asked for, but they cannot help in this matter. Lord. Anyway, due to the pressure from Barco, it will be difficult to get outside help in the current situation. The Viscount grabbed the book, and after a while, the man screamed. There are rumors that those who try to interfere in this northeastern conflict will definitely face Barco's revenge. After a while, the guy read out a message. If within the next week the Lawrences do not pay their debt or give up the lands pledged as collateral, the Barco family line, with the approval of the central government, will declare a feudal war. At this moment, Flora was sitting at the table in front of the books and thinking, there was only a week left before the war, the maximum that the Lawrences can get in the current situation. The Viscount slammed his fist on the table and screamed, damn it. Both of them were very involved before the conflict in order to curry favor, and now they pretend they do not exist. Has the answer come from the gold bank? The guy answered, yes. They said that they would consider the offer to hand over the land as collateral, but most likely, it will not be limited to a week. Given their huge investment in Barco, they figured it would be more profitable for them to help Barco than Lawrence. The Viscount grabbed his face and said, in the end, all that they've achieved with sweat and blood doesn't really matter. The man said, perhaps it would be better for them to surrender. Because of Barco, they are deprived of outside help, and the difference in power is obvious. So if they surrender and do as they wish, they will protect innocent soldiers, and they will be able to keep at least some of the family lands. Everyone looked down sadly, and the Viscount said, there is meaning in these words. Suddenly, a servant interrupted him and said, Lord, Lady Flora sent word that she wishes to see him. The Viscount asked again, Flora? He's busy now. Later. At that moment, Flora herself opened the door and said, Father, she has something to talk to him about. Father cried out, what? At that moment, Roman said, It is as he said, the war between Barco and Lawrence. He plans to involve the family named Dimitri in this battle. Romero asked if he even understood what this meant. MC replied yes. Romero shouted in irritation. He understands, and still says it? The war between Barco and Lawrence. It is a legal battle approved by the central government. After his arranged marriage with Lawrence's daughter was broken, their reputation was in tatters. If Dimitri interferes, the aristocrats of the northeastern part will break their agreements with them, and in the worst case, the central government can send an army to defeat Dimitri. If he decided to help Lawrence because of a mere whim, then he had better stop, and he had already decided that he had grown up. Roman interrupted him and said, "Father, what would he like his future life to be?" Romero clenched his jaw and shouted in irritation. Why did he suddenly mention this? MC replied that his desire to interfere in the Barco War was not because of a mere whim at all. Father, in fact, Barco's eldest son, Anthony, recently tried to threaten him. This was done because Barco was afraid that his marriage could interfere with their plans. He has no evidence to prove what happened that day. However, this is what he thought. Even though people consider Dimitri to be the real power in the Northeast, Barco thinks that they have already subdued them, and even with his strength and power, he does nothing. They must think that father is completely satisfied with the current situation. However, he, Roman Dimitri, is different. He desires power and is not going to silently watch as not only Barco, but anyone else denigrates Dimitri's name. There are enough reasons. Also, Barco came up with a non-existent reason to declare war. For those who have power in their hands, the reason is nothing more than a joke. A new life. He still feels like he is crossing an ocean. But one thing is for sure, his true identity as Baek Jumyuk has not changed at all. His life should be filled with power. Roman frowned and said, he is not asking to borrow the power of the family line. His intervention is dictated by a personal reason. Because he is Roman Dimitri, so the father should simply observe what steps he will take and how he is going to live his future life. Romero remembered his conversation with his wife. No matter how much you climb up, you can't change your origin. No matter what feats you perform, no matter how much wealth you accumulate, even if you occupy land in the domains, you will still remain a commoner. She noted that his words meant that in the capital, he cooperated with other aristocrats. He laughed and sat down next to her, saying that one could immediately understand their attitude towards him by their eyes alone. They looked at an aristocrat who was not their equal. She smiled and asked if he wanted to change this. He told her that this was not the case at all. He was quite satisfied with his current life. He did not want to go out of his way to get something else, but he hoped that his sons would be different. He hoped that, unlike him, who was content with small domains on the outskirts, these children would go beyond their status and aim for higher places. And now his eldest son was sitting in front of him. His confident look said that he would not be able to stop him, but he dreamed that this moment would come someday. He looked at his hand and realized that at some point his sore finger had grown so much. He allowed his son do as he saw fit, and let him say if he needed his help. He put his fist to his chest and declared that he was his son and he was his father. Whatever he did, he would not have to bear the responsibility alone. His words made Roman smile, and then headed to an entire area set aside for blacksmithing. He looked at the sign and thought, is this here? The words that Dimitri's forge was the largest in the kingdom were not an empty phrase. It was a workshop in which several blacksmiths could work at once, and there were as many as 30 such workshops on this street. He kept thinking how Dimitri could accumulate such wealth, but this sight dispelled all his questions. The iron mine on the outskirts of the estate is considered the largest in terms of deposits in the kingdom. Dimitri's blacksmiths have great skill, which allows them to sell the iron they personally mined at a high price. For this reason, the aristocracy of the northeastern region of the kingdom does not intend to spoil relations with the barony of Dimitri. It's not that they are simply afraid of the power of the barony's influence. If the kingdom of Cairo stops receiving iron weapons forged from their ore, then this alone will deal a crushing blow to the kingdom. So he is here. A man who can even be called a symbol of the Dimitri family line is a master blacksmith. Before going here, he told his father that he plans to settle everything on his own. But he needs his help with something, combat weapons for his soldiers. Then his father advised him to go to Master Hendrik. Previously as the head, he decided all the issues of the forge, but with the receipt of the title, began to deal with this, with whom they worked together. As the master of their line, he is responsible for all iron production. If he says that it is his request, he will provide him with everything he needs. MC nodded and thanked him. But his father warned him that when he comes there, he needs to remember one thing. Dimitri's blacksmiths have a strong self-confidence. They will not be loyal to him just because he was born in the castle. Only someone who understands iron and has the skills to operate it will be able to earn the trust of true blacksmiths. As he walked down the street, he caught many displeased looks and thought that everything was as he said. Besides, considering Roman's past behavior, such an attitude does not seem strange at all. He found the forge he needed, where Hendrik met him and asked what he needed there. MC said that he knew that his father told him in advance about the reason for his visit. The man remembered this and clarified, He needed equipment for 30 people? He thought he had run out of money for entertainment again and had come to steal something to sell. Roman didn't understand what he was talking about, and the blacksmith pointed to a pile of scrap metal in the other corner and told him to pick something out of the pile himself and leave. That would be enough to outfit 30 men. It looked like trash, and MC asked if he was offering him to take it. He confirmed that he was, and he headed towards the armor, asking him if that was the best he could do. He was starting to irritate the blacksmith, and he told him to get lost if he wasn't happy with it. But he wasn't going to just leave. He picked up the sword and said that it seemed like Dimitri's iron products were unfairly reputed to be the best in Cairo. This trash he passes off as weapons for soldiers? He asked again if this was really his limit, causing the old man to shudder with rage, after which he exclaimed that he swears that Dimitri's iron products are of the best quality in Cairo. How dare he, who has never shed a drop of sweat in front of a red-hot brazier, evaluate Dimitri's iron products? Unless his father had personally asked for it, he would not have given it to him. While his younger brother Rodwell had been doing his bidding for years as the heir, he, the eldest son, was chasing skirts in the streets and wasting his life. Does he understand what he's talking about? He's even more of an incorrigible piece of trash than all those things lying on the ground. He can't do anything, being the eldest son. He's just an incompetent piece of trash. Roman calmly said that it wasn't that he couldn't understand his anger. However, this sword has a tint as if it had simply been left in the sun, and the craftsman had failed to distribute the force evenly during the forging process. Most likely, this is the result of an inexperienced blacksmith's unsuccessful forging. Therefore, it can't be called Dimitri's product. And since he can't deny it, he didn't call it trash but decided to criticize it with it, right? Hendrik was surprised by his words, and MC swung his sword and said that his soldier had just died because he couldn't cut the enemy with that trash sword. The blade with an uneven surface couldn't perfectly cut through the flesh, and the soldier who couldn't pull out the sword, stuck in his muscles, lost his head with a confused expression on his face. How unfair is that? He tried his best to survive, but because of the trash that his terrible master gave him, he was left with no choice but to die. Hendrik asked him irritably what he was trying to say, but he ignored him and took the chainmail and asked what he thought the purpose of wearing armor was. In order to protect the body from an enemy attack at least once, the armor must withstand its bulky weight. However, the soldier who put on that iron chainmail he got his hands on was betrayed by his armor and killed. He believed that these tightly woven pieces of iron would protect his body, but the experimental product of the nameless blacksmith could not stop the enemy's attack, and he eventually died. Hendrik was already getting nervous and asked again what he was trying to tell him. Roman asked in response, did he still not understand what he meant? Of course he would be angry. The eldest son had never been interested in the affairs of the forge, and here he only showed up when he needed help and began to evaluate the products. He understands his thoughts and feelings, but he crossed the line. He plunged his sword into the chainmail and said that if he suddenly did not recognize the trash in the products lying on the ground, his loyal soldiers would entrust their lives to trash, suspecting nothing. This is not something to avenge personal petty grievances. The lives of 30 people depend on it, and even if he did not know about it, he turned his back on the truth. Can he safely call himself a master representing the family name of the Dimitri clan? He came closer and exclaimed that because of the trash that he gave him for personal reasons, innocent people almost died. With these words, he drove the old man into a dead end, and in addition pressed on his feelings. He realized his mistake and began to justify himself. But MC did not let him finish and said that his intentions do not matter. The purpose of the weapon and armor is extremely clear. He asked on behalf of his father, and as a result received this trash. Can his actions be regarded as disobedience to his father? He knows that he did not intend to show disobedience to his father. He simply did not want to give him good equipment. But this problem in itself can be regarded as disobedience. This is not just his personal request. The owner of this land ordered him to equip him with a good weapon and armor. Now the hierarchy was demonstrated. The moment when the line between the Lord and the servant is erased, the hierarchy and order collapse, and both the devoted servant and the servant, who was like a friend, must be punished to the utmost if they cross these lines. Roman firmly repeated his question, and Hendrik said excitedly that he would never show disobedience. The other blacksmiths slowly began to gather around them. MC asked the old man to explain why he gave him such equipment, and then one of the blacksmiths intervened, asking what was going on here. He pointed his finger at Roman and exclaimed that this was such impudence. How dare he behave like this to Master Hendrik? The other blacksmith said that he did not know what was going on here, but he could no longer bear to see the fool of the Dmitri family dare to pick on their master. And when they saw that he had a sword in his hand, their ardor flared up even more, and they began to verbally attack him, thinking that he was going to do something to Hendrik. MC was calm. They were about to grab him, but Hendrik ordered them to stop. One of them wanted to object, but he ordered everyone to be silent, after which there was silence for a few seconds. He bowed his head and apologized to Roman, admitting that what happened was entirely his fault. He remembered his past. His mentor hit him and exclaimed that not only could he not do as he was told, but he was also doing all sorts of nonsense. He told him that he was not yet ready to forge a sword on his own. Let him take his trash right now. If he does this again, he will never set foot in the forge again. After he was scolded, he went to chop wood and began to mutter all sorts of curses with resentment. He wouldn't call him the head of the forge. He doesn't even teach him anything. He only sends him on small errands, and if something happens, he immediately pounces on him with his fists. How long will it take until he becomes a blacksmith? His mentor's voice was heard from the forge, exclaiming indignantly, "Is trade a toy for him?" The buyer said that he understands that this money is not enough to buy a good sword, but this is all his savings. If he sells him a sword, then later he will pay him back 10 times more. All he has is a strong body. He needs a weapon to earn money. The blacksmith was not going to give up the sword and told him to go beg somewhere else, and the man began to beg him, saying that he must somehow take care of his family. Hendrik quietly looked into the forge and his mentor ordered the buyer to get out of here. After that, the man left upset, but soon, Hendrik caught up with him with a sword in his hands. He asked him to wait, and then gave him the sword he had recently made, which the man was very surprised about. Hendrik said that he had heard his story in the workshop. If he needed a weapon, let him take at least this one. The man was very happy and asked him to take at least 1 coin, but he refused the money, since he was going to throw the sword away anyway. He should be grateful that the sword made by his own hands would be useful somewhere. The man was so grateful to him that he broke into a smile, and Hendrik, looking at his face, could not help but smile too. But after a few days, this happy expression was replaced by horror and confusion. This man was found dead. Nausea immediately rose to his throat and he ran away from the crowd of onlookers, and one of them said that this guy took up the defense of the trade guild and died himself. Poor boy, if only his sword hadn't broken in the fight with the bandit, he would be alive. According to them, everyone else was alive, and it was the sword that played a decisive role. What will happen to his wife and child now? Hendrik felt very bad then, because for him it was the same as if he had killed that man with his own hands. Since then, he swore that it would never happen again, but he almost made that mistake again. Just because he disliked Roman, he was going to repeat the events of that day. How pathetic he is. He said that he would pay for his actions, and MC said that if he repents of what he did, then he will not ask anything more from him. He offered him to get back to business. He knows that he is an outstanding blacksmith, so he asks him to prepare him uniforms for 30 soldiers. As already said, he does not think that he intentionally disobeyed the order. Most likely it is because of disgust towards him. He more than understands his feelings, therefore he would like to bury their mistakes. All he needs are swords and armor that will protect the lives of his soldiers. Hendrik looked at him in surprise. Just now he whipped him with a whip until his skin was scarlet, and now, with his eloquence, he offers carrots. Of course he knows about the rumors, but how could he change so much? He took a deep breath and realized that this is not the same Roman anymore. He decided to apologize to him once again for what happened, and promised that this will not happen again. And as an apology, he will prepare swords and armor for the soldiers from the best iron, which Dmitri is proud of. MC liked his words and he smiled, after which the blacksmith ordered everyone to return to their places and get to work. The furnaces flared up and work began in full swing in the hot forge. Meanwhile, Roman decided to ask what the previous owner of the body did. It turns out he stole Master Hendrik's sword. One of the blacksmiths wasn't surprised at all that he didn't remember it. The alcohol had completely clouded his mind back then. It was 3 years ago. The Lord had deprived him of his pocket money, and in order to get it, he secretly snuck into the forge and stole the sword, after which he sold it to a roadside vendor for a pittance. The sword he stole was the master's greatest creation. It took only half a year to draw it, and then the master spent 3 months in the forge without leaving to finish it. Nevertheless, he sold it to a roadside vendor for a pittance. He must not know what it's like to have your best creation, which couldn't find an owner, sold for a pittance. This made him uneasy. Did that mean the previous Roman had crossed the line? He got out of the Martin and Hendrik called out to him, forcing him to stop. He said that he had not forgiven him completely for that incident. For his mistakes, he would fulfill his request, but he still cannot allow his eldest son to interfere in the affairs of the forge. Let him remember, the foundation of Dmitri was laid in the forge. If in the future there comes a day when even one trash sword comes out of his hands, then maybe he will look at it again. MC smiled and said that it was time for him to go. He would return when the equipment was completed. After his words, he headed to the workshop where his solitary training took place. Looking at the anvil, he told it with a smile that they had not seen each other for a long time, and then looked around. As ordered, complete order was brought here, and all the equipment was present. He lit the furnace and decided to get to work, and at the same time he remembered the time spent in Murim. He was 18 when he was determined to personally forge the sword. During the period when the successor of the demonic sect was not confirmed, a bloody war broke out between his brothers. That night, he could not sleep a wink due to the endless assassination attempts. His 11th older brother, Bei Chenghin, suddenly attacked him, intending to take his life. Although the difference in their fighting skills was not great, but then the sword that he took as the apple of his eye could not withstand his attack and broke. His older brother pounced on him, and when their eyes met, a clanging sound was heard. In the end, he emerged victorious from this battle. He killed his brother with the broken sword, and freed from the feeling of near death, he thought that he needed a sword that would not break during battle, and would ideally be able to convey his current abilities. He needed his own sword. From that day on, unlike the other brothers, he sought out blacksmiths and learned the technique of forging a sword. And in anticipation of the decisive battle, he forged a sword that suited his strength. So he fought hundreds, 1,000 battles, changing his sword every year. The 39th sword he forged then, he called the Heavenly Demon's Sword. It became a treasure that no amount of money could buy. And from that moment on, in anticipation of the upcoming war, it was time to create his own sword for his new life. Standing by the hot furnace, he hammered the steel according to a certain rhythm and applying a certain force. He repeated the same actions, and in a moment of obsession with a given goal, he finally felt a breakthrough. He struck the hammer once again and wondered, what is he living for? In order for the heavenly demon to become a father, he had to live in a world where the strong eats the weak. Having experienced many turning points, he was called the strongest master in the world. And he does not think that this is bad. It is the same now, he is simply true to the present. However, his current level will not allow him to withstand all the changes. In other words, he can only temper himself more. Roman's world is unfamiliar to him. Powerful opponents he doesn't know. Defeat is unacceptable. He took in more air into his lungs, and with it the flame. So he ignited the divine breath of flame within himself, and the heat became nothing to him. This is a technique of the followers of the demonic sect. Using the power of scorching flame, was nicknamed the Demon of Flame and helped accumulate mana in a short period of time. This is more than he can afford in his current miserable state. Frequent use of it harms the lungs and other internal organs, but now he needs the power that resists all the twists of fate. Meanwhile, Flora came to her father and the lords and said that at the moment they were at an impasse. There is no outside help in sight, and the difference in strength is obvious. There is an opinion that by surrendering, they should keep the family land, but she believes that they should never do that. Her father slammed his palm on the table and stood up, saying that instead of getting involved in a war they knew they would lose, and letting countless soldiers die, they could choose to capitulate for the sake of everyone else. She said that Barco had borrowed money from the gold bank using their connections with the central government. Most likely, they had been given this loan without collateral. The lords immediately began to whisper indignantly, and Flora pointed out that loans without collateral always had high interest rates. Barco wasn't the only one looking to profit in this war. Her father frowned, realizing where this was leading. Barco, who had borrowed the money, and the gold bank, who had given the loan. In order to get the benefit they wanted, both sides would tear this land apart after occupying Lawrence. The room fell silent. Her father returned to his seat and calmly asked how she proposed they proceed. She told him that there was only one way left, a life and death fight. It was the only way that would allow them to survive. The Viscount nervously clenched his fists and looked down, thinking about it. For a moment, he was filled with hope, looking at his daughter's bold statement. He thought that Flora, with her ability to see through the situation, would suggest an extraordinary solution. But in the end, it was within the bounds of the ordinary. He asked if the best she could suggest was to lock the fortress gates. She told him that she was not simply saying to endure. They needed to give up this year's harvest and set the fields ablaze, and by collecting maximum provisions, they could hold out until winter came. He was very surprised by her words, and she said that although the Barco family had been able to borrow a huge amount thanks to their connections with the central government, that was all. The interest on the loans would grow every minute. A huge power whose influence spanned the entire continent, a gold bank. If the war does not end quickly and the time drags on, then the Barco family will be pressured with interest. The gold bank is not the kind of power that can be intimidated by close ties to the central government. Mercenaries act for money, and this money comes from the gold bank. When winter comes, an unfavorable time for a siege of a fortress, they will fizzle out on their own. The Viscount was surprised by the train of thought of his daughter, and the lords really liked her idea, and the atmosphere in the meeting room was no longer so oppressive. They began to discuss, but the Viscount did not listen to them at all. He looked at his daughter and thought that when the incident with Dmitri happened, he decided that he had spoiled her too much. However, the truth was different. When did she manage to grow up so much? He rose from his seat and said that Flora's words were true. From now on, they would prepare for desperate resistance. They would hold out to the last and preserve the legacy of the Lawrence family. Even if the fortress walls collapse and death awaits them, they will fight to the very end and survive. Roman, meanwhile, finished forging the sword and watched it cool. After that, he left the workshop. For a person, Any event that happens for the first time will be considered special. This is his first sword in this world, a sword that will perfectly suit his current strength, and so he decided to take a name from this world for it, Salamander. Soon, Barco's messenger arrived at the fortress gate of Lawrence, which made the soldiers on the wall nervous. The messenger grinned, then unrolled the scroll and read out the message. They are given 3 options to choose from. The first is to let them open the fortress gate and surrender. Only capitulation is their only way to save their own lives. The second is to enter into a large-scale war against them. Under the supervision of the central government judge, they will go out onto the plain and determine the winner accordingly. A duel of mighty warriors is also possible. Any method would do to determine the winner, and they were willing to accept any method they proposed. Viscount Lawrence looked at him and then said that they did not consider the pretext under which the Barco family had declared war to be fair. The evidence of their ancestral debt had been falsified. He walked to the very edge of the wall and exclaimed that, moreover, he had no intention of sacrificing the people of Lawrence. Therefore, he should return at once and convey his words to the Viscount. The messenger did not let him finish and said that there was a third option. They must forget about the pride of their noble family line and lock themselves within the walls of the fortress, defending themselves to the death. The Barco family line accepted their decision and would wait for retribution for the blood spilled during the siege. After that, he left, leaving the soldiers and the Viscount himself in fear. And so, the war began. The Barco soldiers began the siege of the fortress. Archers fired at them from the top of the walls, but they still continued to move forward. Time passed. Viscount Barco was furious with their decision and called them arrogant idiots. The commander of his army thought that the army prepared by the Barco family line was more than 3 times larger than the Lawrence soldiers. However, he expected victory within an hour. The battle was going against their expectations. He told the Viscount that the Lawrence were fully prepared anyway. They had dug a deep channel along the walls, preventing the soldiers from getting any closer. And judging by the way they had shot so many arrows at the very beginning, they had gotten hold of a decent amount of military supplies. The Viscount clenched his fist in anger and wondered what had happened in just 1 week that the Lawrence had chosen to fight to the end. According to their calculations, they should have capitulated if they had any desire to defend their land. But in fact, they had locked the fortress gates, unafraid in the face of the death of their entire line. At what point had everything gone wrong? The commander asked what they would do, and he responded by ordering him to immediately prepare that very weapon. At the mention of it, the man shuddered, but did not argue, and the Viscount smirked and thought that Lawrence was not so strong. He would not be able to withstand Barco's pressure, just as he had sold his great treasure to Dmitri's family. In the face of danger, he would tremble like a true coward. Meanwhile, Viscount Lawrence ordered his soldiers to move. It was unknown when Barco's soldiers would attack them again. Let them gather their courage and quickly raise their weapons. After that, he turned to his daughter and admitted that she was right. Barco was confused and called off their soldiers. How did she come up with that? Having put on her armor, she went out onto the fortress wall and answered him that she realized that there was no point in waiting for everything to resolve itself, and that she needed to become stronger herself. From now on, this is how she was going to live. Her father's eyes filled with tears at her words, and he asked her for forgiveness for forcing her to marry Dmitri. At the time, it seemed to him that this was the only way to save their family line. However, now, no matter what happens, he believes that she will make the right choice. She looked at him with a smile, and then a deafening roar was heard. An explosion occurred, due to which the fortress wall was heavily damaged, and she, guessing what it was, excitedly ran to the edge and looked down. Her guess was confirmed. It was a powerful weapon in the form of a catapult called flare. Lawrence's soldiers were very nervous about this. No one suspected that Barco would prepare such a thing. Flare is a magical weapon of the catapult type, throwing a huge explosion magic at the fortress walls. Since it is a strategic resource, one charge of which requires tens of gold, it cannot be used without the permission of the central government, no matter how rich the owner of this weapon is. Flora clenched her fist nervously. Even with the huge loan, she didn't think that Barco had the power and connections to let them rent Flare. There were only 2 ways to stop Flare: counter it with a magical weapon of the same level, or open the gate and go out themselves to destroy it manually. Both methods were impossible. Now all they could do was give up. Her thoughts were interrupted by a maid, who excitedly told her that a magical message had arrived. She turned around in confusion, and the woman said that Roman Dmitri asked her to give this to her. He had a way to help, so let her take the message. She looked at her in surprise and thought, Roman Dmitri wants to help them? After that, she contacted him and asked what he meant by a way to help Lawrence in a time of danger. He answered her directly. For personal reasons, he plans to take revenge on the Barco family line. The decision has already been made. The only question is when he will carry out his revenge. If they agreed to follow his plan, he would move up his timeline and set out immediately to destroy Barco. She looked at him in confusion and asked what this plan required of them. He told her it was simple: if Lawrence sacrificed themselves first and provided a battlefield, he swears on Dimitri's name that he would use all his strength to help them. Flora understood everything. He must have suggested this, knowing their situation. It was difficult for her to make a decision, but there was no other choice, even if he so shamelessly told them to sacrifice themselves. She promised him that she would do anything if it meant protecting her family, and MC said there was one more thing. Let them give him a reason to join the war. He needed a reason, since the arranged marriage had already been broken. She asked in confusion, how could she create a reason? He suggested that she announce that Anthony Barco had harassed her, and she became very nervous. He said that even though they had never crossed paths, she needed to announce the harassment that had caused her to break the arranged marriage with Dimitri. Perhaps her value in the eyes of the aristocracy would be greatly reduced, and she would lose her beautiful reputation as the flower of Lawrence. However, if she, as the daughter of an aristocrat, gave up a lot, she would be able to get a strong reason that would resolve her family's crisis. And this reason would allow him to intervene in the war. She pressed her trembling hands to her chest, not knowing what to do. And Roman said that if she decided to do this, then she should say that he had harassed her to break off the engagement, because at that moment she was still his person, and he never forgives those who touch his people. She pursed her lips and thought about his words, and in the meantime flare fired again, and the soldiers caught in the fire burned alive. Since part of the fortress wall was destroyed, they hurried to quickly install an iron fence. In the meantime, Flora finally made up her mind. She answered him with a trembling voice that she had already said that she would accept any of his conditions, so he should immediately deal with all the scum of Barco. She shouted the last words in a fit of emotion. In the meantime, one of the enemy soldiers clung to the fortress wall, and Viscount Lawrence ordered his soldiers not to let them pass. They must hold out. The soldier climbed the wall and then rushed at the Viscount, and one of his soldiers warned him of the danger. The enemy blade was very close to his frightened face, but his daughter came to his aid in time. She fired an arrow at the enemy, and her father turned to her worriedly. After that, she firmly said that they should open the fortress gates and confront Barco head-on. Of course, he was outraged by her words. How can they just open the gates? She told him that Roman Dimitri promised that he would help them. If they open the gates and go out, it will distract the enemy's attention, and then Roman will appear with his army and destroy Flare. Lawrence confusedly asked why he did this, and she answered him that there was no time to go into details, but she was sure that he was not one of those who so easily refuses his words. Meanwhile, MC with his army was in the forest nearby and thoughtfully looked at the magic communication stone. Chris approached him and asked if he was going to attack right now. He denied it and said worriedly that if they dragged it out, Lawrence could be destroyed. Flare is a powerful weapon that can destroy a fortress wall. If he really planned to help Lawrence by disrupting Barco's plans, then they needed to attack the enemy from behind immediately. Roman turned to him and asked why he had to do that. His words confused Chris. The question was not whether Lawrence would be destroyed or not. Compared to the death of a few hundred strangers, it was more important to him that none of his men would shed blood. Many of Lawrence would die because of this war. Their problem was that they followed an incompetent leader. Unlike them, he was not going to senselessly sacrifice those who swore allegiance to him. Although his words scared Chris, he still agreed and could not object to him. Meanwhile, the Viscount opened the fortress gates and ordered the soldiers to go into battle. They left the fortress and headed for a frontal attack, but they did not know who was waiting for them there. A man named Burge, different from the rest of the soldiers, smirked, saying that they still decided to go after them. They do not even know their place. He immediately began to chop up Lawrence's soldiers with an axe, enjoying the carnage. He was the captain of the Burge mercenaries. Seeing the death of their comrades, the soldiers froze in horror and then rushed back to the fortress, begging for help. Flora ordered them to stand to the last and not retreat. She was worried, because if they could not even play the role of bait, then he would never appear. Meanwhile, Roman finally decided to join the fight. Hearing the clatter of hooves from the rear, Viscount Barco turned around and thought, "What is this?" MC and his squad were heading straight for their camp. War, the moment when the soldiers had to put their lives on the line, came too soon. As they approached the enemy, they felt uneasiness and anxiety. Roman noticed this, but it was a reality that they would have to experience on their own skin. If he managed to survive under the banner of his army, then he would give them the promised life of predators. But whether they survived or not, their own strength and will would determine. Earlier, he told the soldiers about their primary goal, to attack Barco from the rear and destroy their storm weapon. Perhaps Lawrence would not be able to play the role of the ideal bait, and he did not expect much more from them in the strategy. He was taking the front line. He would run forward and cut down the enemy, clearing the way. They should follow him and finish off the remnants of the routed army, but let them remember the main goal, the destruction of a storm weapon. At the present time, noticing the detachment approaching them, Viscount Barco crossed his arms with displeasure and asked how they were going to resist them. He decided to return to the tent and ordered the soldiers to prepare to meet the guests who had gone crazy and they stood in a defensive formation. MC approached, his horse jumped, and he successfully broke through the formation, defeating the opponents. The horse that was quickly carrying him forward was injured and he abandoned it, and he himself rushed into the attack. Once upon a time, the Murim people, who belonged to the Orthodox clans, said, "At the forefront of the demonic sect there is always a heavenly demon. The heavenly demon is invincible. If you come face to face with him, you will die." People wondered why, even after becoming a heavenly demon, he always took on the most dangerous role. Then and now, the reason was always the same. The strongest warrior at the forefront must completely undermine the enemy's fighting spirit. And it worked. The Barco soldiers trembled with fear and did not dare to engage in battle. Then Roman swung his sword and said that if they didn't attack, then he would. Meanwhile, Kevin anxiously gritted his teeth and then resolutely told everyone else to attack. They needed to follow their master. Chris and the rest of the soldiers looked at him in surprise. They ran forward, cutting down all the enemies on their way. When one of them injured Kevin's horse, his eyes turned bloodshot with rage. After all, he dared to stop him from following his master. He immediately plunged his sword into the enemy and jumped off his horse, hitting his head, and continued to furiously deal with the others. Chris, meanwhile, was calm. He used his aura and cut down 2 enemies, getting even closer to the master. Barco's soldiers, noticing that Roman was approaching them, shouted that they had to stop this monster, but they couldn't. He broke through the enemy lines and looked at the huge catapult ahead. This thing was the goal of their plan. The mercenary captain noticed what was going on and wondered if it was Roman Dmitri. There was a huge amount of money at stake in this quest, and since the fate of the Berg mercenary squad depended on it, he decided to deal with him personally. Drawing his sword, he entered the battle and prepared for a direct clash. Their swords clashed with a bright flash and the battle began. Berg is a rank A mercenary recognized throughout the kingdom. Unlike a rank B mercenary, an A rank mercenary must be able to control aura to obtain his rank. Berg is a swordsman with a 2-star aura, but despite this, he could hardly resist Roman's strength. When he realized that he could not even move, he became very nervous. His opponent's sword was stronger and he struck. Berg barely managed to block it and looked at Roman in surprise, thinking that he was the strongest of the strong. He continued to block his attacks until his blade reached his neck. 5 seconds was how long he, an A-rank mercenary, could last against Roman. When the other mercenaries saw this, they became very nervous, and Roman's soldiers looked at him with admiration. The Viscount was furious at this time. He ordered his soldiers to kill this idiot quickly. Ras, and several of them stood up to protect him, saying that it was dangerous, he should take cover first. MC glanced at them, but his first target was Flare. It was a creation of magic that was not in Murim. He headed towards the catapult, deciding to use the unique merit of the heavenly demon, his sword technique. He raised his sword, used the first formation, and then delivered a powerful blow from above, cutting the catapult in half, which terrified the Viscount and his soldiers. When the 2 parts of the catapult crashed to the ground, Roman loudly addressed Lawrence and, raising his sword, triumphantly announced that he had destroyed Barco's assault weapon. Upon hearing this, Lawrence's soldiers began to rejoice, and Flora covered her mouth in shock and said with tears in her eyes that he had indeed succeeded. Once Flare was destroyed, Barco lost their central power and had no choice but to retreat. In this battle, Chris used his aura in a slightly different way than before. He tried to concentrate his aura as much as possible, just like Roman does. As a result, even in a fierce battle, his mana consumption was low. Everyone around him laughed at him for trying to imitate Roman, but he continued to progress. Looking at his aura, Chris smiled. Now he admitted that Roman had used the right method. He hid his sword and his gaze became surprised when he saw the rest of the squad. They were so tired that they fell to the ground and tried to catch their breath. Everyone gritted their teeth and ran after Roman, trying to keep up. Naturally, they were tired. However, none of the 30 soldiers fell behind, and no one was seriously injured. That's why Roman chose them. Breathing heavily, they all looked at their master and realized that they had only survived for one reason, a monster that went beyond common sense. As he walked towards them, they tensed up, and he measured them with a hard look, noting that they had all successfully survived, and it was all thanks to him. Now their role here was over. After that, MC walked through the fortress gates and was immediately greeted by the jubilant voices of the townspeople from all sides, who called him the hero of Lawrence and promised that they would never forget him. The Viscount looked at him and thought that it was such a pity. He knew he was unusual, even from their first meeting, but he destroyed Flare with his own hands. That's impressive. He has overwhelming talent. Dmitri gave birth to a tiger. If everything had not gone awry, this tiger would have become his son-in-law. He of course regretted it, but now it is in the past. He greeted Roman with a smile, calling him a great hero, and extended his hand, saying that it was good to meet him again. MC smiled back and shook his hand to loud applause, and then they moved to the manor. He wanted to enter the meeting room, but was stopped by Flora. She wanted to thank him. She said that they failed to properly play the role of bait, but even so, he did not turn away from them in a difficult moment and helped them. She wanted to thank him sincerely. He told her that he played his role as he promised, and they played their roles exactly as he planned. Realizing that he was unsure of them from the beginning, she felt uneasy, but she still wanted to repay his favor. Although she thinks that he does not need to accept her gratitude, but as a representative of Lawrence, she wants to do so. So if he wants something, he can safely ask her for anything at the meeting. She will definitely listen to him and reward him. He smiled at her confident look and said that if she is not going to change her mind, then there is no point in him refusing. After that, he opened the door and first invited her to enter the meeting room. The meeting began. The lords began to discuss responses to Barco's trick. They still had an impressive fighting force left, and instead of needlessly raising unrest, bringing problems upon themselves, they decided to bury the past and find peace. After listening to them, Roman realized that they were herbivores. The Viscount agreed with their opinions and said that this time they were helped to avoid a catastrophe, but their strength alone would not be enough to hold back Barco's onslaught all the time, so they needed to send a messenger right away. MC did not let him finish and asked if he could speak out. There was silence in the meeting room for a few seconds, and then the Viscount gave him permission. He thanked him and rose from his seat, then walked around the hall and said that Barco was suffering from the oppression of the money issue. In order to pay off the huge debt, they had no choice but to defeat Lawrence by any means necessary, and even the destruction of Flair would not change anything. This was only his guess, but most likely, in response, they would receive the bloody head of the messenger. The lords felt uneasy from his words, and he said that the soldiers outside were now carrying corpses. Despite all this, they did not feel anything. They could not forgive Barco. They must clearly show the whole world how Lawrence was taking revenge on the monsters that dared to touch them. He asked, does he think they do not understand this? What can they do without the power? Roman said, only one thing. There is a way. When he approached him and looked into his eyes, the Viscount became very nervous. The only thing left for herbivores to do was to become food for predators. Meanwhile, Viscount Barco was furious as always because of his plans destroyed by the hands of Roman Dmitri. He slammed his fists on the table and exclaimed, what pretext did he have to interfere with them? To change the unfavorable situation, the only thing left is a duel of great warriors. Roman just now suggested the same thing. The rules of the duel of great warriors state that the battle determines the victory or defeat of the family line. 3 swordsmen enter the battle. The duel is considered sacred and has received the blessing of Valhalla, so both families must submit to the result. The authority of the person in charge is extremely important. Once both sides come to an agreement, the decision is sent to the central government. After the decision is approved, the duel is held. The Viscount said that it has been a long time since the duel of great warriors was replaced by a fight of connections and wealth. Their opponent is Barco. They have connections in the central government and the sums borrowed from the gold bank. It is scary to imagine what kind of master they will invite to come out for the duel. MC said that he understands what he means, and right now, he will give him the confidence to win. There was a pause. The Viscount looked at him doubtfully, and he said that if they were only sure of winning, there would be no better way than a warrior duel. First of all, Barco has a 3-star swordsman. Most likely, he will go out as the first warrior. He will participate in the first duel on behalf of Lawrence. Whether his opponent is a knight of Barco or an already visiting master, he guarantees with absolute certainty that he will bring them the first victory. No matter how outstanding talent they have, but against 1 victory and 2 losses, it loses meaning. The third duel will be completed by his man, Chris. Despite the fact that he has 2 stars, he has the genius to bring victory in a battle against a 3-star opponent. Is this not enough to consider the battle won? If they win the warrior duel, they will be able to restore Lawrence's lost reputation. He looked at Flora and asked them to make a decision, and she tensed. She understood why he was looking at her and remembered her promise to him and wondered if this was what he wanted. He was whispering that he would take part in the warrior's duel, but in return, Lawrence should bear the responsibility in case of a mishap. He was a dangerous man indeed, but since she had given him her promise, she declared that she supported the warrior's duel. Her word was decisive. By agreement of both parties, the warrior's duel was approved. Everything was decided within a week of the order being given. Everyone gathered at the duel site and Count Ertes acted as judge. He said loudly that the warrior's duel was a sacred place, blessed by Valhalla. Whatever the results, both family lines must accept them. If this rule was broken, he would judge them, putting the honor of the kingdom of Cairo on the line. And now both family lines must present 3 of their warriors and hand in the schedule of duels. After the announcement, he poured himself some wine, and Viscount Barco approached him. Looking at them happily talking, Roman told the Viscount that he needed to change the schedule. He became worried and asked, didn't they approve this a week ago? He told him that this week was the problem. The more time passed, the more pressure the Barcos would have to bear with the interest. It looked like they were deliberately stalling. It didn't look like they were in a hurry at all. Viscount Lawrence glanced at them and assumed that they had managed to invite strong warriors in the meantime, and he glanced at the drunk guy sleeping on a chair with his feet up on the table. MC noticed the aura emanating from him, and the Viscount turned to him, worriedly asking, how are they going to change the schedule? Originally, Roman was supposed to go first and snatch an unconditional victory. The Knight of Lawrence was supposed to go second, and Chris was supposed to go last, ending the series of duels. But now he wanted Chris to go first. This sowed anxiety in the hearts of the father and daughter, MC said that he would go second and fight the special card prepared by Barco, so they changed the plan to suppression. Soon, the duel began. The audience began to whisper, and two swordsmen entered the arena. Chris's opponent was Janssen, a 3-star swordsman. They both introduced themselves to each other, and when people heard Chris's name, they began to discuss him. He is Jonathan's disciple. Isn't he called the hero of the northeastern lands? But why did they send a 2-star swordsman? After listening to them, Chris frowned and thought that in order to become stronger, he needs to endure danger. That is the reason why he climbed out of the well and followed Roman. The banner fluttered in the wind, announcing the start of the duel, and the two warriors immediately rushed towards each other. Janssen immediately began to press Chris with his fiery aura, and he quickly dodged, thinking that when he first fought Roman, he found out one thing: no matter how strong your aura is, only by mastering it can you give it meaning. Janssen attacked, and he continued to dodge again and again. He needed to wait for his only chance. His opponent began to get tired of this and, calling him a pathetic rat, exclaimed, how much longer was he going to run away? Gathering more strength, he pounced on him, wished him death, and Chris, seeing how the red energy quickly spread across the arena, thought in surprise, is this aura of wide action? He can't dodge this. He needs to think of something urgently. He almost panicked, but remembered Roman's words in time. He needed to break free from the usual laws of the world. He concentrated and, having accumulated the aura in the sword, thought that indiscriminate splashes of mana would never show the full power of the aura. Just like how the leader showed the greatness of it with a grain of mana, from a plane to a beam, from a beam to a point. He would concentrate the power of the aura into one point. He locked eyes with his opponent and then took his life. His head fell onto the arena, announcing the end of the fight. Everyone started chanting Chris's name, rejoicing for the first victory. He meanwhile caught his breath and thought that he, a 2-star swordsman, had defeated a 3-star. MC was happy with his progress, and now it was his turn. The crowd cheered. No one thought that a 2-star swordsman could win, and the Viscount, meanwhile, clenched his fist and thought, was he defeated? He had planned to snatch victory in the second duel, but now the final one would be decisive. But there is nothing to be afraid of. He does not even need to worry about the second fight, because he has an invincible ace up his sleeve, which cost him a lot of money. One of the soldiers approached the swordsman and woke him up, and he went up to the arena, yawning widely, after which he introduced himself. He is Homeros from the Barco family, a 4-star swordsman. Hearing this name, everyone was very surprised. It was the same wandering swordsman, occupying 49th place in the ranking. He would not have come here if not for the request of the guild leader. The rating originates from the Empire of Valhalla, sacred land, where all who died the death of brave warriors go. They put their lives on the line in order to get to Valhalla. They wanted to get proof of their strength. All the results of victories and defeats were recorded. The names of brave warriors were immortalized on documents. This became the source of the rating. The ranking, which only belongs to the Valhalla culture, has spread throughout the continent. With the expansion of the Empire's influence, the top 100 places in the ranking are personally selected by the supreme leadership of the Valhalla Temple. And who would have thought that Barco would be sent to duel the warrior Homeros? There is no one in Cairo who does not know about his reputation. Wandering throughout the kingdom and enjoying duels with strongmen, he received the nickname of the Wandering Swordsman. According to rumors, he fought with a 4-star swordsman in the 30th place, nicknamed the Gatekeeper, and he has recently reached 4 stars. The audience was sure that Lawrence would refuse to participate in a duel against such an opponent, because it is quite difficult to defeat him. But Roman, on the contrary, was in anticipation and looked at him with a smile. He tracked Barco's activities with the help of the Information Guild, but he was able to obtain the information only when it was put on display. So this is Barco's secret trump card, hidden through information warfare. He is looking forward to this fight. Just as his opponent hid his strength, they also failed to find out what he is. He will give them a chance to witness a battle of strongmen that everyone has only read about in books. He was about to enter the arena, but Flora grabbed his hand and exclaimed, is he crazy? Let him refuse to participate in the fight. His opponent is Homeros, ranked 49th. He is rated as a great warrior who will rise above 30th place in the future. Does he really think he can defeat him? Let him just refuse the fight. At least, he will save his life. They will sincerely pray that victory will be on their side in the next fight. He ignored her and looked at Homeros, meeting his eyes. He read absolute superiority in his gaze, and he did not like it. The girl said that now was their time to pay for the change, so they would send out their warrior. There was no reason to risk his life in a fight they knew they would lose. He broke away from her hand and said that he didn't want to explain everything to her in detail, so she should just stay out of the way. After that, he walked up to the arena and announced that he was competing in this fight on behalf of Lawrence. They both took up swords and Homeros looked closely at his opponent. If he could destroy Flare, then at least he had the aura of 2 stars. He was supposed to challenge Fernando at number 30 in the rankings, and he had to fight with all sorts of small fry. He decided to end it quickly and rushed into the fight with incredible speed, which greatly surprised Kevin and Chris. MC wanted to block the blow, but his sword slid along his blade and almost hit him in the head, and right after that the swordsman moved behind him and thought with a smile that this guy was quite interesting. They started to strike and parry each other's blows, and Homeros, noticing that mana was accumulating in his sword, asked what method he was using to release the aura. Roman did not answer him and thought that he had been waiting for a serious fight for so long, and he considered him a weakling and did not fight with full strength. But just at that moment, Homeros decided to deal with him seriously and used his aura, because of which he found himself in the center of a pillar of bright turquoise energy. His aura flared up, releasing a shockwave, because of which the spectators of the fight found it difficult to stay in place. MC, meanwhile, was disappointed, and such a guy in the rankings at 49th place? This is just boring. There's no point in dragging out this fight. He walked towards his opponent and, gathering aura on the tip of his sword, told him to try to endure this. After that, he used the Heavenly Demon Sword technique, which has no equal. Everything around Homeros immediately dimmed. He saw a huge black wave heading towards him and smiled nervously, saying that he never thought he controlled such mana. After that, the wave covered him completely, and Roman finished off his opponent with the thought that this formation does not have a name. He only calls it by the order of execution. Heavenly Demon Sword technique is the third formation. After he used this technique, his white hair returned to its original dark color. Some time ago, Homeros was sitting in the Guildmaster's office, who asked him to help them, despite the fact that he was looking forward to the duel with Fernando. It is about a duel of great warriors between the families of the borderlands. Homeros then thought that ever since he received his A-rank mercenary ID, he had been rejecting all the requests and was busy wandering around the kingdom fighting strong warriors. This time, he had no reason to refuse. He came here confident of victory, but was defeated by Roman. Everyone looked at his body in shock. No one could even find words to express their feelings. The talented warrior who entered the rankings before reaching 4 stars, the rising star Cairo, who was aiming for 30th place, died with just one blow. MC looked at him with displeasure and thought that a boy who could not reach the top would be arrogant in front of him. He was judging everything by the standards of his past life, not this world. Murim was like a galaxy filled with talented masters. Unlike the place where you were always prepared to meet death if you were careless, the mysteries of the teachings here were ineffective and more like garbage. He turned to the judge and asked him to announce the results. Count Ertes, who was still not recovered from what happened, nervously declared Roman the winner of the second duel, and the warriors from Barco's side became worried. They did not think that Homeros would die so easily, and that was why they were now afraid. Chris meanwhile clenched his fist and realized how strong Roman really was. Did he already have strength like this during their duel, or did he make an unimaginable growth spurt after? Then he definitely did not have abilities superior to Homeros. But for the second option, too little time had passed. It simply contradicted common sense. How is this even possible? Having defeated Janssen in the first duel, he believed that the moment when he would surpass the master was not far off. Now he realized that he had jumped to conclusions. Victory was on Lawrence's side, since there was no longer any point in wasting human resources in a duel of warriors with a known outcome. An allowance was made for the possibility of changing the list of names. Both families could consult and send a new warrior. Discount Barco was horrified. He knew that everything was over, since Homeros had lost like that. But he is a 4-star swordsman. Unlike all the riffraff of the northeastern region, he is a real swordsman, of which there are only a few in the entire kingdom. Maybe the mercenary guild sent him a fake Homeros? The commander of his soldiers approached him and said that their side must field a warrior, and he gritted his teeth and told him that they could not lose their fighting power any longer. Let him send Benson. Hearing this name, the man became nervous, so they decided to give the loser a duel to pay back for the fact that he dropped Barco's dignity at the social ball. Benson is a nameless knight. It is the same as saying, go and die. But the commander listened to him and sent Benson into the arena. The poor knight, trembling with fear, introduced himself, and the spectators whispered. They saw him for the first time. Kevin confidently stepped forward, then stood in front of Roman and declared that he would fight him. He looked at him with determination and thought that in a world where the strong devoured the weak, the only thing that followed defeat was death. Even a nameless knight was a difficult opponent for Kevin. Did he perhaps want to prove his worth? He told him to step into the arena with a smile, and he turned around, saying resolutely that he would return soon. Benson meanwhile gripped his sword tighter with a trembling hand and wondered how he ended up in this situation. Thanks to his father's knight status, he had walked a smooth, gradual path without any worries and became a knight of Barco, an influential family in the northeastern region. He had given his all for them, but the price of his loyalty was death in a warrior's duel. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, and when he saw Kevin stepping into the arena, he wondered if this boy was his opponent. He smiled and thanked God for such a gift and was instantly filled with confidence. He prepared for battle and, holding back a laugh, asked, did he want to take revenge on him? They were both thrown. He smiled and thought that this turned out to be lucky for him. Kevin told him that he was just a sword protecting his master, and the knight, outraged by his words, immediately pounced on him. His sword flew over his head, and he in response pointed the tip at his neck. Feeling the breath of death, Benson was scared for a second, but he did not let it hurt him and kicked him in the chest, pushing him away. His helmet flew off his head, and despite the blood flowing from his mouth, he got up and looked furiously at his opponent. Chris got nervous. The difference in physique is colossal. What was Roman thinking when he sent him there? Several blows fell on poor Kevin at once, but he endured the pain and stood firmly in place. As he was being hit non-stop, a voice appeared in his head, screaming at him to kill the idiot who was hurting him. He needed to get revenge on him now. He remembered Roman's words. Ever since he personally cut off his own arm, the skill of the ghost demon had been lodged in his head. So let him awaken the ghosts inside him. He followed its advice, and the energy inside his body burst out, giving him strength. The voice warned him of danger from above. He immediately looked up and jumped to the side, dodging the enemy's blow and then turned towards him. The voice laughed that his head was almost smashed, and suggested that he tear this idiot to pieces. Kevin grabbed his head, unable to stand the noise, but he wanted to become a sword that would be useful to Roman, even more than Chris. The feeling of inferiority, loyalty, he was sucked into a whirlpool of feelings. A wide smile appeared on his face. The skill of the ghost demon was activated, and he rushed into battle under the furious cry of the voice. Seeing the blade approaching him, engulfed in energy, the knight became nervous and thought, "Is this an aura?" He missed the blow. His sword pierced his armor. He raised his sword to strike back, and when his blade wounded Kevin's shoulder and he still did not stop, he cried in fear and thought that this guy was crazy. Kevin meanwhile smirked. His sword pierced his armor and body. Everyone was surprised that this boy finished off his opponent. Without taking out his sword, Kevin sat on top of his opponent, and then with a smile began to strike him many times, despite the fact that he was already dead. From such a bloody sight, everyone was amazed. Finally, he calmed down. He came down from the arena and knelt in front of Roman, saying that he was back. He praised him for his excellent work, and the boy smiled brightly. The duel of great warriors was over. Lawrence had gained an undisputed lead with 3 victories out of 3, and at the center of it all was Roman Dmitri. Like the tales of heroes that have been told since ancient times, the rumors mixed truth and fiction. People began to praise Roman's exploits. In one of the taverns, a man asked his friend if he had heard of that story. He confirmed it and noted that Barco would definitely have a hard time. They raised such a fuss, and in the end, they lost to Lawrence. Rumors spread faster thanks to people like them. Roman became none other than the savior of Lawrence. Single-handedly, he exterminated hundreds of Barco soldiers from behind at once, and also destroyed Flair with one blow. Everyone said that if Roman had not appeared, Barco would have planted their flag on Lawrence lands long ago, and his victory over the Rancor impressed them even more. Even the children began to play, portraying Roman as a hero who hid deep in the Dmitri family and rose to the sky. Heroic stories about his adventures began to accumulate, one after another, everywhere. Meanwhile, an oppressive atmosphere reigned in the Barco estate. The Viscount was sorting through letters, and when he saw 2 coats of arms that were familiar to him, he grabbed his head and said that now this was definitely the end. He received a written reminder from the gold bank about the interest and the principal debt, and the fee for hiring Homeros from the mercenary guild and compensation. He cursed loudly and hit the table so hard that all the papers flew up, and he thought that when the Barco had influence in the northeast, they crowded around to meet him, and now they had completely turned their backs on him? If only Roman Dmitri had not intervened. He realized that all this was because of Roman, and an idea occurred to him. He did something that should not be done in high society, so this is the last chance to save Barco. A few days later, he called a meeting. Before moving on to the conversation, he sincerely thanked the true aristocracy who visited Barco. He believes that as long as they exist, the Northeast will have a bright future. One of the aristocrats asked him to get straight to the point, and he said that just as Barco attacked Lawrence for a good reason, reason plays a vital role in high society. This war was meant to make them pay for their ancestors. Even the central government thought it was right to appoint a judge. However, Roman Dmitri intervened in this war without any reason. Because of his surprise attack, they lost Flair. Moreover, even at the warrior duel, there was not a single person from Lawrence. Is this explainable? By what right did Roman think to help them? If the 2 families had tied themselves with family ties, there would be no problem. But everyone knows that they broke off their engagement. Roman Dmitri is a stranger to Lawrence, so he had no reason to attack. He crossed the line. The aristocrats agreed with his words and began to be indignant, and he smiled and happily thought that this should be enough. If he could just pin the responsibility on Dmitri's family and get a huge payment as compensation, he could solve the issue with the money borrowed from the gold bank. At that moment, there was a noise of voices outside the room, after which the door opened and MC entered, smiling, saying that he had finally found them. He heard that he had many complaints against him. The Viscount became nervous, not understanding with what intentions he now came here, and Roman asked him to express all the complaints to him personally. Some time ago, when he was just getting ready for the journey, Chris was outraged by his decision, because it was very dangerous. The Viscount would not leave him alone. MC said his name calmly and asked him how he thought his relationship with Barco would go from here on out. He told him that in Barco's eyes he was their sworn enemy, so he thought it was best to avoid each other if possible. Roman disagreed and said that if the start had not been made, maybe But once you start something, you have to see it through to the end. It was no secret that Barco held a grudge against him. He climbed on his horse and said that in that case, now that their situation was precarious, it was best to nip their revenge in the bud. He smiled and said that he would go alone, which made Chris worried. At the moment, MC said that he was curious about something. What on earth had Barco gathered everyone here for? Hearing him call him, the Viscount clenched his teeth in rage and thought, a boy from a baronial family, who did not even inherit the title, dares to ignore the difference in status? He calmly said that, apparently his lowly origin did not teach him the laws of the nobility, but he would kindly tell him about them. In the kingdom, it is forbidden to interfere in a war without a reason. They announced a reason, in accordance with the law of the nobility, received the approval of the central government, and only then declared a feudal war. He thinks this rule appeared because the aristocrats are stupid. It's all for the sake of preserving each other's good name. He could not restrain himself, and hitting the table with his palm, exclaimed that ignorance of the laws of the aristocracy does not exempt him from responsibility. Now does he understand how stupid an act he has committed? Because of him, the Dmitri family will have to endure a strong insult. Because of the misdeed of one son, they will not escape the reproaches of all the nobility of the northeastern region. After that, the hall was silent for a few seconds, and then Roman asked, was he finished speaking? Before the Viscount could get indignant, he said with a smile that now it was his turn to tell about the reason. The man became nervous. He did not know what to expect from him. MC said that initially Lawrence and Dmitri were bound by a marriage agreement, but now he turned into a fool rejected by his bride. He turned to the aristocrats and asked what they thought was the reason for the termination of the agreement. His reputation? His adventures with women? All these rumors are not true. He pointed to the Viscount and said that the truth is that the threat of Barco's eldest son, Anthony, was to blame for everything. Hearing this, the Viscount was taken aback, and Roman told what happened at the social evening. Being on friendly terms with Anthony, he attended a party at his invitation before marrying Lawrence and fell into a trap. When he came to his senses, he found that he had woken up in the same room with Emilia Barco, and Anthony threatened to break off the engagement if he would keep it a secret. He had carefully planned a trap to separate Lawrence and Dmitri. The aristocrats began to discuss his words, and he smiled. The moment weakness is revealed, it ceases to be won. The Viscount exclaimed indignantly, does he think they will believe his nonsense? Everyone knows that he lived like trash. Is he trying to cover up the truth with his dirty language? MC smirked and told him that he knew he would say that. Then he would give another reason for his intervention in the war between Lawrence and Barco. That made him even more nervous. Roman told them a fake story about how his son crossed the line. He harassed Flora, with whom he had an arranged marriage. His actions shocked her so much that she eventually decided to break off the engagement. He told them that if they did not believe it either, they should ask Flora Lawrence herself, after which he thought that Anthony had lured him into a trap with a lie. In that case, he would repay him in kind. Clenching his fist, he declared that in order not to inconvenience his family, he had intervened in the war using only his own strength. The only thing he could do for her was to take revenge. He addressed the Viscount, as well as everyone present. Do they still think that he had no reason to intervene in the war? The aristocracy remained silent and glanced sideways at the Viscount, realizing that he was right. This is how MC destroyed Barco's arguments and found his own reason. The Viscount understood that there was no other way to save himself. There was no point in fighting for the truth of the reason now, so he decided to buy time. First, he decided to settle the situation and find a new solution. He returned to the chair and calmly said that he did not think he was telling the truth, but he would check the veracity of his words later, and for now, let him go. But Roman did not want to leave so easily. He said that now he had to make a choice. Would they end up with Anthony getting punished for his personal insult, or would they blow this matter up into a family issue? If he did not make a choice right then and there, he would go home and tell his father everything. The Viscount looked at him in horror. There was no way he could choose to go to war with Dmitri. Either way, facing them in the current crisis would lead to collapse. He squeezed the armrest, mentally calling Roman a cruel boy, and then said that he did not think that his and Anthony's case should be blown up into a family feud. At his command, Barco's eldest son, Anthony, will kneel before him and ask for forgiveness. MC did not let him finish and asked when he asked to be put on his knees. Realizing where he was leading, the Viscount became nervous, and he asked where it was seen that the instigator chooses the method of punishment. He himself will decide how to punish him. After Roman left, the Viscount went to his son and told him everything. Anthony called out to him in horror, and he only apologized to him, unable to do anything about it. He exclaimed that he would never do this. What other refereeing duel? He was actually going to hand his life over to someone else? He fell on his knees in front of him, and with tears in his eyes grabbed his pants, shouting that this guy would never spare him. He began to beg him to reject Roman's offer, and then his father grabbed him by the shoulders and loudly ordered him to come to his senses. He was the eldest son of Barco. From the moment he took his place as successor, it had become his duty to share his life with the fate of the family. So let him face reality, not forget this shame, and prepare to give one hand for it. After that, he left, leaving his son alone with his thoughts and the fear of the upcoming meeting with Roman, fighting him, and possible death. Soon the duel was organized. The nobles and the Viscount gathered to watch. The eldest sons of the two families entered the arena to fight each other. Anthony's hands trembled with fear. He looked at Roman with tears in his eyes and smiled nervously, saying that he knew he liked Flora very much. Apparently, he lost his mind for a while from the knowledge that they were going to get married. He apologizes for everything he did to him. There was no evil intent, they were friends. MC's face darkened, and when he pulled out his sword, Anthony called out to him in horror, and then began to address him with respect and asked him to spare him just this once. Let him just spare his life, and he would repay for his mercy for the rest of his days. After listening to his pleas, the nobles felt sorry for him, and the Viscount mentally called him a fool for humiliating himself like that. Roman asked how he was going to do that. Would he have the strength to pay off his debt to the gold bank? Even the vaunted connections with the central government could not cover up the atrocities they had committed. So the Barco family line was now finished. He came closer to him and reminded him that he had humiliated him in front of everyone, and with a dastardly plan, lured him into a trap. So why should he forgive him? Anthony shuddered in fear, and his father's heart sank. He felt that something bad was about to happen. MC said that there was no reason to forgive him, and then stabbed him with a sword. Anthony immediately weakened, and blood began to pour out of his mouth. Baek Jong-yuk once started a bloody feud in order to survive. He withstood the attacks of his older brothers who tried to kill him every night, and, on the contrary, stabbed their hearts, taking their lives. Then one of his brothers asked, does he know what his problem is? He does not know how to compromise. He was the very first son of the heavenly demon and his eldest brother, Baek Hoyol. As soon as he sees an enemy in his opponent, he dives headlong into the situation. He does not show even a bit of generosity to his opponent. This total problem will one day become his Achilles' heel. Jung-yuk considered him a truly great man. He was not just a strong warrior, slaying his enemies one by one. He had the generosity to gather them under his command. He told him that he understood what he was talking about, but this was his method, to trample and destroy the creature that showed hostility towards him. He lived like this in the lowest ranks of the demonic sect, and his life would not change in the future. Only death was the only way to eradicate all variables, and so he did with Anthony Barco. He coughed, and then Roman decided to finish him off. Swinging his sword, he cut through his armor to the shoulder, after which Anthony fell. No one could have foreseen such an end. The Viscount immediately jumped up and rushed worriedly to his son, not believing what had happened, and when he picked up Anthony and looked into his eyes, frozen in horror, he screamed loudly, finally realizing that he had lost him. MC turned around and asked, is there a problem? The death of a criminal in a judicial duel is quite common. The Viscount ignored him and turned to the guards, shouting, why are they standing there? This demon dared to kill Barco's eldest son, so let them finish him off immediately. But his soldiers couldn't even move from their place, because they knew how a skirmish with him would end for them. The Viscount looked up at Roman and said that he had planned this from the beginning. His visit to them without a single person in the guard was only a way to pretend that he intended to show generosity. He answered him that from the very day Anthony dared to threaten him, he could no longer live with Barco under his sky. He turned to the nobles and said that now they all saw the result. If suddenly there were still people who could not break the already leaky connection with Barco, then they would have to face him. The Viscount exclaimed, does he think that after all this he will not face the consequences? He asked in response, what is the point of his loud statements? From now on, he will observe the life of the Barco family and attack until they suffer complete collapse. After that, he left, and the Viscount looked after him, realizing that they had touched too dangerous an enemy. Several days passed. Viscount Barco, unable to repay his debt to the gold bank, tried to escape in the middle of the night, but was eventually found dead on an unnamed hill. The end of the Barco family line, which once spread influence throughout the northeastern region, was extremely pitiful. That same night, Hans saw his master, who had just come from somewhere. He, of course, wondered where he was going in the middle of the night, and he justified himself by saying that the moon was shining so brightly today, so he decided to take a walk for the first time in a long time. Seeing his bloody clothes, the servant became nervous. After that, he helped him change his clothes and said that everyone had been very worried lately. They were extremely happy that he had received recognition, but getting involved in such adventures as war was dangerous. He also could not hide his anxiety. Let him always be careful. MC looked at him seriously and reminded him that he had already said he was his man. He replied that he remembered it. Having defeated countless enemies, Baek Jung-yuk killed so many that his blood would fill an ocean. The only rule that allowed him to become a heavenly demon was to protect his people. For him, one of his people was more important than hundreds, thousands of enemies. Noticing that the young master was thinking about something, Hans called out to him, and he said with a smile that he would do his best to protect himself and his people. This was more than enough. Around the same time that the hype around the Barco case was about to flare up, the Moloki family clan organized a social gathering. The wife of the head of the Moloki clan, Helena, watched the guests and thought that even the wives of former Barco supporters had come. They were usually slow to rise. From now on, power in the northeastern lands is concentrated in the hands of Dmitri. For them, the Moloki family, who have long supported Dmitri, this is an exceptional chance. Noticing the guest approaching her, she said that she had been looking forward to her arrival. She was becoming more beautiful every day. Rihanna smiled and thanked her for the compliment, after which everyone else began to chat with her, trying to please her. She responded to every word they said with a smile. Baron Dimitri's wife, Rihanna, usually spent her time with the wives of aristocrats, recruiting supporters in Dimitri's family. She has an amazing talent for diplomacy and politics that her husband did not possess. Perhaps if she had not laid the carpet in advance, the Dimitri family, under the pressure of Barco, would have fallen before it had consolidated its position. Rihanna stepped forward and thanked all the guests for taking the time to attend the meeting. She had gathered them here today because she thought that as neighbors, they should understand and get to know each other better. Of course, up until this point, not each of them was striving for the same thing. But since the situation has changed, they need a new point of support. There was a hidden meaning in her words that everyone understood. She decided to really tickle the nerves of everyone who supported Barco, and at the same time show generosity and accept them. Some time had passed since the beginning of the meeting. They had already managed to eat a couple of cakes, drink a cup of tea, and discuss all the news. At one point, Helena asked Rihanna what she thought of her Veronica. She thought she would be a great match for Roman. When she brought this up, everyone else got nervous. And Helena said that after all, he was already 25 years old. For the sake of the future, he should quickly find himself a wife and start a family. She says this not because she is her daughter, but she thinks that Veronica would be a great fit for Roman. The woman sitting next to her got nervous and asked if Veronica hadn't accepted another family's offer. Her greed knows no bounds. Helena got angry because of their words, after which they all started discussing that Roman's marriage should be approached with a special choice, and each asked Rihanna to drop by their estate to take a closer look at their daughters, who were in love with her son. They began to praise their daughters so that Rihanna's choice would fall on them, but she just listened to them silently and sipped tea. She thought that for these 6 years, Roman was considered a nuisance in high society. The reality in which he, the eldest son, could not inherit the headship of the family tied his hands and feet, but he has the potential of a 4-star swordsman. This alone is a guarantee of a prosperous future. If he also inherits Dimitri's family, then a more suitable groom cannot be found. In an instant, he turned from a nuisance into a dream man. She said that she was pleased that they spoke so flatteringly about her son, but Roman had already been hurt very badly once, and so she hoped that he would meet a girl he truly loved, and not one that his family forced on him. So, there was no point in talking to her about political marriages. But women, on the contrary, saw this as an opportunity, which meant that the one who got hold of him first would win. Time passed, and on a dark evening, Flora sat in the library and thought about the fact that, in order to survive in the world, strength was necessary. In fact, Lawrence had lost this battle. Although she said that if they held out until winter, they would have a chance to win, there were too many variables in the reality she had encountered. But Roman had foreseen absolutely everything and boldly rushed into battle, saving Lawrence. What should she do to become like him? When she realized that she was thinking about him with a blush on her cheeks, she shook her head and convinced herself that she did not like him at all. He is an arrogant egoist who cares only about his own gain. And yet, how could he be so strong? What kind of person is this Roman? She wants to get to know him better. She closed the book and decided to take a walk to drive these thoughts away. She left the library and looked at the garden, wondering whether she was interested in him or not, but the engagement was already broken off, and nothing connected them anymore. She had neither a way nor a reason to meet him again. Suddenly, a very familiar voice reached her, which at first took her aback. Her sister Sylvia ran up to her and said with a smile that they had not seen each other for so long. Seeing her, she was very surprised and wondered what she was doing here. Sylvia comes from a sideline of the Lawrence family, and she clearly did not come here for nothing. When she found out what was going on, she immediately ran to her father's office. She brazenly opened the door and called out to him, saying that she had heard that the Lawrences were responsible for holding the ball on Dimitri's property. Why didn't he tell her anything? He turned to her and said that this incident had opened his eyes to many things. In a situation where no one could make a decision, she had shown intelligence by showing the right path. Thanks to her leading Roman Dimitri onto the battlefield, they were able to win this war. He would no longer repeat the mistakes of the past by belittling her value, and would support any endeavor she wished for. So from now on, he would no longer force her to do family business. He put his hands on her shoulders and told her to live for her own dream. She was slightly surprised by his words. This was all touching, of course, but she actually wanted to go to the ball. She asked why Sylvia had been invited to the ball. Considering that she had come all this way and from all the capitals, there was another purpose for her visit. He told her that it had been his personal whim, and she began to guess. Could it be that with Sylvia's help, he wanted to restore the connection with Dimitri that had been lost due to the breakup of the engagement? She said that if that was the reason, then she understood everything. And since she owed Roman for his favor, she would follow Sylvia and take on the role of her escort. Her father looked at her with confusion and said that she did not have to interfere. He would make sure that she would not have to deal with them anymore. But his daughter was very persistent and eventually persuaded him. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Cairo kingdom, Kairos, the servants of the Valhalla temple learned about Roman. The priest who awarded the Valhalla ranks, Willis, thought, "Is this really true? The son of a provincial aristocrat, 25 years old, killed a 4-star swordsman with one blow? This simply cannot be. But if this is not nonsense rumors, then a terrifying genius has been born. Therefore, he needs to see for himself." The day of the ball has arrived, which will take place in the evening, but the daughters of the aristocrats have arrived in the lands of Dmitri in advance. They got out of the carriages and started chatting with each other, and against the backdrop of this gray city, they shone. Sylvia looked around and said with delight that now she knew what Dmitri was like. The rumors were not lying. The city was really dull. They decided to take a little walk, but the surroundings did not delight them. Anyone would understand that this was the land of blacksmiths. Sylvia said that she did not even know how to live in such a place. In the capital, even commoners cared about some minimal favorable view. Pressing her nose with a handkerchief in disgust, she said that it was now clear that the head of the Dmitri family was far from art. Flora looked at her and thought that her father, the younger brother of Viscount Lawrence, settled in the capital as a merchant. Of course, if you compare it with the capital, both Lawrence and Dmitri are villages. Sylvia noticed a group of men ahead and asked, must they be miners? They were heading towards them, happily chatting about something, and some of them began to stare at the noble ladies. The ladies hurried away, as they were afraid that their dresses would get dirty, and were unhappy that the mine workers were walking around the street boldly. That was the problem with Dmitri's lands. They looked at the miners with grins, and Flora simply followed them, not paying any attention to them at all. But when a familiar silhouette passed by her, she froze and immediately turned around, thinking, could it really be Roman Dmitri? He was walking with the miners and was not at all afraid of the dirt, but his servant Hans was horrified. He ran up to him worriedly and began to wipe him with a handkerchief, saying that he, of course, could not stop him from going to the mines. But could he at least take care of himself a little? Let him just look at this dirt. He only wiped a little, and the towel had already turned black. He wiped his face, and MC said that was enough, but Hans exclaimed that he came back covered in dust every day, and his heart was breaking into pieces. As soon as they heard the servant's indignant voice, the girls turned around and thought with delight, is this man Roman Dmitri? Sylvia smiled and thought that he was more handsome than she thought, and his body is amazing. She liked him so much that she licked her lips. Everyone said that there was a high probability that his place as heir would be taken away from him by his second son. But what kind of aristocratic family would entrust their son to work in a mine? These were definitely lessons in raising an heir. And so, Roman's recent actions had raised his prestige. She became very excited and invited the others to approach him to say hello before the ball. They all beamed with delight. After which they approached him and Sylvia asked, is he Roman Dmitri, right? She introduced herself to him with a smile and said that she wanted to sincerely thank him for helping their family. He is indeed a wonderful man, as they say. He did not react to her words very emotionally and then left, leaving her confused. Watching this, Flora could not help but giggle and thought that he did not change at all. In the meantime, they headed towards the estate. Hans said that all these ladies would be present at the ball. Couldn't he treat them a little more friendly? He threw his shirt over himself and said that he would treat them like that if they were of any value. However, they ridiculed Dmitri's mining business. His servant asked how long he planned to work in the mines. The Lord had not even given him any orders, and he had been working hard for several days. He told him that the basis of Dmitri was the forge. Going further, the extraction of iron ore. Iron ore, mined with the sweat and blood of miners, melting in the flames of huge braziers, turning into iron. This is the essence of Dmitri. It is impossible to coexist with the people of this land if they are only understood in words. He only wants to be in solidarity with them by gaining experience together. He walked on, and Hans looked at him with tears in his eyes and thought, when did he manage to grow so much? He caught up with him and swore that from now on he would perfectly wash away any dirt, and all for him. Meanwhile, Chris was conducting training. Everyone swung their swords in unison under his commands, and MC, watching them, thought that the experience in the war with Barco had cultivated reckless loyalty in the soldiers. He gave all the soldiers who went through the war after him the basic teachings of the demonic sect, as well as the spiritual instructions of Asura and the technique of the Asura sword. This knowledge was a real treasure that could unlock the potential of the swordsman of the aura. With this, they were able to master the basics of combat power. But this is still not enough. He needs his own personal reconnaissance force that can get all the ins and outs of the enemy. The problem is that creating a reconnaissance army requires the appropriate money and talent. He does not have such freedom yet. He called Chris to him and asked how the training was going. He answered him with a smile that everyone had amazing enthusiasm and a high learning speed. He thinks that he can expect progress in the near future. MC said that it was time for him to learn a new technique, which surprised him and made him tense. His starting point is different from the others. He has already built his own world. In such a state, it is not easy to accept new knowledge, but he thinks he is ready to receive something new. The technique he is going to teach him is called lightning, the lightning sword that once subdued all of Murim. It was at this moment that Chris inherited a deadly technique, thanks to which its owner was called one of the 10 greatest masters. Evening came, the ball began. The servants announced Roman's arrival to them. The ladies immediately turned around in anticipation. When he entered the ballroom in his fine attire, a blush appeared on their faces. They immediately surrounded him and began to inquire why he had left that afternoon. They wanted to talk to him for a while before the ball. He kindly told the girls that he had just finished work then. He hoped they could understand his desire to appear before them in a more dignified manner. They were glad that there was no reason to worry, and Sylvia approached him, noting that he really was an excellent man, as rumors said about him. Just think. The heir of an aristocratic family working on equal terms with the workers of the mine. Perhaps if she met a husband like him, she herself could change? He smiled and praised her for such exaggerated praise, after which he began to exchange pleasantries with other women, all the while sipping wine. When he grew tired of so much attention, he went out onto the balcony and sighed heavily. Then Flora, who had been looking for an opportunity to talk to him all this time, approached him. She stood next to him and said with a smile that this was unexpected. She thought that he didn't care at all about human connections. He told her that in another time, everything would be exactly like this. But his parents and all these guests were invited here. It was different from everyday life. Besides, it was strange to consider this unexpected, because their first meeting happened exactly the same way. She was slightly surprised, after which she admitted with a smile that this was so. She showed tactlessness. She thought that he was true to himself, and therefore she only became more curious. What kind of life must one live to be so unwavering in his own principles? She asked why he was doing miner's work. She didn't know how for the head blacksmith, but sending him to the mines as an apprenticeship for an heir did not make sense. Then he asked her opinion. How did Lawrence manage to rise to their current position? She didn't understand what he meant, and he said that people thought that the Lawrence were reborn thanks to fertile lands and agriculture. But in fact, they succeeded in business. By selling their own crops or bartering, they created the current Lawrence. This also explains the reason why the Viscount's younger brother became a merchant in the capital. Flora's face reflected all her surprise. She herself was only recently able to learn about the origins of her family, but he told her about it with such precision. She asked what this had to do with being a miner. He told her that Dimitri's origins were in iron ore mining. If there were no miners who fiddled around in the dust all day long, extracting iron, then Dimitri would not have been able to rise to his current level. He is sure that the time spent in the mines will greatly help him understand and share their feelings. In his opinion, this is the duty of a person inheriting the fortress of Dimitri. He hurried back, as he had already been here for a long time, and she remained on the balcony. She looked at the sky and thought with a smile that she had already made a decision. Even after the end of the war, her thoughts continued to wander in her head. But now, it was as if she had seen the light and everything fell into place. After all, she had made the right choice to meet him. A few days later, she left Lawrence and headed to the capital. She was a greenhouse plant. And now the moment had come when the flower finally left the greenhouse and came out into the real world. Meanwhile, the head of iron mining, Jacob, was drinking with Hendrik and telling him about the work. There was no end in sight to this ore, and they had only mastered the foot of the mountain. Let several generations pass, and the Dimitri family will exist for hundreds of years, but the veins of the Iron Mountain will not dry up. Jacob, who had lived his whole life as a miner, was sure of this. Hendrik said that 2 weeks ago, all anyone could talk about was Roman taking up work in the mine. Has he become quiet lately? Jacob grinned and told him about what happened 2 weeks ago. Everyone was surprised by the news that Roman would be working with them now. They thought he would just pretend to try and leave. Then a veteran miner named Morkan said that Lord Dimitri had completely lost his touch. He should have done this earlier if he planned to raise his son as an heir. Until now, only blacksmiths were held in high esteem, and miners were ignored. Even the third heir, Dimitri, had been taught blacksmithing since childhood, but had never been taught how to mine iron. This was direct evidence that the Baron neglected them. The other miners became nervous, and one of them asked if he was overdoing it. He was indignant at his words and exclaimed that the Iron Mountain is the foundation of Dimitri, and all the glory was taken by the blacksmiths. He must have been kicked into working here, but he was not going to blindly bow at his feet. So he was going to show Roman how hard and responsible the work in the mines was. Everyone else agreed with him, and when Roman came, Jacob introduced him to the miners. Some of them only yawned, looked away, and others laughed. MC noticed this, but did not react in any way. Jacob reminded them that the most important thing in working in the mines is safety. He repeated this 3 times, emphasizing the importance of it, and then ordered them to get moving, and they got to work. Watching them disassemble their tools, Roman thought that they were completely ignoring him, but he did not care about their behavior. How do people live in the mining town of Dimitri What power do they have, and what can he do on this land? To implement the future plan, he must find out all the ins and outs of Dmitri. The work was in full swing. The miners did their job very quickly in order to quickly fill the daily quota. Putting bags of ore into carts, MC noticed that everything here was systematized. Duties were clearly distributed, and the mine shaft was quite safe. When he asked a miner why the iron of Mount Dmitri attracted everyone's attention, he answered that it was not only because it was perfectly suited to processing in forges. The iron ore itself is of the highest grade, so people recognize its real value. Iron ore mining in other areas incurs greater losses in trade turnover, but Dmitri can perform all stages of the process on their own territory, hence such a large profit. Is it for nothing that Dmitri is called a billionaire? Roman realized that both the supply of materials and the turnover of goods are feasible within the boundaries of the possessions. Bearing the title of the city of blacksmiths, Dmitri makes a premium, and the prices are higher compared to other iron. This has been going on for decades. Perhaps the wealth accumulated by Dmitri is much more impressive than he assumed. Overhearing their conversation, a dissatisfied Morkan called out to Roman and said that this place is not suitable for chatter. If he does not plan to work, then let him not disturb others and leave here. MC looked at him. The man was firm in his words, and when he apologized to him and suggested that he focus on work, he was slightly surprised. Watching how he began to drag sacks, he thought, and did not arise anymore. A week passed. While Roman was having lunch, he thought that they had already worked together for a whole week, and they only talked to him when he asks questions. Is this local hazing? But his thoughts were interrupted by Morkan, who sat down opposite him and asked if he could ask him just one question. He had been watching him for a week, and therefore could not understand. Why was he working here at all? Even the apparent heir to the family, Dmitri, Rodwell's second son, had never shown up in the mine, and now the Baron's eldest son had come here, ostensibly to teach the heir lessons. Of course, he thought that he did not value the miner's work at all, so he worked nearby on purpose to watch him, but he turned out to be more diligent than he expected. Or rather, he worked even harder than the other miners, fulfilling his allotted quota. One day, he overheard two miners talking. One of them had heard from the servants at the estate that Lord Dmitri had not ordered his son to work in the mine, so it turns out this was his own decision? That surprised the man, and now he passionately wanted to know what motivated him. MC asked which of the two answers he wanted to hear, the ideal one or the truthful one. He said he would listen to both, and he decided to start with the ideal one with a smile. Dmitri is a mining town. The mine feeds all the people in the town. He wanted to understand them not just by statistics, watching them from afar, but to personally try to live their life. The miner asked if that was necessary. He confirmed it and said that as long as his last name was Dmitri, he had to do it. Morkan became nervous and realized that this was indeed the ideal answer. These were the words one would want to hear from a ruler and the image of nobility that they dream of. Now Roman told him the real reason. He is not Dmitri's master, even though they have amassed a huge fortune. It all belongs to his father. So he came to the mine to find out what he can do for the family, to fairly ask for his share. After hearing his truthful answer, Morkan couldn't help but laugh loudly, exclaiming that he hadn't even thought about it. He thought he had come to the mine only to compete for the place of the heir. He clenched his fist and thought happily that in order to lay the foundation, Roman had come not to the forge, but to the mountain mine. This meant that he understood how important the miner's work was. Then, with a wide smile on his face, he decided to tell him everything that interested him. He diligently answered the endless stream of questions, thanks to which MC was able to get amazing information from him. The Dmitri mountain mine is the largest in the kingdom. It would not even be an exaggeration to call it the largest on the continent, especially the unexplored lands beyond Dmitri, nicknamed the Edge of the Continent, an endless mountain range. If they master everything up to this place, then Dmitri's wealth will know no bounds. Morkan said that the volume of production is not that great for the conditions that Dmitri has. The workplace is too dangerous, which slows down the rate of ore extraction and ultimately leads to a decrease in production. Of course, the Lord provides all kinds of support to ensure safety, but there is one big danger in the entire mining industry. Earthquakes often occur in the mountains of the northeastern region. But how can ordinary people prevent natural disasters? At that moment, there was a tremor, and then another one. A strong earthquake began, and Morkan, noticing a crowd of workers nearby, ran up to them with Roman and asked what was going on. It turns out that the 8th shaft of the mine collapsed and buried one worker. Because of this, the man became nervous. He looked at the hole and wondered what he should do now. There is a danger of further collapse. They cannot take urgent measures, but Roman volunteered to go there, which Morkan categorically disagreed with. After all, he is the eldest son of the Dmitri family. Even if he is an Aura swordsman, if the shaft collapses again, he will be in danger. First, they need to reconnoiter the situation. He firmly answered him that it would be too late then, and his look made him nervous. He reminded him that he had already said that people named Dmitri should bear this responsibility, and he asked them to prepare to receive the wounded man. After that, he jumped into the hole and began to descend the rocks, and then disappeared for several minutes. When his hand finally appeared, everyone else became excited and began to rejoice. The young master saved the victim. Roman ordered them to immediately bring splints, after which he applied it to the miner's leg, and Morkan, watching this, thought that treating injuries is not such an easy task. But even in this, he is a master. MC said that he provided him with first first aid. Now he needs to see a doctor. If elixirs are needed for treatment, he will cover their cost. After that, the victim was placed on a stretcher and carried away. And Roman turned to everyone and said that he is sure that they accept the accident that happened today as the fate of the miner. Even with the best preparation, no one is immune to unexpected disasters. However, there is a way to resist, albeit a difficult one. As a man whose last name is Dmitri, he uses all the ways and means to try to resolve their difficulties. And perhaps it will not take that long. As soon as Romero learned of what happened, he called his son into his office and asked if he was injured anywhere. When he heard a negative answer, he immediately began to scold him, asking what he was thinking when he stuck his nose in there. Even as an Aura swordsman, he cannot be immune to natural disasters. This time he was lucky and everything worked out, but because of his reckless bravery, he almost lost his son. And he does not say this because he is the eldest son of the Dmitri family. If it were anyone else in his place, he still would not have been able to allow 2 lives to be lost for the sake of saving one. MC confidently answered him that he was only doing what he had to, and then his father couldn't stand it and shouted his name loudly. But despite this, his son still remained calm and said that even if he went back in time, his decision would not change. There was an accident in the mine, and he believes that, as the one responsible for the Dmitri family name, he made the right decision. Romero asked him to at least leave the mining business for now. He did not tell him to do such a thing, and he cannot understand why he made such a choice. It would have been better if he had said that he would take up blacksmithing, then he would not have stopped him. Roman told him that he believed that he should work in the mine to better understand Dmitri. They gained fame thanks to the forge smelting technology, but most of the inhabitants of the Dmitri lands work in the mines to feed themselves. Because, naturally, his only path was not the forge, but the mine. Romero was surprised by his train of thought and asked, and what did he realize? He told him that he could understand the hardships people were going through. He could see that he cared deeply about the workers' conditions and safety. The miners respected him for that. But even these meetings would not be enough to avoid the dangers of the mining industry. You can't predict when an earthquake or a mine shaft will collapse, and collapses like today happen so often that you can't remember them all. His father said that he knew about it too, but, as he said, you can't prepare for it or prevent it. But he claimed otherwise, there was a way. They could implement magical innovations. His father was surprised by this and thought, is he talking about artifacts? He said that his desire to secure the mine shaft was commendable. But how much does he think an artifact is worth? To protect the entire mine shaft with artifacts, an astronomical sum would be required. MC told him that he knew this. Besides the air shield, artifact has a limited duration. Romero asked, and he still claims that it is necessary? Roman said that with the installation of artifacts, the volume of iron ore production will increase, and there will be no need to slow down the development of the untouched part of the mountain. This is an opportunity cost. If they spend an astronomical sum on equipping the mine with artifacts, but at the same time earn a large sum, then this can no longer be regarded as a loss. And after they assign separate workers responsible for security, thereby reducing risks, part of the increased profit can be used for the welfare of the miners. How does he like this idea? His father remarked that from the way he spoke, he had already calculated everything. He smiled and asked how much he should invest in this. But he had to be prepared in case his decision was hasty. Time passed. In the world of Murim, where natural selection reigns, there are 2 organizations famous for their ability to wield information, the Kaban and the Hao clan. The former collects conversations overheard by vagabonds scattered throughout the world, while the latter uses socially vulnerable groups, such as young men from entertainment establishments, as ears. Instead of a forge, Roman chose the workers of a mountain mine. They make up the entire Dmitri, and with their help, he will be able to obtain information about everything happening in the northeastern region. With his father's money and a pressing reason, he plans to embody the Hao clan, the lords of information in this world. But this is not enough yet. He sat down at his desk and looked at the map. Thinking that he didn't need an information guild limited to the northeastern region, he had to go further and get hold of informants from the entire continent. The workers weren't specialized in gathering information, so he had to filter the knowledge he got. Looking ahead, he needed to establish contact with the trading guild Dmitri and find someone from the outside who would gather information. But he just had someone in mind. After the war ended, the soldiers heard unthinkable words. Chris told them that from now on he was going to teach them mana cultivation techniques and swordsmanship. It was a gift from Roman. They had to approach the training with all their passion and diligence. The soldiers were very surprised by such news, because it was simply unthinkable. What is mana cultivation technique? If you systematize the features of mana management methods, it stops being trash from the market, representing a pathetic parody of teachings, and turns into an invaluable treasure. Even his father will not pass on a valuable mana cultivation technique. Lucas thought that he was sure he would tell them some nonsense from the books scattered on the ground in the market. Although they swore allegiance to Roman, they still do not know how much he trusts them to throw away such treasures. Chris told them that the name of this technique is the spiritual instruction of Asura. Asura, according to one distant country, is a demon of the battlefield. As soon as he said these words, Lucas became nervous and at the same time impressed. He could feel mana right now. Only a couple of days of training, but his senses have become extremely sharp, and he can even feel the wind tickling his skin. The Asura sword technique, which contained 108 methods to fight the enemy, was an invincible technique that perfectly embodied the power of spiritual guidance. Who was this Roman Dmitri? If he had gotten his hands on the Asura spiritual guidance and sword technique, not only would he not share them with the soldiers, but he would keep them a secret even from his family. Lucas, who had once spent all his wealth on learning the mana cultivation technique, spent every day feeling like this was the biggest turning point in his life. He was happy now, and when MC called him to offer him the position of information gatherer, he refused, saying that he wanted to be by his side. Roman thought that he was a well-connected opportunist who had proven himself in the test, and a veteran among the mercenaries who had been through thick and thin. He was perfect for this role. Lucas looked away and said that if he took over the information guild, he would have to leave it. They fought together in the war against Barco, and he swore that he would dedicate his life to him, so he asked not to send him away. MC smirked, mentally praising his acting, and asked his opinion. Why did he teach them Asura's spiritual teachings and sword techniques? He confusedly told him that he didn't know, and he said that he gave them a gift in return for their loyalty. What did he think of him? A man named Roman would give everything he had to thank the soldiers for their loyalty? Lucas began to guess, and MC said that he didn't need unreasonable loyalty. It was just payment for them putting their lives on the line by following him into war. In that case, what would he give to a man whose value was higher than a soldier? Lucas realized that he would give him something more than Asura's spiritual teachings. He immediately agreed to his proposal and bowed, saying that he would follow his order and create the best information guild on the continent. Roman noted that he was calculating and looked at things realistically. He was the best fit for the position of the leader of the Hao clan's information guild. Soon MC returned to the mines, and as soon as the workers saw him, they immediately went to him and greeted him happily. They approached him and thanked him for worrying so much about their safety, and one man even burst into tears and said that thanks to him, he could be calm about the life of his only son. He fell to his knees in front of him and promised that from now on, no matter what happened, he was ready to risk his own life for him in order to repay him for everything. Roman thanked him with a smile and said that he was indebted to them. From that very day, the faith of the people of Dmitri was riveted to Roman, and such a situation plunged Baron Romero into deep thought. At some point, a whole month had passed since the end of the war with the Barco family, and it was time for a regular meeting of the Dmitri family. One of the lords said that now, with the fall of the Barco family, there was no power to restrain Dmitri. Even their former influential henchmen expressed a desire to enter into an alliance with them. He turned to the Baron and said that, as he ordered last time, they refused to tell the authorities that they were closely associated with the Barco, showing excessive hostility towards them. How will they deal with them in the future? Romero said that getting mixed up with those who inflicted unforgettable wounds on them is not condescension, but arrogance, so they should not enter into alliance with them under any circumstances. They will make it clear to them what it means to make an enemy in the person of Dmitri. They decided to move on to the next topic on the agenda. Jonathan said that in this war, Barco had secured outside support, demonstrating what kind of changes it could bring. If they were to encounter Barco, variables like Flare and Homeros would put them in great danger. So along with expanding combat power that could withstand unexpected situations, he would like to acquire a magical weapon. Romero pursed his lips and thought about military power. There is no more reliable stabilizer than this. The Lord said that thanks to young Master Roman, their budget can afford it. A lot of money was spent on installing artifacts throughout the mine shaft, but this led to an increase in production by 30% in a short time. With this growth trend, it is expected that the production result will soon be double the previous volume. Romero asked, what about the money spent on artifacts? The man told him that they have enough funds thanks to the increased profits. In the end, Roman's decision turned out to be the right one. He decided to mine iron in the mountains on his own, without following anyone's orders, personally encountered the problems that arose during the case, and found the most rational solution. This case allowed Roman's reputation, which had undergone drastic changes from the outside, to be finally put to rest. Jonathan turned to the Baron, tearing him out of his thoughts, and asked how he was going to resolve the issue of the future successor. He frowned and wondered if this had really begun. The knight continued, saying that 3 years ago, he had appointed Rodwell as the future head of the family. At that time, Roman's behavior and the natural abilities of his youngest son indicated that they were not capable of shouldering such great responsibility. But the current situation has changed. The war with Barco, the safety problem in the mine, the brilliant talent of a swordsman. In his current actions, Roman demonstrates the qualities of a competent ruler. The other lords agreed with Jonathan's words, and one of them told the Baron that although he had not yet made an official statement, he believed that a fair competition was necessary. The rivalry between the heirs of Roman and Rodwell, it sent ripples across the quiet surface of the Dmitri family. Romero thought about his sons. Roman had proven his worth in a short time, but Rodwell had shouldered the responsibility of successor from an early age. However, would it be right to pit them against each other belatedly? He said that first of all, he would observe the situation and think about what decision to make. As soon as the council was over, he returned to his office and sat down on his chair, sighing heavily. Questions of inheritance must be decided with the consent of key figures, personal officials, the owner of the mine, and to top it off, the master of the Hendrik Forge. At the very least, these three parties must agree, so that he could arrange a rivalry between them, even if it raised a ruckus. He asked his servant to call Hans, and when he arrived, he asked him a question. Is Roman fit to be the successor to Dmitri's family? Hans was a little taken aback at first, then said that if he had asked this question 3 months ago, he would have answered that he was not fit for this role. But the current Roman is completely different. He watched him, and he grew into a man worthy of being called a successor. The Baron asked him to tell him more about this, and he told him about how Roman said that he would go to work in the mine to better understand the people of the lands of Dmitri. In order to unravel their souls, he bowed his head and worked equally with others to face the reality of Dmitri. The current Roman thinks about the responsibility that his family name has placed on him. Hearing the answer, Romero called him away and asked his subordinate to immediately call the owner of the mountain mine to ask him about the collapse. But Jacob did not come alone, but with Morkan. Jacob bowed his head and said that he was told that he wanted to hear about what happened in the mine, and he brought the one who was there at the time of the collapse. He nudged Morkan with his elbow, and he introduced himself excitedly. His name seemed familiar to Romero. He asked him to tell him more about what happened, and he told him everything. The accident happened a week after Roman appeared in the mine. The shaft of the mine collapsed and buried one of the workers. Because of the danger of a subsequent collapse, they were going to take the safe way, as dictated by the management. But then the young master declared that he could save the worker with his own hands, and despite their persuasion, he went to the scene of the collapse and rescued the victim. To be honest, at first he did not like him, but now he realizes how stupid he was, if he thought so. At the time of the incident, Roman said that he was the eldest son of Dmitri, and he was responsible for solving the problems of the people. Saving one of the workers was entirely his decision. He remembered his determined look when he declared that he would save him, and bowed to the Baron, saying that if he were to ask him how he judged the young master, he would say that he was Dmitri's true successor, whom he wanted to follow faithfully. Romero mentally noted that everyone was saying that Roman was suitable for the role of successor. But even so, he still could not make a decision. The most important opinion remained the forge. Meanwhile, Hendrik's assistant informed him that Roman's uniform had been sent. What should he do with it? He told him to accept it, which made him slightly taken aback and asked him to repeat it. Hendrik turned to him and asked displeasedly, "Were his ears blocked? Let him accept the uniform." His assistant ran off to carry out the order, and he continued working. To be honest, he would have gladly refused, but after listening to the stories from the mine from Jacob, he felt guilty for plotting against him in vain. After the uniforms were transferred to the forge, everyone was very surprised by their condition. How much training did they have to undergo to bring them to such a state? Then Hendrik noticed a very remarkable sword in a pile of metal and excitedly exclaimed, "What is this?" He took it and immediately noticed a smooth blade and just the right hardness. The sharpened handle in his hand feels like art. Such a good sword is hard to find even in Dmitri, which can be called the heart of blacksmithing. Where did he get such a thing? Unexpectedly for him, the sword began to shine, and he felt that the mana was reacting in a special way. Such a result, although he did not even pour mana into it, Aura Swordsman will simply go crazy with delight. He is sure that his iron processing technique is the best on the continent, but high mana resonance is a completely different matter. Still, he should ask him about it personally. Soon the repaired uniform was delivered back, and Chris, seeing this, raised one eyebrow in bewilderment and asked in surprise, "Were they finished already?" He thought it would take at least 2 weeks. The blacksmith answered him that he thought so too. There was work for 2 weeks here, but the master Hendrik seemed to have gone mad and harnessed all the blacksmiths to do this. Hearing this, Chris turned to Hendrik in confusion, who was just now talking to Roman. Judging by his face, he had not slept at night from the desire to know where Roman got such a sword, and now he could finally ask this question in person. He asked him to tell about the master who forged this sword and where he got it. MC smiled. This is what he expected. He answered him that he did not get this sword anywhere. The old man did not understand what he meant, and when he said that he forged this sword himself, he of course did not believe him. He asked angrily, was he really asking him to believe that? He reminded him that the master blacksmith of the family line, Dmitri, was standing in front of him now, and he still dared to laugh at him? So all the rumors that he had changed were a lie. Roman answered him with a smile that he was telling the truth. He named the only sword in the world Salamander, after the continent. Hendrik still didn't believe him, and his words only made him angrier. But then MC said that he would show him everything personally. It's better to see once than to hear. As a master blacksmith representing the family line, he should understand everything by looking at how he wields a hammer. After that, they moved to his personal workshop, and he said that in preparation for the war with Barco, he decided that he needed a new sword that he could trust his life to. After that, he faced the brazier's flames alone, hammering away at the iron tirelessly. And at some point, this forge turned into a sacred place. He turned to him and said with a smile that he thought he knew this feeling very well. Soon, he he would have to remember his duty to defend the country. So, he began to forge a sword that would best replace the salamander for him, and now, he wanted to show him the process of forging it. Seeing him take off his shirt, Hendrik thought, is he going to work without protective gear? He doesn't even know the basics of a blacksmith. There's nothing else to see here. He was about to leave, but when the first blow of a hammer hit steel, his eyes widened in surprise. Roman began to forge his new sword and thought that in both worlds, they handle iron differently. And in this world, they don't know how to ideally manage mana, so a lot of effort was put into the sword itself. On the contrary, in Murim, the main condition for forging is to freely control the energy of chi, a sword capable of revealing the maximum efficiency of chi. It was such a sword that Murim gained its fame, and he, spending his whole life on the battlefield, forged countless swords for himself. He breathed in the flame and plunged into self-forgetfulness. Watching him work, Hendrik was very surprised and thought that this could not be. And this is Roman Dmitri? The way he handles metal, the speed of his blows, the sound of the hammer hitting the steel. Every detail is perfect. He immediately remembers the Baron at the peak of his powers. He imagined his old friend at work and realized that in the end you can't escape blood. Soon evening came. MC finished the work for today, and Hendrik bowed to him, recognizing him as the true owner of that sword, and at the same time asked him for forgiveness. He only smiled in response, after which he said that he would give Salamander to him. As he could see today, he is making a new sword. Besides, he sold his sword without permission in the past, so he hopes that he will accept Salamander as a gift. 3 years ago, when the previous Roman stole his sword, Hendrik came to the Baron in a rage and asked him to finally wake up. So what if he is his eldest son? He is destined to drag the future of the family to the bottom. Let him ask anyone what kind of person Roman is, and 10 out of 10 will answer that he is just a fool. And he wants to make him his successor? Are there no alternative solutions? The Baron remained silent, and Hendrik slammed his hands on the table, exclaiming that he was talking about his second son, Rodwell. Not only did he study blacksmithing since childhood, but he also achieved recognition for his talents in the capital. Currently, the Baron was drinking wine and waiting for Hendrik to arrive, thinking about how 3 years have passed and his son has changed. But he is worried about whether he will be able to convince Hendrik. But when he arrived, he said with a big smile on his face that of course he agreed to see him as his successor. He fully deserved this right. Romero obviously did not expect this and asked, is he serious now? Hendrik told him that he could not lie to him. Roman worked hard where no one could see him. To be honest, the last time he ordered his weapon to be equipped, he gave him low-quality equipment out of dislike for Roman. But he knew what he had told him then? He had reproached him for committing murder by arming soldiers with garbage. That night, he had carefully analyzed his actions and had come to the following conclusion. He possessed the insight inherent in the Mitri family line. Moreover, today he had personally observed Roman at work in the forge. He had watched him, faced with the scorching heat of the furnace flames, selflessly devoting himself to his work. And as a blacksmith, he could not help but fall in love with this image. He showed him the sword he had given him, and said that this weapon had been forged by Roman. It would not be difficult for him to determine its value at first sight. When the Baron pulled the sword out of its sheath and looked at it carefully, he was very surprised and thought, how could his son forge such a thing? After that, Hendrik said that as a master blacksmith, he believed that the decision made 3 years ago should be reviewed. When he left, the Baron took out a letter from his second son from the desk drawer, which he wrote about his successes. Not long ago, he was promoted to S-class at the Royal Kairos Academy. From now on, he will move from theory to practice and gain experience in the field as a commander in real combat. He will graduate from the academy with the highest score, become a son he will be proud of, and at all costs will show Dmitri a new future. The Baron will have to make a difficult choice. He went to the window and thought that Roman and Rodwell have extraordinary abilities, but even Rodwell, nicknamed a genius, does not compare with the current Roman. He is capable of earning a reputation not only in the kingdom of Cairo, but also on the entire continent. When Rodwell graduates from the academy and Roman serves in the defense forces, the true struggle for the inheritance will unfold. A few days later, the priest of Valhalla, Willis, along with his assistant, arrived at the gates of Dmitri's fortress. They were met by the Baron himself, and Willis introduced himself to him. He had heard rumors that Roman had defeated the ranker Homeros. Since this was an exceptional case, he had come to meet him personally, and then decide whether he was up to the rank. Assurance of rank. A family line that includes a ranker, even a low rank, gains a reputation as a renowned family thanks to this fact alone. Romero smiled and apologized to him, but Roman had been working in the forge for several days, so he suggested that he take a rest from the road today and meet his son tomorrow. At the same time, he would be able to look around the city. He agreed, and then the Baron gave him a guide, Hans. While he was leading the guests to their rooms, he was telling them about Dmitri, their industry, and everything else. Willis wasn't listening to him at all, and his attention was drawn to the loud voices of the soldiers who were currently training. He froze at the entrance to the training ground and asked if he could take a look at the training. Hans allowed him to look at them from afar, and he thanked him. Meanwhile, 2 wooden swords collided. Kevin jumped aside and his training partner, Fuki, asked with a smile, Did he think he would stay in one piece if he ignored defense like that? Kevin in response advised him to defeat him first and then talk, after which they both activated their aura and rushed to fight. Willis was very surprised by this and thought, are both soldiers aura swordsmen? At the very beginning, in the army of 30 soldiers, there was not a single aura swordsman. One day, Roman told Fuki that he was born with a warrior's build, but until now, no one could understand the meaning of the words spoken. And after a couple of weeks passed, one day, Fuki successfully awakened his mana. Since then, the soldiers' attitude towards training has changed a lot. In order to become stronger, to break through the barrier, they put their lives on the line. And now the two auras clashed in battle. Fuki told his opponent to try to fight back. Then he put in more strength and his aura flared up, but Kevin was not going to give up so easily. Fuki got angry and pounced on him, but because of this, he opened himself up and Kevin immediately took advantage of it. Seeing the tip of a sword right at his face, he became nervous. And then Kevin struck, which threw Fuki up in the air, and he exclaimed, "Do you really have to go that far?" Kevin advised him to take it more seriously, then rushed towards him and, putting the sword to his neck, said that if they were on a battlefield, his head would already be rolling on the ground. Meanwhile, the priest was shocked by what he just saw. All the soldiers used the same style of fencing, and their movements are honed to perfection. And this is a provincial army? It is as if he is looking at the Valhalla Empire in miniature. He is sure that they are not ordinary soldiers. This must be a knightly order, nurtured by the blood and sweat of Dmitri. But since when did Dmitri have such power in his hands? He admits that their family line has influence in the northeastern lands. However, this can in no way be called an army of the backwaters. The younger priest was also amazed by this sight. He turned to him and asked if he was sure that the city of Dmitri was focused only on the mining industry. He told him that he himself was now beginning to doubt what he saw. One thing is certain, these are not ordinary soldiers. This must be the knightly order of Dmitri, subordinate to Baron Romero. Hans said that this is not a knightly order at all. Those they see now do not belong to the family line. This is the personal army of young Master Roman. When Willis found out that they were just ordinary soldiers, he looked at Hans in shock, and then grabbed his shoulders and exclaimed, "How can you treat aura swordsmen like ordinary soldiers? Did they hire them for a lot of money? Or are they in a faction preparing to join the ranks of the knights?" He said that he didn't know for what purpose he was asking this question, but if he was referring to Kevin and Fuki, they weren't aura swordsmen until recently. He told him that Kevin was from a poor family who was personally taken in by the young master, and Fuki was an A-rank mercenary. They just became stronger after being taught by the young master. This is so incredible. As the future successor, Roman has an innate insight and the ability to see through others' talents. In fact, he is a real blessing to Dmitri. The priest was very surprised by all these stories and couldn't wait to meet him. The next day came. Willis was looking forward to meeting Roman. He was wondering who he was, a genius who had not yet received a chance to prove himself, or a fake hero. Finally, the MC arrived. The priest immediately noticed his firm step and gaze, calmly looking down from above, and a moderately relaxed expression on his face. This man was accustomed to the life of a warrior. Roman approached him with a smile and said that he was glad to meet him, after which he sat down at the table, and Willis immediately began with questions. Is it true that he defeated Homeros in battle? He confirmed it, and he smiled nervously, noting that it seemed like he did not yet realize what he had done. Homeros was not just the 49th ranker, he had reached the 4-star level, ready to move up in the rankings. And he, who had barely reached the age of 25, defeated such a man. He does understand what this means, right? He will not be wrong if he calls him the most talented warrior in the Cairo kingdom. MC noted that he was speaking in such a veiled manner that what he had done defied common sense. He suggested that he skip this part and get straight to the point. Willis said that in order to establish the truth, he needed to tell him about the ranking procedures. The ranking fight is divided into official and unofficial. For an official fight, he must obtain permission from the Valhalla Temple and prove his strength by defeating his opponent in front of spectators. Victory and defeat in an official fight directly reflects his place in the ranking, after which he is issued a status certificate confirming his rank. However, if someone unexpectedly defeats a ranker in an unofficial fight, then the place of the defeated ranker is vacated, and after a year, the main rankers are promoted to a higher level. Victory in an unofficial fight will never assign him the rank of a defeated ranker, but if he proves his qualifications, then he, the winner of the unofficial fight, will be awarded the last place in the ranking. Roman understood everything. In other words, he can rise to the 100th place in the ranking if he proves his strength. The priest said that the Valhalla Temple only believes in what they personally verify. To confirm the qualification of the winner of an unofficial duel, they use an aura meter. The method of proof is quite simple. If the aura meter confirms that he meets the established standards, then they will decide that he is worthy of getting the last place in the ranking. At the same time, unlike an official fight, he is not given a certificate, and in the case of the 100th place, there is a high probability of becoming food for other contenders, so they give him time. MC asked what the reason for such a desire to get into the ranking, and he answered him that then the whole world will know about him as a swordsman. Even without a special reward, isn't fame enough reason to risk your life? Roman chuckled, and said that it would be easier for him to defeat a high ranker in an official battle. Willis was surprised and thought, what does he think a rating battle is? He said that of course, a rating battle is the best proof of ability, but holding a battle is not that simple. An official battle requires many conditions to be met. Since there are no rankers in the northeast of the Cairo kingdom to begin with, holding a rating battle itself is basically impossible. MC noted that this was quite annoying and suggested that he start testing. Willis said that the method was quite simple. He needed to pour mana into the aura meter and it would change color. 1 star is red, 2 stars is orange, 3 stars is yellow, and starting from 4 stars, it will glow green. Since he defeated a 4-star aura swordsman, he must prove that he has at least 3 stars. Roman thought that this was a progressive world of magic, unlike Murim, a device that can easily measure a warrior's combat strength. Who are these magicians? Someone like the Murim spellcasters? Or celestials who have reached the god's domain? He absolutely cannot ignore magical power. He reached out his hand to the aura meter, and when the priest told him to begin, he thought that the foundations of both worlds were different. He wondered what would happen if he released mana using this method. He smirked and decided to experiment, after which a dark purple aura began to emanate from him, which suddenly flared up, filling the entire room with its radiance. The priest was shocked by this sight. He did not understand how this was even possible. At first, the magic ball was the color of his aura, but then it changed to red, and then immediately to orange. Willis was surprised. Usually it takes about 5 minutes to measure the amount of mana, but the color changed very quickly. Even if he is a 4-star swordsman, the color could not have changed so quickly. The color stopped at yellow, and MC thought that apparently he had reached the limit according to the laws of this world. Now he decided to try, as is customary in Murim. Immediately after that, the color changed to green. The aura meter glowed like this for a few seconds, and then suddenly cracked. Willis opened his mouth in shock. He did not expect this at all. What kind of thing is this? An aura meter? It is the quintessence of knowledge, the creation of which was contributed by all the highest minds of the continent. The aura meter is so strong that it can accurately scan the mana of even a 6-star swordsman. Green is the limit, but if the mana still exceeds the permissible amount, there will be no failures in the meter. Noticing the crack, Roman asked if this thing was defective. The priest answered him in confusion that this was impossible. This kind of case is an exception, so he can't give him a clear answer. He thought that right before it split, the aura meter definitely lit up green. This means that Roman is a 4-star swordsman. He is not a hidden dragon that hasn't had time to fly yet. He is an already developed monster. To think that such a monster was hiding in Dimitri's family. The appearance of a ranker who has the potential to rise to 6 stars in the arena will turn not only the Cairo kingdom, but the entire Salamander continent upside down. Pulling himself together, he adjusted his glasses and apologized to Roman. This is his first time, so he can't make any hasty decisions. He will hand over the results in the coming days. Taking the aura meter, he said goodbye to him, and thought that the purpose of the empire that built the Valhalla temple in the Cairo kingdom must be fulfilled. He needs to find out more about Roman Mitri. When he returned to the temple, he sat down at his desk and thought that after 25 years, his life had changed dramatically. Can a person change so much? From the extermination of the Blood Fangs to the war with Barco, he did everything cleanly. The audacity that allows him to risk other people's lives for the sake of his own plans and the ability to make them come true. He not only has the fighting strength of a monster, but also the intelligence to use it. He wrote a report stating that there was no problem with the aura meter. One can only think that it darkened and cracked because it was damaged by an incomparable force. The normal result is green. He decided to report it immediately and contacted a superior using a magic stone and put forward Roman Dimitri as a candidate for hiring. The Valhalla Empire, they are not barbarians obsessed with battles. They knew what to do to gain status, and they came up with a way to lure overseas talents using the so-called ranking system, a tradition of the empire. Each country's warrior considered it an honor to be ranked and had a dream of becoming a ranker, so the Valhalla Empire could find talents even without much manpower. When Willis reported the news to the high priest, he said that he was definitely worth getting. Let him promote Roman Dimitri to A rank and find a way to recruit him. But when recruiting warriors from abroad, safety must come first. He must make him feel the soul of Valhalla as casually as possible. Willis put his hand on his chest and said that he understood. He would tell Dimitri's family that the aura meter was malfunctioning and that Roman was a 3-star swordsman instead of a 4-star swordsman, and they would end up unofficially ranking him number 100, since in a small kingdom like Cairo, it would cause quite an uproar just for someone to even make the list. The next day, the kingdom of Cairo was turned upside down by Willis's announcement that the youngest ranker had been born. The news reached the capital. Marquis Benedict, an influential person in the central government, asked if this was true. His servant confirmed it, and Willis from the Valhalla temple personally visited Dimitri and confirmed that Roman was a 3-star aura source and that he had indeed defeated Homeros. However, in his opinion, Homeros had had been careless and had been defeated before he could manifest his 4-star aura. The Marquis asked how many Roman Dimitris were this year. He answered him that he was now 25 years old, and he said with surprise that by the age of 25, he already had a 3-star level. An amazing nugget appeared on the outskirts. But what about the movements of other forces? His subordinate answered him that everyone immediately took action. Both empires, Kronos and Valhalla, were especially active. Benedict began to curse the imperial authorities out of anger. This talent appeared in Cairo, but they have the audacity to get to him before them. The current kingdom of Cairo is divided into 4 factions: the royal faction that governs the country, and the aristocratic faction, the basis of which is Marquis Benedict, the faction of the Kronos Empire's confidants, and the faction of the Valhalla Empire's confidants. This was the reality of the small state of Cairo. The Marquis told his servant to hurry up and send people so that other authorities would not take Roman Dimitri away from them, especially the royal family. They must not allow him to fall into their hands under any circumstances. Meanwhile, a battle was taking place on the front lines in the west of the Cairo kingdom. The Cairo kingdom borders the Kronos Empire to the west and the Hector kingdom to the south. The Kronos Empire, which owns the 2 largest mountain ranges on the continent and is the birthplace of Emperor Alexandro, demanded that the Cairo kingdom become part of it, and had been relentlessly attacking the borders for several years. Cairo soldiers were dying on the front lines, and inside the country, traitors to the motherland, being supporters of Kronos, were urging everyone to surrender. After the battle, the Cairo soldiers gathered the bodies of their comrades in a pile. The soldier began to curse the imperial dogs. They fought for the sake of the country, but they do not even have the right to a normal funeral. He turned to Rodwell and asked if he was okay. He answered that he was already used to it. After all, he had not had a chance to be here for a day or two. His comrade said that he didn't know the real front was so terrible. He thought about throwing this academy diploma to hell and going back to his homeland 10 times a day. Rodwell threw a torch at the pile of bodies, and they immediately burst into flames, after which he walked over to his comrade and began to watch it. He thought that this was the pathetic reality of a small country. With external forces targeting Cairo, there was not a single day that passed peacefully on the Western Front. His comrade asked, had he heard the latest news? His older brother Roman had risen to rancor. When he heard his name, Rodwell frowned and clenched his fist, thinking, had he really risen to the 3-star level? But the brother from his memories was simply incapable of this. He told him that this was all nonsense. He didn't know what kind of trick his family was using, but he couldn't even protect himself, let alone become a rancor. The truth would be revealed very soon. After some time, a guest arrived at Dimitri's estate, who intended to meet with Roman. Once they were alone, the guest decided to get straight to the point and told Roman that he served His Majesty, the King of Cairo, and the reason for his visit was to elect him as a royal knight. And so the 4 factions of Cairo began to take immediate action to get their hands on the dragon named Roman, who was lurking on the outskirts. Being in the royal guard that protects the king of the country is the highest honor allowed to a knight. The envoy said that, to be honest, it is an extremely rare case when someone is personally offered to become a royal knight. Usually, such an honor can only be bestowed upon one after passing a rigorous selection process controlled by the royal family. But he is an exception. If he moves to the capital right now and swears allegiance to His Majesty, then he can join the guard without any tests. MC asked, is that all? His guest frowned and asked in surprise, is he really refusing? He asked in response, isn't it obvious? As the eldest son of the Dimitri family, he is happy with his life and does not experience any hardships. So why should he move to the capital, complicating his life, and become a royal knight? He answered him in confusion that by becoming a royal knight, he will receive a personal estate in the capital, and the Dmitri family will be granted a higher title. He asked, is this the maximum of the royal family? His words outraged the envoy, and he slapped his palm on the table, exclaiming that he was greatly mistaken. His Majesty wished to receive him into the ranks of the guard because he highly appreciated his future potential, the title of royal knight and an estate in the capital. In his current situation, such rewards are already an unaffordable luxury. He replied that he was not the one who was mistaken here. 5 days ago, Count Gregory's man came to him. They promised him an estate in the capital, about 36,000 square feet of land, and a mountain of jewelry if he swears allegiance to them. And they also wished to become equal through political marriage. Realizing that the people of the Kronos Empire faction had already made their move, the man became nervous, and Roman told him that 3 days ago, the Denver family house, belonging to the Valhalla Empire faction, wished to become his patron. And last night, he met with a man from the Benedict family. They made a much more stunning offer. They promised to triple the rewards promised by other families and make Dimitri a family house of Viscounts within a month. Hearing this, the man realized that it was all over. He nervously admitted that they were a step too late, but still asked him to choose them. Everyone he mentioned was a terrible traitor who only dreamed of how to swallow the kingdom whole. At least thanks to the captain of the Royal Knights, nicknamed the First Sword Cairo, they still managed to suppress rebellion attempts, but the royal power is already occupied. The laws are deaf and blind to them, and it is difficult for the royal family to fix this. Cairo is a small state. To be honest, even their offer can cause discontent among the nobility, and the only thing they can promise is a place of the royal knight. But stepping on his pride, he still begs him. Could he not share his power for His Majesty the King? MC smiled and thought that 4 forces against 1 kingdom. For him, the 12th son of the heavenly demon, this is an extremely familiar situation. He said that the offers of the past 3 ambassadors and the royal power did not sound tempting to him at all, so he was not going to accept any of them. Besides, now he did not plan to compromise his moral principles. The man was glad, realizing that they still had hope, and Roman said that it was better for him to leave for today. Still hoping for agreement, he said goodbye to him and said that he would wait for the day when he swears allegiance to His Majesty. This was the 4th offer and the 4th refusal. MC did not plan to bend the knee to any of the authorities. If they were to become enemies anyway, he would rather bide his time, keeping his distance with all his might. This was the only sure way. Time passed. MC was training as always, and then one of his servants approached him. He introduced himself as Makan from the Valhalla Intelligence Agency. Roman was immediately confused by the fact that someone from Valhalla was wearing Dimitri's servant uniform, and he asked what was the matter. Hadn't he already expressed his opinion to the Denver family a few days ago? He said it so threateningly, which made Makan nervous. He apologized to him for using such an unsightly way to meet. Only because of the prying eyes around him, he had to abandon the generally accepted methods, because let him think that Valhalla is serious. Valhalla fell in love with his potential, but citizenship is not an easy matter to solve. Moreover, it will be difficult for him to leave Dimitri's family, which has accumulated considerable wealth. Along with the title of Viscount, they will grant him fertile lands, including a mountain with iron deposits. Then he will be able to preserve the traditions of blacksmithing. MC noted that this is a good offer, and Makan said with a grin that the most valuable thing for him as a swordsman is the opportunity to become stronger. He will be given special access to the Valhalla storage of the 1st level. Roman was surprised by such an application, because Valhalla's personal storages contain spiritual teachings, sword techniques, and other legacies of past generations. The storage is divided into several levels, depending on the value of the contents. With the exception of the special level storage, the 1st level storage is considered the highest. Makan said that in the future, Valhalla will conquer the entire continent and rise to the top as the only empire. Staying in the Cairo kingdom is the shortest way to say goodbye to life, and Valhalla already has a brilliant future, so let him join their ranks. He thought that this was a significant reward and a suitable threat, so a wise man would definitely accept their offer. But contrary to his expectations, Roman refused and he exclaimed, "Is he serious?" MC said that he refused not because he was not satisfied with the conditions or loyalty to the country. Lately he has received many offers. He advised him to think about the current situation of the Cairo kingdom. Royal Knights, Marcus Benedict, Earl Gregory, Earl Denver. He should not just swear allegiance to one of the 4 powers, but decide for sure what his future steps will be. And now, standing at a crossroads, he does not need verbal offers. He wants to personally test time whether it makes sense to risk his life. Makan was surprised by his words. How to increase your own value without making any choice. MC presented himself to others as an honest man, completely and utterly devoted to the side. And in Makan's eyes, he seemed like a man who was hard to make bend his knee, but if he gave his heart, he would be faithful to the oath until the end of his days. This touched the boy, who did not even know that such a thing was done intentionally. He said with a smile that he did not know how he planned to test the value of Valhalla, but they could not wait too long. He hoped that he would be reasonable and not delay in answering their offer. Roman agreed with a smile, but before leaving, Makan said that he had prepared a gift in the name of their connection in the future. Let him be on the lookout for the southern front line. This place is like a time bomb that can explode at any moment. Soon it was time to leave for military service. His parents came out to see him off, and Hans was already in tears. He told his father that he would return safe and sound, then headed for the exit, and he sighed worriedly. Rihanna smiled and told him not to worry so much. After all, this is not the western front line bordering Kronos. He was assigned to the calm southern lands, so she was sure he would return home safely. He told her that he knew this, but he was his son, and therefore he could not calm the excitement in his chest. Leaving the estate to his soldiers, MC said that it was time to go on the road, and they all agreed in unison. At that time, no one knew how their march to the southern front line would turn out. Soon they reached the final stronghold of the southern front line and decided to rest, and tomorrow at dawn to move to the southern barracks. He rented an inn, which everyone was happy about, because the other aristocrats distribute their soldiers into camps. While they were moving things, Roman sat in his room, and then he heard some noise from below and went down. Some aristocrat called his soldiers pathetic ragamuffins and shouted about how important he was. He pointed at himself and said that he was the second son of the Albert family, Henry Albert. Before that, MC read another letter from Benedict. He wrote that the news reached him that he was fulfilling his military service duties. He understood his desire to sacrifice himself for the sake of the country, but he could not watch how the one who in the future could become his man, fighting in a foreign land, risks parting with his life. He used his connections a little to get him assigned to the Southern Front. Let him remember, Benedict's family will always be waiting for him. He threw the letter aside and thought that several months had passed, but they were still as persistent. Most likely, the Marquis, the head of the aristocratic faction, will not want to let him go. After all, there is no one who could better repel the royal knights than him. The Southern Front, unlike the Marquis who thinks that it is calm there, the Valhalla intelligence agency responded to it as a time bomb that will explode at any moment. He will understand everything himself when he personally encounters it. Currently, Henry was shouting that he will stay at this inn. How dare they resist him? Roman approached Chris and asked what was the matter. He told him that this guy claims that he was supposed to occupy the inn and tells him to get out of here. He told him that they rented the entire building, but he continues to insist. MC looked at this idiot. His family line no longer has a reputation, but he talks too much, using past merits. Although he doesn't care if he is famous, he stepped forward and asked why they should leave. Henry pointed his finger at him and asked if he was their master. He confirmed it, and he told him to open his eyes wider at this situation. He doesn't know what family he is from, but since they are all heading to the southern barracks, he should understand that nothing good can be expected from him if he is angered. He gives him exactly 10 minutes to take his trash and leave here. Roman thought, this is the reality and provincial families of Dmitri. He firmly told him that he is not going to leave the inn, after which he reached for his weapon and said that there is an easy way to solve such problems. He quickly took out his sword and told him to do the same. If he defeats him, he will gladly give him the inn. Henry got very angry and was about to rush into battle, but his soldier realized something and immediately rushed to his master, asking him to stop immediately. This man is Roman Dmitri. He recently entered the ranking as the youngest ranker. This news made Henry nervous. He looked at him and thought, is this the youngest ranker of Cairo, who killed his eldest son in front of the head of the family during the war with Barco? Is this the demon who knows no mercy? MC asked why he did not draw his sword, and Henry shuddered, realizing that he was finished. He would die as soon as he drew his sword from its sheath. He decided to leave and looked away, excitedly saying that he completely forgot that he had agreed to meet. Let him think that he was apologizing for this incident and they would end it there. If he had his way, he would punish him for neglecting the Albert family. As soon as he turned his gaze back to him, he noticed that he had come very close to him, which scared him. He screamed loudly and then rushed to the exit under the worried cries of his soldiers, and Roman, looking after him, thought, is this the reality of the Southern Front? That day, as many as 3 similar situations happened, but as soon as they heard the name Roman, they were immediately blown away like the wind. While they were resting, the innkeeper told him that such things often happen here. Unlike the Western Front, the Southern one is not so dangerous due to tolerable relations with the Kingdom of Hector. Therefore, all the aristocrats who could not avoid military service try to get to the Southern Front, nicknamed the resort. No one presses with training, and nothing threatens life. This is the best place for military service of aristocrats. Soon night fell. MC returned to his room and spread out the map on the table. 48 days ago, the Hector Kingdom's intelligence service crossed the state border. They immediately returned after checking the situation on the Southern Front, but even after that, the intelligence service was seen checking the Southern Front 3 more times. It is not yet possible to say for sure that they are planning to start a war, but even judging by the latest fragmentary information, the current Southern Front is no longer so safe. He grinned at the thought of war, and the familiar smell of blood seemed to linger on the tip of his nose. Finally, they reached the camp, where they were met by their commander, Viscount Bale Frank. He said that in the southern barracks, the soldiers assigned to the Southern Front would be trained in military basics, and after 3 weeks of training, they would be formed into a reserve force in which they would spend the rest of their service. Regardless of their title before service, within the walls of the barracks, they were all just soldiers doing their duty. If someone breaks the regulations, deciding to act on their own, then as punishment he will be sent to the Western Front. Roman sighed with relief and thought, and this is called punishment? Who would be upset about this? But when he looked at the guys standing next to him, who had recently been yawning boredly and were now listening attentively to the commander, he was a little surprised. Bale said that in the evening, they would be informed about the training schedule, and now they could go unpack their things at their new place of residence. MC was about to leave, but one of the soldiers came up to him and said that the commander would like to meet him alone. After that, he came to the Viscount, who met him with a wide smile on his face and asked if the road to the southern lands had tired him out too much. He answered him that everything had gone great, and he laughed, offering him to make himself more comfortable. As soon as he sat down on the sofa, he handed him a cup of tea and asked if he knew how inspired he was when he found out that he was assigned here. Roman Dmitri, the youngest ranker of the Cairo Kingdom. The news that an undiscovered genius had appeared in the Dmitri family excited him. To be honest, he called him separately to confirm something. Is it true that Marquis Benedict had arranged for him to be assigned to the Southern Front? He took a sip of tea and confirmed it, adding that he hadn't asked for it, but he had heard that the Marquis had done so. Bale smirked and thought that Marquis Benedict was trying hard to curry favor with Roman. If he established a relationship with him in advance, he would have a chance to get into the central government. He decided to get straight to the point and said that he wanted to prove himself to the Marquis. The southern barracks are also quite nice, but they don't compare to the luxurious life of the central government. So while he was here, he would take good care of him so that he would not lack for anything. But in return, when he sees the Marquis later, let him say that Viscount Bale Frank of the southern barracks has given him every comfort. That will be enough. MC thought with a smile in his mind that this was a pretty frank statement, and he had no particular reason to refuse. As soon as he left his office, Henry caught up with him. Out of breath and covered in sweat from running, he stood in front of Roman in a confident pose and exclaimed that he had touched the wrong man. Does he know who his relatives are on his mother's side? The Frank family line. And Viscount Bale Frank is his uncle, so now he realizes what a mistake he has made. MC paused and then asked, "What now? That his uncle is the commander of the barracks?" The guy pointed at him and exclaimed, "Does he not realize the situation?" He rushed to his office and ordered him to stand there and wait. Now he will see if he can remain as confident as now. He called his uncle loudly and he began to fuss over him. He wondered what had upset his dear nephew so much, and Henry began to complain to him with tears in his eyes that some idiot from the Baron's family was threatening his life, and the Viscount exclaimed, "What kind of villain was intimidating him?" He literally flared up with rage and exclaimed that he would punish the one who dared to touch his nephew. And Henry happily left his office, saying that the guy was right in front of the door. When the Viscount realized who they were talking about, he froze in place for a few seconds, and then excitedly hit his nephew in the face with such force that he knocked out his tooth. Poor Henry did not even expect such a betrayal, and remembered how good it was for the two of them before. Little Henry joyfully ran to his uncle, who greeted him with a smile and twirled him in his arms. Since his childhood they had been very close. His uncle always fulfilled his every request. There was a time when he loved his uncle even more than his parents, but now for some reason he hit him, which left him in shock. Pressing his hand to the place of the blow, he looked at his uncle with tears in his eyes, but now he was thinking only about how to curry favor with Roman and not become his enemy. He turned to him and with an awkward smile apologized to him, saying that he should have approached the upbringing of his nephew properly. Let him apologize in his place. MC said that for his sake he would close his eyes to what happened, after which he left, and the Viscount began to loudly scold his nephew. He called him a fool, and said that Marquis Benedict himself was looking after Roman. What is the benefit of having such a person as an enemy? Henry looked at him with offense and asked how he could hit him. His uncle's anger immediately evaporated, and he knelt down to level his gaze and asked when he would grow up. If he behaved here like he did in Albert's family, he wouldn't be able to protect him. An idea came to his mind, and he said with a smile that today's incident could have left a bad impression on Roman about them. So from now on, everything from training to the formation of the reserve army, he will assign him to Roman. Let him do what he wants, but he must make friends with him, and let him remember, if he does not listen to him, then he will send him to the Western Front. Does he understand everything? This made Henry nervous. Meanwhile, MC was in his room and thought that Viscount Bale tried hard to give him a personal room. It is quite easy to manage people who do not hide their ambitions. Life in the southern barracks promises to be good. Meanwhile, Chief Instructor McBurney sighed heavily, sitting at his desk. He could not believe that his fate was to prepare aristocrats for war games. 3 years ago, he was a veteran warrior who distinguished himself on the Western Front. Loyalty to the kingdom alone prompted him to volunteer for the Western Front. Over the course of 10 years, he fought in dozens of battles defending the kingdom. Starting from the bottom, he rose to the rank of commander in charge of an army of 100 men, but only a moment separated him from falling into the abyss. During a fierce battle defending the Western Front, he lost his right hand, in which he held a sword. At that moment, the most painful thing that tormented him was the realization that his life as a warrior had ended ingloriously. His commander, in recognition of his exploits in the military, assigned him to the southern barracks as an instructor. He said that although he would have to leave the battlefield, he hoped that he would continue to work there for the good of the kingdom. It was excruciating, but McBurney decided to accept reality and obeyed the order. However, the training system that met him upon arrival at the barracks was in complete disarray. In the Western barracks, everyone trained equally, but the aristocracy of the Southern barracks were completely exempt from training. He had planned out a precise training system, starting with 3 weeks of basic endurance training. But what was the point if the aristocrats commanding the soldiers didn't want to train? And now, looking again at the guys chilling in the shade, he wondered, what was the point of all this? He decided to at least pretend that training was going on, and left the building. He passed by the aristocrats who were relaxing in the shade, and they didn't even pay attention to him. He thought they were so relaxed, despite being on the front lines. How tired he was of all this. But when he saw another aristocrat with his squad, he was shocked. Roman and his soldiers stood in line, ready to train. McBurney looked at them and thought, here in the southern barracks, someone lined up in perfectly straight rows? And with the commander too? Isn't he familiar with the southern barracks yet? He approached Roman and said that the southern barracks does not force aristocrats to train. If he wants to rest, he can sit in the shade with the others and watch the training. He turned his gaze to the others and asked, is this done because of them? The instructor confirmed this with an awkward smile, and he said that an enemy attack on the battlefield does not discriminate between people by status, and war does not only take place on the plains, mountains, rivers, swamps, and so on. In order for a commander to fulfill his duties, regardless of the landscape, he must, at a minimum, be as strong as his soldiers, from which it follows that the commander, in whose hands the giving of orders is in charge, must also undergo training. In addition, by training he meant a process that will help soldiers reveal their potential and gain experience. McBurney was very surprised. He has a perfect understanding of the purpose of training. MC continued, saying that therefore he does not need to smile ingratiatingly at him. He was ready to throw away his status and undergo any training he ordered. The instructor clenched his fist and realized that in his memory, this was the first aristocrat who had expressed his willingness to strictly follow the training. People risked their lives for those who were ready to accept them. He was going to offer a compromise during training, but not now. He would give it his all in these 3 weeks. He climbed onto the platform, took a deep breath, and then loudly announced that the first endurance training session would begin today. And so McBurney's determination opened the doors to training hell. Roman and his squad ran through the forest, carrying a load on their backs. The instructor said that the purpose of this training was to prepare for the outbreak of a surprise war, so that they could react quickly at any time and in any place. From now on, they would run uphill every day, regardless of the weather. The others barely followed them, out of breath from any exertion. They did not understand who these guys even were. In the evening, it was time for another training session. While they were swinging their swords, McBurney walked next to them and said that this was a mental battle in which they did not know when the war would end. With the help of swing training, unlimited in quantity, they must go beyond their limits. For anyone who gave up in the middle, he would extend the training, reducing the time for sleep. Finally, night fell. The first day of training was over. The soldiers came to the river to swim and rest. One of them sighed heavily and said that now he could live. They said that there was a resort in the southern barracks. It turns out that this was all a lie. No one warned them that they would be driven so hard from the very first day. And thanks to someone, it only got tougher. One of the soldiers looked towards Dmitri and told them not to overdo it. Let them moderate their ardor. There were others here besides them. The guy agreed with him and said that they, unlike them, were called up for service. If they had enough time, they could do the same. It is clear that due to the short period of training, there will be a difference between them. Henderson approached him and asked how long they had been training. The guy looked at him worriedly and replied that they had only trained for a year. Of course, they would be inferior to them. After all, they had been training for several years. Henderson said that he misunderstood something. Their first training began 3 months ago, and he says that he was unable to prepare due to lack of time. Let him not make up excuses. They simply did not give it their all. The day Henderson saw the advertisement for recruiting soldiers, he firmly decided to become Roman Dmitri's man. He thought that since recruitment was for personal soldiers, serious qualifications were unlikely to be needed, but this was a huge mistake. Veterans among the mercenaries, like Lucas and Fouquet, came running to the stunning terms of Roman's offer. Henderson was instantly surrounded by predators, turning into a herbivore, and then he wondered if he would be any good in this place. He decided to give up and approached Chris, saying that he didn't think he was worthy of accompanying Roman. And he asked him why he thought that way. He told him that he was just a newbie, that he didn't really know how to hold a sword. He had been farming all his life. It was too arrogant of him to decide to follow Roman. Chris asked, so he was giving up because he was inferior in level to the others? He confirmed it, and he told him that when he first met Kevin, the guy had nothing but malice in his eyes. To be honest, he didn't understand why Roman would pick up a boy from a poor family. But what about the current Kevin? In such a short period of time, he turned into a warrior that no one dared to ignore. Funny, but he was the same way. The first time they met, he blindly attacked Roman and almost lost his front teeth. Back then, he was no better than a frog stuck in a well, and he, like Kevin, had changed thanks to his master's teachings, so he should listen carefully. It was Roman's decision to accept him as a soldier, and even though he was pathetic now, he could grow just like him and Kevin, because their master was the one who would give him that chance. Henderson clenched his fist and said that, to be honest, he couldn't even believe it himself. But if this man had chosen him from a crowd of volunteers, then there must be a reason for it. It was still hard for him to imagine how he, a simple farmer, could become stronger, but like he said, he would rely on his master's foresight. His life had started to change since then. He had spent the last few months training himself. He had felt sick and fainted, but despite everything, he had tried his best to catch up with his comrades. And in the end, he had managed to become who he was now. And now he asked this soldier, what did war even mean to them? When he stands on the border between life and death, where the only way to survive is to kill, will he also say that he can't fight because there was little time to prepare? Realizing their weakness, they not only don't try to improve, but they also drag others down with them. And so he sees no reason to fulfill their pathetic request. They couldn't find the words to answer him, and he left, calling them pathetic idiots in the end. At that moment in the soul of Roman soldiers, the war had already begun. The brutal endurance training continued. The difficulty only increased with each passing day, but the soldiers gritted their teeth and went on to the very end. The aristocrats were just relaxing at the time. One of them said he didn't understand why they were trying so hard. He would have understood if it was the Western Front, but is the Southern Front close to war? Another aristocrat said they were wasting their energy where it wasn't needed because of their pathetic origins. If they didn't do at least that, then where would Dmitri even be able to get recognition? The guy agreed with him, and they both laughed, while Henry was thinking about how he could get his favor. He glanced at Roman, who was currently training, and thought it was wonderful to communicate with fellow aristocrats, to be friends with them. Although what could you expect from someone who came from commoners? He decided that everything would work out somehow on its own and dozed off. Time passed, and the commander of the Hector Rangers, Jackson, came to his king with a report. Over the past year, the Ranger squad has infiltrated the Southern Front a total of 48 times and studied the 5 lines of defense. According to the study, all forces have been thrown into defending the Western Front against the Kronos Empire, and the Southern Front has been ignored. He guarantees them that the attack on the Southern Front will be without difficulty. The Hector Kingdom was once a powerful state comparable to the Kronos Empire. Thanks to its enormous military power, it expanded at an incredible speed, but after suffering a brutal defeat in the war with Valhalla, it sank to the very bottom. The prestige of the Hector Kingdom has fallen to the level of Cairo. At present, it has become one of the 6 kingdoms on the continent and is forced to bend under the empire. The king's son, Edwin Hector, approached him and asked for permission to speak. After receiving approval, he said that over the past 5 years, the Hector Kingdom has been experiencing an unprecedented crop failure in history. The money they had borrowed from the gold bank to solve this problem had turned into huge interest and was choking them. The kingdom had no strength left to hold on. If this continued, Hector would lose all sense of being a kingdom. His father clutched his head and said that he understood it too. If only their ancestors had known what an outcome this unbridled war would lead to. Edwin said that by losing the war, the kingdom of Hector had distanced itself from further wars and from this history, so as not to make the same mistakes again. But now it was different. They had prepared enough over the past year. For the sake of the desperate people, for the sake of their kingdom, he had to make a decision. His father looked at him and thought about war. It was a word he dared not say out loud. Even though he was his son, he didn't look like a weakling like him. He asked if he was sure about that. He replied that if he hadn't been confident, he wouldn't have brought it up at all. His father decided to agree and easily stated that from that moment on, all power in the war would be transferred to the only prince of the kingdom, Hector. His son simply nodded in response and said that he would obey his order. At the same time, in the southern barracks, the 3-week training session was coming to an end. The barracks commander called Roman to him and proudly announced that he had assigned him to the reserve squad for the 5th line of defense. Maybe he had heard and knew it, but everyone was literally singing about how much they wanted to get there. He had to use his connections for him. MC thanked him, and the Viscount said that he had nothing to thank him for. He could always contact him if he needed anything. After that, it was time to hit the road. Instructor McBurney came out to see them off and thanked Roman for all this time. Thanks to him, he realized what he was working for, and in the future, he would be able to train new cadets with greater diligence. He handed him a note and said it was nothing, but he might find it useful. He had gathered information about the Southern Front and the local landscape. All of this would be useful if a war broke out, although of course he would have to spend 2 years of peace. But he still wished for him to be demobilized unharmed. MC thanked him, and the instructor thought that if it were up to him, he would follow him. During the 3 weeks of observing him, he had come to understand that he deserved to have him devote his life to him. But the problem was in his arm. Roman had already gathered outstanding talents around him, and there was hardly any room among them for an armless cripple who couldn't even swing a sword. In the future, he would only be a hindrance to him. He gave him a final smile and then returned to the barracks. MC unfolded the piece of paper at this point and thought that he had heard that Lucas had had to suffer a lot to put this together. He deserved respect, if only for his sincere good nature. Meanwhile, there were sentries on the first defensive line of the Southern Front. Noticing suspicious movement from the side, they announced unexpected news. The enemy is advancing. Meanwhile, Roman and Henry's squads arrived at the 5th line of defense, the military camp of the reserve army. He kept remembering his uncle's words. Since he was specially assigned to the same reserve squad with Roman on the 5th line of defense, he had to win his friendship by any means during these 2 years. And now, following his squad, he wondered why he should get close to him at all. And yet, it was good that he ended up on the 5th line of defense. But unexpectedly for him, the alarm sounded, which made him tense. The soldiers informed the new arrivals that the Hector Kingdom had declared war and ordered them to prepare for battle. Henry began to look around in bewilderment, not believing what was happening, and when he turned around again, he noticed that Roman and his squad had disappeared somewhere. After the Hector Kingdom declared war, the first line of defense was attacked. However, the army of the fifth line of defense was the one most at risk of defeat. The enemies broke through the fortress gates and rushed inside. They began to chop down Cairo's soldiers, while others climbed the walls. The commander of the fifth line of defense, Baron Bruce, was dumbfounded with fear. He understood that everything was over here. The fifth line of defense, nicknamed the Paradise of the Southern Front, had long since lost its appearance as a front line. The aristocrats who arrived to serve were not forced to fulfill military duty. They were waiting for a rather comfortable life. All because the responsibility for this lay with the man who happily accepted their requests and bribes, filling his own belly. This man was Baron Bruce, rotten to the bone. He looked at the enemies and thought that defending the fifth line of defense to the end was a direct path to death. He ordered the soldiers to hold the line to the last. If they broke through, the innocent people would be in danger. They could not retreat under any circumstances. The soldiers rushed into battle, and he decided to escape in the noise. When the soldier asked where he was going, he asked them to stall for time and said that he was going to report this directly to the king. MC, meanwhile, informed the entire squad that they were immediately moving to the fifth line of defense. They ran at full speed to help the soldiers. Despite the fact that the Southern Front as a whole has poor defensive capabilities, among all the defense lines, it is the fifth one that has the oldest equipment, a rabble of soldiers, and on top of everything else, a useless leader. In other words, this defense line has the worst fighting power. Just think. They placed reserve troops in case of an emergency 2 hours march from the defense line. They have at most an hour to get there. Noticing movement ahead, Roman signaled the squad to stop, but it turned out to be only Baron Bruce. Seeing the reserve troop, he was very happy and ran up to Roman, asking if he was the commander of these soldiers. First, let him protect him and take him to the rear. Right now, the most important thing is not reinforcements for the fifth line, but the safety of its commander. He needs to inform the royal family of the danger. Roman realized who he was and asked what he was doing here alone, without soldiers. Bruce pointed his finger at him in response and called him insolent. If he was from the reserve troop, then at most he belonged to the minor aristocracy, and he still dared to treat him so disrespectfully? MC ran out of patience and said that he saw no point in listening to him further, after which he grabbed him by the neck and pressed, saying that the fact that he was here now meant only one thing. The so-called commander abandoned his soldiers and fled. According to military regulations, a deserter, regardless of his title, can be executed on the spot. He understands what that means, right? Bruce got nervous but took his words for a bluff, and he immediately dispelled his doubts and executed him, saying that if he had retreated with the army, at least he would not have died at his hand. After that, he ordered his soldiers to move on. Meanwhile, on the fifth line of defense, everything was bad. A soldier named Stephen looked at the bodies of his comrades and cursed. He knew that someday this day would come. Just think. The commander ran away, forgetting about his soldiers. He rushed into battle, but was unable to repel 2 enemy attacks at once, and was wounded, which is why he immediately fell to his knees. Noticing the enemies approaching him, he had already accepted the end, but someone came to his aid in time. He cut down the enemies in an instant and asked, "Is he Stephen?" A red cloak of Roman flashed in front of the soldier's face, and he said that Baron Bruce was dead. From now on, he was responsible for the defense line. He looked at the soldier. His name was on the list that Lucas had given him. According to him, he was the only one of value on the 5th defense line. He told Stephen that he would trust his many years of experience serving on the 5th defense line and asked him to answer if there was a way to defend this place. If he said that there was no hope, he, Roman Dmitri, as the one responsible for the reserve army, would order all soldiers to retreat. Stephen was slightly surprised to learn that he was that same Roman, after which he honestly told him that their military situation had already worsened greatly. Retreating would be the right decision, but then they would give the enemy an advantageous position. If the Hector kingdom occupied one of the 5 defense lines, they would have a route at their disposal through which provisions could be delivered, and in that case the war would drag on for a long time. They both knew that then there was only one way left. They need to use an iron fence to prevent the enemy from passing through the fortress gates. MC said that from now on he would buy time to install it, and he should immediately gather soldiers and prepare the fence. Stephen was slightly surprised that he agreed to such an absurd plan so easily, and he warned him that it was very dangerous. Even now, the enemy continues to enter the fortress territory, and if they isolate it, they cannot guarantee that they will survive. Roman told him that he understands his concerns. At that moment, an enemy soldier attacked him from behind, which scared Stephen, but MC easily dodged his blow and struck back, saying that he is not a fool who is ready to part with his life, knowingly considering the plan impossible. Stephen was simply amazed by his attack. He killed him without even looking at him. At that moment, a squad ran up to them, and Roman told them that they should ram their way to the fortress gate and let them follow him. They agreed with the order in unison, and Stephen, looking at them, realized that there was not an ounce of fear in them. Was such a strong relationship between a master and a subordinate really possible? MC told him to get ready. The war was already starting. The soldier looked at him and his warriors who ran to the gate, and now he understood. Their loyalty loyalty came from respect. As Roman began to cut down his enemies, he thought, should he, even if he had no love for this country, put himself in danger for it? After all, war is a game where a soldier has no choice but to sacrifice himself. Now that the Cairo kingdom has recognized his worth, he has received special privileges and power. There are many ways to avoid war, but difficult circumstances, the reality of a small state. From such nasty realities, the blood, on the contrary, only boils in the veins. As he responded to another enemy attack, he smiled widely and realized that he longed for a life in war. Meanwhile, his soldiers followed him faithfully, Chris and Kevin using their aura to attack. With every step, Roman was sure to lead death. When he killed 10, Hector's soldiers rushed into battle, trusting each other. When he killed 20, the soldiers realized that the enemy was stronger than they expected. And when the number of brutally killed exceeded 50, the faces of the enemy soldiers distorted in horror. They all called him a monster and ran away in fear. And their commander, Hector's warlord, Baron McCleary, became nervous and asked what was going on there. Just recently, having rammed the fortress gates, they were confident of their victory, but at some point, their forces began to push back. He noticed Roman in the middle of the battlefield, cutting through his soldiers, and met his menacing gaze. He shuddered and thought, how could he catch his gaze from such a distance? After that, MC rushed towards him despite the enemies lined up in front of him, and the Baron thought, was he really going to kill him alone? He waved his hand, ordering the soldiers to kill the boy before he got more furious. There was only one enemy. They prepared to meet Roman, and meanwhile he thought that the enemy general was too well off. The strategy of lightning war, he was able to understand this after going through countless battles. As soon as the enemy commander's head flies off, the enemy formation will immediately begin to disintegrate. He must kill the general at all costs. He ran towards him, but 3 swordsmen appeared on his way, who volunteered to deal with him. But MC simply used the second formation and finished them off with one swing of his sword. When the dust settled, the soldiers saw that a huge gap had appeared between them, and they fell to the ground in fear. McCleary was stunned, then he decided to go against Roman himself, but before he could even draw his sword, he was beheaded. MC immediately grabbed his head and raised it higher, after which he loudly addressed the warriors of the Cairo kingdom and reported the death of the enemy commander. But if they spare the rest now, they will certainly become embittered and return again. Even if they have to shed their blood, let them put their lives on the line and punish the enemies. The soldiers roared, and Henry, meanwhile, standing on the fortress wall, looked at Roman in surprise, and now he understood why his uncle ordered to get closer to him by any means. Having lost their commander, Hector's soldiers scattered in all directions, and thanks to the courage of Roman and his soldiers, the 5th line of defense was protected. After that, Chris reported to Roman on the state of the squad. Not a single person was killed. He praised them for their excellent work and told them to use elixirs to heal their wounds. Stephen was surprised by his words, because others obviously wouldn't supply their soldiers with elixirs. It's a healing potion developed in the Magic Tower. It's known for its exorbitant price even for the lowest rank. Overwhelming power, reckless decisions, generous attitude towards soldiers. The trust between Roman, Dimitri, and the soldiers is not just a formality. If such a person tells you to jump into a fiery pit, then everyone will believe him and obey. MC called out to him, tearing him out of his thoughts, and asked him to tidy up the battlefield and prepare for the second wave of the attack. And he needs a soldier who is well versed in the topography of the southern front. He asked in surprise, is he going to leave immediately? He confirmed this, since the war is not over yet, after which Stephen took him to a guy named Kobe, and said that he is a local here, so he can use him as a guide. Kobe saluted Roman, greeting him, and he spread a map on the table and asked what was the shortest route to the rear. Kobe offered him one option, and he said that as far as he knew, this route would take 2.5 hours. They needed the shortest route that would take no more than 2 hours. Kobe was about to offer him another option, but only now noticed something strange in his words. How did he know that the mountain route would take 2.5 hours? This is not a simple assumption. He has studied the topography of the southern front to some extent. Then why was he chosen as a guide? He said in surprise that he did not know that he was so familiar with the area. To which MC replied that when Stephen received his assignment, he most likely assumed that he was not familiar with the southern front at all. He excitedly said that this was not true at all, and Roman said that he did not need to be embarrassed. This was a common thing. He had studied the area in case of an emergency, but he had not understood everything thoroughly, so he needed his help as a local. Kobe thought that he was different from the aristocrats who had come to the southern front for the carefree army life. With his help, the southern front would have hope. Only 10 minutes. The meeting did not take long, and by this time, Chris had already finished preparing the squad and reported it to the master. Hearing footsteps behind him, MC turned around and asked, what was he doing here? Henry Albert approached him. Although he was nervous, he was confident. The protagonist repeated his question. What is he doing here? Henry thought that if he said that it was to get closer to him, they would immediately chase him away. He said, bowing his head in respect, that first of all, He apologized for his past mistakes. It would sound shameless, but he would like to follow him and help. As an aristocrat of the Cairo Kingdom, he cannot stand aside. He only has to give him an order. The protagonist sternly said that it was his choice to follow him or not. However, he must make one thing clear. If he interfered with his plan even a little, he would abandon him without a second thought. After a while, they ran through the forest, and Henry thought, trying to keep up with the others, that it was too fast. Then Kobe stopped in surprise and noted that there was someone nearby. He thought it was a soldier from the southern barracks. MC crouched down next to the wounded soldier and asked what happened. He reported with difficulty that the southern barracks was attacked. He asked them to provide assistance. Roman thought, getting up, so the enemies decided to attack not the front line, but the southern barracks in the rear. Apparently, the soldiers fled, having managed to get to this place. And there is a high probability that the attack occurred at most half an hour ago. Then it turns out that the Hector Kingdom attacked 5 defensive lines, while at the same time using the rapid response army. The protagonist thought in shock. Is this really possible? The protagonist said that they first need to get to the southern barracks. After some time in the southern barracks, the warriors from the Hector Kingdom mockingly said that they can leave him. He will die anyway. Although, maybe he wants to surrender already? Then they will kill him painlessly. McBurney, a soldier of the southern barracks, shouted that he curses these scum. They really think that he is the only one who will die here? Even if he has to sacrifice his life, he will definitely take one of them with him. Let them risk attacking him. He thought it was a curse. If only his right arm wasn't so badly damaged. I wonder what happened to Mr. Roman? He is the only one on the southern front who has not let his guard down for a moment. Although he heard that Roman was assigned to the 5th line of defense, he believes that Mr. Roman will do something. He did not expect that he would remember him at the threshold of death. This means that he still cannot part with the battlefield. Suddenly, a deafening roar was heard, and a hole appeared in the wall. They shouted in shock, turning around. What is happening? Has the Cairo Kingdom already sent cover troops? The protagonist stood on the rubble, and the warriors of the Hector Kingdom shouted, preparing for battle. Who is he? Did he really come to help? How could he know what was going on here? He thought in shock. Could this man really be Mr. Roman? The protagonist thought, so McBurney is still alive? After which Chris ordered the soldiers to destroy the enemies and save the survivors. The soldiers rushed at the enemy warriors, who decided to attack MC. Roman used his abilities and thought that he would take these alive. He pressed on their points. Even if they woke up, they would not be able to move for some time. The remaining warrior of the Hector Kingdom shouted, running away from the battlefield, that this is a curse. He needs to report this urgently. Unexpectedly, McBurney rushed at him and said, grabbing him in a chokehold, that he said, at least one, but he will certainly destroy. After he knocked out the enemy warrior, he sighed tiredly. The protagonist noted that he worked hard. He can entrust the rest to him, and he himself will rest for now. McBurney whispered, closing his eyes, that he thanks him. After a while, at the main entrance, Chris reported that they dealt with 12 warriors of the Hector Kingdom, and they were able to save 5 survivors. Also, according to the testimony of the survivors, Viscount Bale was wounded during the battle with enemies from the Hector Kingdom, and he fled to the mountains. The protagonist thought that the main forces of the Hector Kingdom attacked the southern barracks and moved somewhere further. The enemy army numbered at least several hundred warriors. MC asked where the captured warriors of the Hector Kingdom were now. He said that they locked them all in one building. Roman said that from now on, he forbids anyone to be allowed inside until he allows it. This is an order. The protagonist thought that the Hector Kingdom certainly had a reason to use a feint tactic. He needs to find out everything first. Then the protagonist noted, turning to the prisoners, that from now on, he gives them 3 minutes. If they answer his question correctly, he will kill them painlessly. Otherwise, they will suffer horribly until the very last moments of their lives. The prisoners from the Hector Kingdom shouted that he can just kill them. They are not against it at all. MC said that his first question, what is the purpose of the Hector Kingdom? They said with a malicious smile that a curse awaits him. Roman said that this will be the second question. What were they doing in the southern barracks? The prisoners shouted that they would rather die than tell. The protagonist noted, using his abilities on one prisoner, that their 3 minutes were up. He screamed in pain with horror on his face. The protagonist said that he calls it the method of separating tissue and squeezing out bones. They will feel the pain of twisting muscles and bones throughout their entire body and will meet a very slow and painful death. He is sure they should have been prepared for torture, but they have never experienced such a thing. They shouted. Does he really think this will change anything? Even if he hears the plans of the Hector Kingdom from them, it is too late to stop them. MC said threateningly that this was the answer he was waiting for. He did not expect to hear the truth from them from the very beginning. He just wanted to see how they would react. It seems that he was right. Their true goal is in the rear, and now they can die. After a while, Roman thought that the simultaneous attack on several points of the southern front was a distraction. If suddenly their plan was successful, then we can assume that the southern front has already fallen. After some time in the infirmary, the protagonist asked what happened to the southern barracks. He wants to hear the details. McBurney said that he will tell. 2 hours ago, they were attacked by the Hector Kingdom. He was preparing for horseback riding training as usual, when suddenly the soldiers of the Hector Kingdom appeared and attacked them. They quickly gathered their soldiers and fought back, but due to the huge difference in strength, they were simply destroyed. He also does not know if the commander of the barracks, Viscount Bale, is alive. The protagonist asked if there was anything special about the enemy's appearance. He noticed that they were lightly armed, and the face of the man who seemed to be the enemy commander was covered in scars. MC crossed his arms and thought that the enemy commander had a scarred face and was also lightly armed. Roman said that they must be a squad of rangers. McBurney looked at him dumbfounded. The protagonist thought that he had heard that the leader of the Hector Kingdom's rangers valued the scars on his face, earned in countless battles, no less than orders and medals. He said in a puzzled tone that he did not understand why they attacked the southern barracks. If they had gained the advantageous high ground, would it not be better to use this advantage and destroy the front line? The protagonist noted that the enemies were not targeting the front, but their rear, and that was why they were attacking the southern barracks. Since the southern barracks was located on the way to the rear, the enemies had no choice but to attack. McBurney asked what he was talking about. MC stated that the Hector Kingdom was currently using a feint. The attacks on the defensive line were only to divert their attention. The enemy's true target was located in their rear, the teleportation gate. He looked dumbfounded, and Roman thought that the teleportation gate was a magical solution to compressing space. Since the gate could cover a huge distance at once, capturing it during the battle was an important strategic move. As a result, not only would the enemy be left without reinforcements, but it would also pave the way for a counterattack if the captured gate was given new coordinates. For this reason, in case of a counterattack, a self-destruct device was installed in the teleportation gate. The protagonist noted that in this war, the Hector Kingdom was overfulfilled with firm confidence in its decisions. This was a win-win strategy that would definitely lead to victory if successfully implemented. And, naturally, the strategy was to capture the teleportation gate. McBurney shouted that they should immediately go to help the rear. The protagonist said that he was against it. Did he receive a request for help from the rear? He clenched his fist and said that this could not be. MC noticed that the Hector Kingdom's ranger squad had left the southern barracks an hour and a half ago. The teleportation gate should have been conquered by now. Roman thought that the enemy was now on the defensive line and in their rear. The entire fighting force of the southern front, including them, was completely isolated. Roman said that from now on, they would have to survive on their own, without the help of their kingdom. After some time at the state border of the Hector Kingdom, the warrior reported that he had received a message that their warriors had overcome the southern barracks and were now almost at the rear position. While repelling the attack on the defensive line, the Cairo Kingdom had been completely unable to figure out their strategy. The commander of the Hector Kingdom army noted that it was too early for them to relax. Given the attacks on the defense of the Cairo Kingdom, in those places where the enemy was not going to surrender, the battle would inevitably drag on. Their goal was to destroy the non-fortress wall right in front of their eyes. If the strategy was successful, they would naturally be able to take the entire southern front. He thought that the key to the success of the strategy was security. For about a year, they studied the structure of the southern frontier, introducing a detachment of Jackson Rangers there. If they had put all their forces into the attack from the very beginning, they would have been able to crush everyone in just 4 hours. However, the most important thing for them at the moment is the existence of the teleportation gate. The commander of the Hector Kingdom army said that in case of the worst case, they must be prepared to destroy the teleportation gate. If their plan fails, they will destroy the teleportation gate and begin to act on the second plan. The warrior thought that he had a very rational judgment, as expected from a famous person in their kingdom, Edwin Hector. His existence will revive the Hector Kingdom again. After some time at the teleportation gate, Jackson crushed the guard and thought that from now on, the battle with time begins. Before the enemy reveals their plan, they must hurry to successfully complete their task. A year before, they were sitting at the dinner table. Edwin said that the Hector Kingdom does not have the strength to hold on. The more the interest of the gold bank weighs on them. If they suffer another crop failure next year, the national treasury will be depleted of its last savings, so he wants to make him a business proposition. How would he feel about joining him in trying to conquer the southern front of the Cairo Kingdom? Jackson thought that the Hector Kingdom had spread rumors that the prolonged crop failure was a curse from God. In a situation where the state could collapse at any moment, Edwin, who was called the best genius in the history of their kingdom, became a hero, like fate, born in troubled times. Over the course of a year, the Hector Kingdom infiltrated the southern front 48 times to dig a tunnel to the rear with the help of spies. Secretly entering through the completed tunnel, the ranger squad was able to seize the teleportation gate. At this moment, a warrior from the squad reported that they were able to successfully establish a connection, after which they greeted with honors the prince of the Hector Kingdom, Edwin, who used the teleportation gate. Edwin gave orders to Cullen to deal with the remnants of the defeated rear army with the support of the 1st Division, and they needed to firmly fortify the defense in case the Cairo Kingdom sent reinforcements. Then he said, turning to Jackson, that the connection with Baron McCleary, who was in charge of the 5th line of defense, had been lost. Did he know anything about this? Jackson noted that they were still figuring out what happened, but it was only the 5th line of defense. They had no reason to worry. This place was known to be the most problematic on the entire southern front. It was decided that a small detachment would be enough to crush the defense there. Edwin said that he told them not to attack rashly, no matter what the situation. Had they forgotten that? He said that was exactly how it was. He stated that once the plan was completed, Baron McCleary would receive a severe punishment, regardless of his achievements. Edwin did not notice that despite the detailed plan, there were still 2 variables. Sometime later, at the 1st line of defense, the commander shouted that they should quickly repair the fortress wall before the enemies attacked again. A soldier shouted that a message had arrived from the southern barracks. Donald, the count and commander of the 1st line of defense, asked in surprise what was going on, after which the protagonist reported using a magical hologram and introducing himself as a member of the reserve troops of the 5th line of defense. He asked what made him contact him in the current situation. The protagonist stated that he would get straight to the point. It seemed that the Hector Kingdom had used a feint by capturing the teleportation gate located in their rear. Before the Hector Kingdom surrounds them from all sides, they must abandon the fortress and take refuge in the mountains, ordering all the remaining forces in the south to gather in the same place. Donald crossed his arms in displeasure and thought that the mountainous terrain of the south was very confusing. Was he just saying this as advice? He said with irritation that they would figure it out themselves. They could end the conversation here, after which MC thought that he had simply decided to ignore it. If this was the case, then they would abandon all the remaining lines of defense except for the 5th line. Roman declared, turning to his allies, that they should pack their things. They were heading to the mountains right now. After a while, a soldier reported that the base in the rear was out of contact. Donald nervously thought that this was a curse. Could Roman's words be true? Even if the territories closest to the southern front promised to send reinforcements, it would take them at least half a month to get here. Was there really no way? Although if the fortress holds out until reinforcements arrive, then they will have a chance to win. After 4 hours, he thought in shock, how is this possible? They are completely isolated. The enemies have occupied their teleportation gate, adding to their military power. The 1st line of defense is also blocked from all sides by soldiers from the Hector Kingdom. He needs to calm down. They managed to repair the fortress walls. They also found materials for the defense of the fortress, so as not to repeat the mistakes made in the first battle. They can hold out. Donald ordered everyone to prepare for an attack. He turned to the soldiers of the 1st line of defense and said that the Hector Kingdom has recaptured their teleportation gate. Because of this, they are surrounded on all sides. They cannot hope that reinforcements from the Cairo Kingdom will appear right now. However, just like in the first battle, they must trust him. Donald shouted that they will definitely survive. A strange rumble was heard, and the soldiers asked, looking around, what was that sound? He asked, what's the matter? The soldier said in fear that they had flare. At that moment, the magical device Flare prepared to use magical explosive shells to destroy the fortress. Then there was a deafening explosion and the scream of soldiers who came under enemy attack. Donald remembered Roman's words that before the Hector Kingdom surrounded them from all sides, they should abandon the fortress and hide in the mountains, ordering all the remaining forces of the south to gather there. He thought, looking death in the eye, that Roman was right. Then, the enemy soldiers shouted that they were able to defeat the commander of the 1st line of defense. After a while, Jackson noted that due to the fact that they suppressed the main line with the magical device Flare, they managed to capture the fortress without major losses. If they continue like this, very soon they will be able to capture the entire southern front. Edwin stated that time was on their side. They should arrest all the surrendered soldiers and lock them in one place to prevent any more surprises. They would need a lot of weapons to successfully negotiate with the Cairo Kingdom. Depending on the situation, they should use the hostages as a pretext for a deal. He said that he would carry out his orders. He thought that his plan was perfect. However, where did he get this feeling of anxiety? Damn it, what was he missing? Suddenly, a warrior ran up to them and shouted that they were in trouble. They had received a message that Baron McCleary had died on the battlefield, which was why they could not contact him. Edwin asked furiously, where did they get this information? They should bring this man to him. After a while, a warrior in the Baron's service said that he was sure. At first, the 5th line of defense looked like they were completely unprepared for war. As soon as the battle began, they successfully rammed the gate, and Baron McCleary ordered the destruction of the fortress. He said in fear that this monster appeared. He wondered in surprise, what kind of monster were we talking about? The warrior said that its power was so great that he could not even believe his eyes. This monster single-handedly dealt with many of their allies. When he blinked a few times, many allies were destroyed by its blade. Even the Aura swordsman fell from one blow, saying goodbye to life in the blink of an eye. The mere presence of this monster turned the entire battle into a living nightmare. Edwin tried to talk to him, but the warrior repeated only one word, monster. He thought that he heard that the youngest Rachner of the Cairo Kingdom was sent to the southern front by assignment. They had conducted perfect training this year, but an unexpected variable appeared: Roman. Afterwards, Edwin ordered the head of the Rangers to report the situation at the front. Jackson reported that they checked the fifth line of defense, but they could not find the soldiers of the Cairo Kingdom. It seemed that they had fled to the mountains. If he gave the order, he would immediately form a detachment to pursue. He said that there was no need to do this. The situation had already deviated. They had captured the southern front. It was time for them to begin negotiations with the Cairo Kingdom. After a while, in the main palace of the Cairo Kingdom, Daniel Cairo, the king, asked irritably, "When will they arrive?" The butler said that he was sorry, but the news was sudden. It would take a long time for everyone. He slammed his fist on the table in anger. The ruler of the Cairo Kingdom cannot make a decision alone. Daniel can only move the troops with the consent of the nobles who have powerful authority. Afterwards, Benedict, a member of the aristocracy faction, said with a smile that he was a little late. His carriage broke down on the way here. After him, the Count, Gregory, from the pro-Kronos faction, entered the room. Afterwards, Denver, the Count from the pro-Valhalla faction, asked if it was true that the Hector Kingdom had attacked the southern frontier. Daniel said in disappointment that the Hector Kingdom had crossed the state border and suddenly attacked the defensive fortresses. If this continued, the southern frontier would be in great danger. Benedict asked if it was not enough to send soldiers there right away. He thought that this Marquis was too arrogant. Daniel noted that he would consider this consent then, and would immediately send troops to the southern frontier. Sometime later, the soldier reported the current situation on the frontier. Benedict shouted in shock. Did the enemies really capture the teleportation gate? In the end, the Cairo Kingdom system of government, divided into 4 factions, only made the problem worse. Daniel then shouted furiously, slamming his fist on the table, "How do they plan to fix this situation? If they had given in and at least allowed the king to make a decision on his own, then the southern front would never have been in such danger. The wet ones are entirely on their conscience." Suddenly, a wounded soldier opened the door and shouted that a representative of the Hector Kingdom had contacted them via magic transmission. After a while, Edwin reported using a magic communication device that they were demanding retribution for the war. They must assess the cost of the southern front and compensate it in gold. Benedict shouted in shock, "Do they really think they have the right to make such a claim? Unleashing a war without a reason?" Gregory noted, gritting his teeth, that he was just an impudent bandit. He said that they had 3 days to fulfill the demand. If they failed to comply by then, the southern front would be annexed to the Hector Kingdom. If they seemed to be stalling under the guise of compliance, none of the hostages of the southern front would be able to return alive. Afterwards, Edwin thought that the prolonged crop failure had dried up the Hector Kingdom's treasury. Interest from the gold bank was also accumulating. For the sake of the suffering people, he was willing to become not the Star of Hector, but the cruelest demon in history, in order to save his people. After a while, Daniel noted that since the teleportation gate had fallen into enemy hands, they were left with no choice. By paying the compensation demanded by the Hector Kingdom, they would at least reduce their losses. Benedict stated that if they did so, the enemy would definitely ask for a huge amount. He shouted furiously, "Do they have a choice? Maybe they can offer another option?" They remained silent, and Daniel thought, gritting his teeth, that this was not even funny. Until recently, they were fighting among themselves for power, and when faced with a real threat, they do nothing. He noted that the decision had been made then. They would accept the conditions of the Hector Kingdom. Gregory said that he was against it. They looked at him dumbfounded. He noted that there was Roman at the southern front. According to the report they had just received, Roman had won the 5th line of defense. If only he could change the current state of the war, they would have a serious chance of winning. Daniel said that he admitted that Roman was an outstanding swordsman. However, a 3-star swordsman who had barely reached adulthood was a blessing for the Cairo Kingdom. However, he would not be able to influence the course of the war alone. Benedict noted that the king was right. Roman was the future of the Cairo Kingdom. Rather than use a dubious adventure, having lost a talented person at the front, it was better to first minimize the losses of their kingdom. He thought, glancing at the Marquis, that as expected, they were unaware of Roman's true strength. He himself was only able to obtain the information because he belonged to the pro-Kronos faction. His skills and abilities were superior to 4-star swordsmen. He was the only variable that could defeat the enemy on the southern front. However, he did not need to share this information with others. Gregory awkwardly said with a smile that if everyone thought so, he would not insist on his own either. But they had 3 days. How about waiting for these 3 days? If there was no change on the front within this time, then they would accept the Hector Kingdom's proposal. Daniel said that they would do so. From now on, the Cairo Kingdom would begin to prepare for 2 outcomes: a war with the Hector Kingdom and a truce. After a while, Henry thought with a horrified expression as he looked at the destroyed first line of defense that this could not be. They were finished. This was Cairo's complete defeat in the war. He shouted that they needed to retreat to the mountains immediately. Henry thought that his life was more important than any honors in the kingdom. He ordered his squad to retreat. Henry thought, running away in fear, that first he needed to survive, and then he would decide what to do. Suddenly Chris put his dagger to his neck and whispered that he should be quiet. He thought in surprise, could it really be him? He whispered that they needed to follow him. Then Henry thought, what is Roman's knight doing here? Weren't they heading to the rear? What were they doing in the middle of a damned mountain? How is this even possible? he asked in surprise. When did they manage to make a camp here? Chris noticed that the young master thought that the base in the rear had already lost. This was his secret camp for an emergency. Henry shouted that if the base in the rear was destroyed, they needed to run. Why did they have to set up a camp in this place? He threateningly stated that the war was not over yet. They stayed here to protect allies like them and to fight the enemies climbing the mountains. If he was a warrior of the Hector kingdom, they would have already lost their lives. Henry thought in fear that he was a monster. How did the Dmitri family manage to get hold of such monsters? He asked where Mr. Roman was now. He hadn't seen him for a long time. Chris noted that the master was currently personally dealing with the enemies on the front lines. Henry thought that their commander was Roman. He was a true monster. At this time, a battle was taking place in the forest. Warriors from the Hector kingdom were pursuing the survivors of the first line of defense. Brant, the adjutant of the first line of defense, thought as he clenched his teeth and blocked the enemy's attack. At least those who remained should survive. He despised Donald. Because their commander had made hasty decisions, the soldiers of the first line of defense were doomed to die. He was thrown back by a strong blow, and he thought, when the enemy prepared to strike, would this really be the end of his life? Suddenly, the protagonist destroyed the enemy with one swing of his sword, and the rest of the Hector Kingdom warriors rushed at him. The protagonist dealt a series of crushing blows, and Brant wondered if this place was hell. He asked who he was. MC gave his name. He is from the reserve squad of the 5th line of defense. Brant was dumbfounded, so he was the one who advised them to retreat. He did not run away, but came to save them. He reported that the 1st line of defense had already been defeated. The Hector Kingdom moved towards the 2nd line of defense. They should expect that the other place would not hold out for long either. Roman asked if he was suggesting surrender. Brant said that he admitted that Roman was a strong swordsman, but this was a war between kingdoms. It was impossible to resist the Hector Kingdom alone. The protagonist thought that the Hector Kingdom was currently experiencing a great famine, but they made a surprise attack and started a war. The Hector Kingdom's actions do not correspond to the current situation. In that case, their intentions may be different. The protagonist said that the Hector Kingdom was going to take over the southern front in one go because they did not have the strength to wage a long war. He asked what he meant by that. MC thought that the Hector Kingdom's goal was to resolve the crisis in their country through war, and only by taking over the entire southern front would they convince the Cairo royal government to cooperate. If that was the case, he could understand the Hector Kingdom's actions. Roman said that the enemy kingdom had decided to risk everything by betting the fate of their country. After a while, at the 2nd line of defense of the southern front, Jackson ordered the use of a magical device, flare. A deafening roar was heard from the use of explosive magic. Edwin thought while watching the battle that Baron McCleary's death was not in his plans. The 5th line of defense is the weakest on the entire southern front, and Roman from the Dmitri family managed to win there. If the testimonies of the defeated warriors are true, and his power is beyond imagination, then was his strength enough to withstand the entire army of the kingdom of Hector? Although he does not think that is possible, Roman may cause difficulties, but he will not bring fatal changes with him. The kingdom of Hector is not so weak that just one person can change the situation on the front. Suddenly, the warrior shouted, turning to the prince, that something terrible had happened. They had lost contact with the first company sent to deal with the remnants of the enemy army. However, that is not all. The other companies are also not responding. He thought, looking at the warriors in shock, that the bad feeling that had not left him all this time arose because of Roman. Then Edwin ordered the head of the Rangers to report the situation. Jackson said, bowing his head, that immediately after the 1st line of defense had fallen, the 3rd Battalion had been ordered to deal with the remnants of the enemy army. But about an hour ago, contact with the companies belonging to the 3rd Battalion had been lost. Judging by the fact that contact with the 3 companies had been broken one after another, it was likely that they had been killed. He asked how many casualties were supposed to be. He noted that it was about 300 people. Edwin thought that his worries had become reality. He was sure that it was Roman from the Dmitri family who had done it. He had not fled to the mountains at all, but had remained on the southern front, choosing the path of resistance. He said that if Roman were ignored now, he would create even more trouble later. Jackson noted, turning to the prince, that Roman was, however, only a minor deviation. If they followed his lead and were defeated in the assault, they could not guarantee the success of plan. Right now, it's not important to catch the scum from the Dmitri family, but to destroy the remaining defensive fortresses. Edwin said that he was wrong. Right now, it's important to deal with the scum that had ruined their plan. He had to withdraw the warriors from the 2nd line of defense right away. Jackson thought, having agreed to carry out his order, why was he so fixated on Roman? After a while, they learned from reports that he was hiding on this mountain. Edwin thought that he had spent the last year developing the plan, but he could intuitively sense that Roman from the Dmitri family was a dangerous element. He said, addressing the warriors, that he understood what they were thinking now. However, as a military leader, he must always be prepared for the worst outcome. The remaining defense lines that were still unconquered were the least of the evils. The worst thing was the existence of Roman from the Dmitri family, who had given birth to unforeseen dimensions. Jackson thought that Edwin's decisions were always logical. They could only trust him. They shouted that all troops were ready to carry out the commander's orders. Edwin declared that it was time to hunt the people of the Cairo kingdom. The mountain ranges to the south were wide. Rushing thoughtlessly to search might result in missing the enemy, so it was decided to station the army at the foot of the mountain, gradually surrounding the area from all sides. Then the leader of the 3rd Company of the 2nd Battalion of the Hector Kingdom shouted that as soon as they spotted the enemy, they needed to blow the whistle. If they slowly drove the enemies into a dead end, they would be able to deal with them all without major losses. The warriors of the Hector Kingdom shouted that they understood the order. He shouted, "How was the situation on the left side?" The warrior shouted that everything was unchanged. Suddenly, he was destroyed by a powerful blow. The leader of the 3rd Company shouted, "How was the situation on the right side?" They shouted that everything was unchanged. He thought that everything was going according to plan so far. Suddenly, it dawned on him that there was no one left around him. He thought in shock that he should use the whistle as soon as possible. At that moment, the protagonist appeared behind him and dealt a critical blow. The protagonist thought that the Hector Kingdom was more determined than he expected. He planned to make the most of it while they were attacking the defense lines, but they were so fired up about eliminating him that they even abandoned the 2nd line of defense. Their commander was definitely not mediocre. Then, the enemy soldiers shouted that the enemy had appeared. They needed to check on their allies. They had to gather together, blocking the escape route. The MC destroyed the enemy in an instant and thought that he hadn't felt this way for a long time. The 12 sons of the Heavenly Demon. Rising from the bottom, they were forced to constantly prove their abilities just because they were the offspring of the Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Demon declared to Jungyuk that from now on, he would live as a demon of darkness for a year. His first mission was to hunt down and exterminate the low-ranking followers who had escaped after causing trouble in the demon sect. He successfully dealt with all of them in 3 days. However, the missions became more and more difficult each time, to the point where it was impossible to win in a direct duel. Therefore, Jungyuk had to find other ways. In the storage of the demon sect, he found the Dark King's combat technique. The Dark King, who was once a petty thief, independently mastered the method of using darkness, after which he achieved unprecedented power, becoming famous as a great robber. Although he met a terrible end by coveting the Heavenly Demon's storage, he still managed to make his mark on the history of Murim. Jungyuk learned all the methods of the Dark King and completed the mission without disdaining any methods and means, and a year passed. Jungyuk, who had killed 38 famous masters, was called the ghostly shadow of the demon sect. The Darkness King's martial art was the very embodiment of darkness. At this moment, the warriors from the Hector Kingdom were trying to find the enemy, but they were being killed silently. The Oranites from the Hector Kingdom shouted that they would take the front line. Everyone else retreat back. Roman thought, hiding in the darkness, that he would make them regret setting foot on the mountain covered in darkness. Then the warriors shouted that the leader of the 1st Company was dead. The warriors thought in fear. What was going on? They needed to report this immediately. He shouted using a magical communication device that a ghost was living here. They would all die soon. He was asking for help. At this moment, the protagonist appeared behind him and dealt a critical blow. After a while, Edwin listened to the cries of his warriors with a tense expression on his face. He ordered Thompson to concentrate and said that the enemy was just using darkness. Thompson, a knightly order from the Hector Kingdom, reported that no matter how much they checked, they couldn't see the enemy. The soldiers were dying one after another, but he couldn't calculate where and how the enemy would attack. Edwin thought that Thompson was an aura swordsman. For an aura swordsman, whose senses were many times stronger than an ordinary soldier, to not be able to detect even a trace of presence, it simply couldn't be. How likely was it that this was magic? Although invisibility magic, which makes the body transparent, or concealment type magic of course existed, but magic initially requires a long recovery time, and it couldn't be used for a long time. He shouted that they couldn't let the darkness blind them. He was heading towards them with an army right now. Thompson thought, gritting his teeth, that they really had no reason to be afraid. The allies are spread out around the area. They only need to hold out for a little while, and they will be able to completely surround this area. They must hold out until the prince arrives, he shouted, addressing the warriors of the 1st Company, that the enemy is now targeting their lives. They need to line up in a defensive formation and only repel the enemy's attacks. Thompson used auras and thought that he was expecting an attack from him. He thought, sensing someone's presence, that he was right here. Thompson rushed forward, but wounded his ally, and he thought it was a curse. Did he really use his ally as bait? The protagonist appeared behind him and said with a grin that, no matter how much he hunted enemies in the dark, they always thought the same way. Thompson swung his sword and shouted that he must stop hiding like a coward. The protagonist noted that it was a huge mistake to think that you will win by finding an enemy you could not see. I wonder why everyone makes this mistake. Did he really think that if he could just find him, he could easily suppress him? He thought that it was Roman from the Dmitri family. He had to win. Thompson shouted as he rushed at him that he had to die. MC dealt a fatal wound with one swing of his sword. He shouted that the enemy was here. Roman pointed out that it was useless, He blocked the sounds with mana. His voice would not reach the warrior's ears. The protagonist brutally beat his enemy with his sword. After that, the protagonist used a magic device to communicate and asked if he could be heard well. He knew what they were thinking at that moment. MC thought that now, when the people of the country were dying due to an unprecedented famine, the question is, why did the Hector kingdom risk their lives to attack the southern front, from which there was nothing to gain? Roman stated that there was only one correct answer: to solve the country's problem with war. He was sure that they were going to take a huge amount of money from the Cairo kingdom, using the southern front as a hostage. Their miscalculation was that he found out about this plan. They don't have time. With such a shortage of provisions, they wouldn't last even 3 months. He would hinder their plan until the very end. The protagonist thought that he had achieved his goal with this. They could no longer ignore his existence. Edwin asked if he was Roman, from the Dimitri family. The protagonist thought with a smile that this was exactly what he had expected. He said that he would not deny what he had said. The Hector kingdom was experiencing a severe famine, and they could no longer borrow money from outside. To free themselves from the shackles of endless debt, they had no choice but to make this decision. The MC asked if he was asking for understanding of their situation. Edwin said that he was wrong. This was said in order to explain to him how desperate they were. The fate of the Hector kingdom depends on this war. As he said, they have no time. However, this does not mean that they can retreat, even if they have to walk on the corpses of fallen allies, so he can hand over to the royal family of Cairo. If suddenly they fail to get anything, then they will spray the corpse poison of the necromancers everywhere, and they will turn this place into a territory of death. His name is Edwin Hector. As the prince of the Hector kingdom, he is ready to do anything to save his people. What will be his choice? Will he fall together with the Hector kingdom, driven to the edge of the cliff, or will he agree to cooperate? The life of the Cairo kingdom depends on his choice. Roman thought that while studying the southern front, he often came across his name. Unlike his useless father, Edwin, thanks to his outstanding abilities, took the place of the central core of his kingdom. He received a calling both in the country and outside his country. On top of that, he was the one given command in this war. He can't help but acknowledge his abilities, but he dared to threaten him. The protagonist made Thompson scream in pain, and Edwin shouted, "What is he doing?" The protagonist noted that his sword had not pierced the vital organ of this Aura Knight. He shouted that it would be better to let him kill him. Even if he was an enemy, why resort to torture? MC said that his reaction was touching. He didn't care about the circumstances of the Hector kingdom at all. He should not be mistaken. The war has already begun, and they were the ones who crossed the line first. They have no right to ask him to show humanity. He will do what he thinks is right, so he should try not to get caught by him. He will leave no one alive. And even if they decide to flee, raising a white flag, he will follow them to the last and destroy them. His name is Roman, of the Dimitri family. If he chose desperate resistance, but soon they would see him. Edwin thought that he was more dangerous than he thought. Then Jackson asked, what does he plan to do? He ordered to immediately defeat all military forces. They must create a tight circle around the place where the signal came from. In the name of revenge for Thompson, who died in agony, he will personally destroy Roman. Even if the ally is defeated, let the warriors from other areas climb the mountain and block the enemy's escape routes. After some time, the protagonist noted that now their eyes will hardly see anything. It is an insignificant grain, by human standards, but both this stone and the tree leaf contain natural mana. If mana is artificially redirected, it will distort space. Chris thought in shock that the enemy will feel as if all 5 of his senses are blocked. He remembers that he was just right before his eyes, when suddenly Roman, as if for someone's amusement, hid his existence. The protagonist noted that such a technique was called a formation. At this moment, a warrior from the Hector kingdom shouted that they must sacrifice themselves to obtain the enemy's life. In an instant, Chris destroyed him and thought with a smile that, as the master said, the Hector warriors did not notice their presence. This is a formation? Chris shouted that they must attack the enemies. The enemy squad shouted, where did they come from? They must not lose their composure. They must counterattack. After the warriors' duel, Chris was reborn as a completely different person. In order to become stronger, he worked tirelessly on the joint thorn bushes with Roman. Just one short delay could prevent him from fully absorbing Roman's teachings. Therefore, he stubbornly leaned on his training, even if he fell dead from his feet after it. As a result, the swordsmanship of one of the 10 strongest masters who stood at the top of Murim appeared in this world. Chris used the skill, Lightning Bolt, to destroy the enemies in the way with lightning movement. He thought that by the order of Lord Roman, all the enemies were killed. Before more warriors from the Hector kingdom came running here, he should order a retreat from here. They need to get to another place. At the same time, a battle was also unfolding in another area. The warriors from the Hector kingdom shouted that it was an enemy. They must stop it. The allies called Kevin a monster that evolved the fastest. He thought that he was taking a place next to Lord Roman. He had been observing how to deal with the enemy all this time. He would pursue the values that the Lord aspires to. Kevin thought with an evil smile that Lord Roman's methods were absolutely correct. At the same time, in another place, Vulcan and Fuki completed the mission. The lightning attack of the army divided into 4 groups for each branch was carried out simultaneously, and the strategy was successful. After a while, the warrior reported to the prince of the Hector kingdom that there was definitely a mage in the Cairo kingdom camp. From the empty darkness, soldiers of the Cairo kingdom suddenly appeared and attacked them. Jackson noted that apparently the enemies had set a trap. Edwin said that there was no magic that could teleport a large group of people. This was only possible with a magic scroll, but the scrolls of high circles were under strict control. The magic tower. It was unlikely that the southern front, which was poor in budget, had such luxury. In that case, there was still the possibility of a mage, but would there be a high circle mage not in the west but in the south? It could not be. He said that it was really impossible. He thought that mages were even more valuable than aura swordsmen, and most of them were part of a neutral organization, the Magic Tower, which operated throughout the continent. Everyone who is naturally endowed with mana dreams of joining the ranks of the Magic Tower, because this place is a storehouse of knowledge, so there is no other way for a magician. Because of this, each country has only a small number of magicians. Then it is definitely not magic. If he goes in person, he will be able to figure out what kind of trick they are using, but the warriors are now dying for their kingdom. He needs to wait until Roman falls into his trap, after which the protagonist inflicted a mortal wound on the enemy, who declared that he was finally caught. Suddenly, a bright flash of light illuminated the space, and the enemy warriors shouted that it was Roman. They must catch up with him and surround him. The protagonist moved quickly and thought that these were fragments of light that scattered in all directions after the explosion of the artifact. This covered his entire body. He now glows brightly, due to which the enemies can easily determine his location. A warrior from the Hector kingdom reported using a magic device that Roman was heading north. He had just changed direction in the opposite direction. Then they reported that the scum was heading towards the second company. They must kill him, avenge the death of their allies. MC used the Heavenly Demon Sword technique, second style. Roman thought that his stamina was almost at its limit. The wounded warrior asked, does he really expect to get out of here alive? Many warriors surrounded this place. No matter how strong he was, he would still die because of the Hector kingdom. The protagonist chuckled and asked, perhaps they should have thought about why he personally fell for this trap? He clenched his teeth and shouted, what does he mean? The protagonist said that many warriors were coming here from all over to pursue him, pursuing the thought that they needed to keep him here at all costs, even for a little while. Why are they running here recklessly, stupidly risking their lives? Isn't it fun? They can't act rationally now more than ever. So he wants to see how far they are willing to go. It's still a long way until dawn. Jackson declared that he should stop. MC thought as he turned around. He had light weapons and a face covered in scars. So this is the leader of the Ranger squad? His energy is at least 4 stars. Hector Kingdom hid some information. They rushed at each other furiously, crossing their swords. He declared, calling his name, that he was finally caught. Even though Jackson is a 4-star swordsman, his name is not on Hector Kingdom's ranking. Outside the kingdom, all that was known was that he was the leader of the Ranger squad. But since his name was not on the rankings, no one could answer exactly how strong he was. Jackson was surprised to think that Roman did not even flinch from his attack. They had underestimated him. The world knew him as a 3-star swordsman, but that was a lie. Starting at 4 stars was a disaster in itself. Now he understood why their warriors had suffered an inglorious defeat. This guy was strong. The protagonist had used his abilities, and he thought that, on the contrary, he was the one giving up. He admitted that Roman was an outstanding fighter. However, he had no chance to escape. Jackson took the opportunity to use his whistle. The warriors shouted that they needed to come here. They had to surround Roman from the Dmitri family. They had to help the leader of the Ranger squad. He declared when he was surrounded that that was enough. He had to surrender immediately. The protagonist stated that this was a funny statement. It seems that they still do not understand the situation. There was some misunderstanding. First, he cannot be captured by some fragments. Second, he is sure that he can get through any encirclement. Even if he is pinned down from all sides, they still will not be able to catch him. Jackson thought in shock. When did he manage to get behind? MC noted, turning to Jackson, that if he, the leader of the Rangers and a talented warrior of the Hector Kingdom, is here now, it means that there is no one next to Edwin. He thought, gritting his teeth, that this cannot be. Jackson shouted when he disappeared that this is a curse. They quickly follow him. Their prince is in danger. After which Roman thought that there is only one way to end the war with a small number of soldiers, kill the enemy commander. If you count the direction of the mana of the communication device that Edwin used, you can find out his location. Sometime later, in the camp of the Hector Kingdom at the foot of the mountain, to the surprise of the warriors, the protagonist jumped out of the bushes and destroyed them. The protagonists declared, rushing at the prince of the Hector Kingdom, that he found him. Edwin grinned and prepared to use his abilities. MC was puzzled, thought, does he have a different method of using mana? Roman asked, is he really a mage? The prince of the Hector Kingdom used magic, Inferno. Tongues of flame surrounded the protagonist, and Edwin shouted, using magic, fetters, where is he going? The protagonist destroyed the obstacles with a swing of his sword and declared that such magic cannot stop him. Butler, the captain of the royal guard, shouted, how dare he attack the prince? His arrogance has crossed all boundaries. MC thought, how powerful is his aura? This was unexpected. Who is he? If he remembers correctly, he is second in the Hector Kingdom ranking, and he is a 5-star swordsman. He declared that he could no longer escape. Roman looked at the prince and thought that, as expected, he had prepared well to catch him. Edwin thought that now Roman had no more chance to resist. He could not stand against the union of a 4th circle mage and a 5-star swordsman. This time, he would take his life. He used magic, Windblade. Butler shouted, using his aura to attack, that he must die. At the last moment, the protagonist used his ability, and his eyes shone with rage, and he blocked the enemy's blows. There was a deafening explosion, and after the protagonist thought that he expected it to be a trap, but who would have thought that Edwin would be a mage and bring a 5-star swordsman under the guise of an ordinary fighter? This is quite interesting. Now, balancing on the edge between life and death, he finally felt that he was alive. Butler wondered if he was really at the level where he could withstand their combined attack with the prince. Moreover, he was about 20 years old. Where the hell did this monster come from? Fortunately, it had not yet reached his level. Edwin shouted. Why was he hesitating? He was exhausted right now. He tried to use a dual spell, break and hold, but MC approached the prince of the Hector Kingdom to strike. Roman used the Sky Demon Sword technique, the 3rd style. Butler managed to protect him at the last moment, after which he asked if he was okay. Edwin shouted that he was okay. The protagonist thought, did he manage to reflect such a blow? So he is not a 5-star swordsman for nothing. He has already used the Sky Demon Sword technique twice. His strength is at its limit. He is sorry, but now he can only retreat. The protagonist said, addressing Edwin, that he must remember, when they meet again, he will not be able to survive like today. The army of the Kingdom of Hector was routed by a single man. They almost lost their commander. A reality that was completely impossible to accept unfolded before their eyes. Edwin thought, clenching his fist, that this happened because of him. He was too self-confident. He judged that the error in Roman's face could be corrected. A fleeting decision led the plan that seemed the lesser evil to the worst outcome. In this battle, the Kingdom of Hector lost. Although no, this is his personal defeat. He ordered the bodies of the allies to be transferred. They must rest their souls in flames. Let them enjoy a long rest. After a while, Edwin whispered that he asked for their forgiveness. This is all because of his mistaken decision. The warriors of the Kingdom of Hector shouted, what is he talking about? This is not his fault at all. Jackson said that they were right. None of them blamed him for this. The enemy was simply too strong. They need to calm down. They still believe in him. Edwin thought he was right. He said with a smile that he understood. However, if they felt that his order was once again leading them down the path of defeat, they should forget about hierarchy and tell him directly. They shouted that they would carry out this order. Edwin declared that from now on, they would throw their forces into destroying the defensive fortresses of the front before the main forces of the Cairo Kingdom arrived. They only had 10 days to do everything. After that, they would use you as a stronghold, and they would begin to prepare for desperate resistance. Butler asked what he thought Roman would do. He noted that although he admitted that Roman was a dangerous enemy, but unlike the mountains, which had the advantage of terrain, a battle on the plain was a different matter. He planned to take advantage of this. Edwin thought that although he had lost, the Hector Kingdom was not yet defeated. Jackson asked if he was sure he could extract compensation from the Cairo Kingdom through sheer resistance. He pointed out that they didn't necessarily need to receive compensation from the Cairo Kingdom. They would propose a deal to the Kronos Empire. Sometime later, at the Cairo Royal Palace, Ajer, the Count of the Cairo Kingdom, said that they had already invested a huge amount of money in the Western Front over the past year due to the frequent provocations from the Kronos Empire. With the current state of the treasury, they simply wouldn't be able to accept all of the Hector Kingdom's conditions. If they complied with their demands, the kingdom's treasury would be completely empty. Daniel asked if they should raise taxes then. He pointed out that they had already raised taxes half a year ago. If they raised taxes again, a rebellion might break out. He thought that the only way to solve the problem was to use the assets of the Cairo Kingdom's aristocracy, but in that case, he would once again give them a reason to weaken the king's power. Daniel sighed heavily and thought that there was no other way. He said that they should immediately contact the aristocracy of the central government. They will hold a meeting to discuss cooperation. Suddenly, a soldier ran in and shouted to the king that a message had come from the southern front that the enemy attack had been repelled. Daniel thought in shock. How could this be? Then he asked, was this information really true? Denver said that the army of the Hector Kingdom numbered about 10,000 warriors. How did he manage to repel the enemy attack with a small detachment? If the information was true, it meant that they had a way out of the situation. Gregory thought that Roman had really managed to resolve such a difficult situation. They decided to contact the southern front with a magic device. Daniel asked who he was. He had to state his status and affiliation. Henry said nervously, introducing himself as the second son of the Albert family. Benedict noted that he remembered that in the past, this family had raised many outstanding talents, and they even occupied a place in the central government. He said that it was. He said that it was not so important now. Why did he contact and not Roman? Henry said that he would join the squad under Roman's command. As the Marquis said, Lord Roman was supposed to receive the connection. However, he said that he needed some time alone and left him, the only noble, as his representative. He and Lord Roman were comrades in the southern barracks. They were assigned to the reserve squad of the 5th line of defense, and on the way there, they received a report of the attack of the Hector Kingdom. The two shocking news almost threw everyone into confusion, but he and Roman from the Dmitri family, having gathered all their fighting power, hurried to the 5th line of defense. Benedict said that he should shut up. He decided to retell everything from the beginning. He should get straight to the point. He thought that he was sure Roman would earn fame not only in the Cairo kingdom, but also on the entire continent, and now he needed to establish a relationship with him before he revealed his true value. Henry declared that the success of this plan lay entirely on Lord Roman. When he learned of the Hector Kingdom's attack on the southern barracks, how Lord Roman immediately guessed that their target was the teleportation gate, he immediately went up to the mountains and set up a secret base there. If the commanders of the southern defense line had listened to Lord Roman back then, the southern front would not have fallen so easily. By telling about fools, he thereby elevated Roman's feats to the top. Henry knew that Roman's subordinates were nearby, listening to his words, so he deliberately raised his voice. He solemnly said that until dawn they fought under the command of Lord Roman, without retreating. There were no more than 200 of them, but when he took command, they managed to resist the enemy, who outnumbered them by tens of times and win. They and their allies are ready to resist the Hector Kingdom to the last in this war. After a while, Daniel said with a smile that they were weak. Roman fought to the victorious end, despite the hellish conditions, but the so-called top brass of the Cairo Kingdom had already decided to surrender in advance. Benedict noted that His Majesty was right. From the moment the Hector Kingdom captured the teleportation gate, they had already mentally admitted their defeat. But this proved that the soldiers of the Cairo Kingdom have an unbending willpower. Now that a hero of the Cairo Kingdom named Roman from the Dmitri family appeared on the southern front, it was their turn to use the chance given to them to counterattack. Denver shouted that they must immediately send additional forces to the southern front. A lesson must be taught to the Hector Kingdom, who dared to cross the state borders. Daniel declared that he would break the agreement with the Hector Kingdom. From now on, they will direct their efforts to regain the pride of the Cairo Kingdom. They must immediately call the servants of the other families and gather all the information they have about the southern front. On the surface, the aristocrats of the central government seem to be trying to protect the southern front, but after the meeting, their ultimate goal focused on one thing: Roman of the Dmitri family. At that moment, they were overcome with the desire to get him. After which, Henry thought that this monologue convinced them even more. After the war, Roman will definitely join the central government of the Cairo Kingdom. If he can gain his support, he can move up the career ladder. After a while, he said, holding out the premium dried beef to Chris, that he must be very hungry. He wanted to treat him. Chris said that he did not need it. Henry said that he simply had to take it. This food was very tasty. He said it with a threat. Did he really think that no one understood what he was planning? If he really wanted to gain recognition, he shouldn't try to curry favor with them, but simply show that he could be trusted with their lives on the battlefield. He thought, was he really serious about trust? Then Henry asked, turning to Kevin, didn't he want to eat? The royal palace gave an order to the southern line of defense. They should help Roman and stall for time until the main forces of the Cairo Kingdom arrived in the south. Vasily, the Baron, the commander of the third line of defense of the southern front, asked, turning to his assistant, if the army of the Hector Kingdom was defeated by an army that did not have even 200 warriors, does it mean that the enemy's armed forces are weaker than they thought? The assistant said that he had the same opinion. Moreover, according to rumors, the Hector Kingdom has been suffering from a prolonged famine in recent years. They win only because of their numbers. In reality, they are not capable of anything. He thought that he had been on this outskirts for 3 years. Perhaps this was his chance sent by heaven. Should he help Roman and stall for time? If even the boy could command, then he could too. Vasily shouted that they needed to gather an army now. He would use guerrilla tactics to teach the kingdom of Hector a lesson. In order to deal with the olfactory fortresses as quickly as possible, the army of the kingdom of Hector divided its military forces and attacked. Among them, the army aimed at the third line of defense, in total, amounted to 3,000 warriors. In an effort to disrupt the honors, Baron Vasily hid and attacked them from cover. But, contrary to his expectations, they were met by an army that was not at all disorganized, ready to lose with one blow. Vasily said with horror that this was simply impossible. The warriors of the Hector Kingdom, overcome with anger, acted in cold blood, and the soldiers of the southern front, languid from comfort, could not resist them. Victory in the mountains could only be achieved thanks to Roman from the Dmitri family, and it did not take long for the commanders of the Cairo Kingdom to realize this. After some time in the royal hall, a soldier reported that it became known that the commander of the third line of defense, Baron Vasily, died during a fight with the enemy. Then they reported that the third and fourth lines of defense fell under the onslaught of the enemy. A message came from the second line of defense. At this rate, they will not hold out for 10 days. Daniel asked in horror, did the entire defense line of the southern front really lose in just one day? He thought that if the soldiers of the Cairo Kingdom are strong, this does not mean that the warriors of the Hector Kingdom will be weak. It turns out that a person named Roman led the kingdom to a stunning victory. He was careless. Daniel asked, clenching his fist, "Where is Roman from the Dmitri family now?" After a while, in an unknown cave on the mountain, the protagonist thought that there were still many things he did not know in this world. If Muram cultivated fighting power based on the use of natural energy, then this world created a new realm called magic. If Edwin were a more outstanding magician, he would not have been able to escape from there. He still has not managed to reach the level of magic power that he possessed as the heavenly demon Junyuk, and a hasty decision can drive him to the edge of the cliff. Edwin predicted his attack, and he waited, spreading his spiderweb. At the beginning, he used a powerful pillar of flame, Inferno. He still has to think it over again. What if he had suffered damage back then and attacked Edwin? The protagonist mentally imagined the images that occurred during the battle with the prince of the Hector kingdom. MC tried to imagine a different event clearly if he had made a different decision at the crucial moment. Roman thought that Butler had interfered with him. His current strength was not enough to defeat the union of a mage and a 5-star swordsman. However, perhaps this was exactly what he was waiting for. A victory for which he would have to put his life on the line. This was a new challenge for him and a new strong opponent. He was not able to live content with a comfortable life. The protagonist tried many times to mentally win that fight against a 5-star swordsman and a 4th circle mage. The protagonist fought fiercely in his thoughts, trying to crush his opponents. After a while, MC thought, looking at the body of the fallen enemy in his mind, that his preparation was complete. Then Henry cried out in fear, turning to Chris. Did not Lord Roman tell him when he would get out of there? He does not know what Roman is doing now, but the royal palace is desperately looking for him. He asks him to help him meet him. Chris stated that no one can disturb him until the master comes out. He asked why such extremes? What is he doing there alone? After which the protagonist appeared from the cave, and Henry asked what was wrong with his appearance. After some time, in the camp of the reserve squad of the 5th line of defense, Chris reported, addressing Roman, that, as he assumed, in just one day, the 3rd and 4th lines of defense of the southern front were destroyed. The 2nd line of defense is also significantly inferior to the enemy in level. And yesterday, the Hector kingdom, having collected all the ammunition, settled in the fortress in the rear. Most likely, they are preparing for a fight to the death. Henry stated that now the entire Cairo royal palace is on edge. They are impatiently waiting for him to get in touch. They did everything they could. Why not entrust the rest to the main troops of the Cairo kingdom? The protagonist stated that he needed to talk to the king of their state, after which the MC introduced himself, using a magic device to communicate with the royal palace. Daniel pointed out that he already knew that all the defensive fortresses on the southern front had been destroyed. What had he been doing during that time? Roman said that he had been reorganizing the fighting force for a week. He asked what he was talking about. He had made outstanding achievements, and he did not want to criticize his decision. However, during that time, the entire southern defense line had fallen to the enemy. Couldn't he have given them at least a little help? The protagonist stated that he wanted to be honest. He had been lucky in the battle with the Hector kingdom. However, if it was a battle on a plain where there was no advantage of mountainous terrain, even he would have no way to help them. The Hector kingdom had put its life on the line in this war. Butler, the 2nd-ranked player in their kingdom, joined the battle, and the enemy commander-in-chief, Edwin, confirmed that he was indeed a mage. Daniel asked in shock if that was really possible. The protagonist noted that, as everyone knows, a mage's full potential is revealed on the plain. He thought about how he would have to fight when the main forces of the Cairo kingdom arrived. Benedict thought that Roman had made the right decision. Right now, the southern front does not have the strength necessary to win. Gregory nervously thought that Butler himself was there. Denver thought that the Hector kingdom had really put everything on the line. Benedict said, addressing the king, that he no longer saw the point in interrogating the war hero. The main fighting force of the Cairo kingdom would soon arrive. The Hector kingdom had already settled in the rear fortress. Once the main army has completed all the proper preparations and attacks, they should join them and provide assistance. MC thought that even if the Hector kingdom broke the agreement with the Cairo kingdom, they will not give up on continuing the war. What is the best choice the enemy can make, and what is the worst for them? Roman said, apologizing, that time is not on their side. The king of Cairo asked what he meant by that. The protagonist noted that they have a maximum of 3 days after the main army arrives. If they cannot destroy the rear fortress within that time, the Hector kingdom will definitely turn to an external force like the Kronos Empire. Daniel asked in horror, then what should they do? The protagonist said with a smile that there is only one way. They must attack the enemy head-on. They must destroy the Hector kingdom army before that happens. After a while, Hardit, the count of the Kronos Empire, asked, so they proposed to cross the south of the Cairo kingdom and use the teleportation gate. This is quite a tempting offer. However, it will be difficult to accept the Hector kingdom's terms right now. Of course, getting the southern front is good, but what reason do they have to endure the wrath of the Cairo kingdom on their empire? If they hold out in the rear for the next month and do not let the fortress collapse, they will agree to a deal with the Hector kingdom. Edwin thought that even in this situation, they intend to benefit themselves. He asked what they thought about this. He thought with clenched teeth that this is bad, but they have no other choice. The prince of the Hector kingdom said that he accepts this offer. Then Edwin said that he must contact the royal family of Hector immediately. Through the teleportation gate, They need to deliver people and ammunition, which should be enough to hold out here for a month. Jackson said that he will carry out this task. He thought that it will take at least 3 days to establish a connection with the Hector Kingdom's teleportation gate. If they could hold out all this time, they could survive. He would return to the Hector Kingdom at all costs and give his people hope. Sometime later, at the fortress in the rear, Fabius, the Count, commander of the main forces, asked how they dared to plant their flag on the territory of the Cairo Kingdom. He cursed them. Sometime later, at the strategic camp, Thales, a baron from the Pro-Kronos faction, leading the main forces, looked ahead with displeasure. Brahim, a baron from the Pro-Valhalla faction, leading the main forces, responded to his gaze. They remained silent until Fabius thought that despite the lack of benefit in this war, important people from the central government had come here in person. Does this prove how necessary it is to enlist the support of Roman from the Dmitri family? The soldier reported that Lord Roman had arrived. He said that he was glad to welcome him. It was an honor to meet the hero of the Cairo Kingdom in person. They said that he was much more noble than the rumors said about him. Just before the meeting, Benedict had told Fabius that he didn't care what happened to the southern front. His first priority was to secure the position of Roman from the Dmitri family. If they lost the war with the Hector Kingdom, the responsibility could be shifted to the royal family. But if Roman was taken away by another faction, it could upset the balance of power. At present, Fabius thought that it was the eldest son of the Dmitri family, known for his influence throughout the northeast, Roman. Although he was worried about the fact that his family came from commoners, he was barely 20 years old. If he could attract such talent to his side, the Marquis would trust him with more important matters. He politely said that he could sit here. Fabius introduced himself and said that he served Marquis Benedict. He heard that the Marquis personally connected him with the southern barracks. He asked to convey that although he did it with the best intentions towards him, he feels guilty for the fact that everything turned out this way. The protagonist said that he was fine. No one could have predicted this. Fabius said with a laugh that he was right. However, could they talk in private later? Marzik had prepared a special gift for him. Thales said that Count Gregory was also waiting for him to contact him. He said that he had information that would be extremely useful to him. Brahim said that Count Denver had sent soldiers from his family's private estate. He could find a use for them. The protagonist asked menacingly, what were they doing now? He was not so naive as not to understand why they were seeking a meeting with him. However, right now, the enemy was in front of them. They had marked their territory with their flag, holding their heads high. He did not think that in the current situation, it would be right to discuss his position. After Hector Kingdom is crushed, he will challenge the rankers to become the strongest swordsman of Cairo Kingdom. Until then, they need to be patient. He will prove his worth and dedicate his sword to one person. They looked at him dumbfounded and thought, does he seriously want to become the strongest swordsman of Cairo Kingdom? MC asked if they should focus on the current situation. The situation was settled by Roman's suggestion, and a full-fledged meeting began. Ultimately, war is a battle for who will crush the enemy fortress. Opinions on this matter varied greatly, but there was no clear decision. Fabius pointed out that the enemy had used the teleportation gate. Hector Kingdom needed to win at least 3 days. Most likely, they will stall for time by immediately responding to their attacks. In this case, the Hector Kingdom's military force was no more than 10,000 warriors. They brought 20,000 soldiers. Don't they have enough advantage to win even in a head-on clash? The protagonist noted that although they were producing enemies in numbers thanks to the support of the main forces, but as long as the magician Edwin existed, he could not claim that the advantage was on their side. However, this did not mean that there was no way to win at all. After a while, the warriors of the Hector Kingdom shouted that the enemies were advancing. They must line up. Opposite the rear fortress, the main forces of the Cairo Kingdom lined up. The protagonist stepped forward and shouted, addressing the enemy army and introducing himself as a fighter representing the Cairo Kingdom, challenging the butler of the Hector Kingdom to a duel. Edwin was surprised to think, what is he up to again? MC shouted that he did not want any more senseless sacrifices. This also applies to the enemy forces. If by chance they win this battle, the Cairo Kingdom will humbly accept the offer of the Hector Kingdom. If, on the contrary, victory is his, they will leave the territory of the Cairo Kingdom. He thought that with Roman's current strength, he will not be able to defeat Butler. However, he stubbornly insists on a duel. Is this some kind of trap? Roman said that if they do not accept his offer, he will crush the rear fortress, even if it means parting with his life. He gives them 10 minutes to decide. He hopes that during this time, they will make a wise decision. Edwin thought that this was a dilemma. After a while, Butler said that he will fight. The prince of the Hector Kingdom said that he cannot allow this. He said that he asks him to believe in him just once. He will destroy Roman from the Dmitri family and find a way for the Hector Kingdom to escape. Edwin shouted that this does not mean that he does not trust him. However, in just one night, they lost 700 people, falling for his provocation. he still can't forget what happened on that mountain. He believes in him, but Roman is definitely up to something. Butler said that no matter what the enemy has prepared, he is confident that he will be able to defeat his rival. He has dedicated his entire life to serving him. Does he really look like a coward in his eyes who cannot accept a challenge to a duel, afraid of falling into a trap? He said that he asks him to promise one thing: he does not want to lose him. If he senses even a hint of strangeness, he must run away. He said that he will carry out this order, then he will return soon. In his life, he has met many madmen, but one like him is the first. Butler said, using his aura, that he does not know what kind of trap he has prepared, but he will do his best. Roman noted that at the very moment when they clashed swords in the mountains, he wanted to see what the outcome of their battle would be. There is no trap. He only hopes to demonstrate his true abilities. He asks him to do his best. By killing him here, they can get what they want. He declared that he was definitely a crazy person. They rushed at each other, crossing swords. After the protagonist thought that by reaching 5 stars, a swordsman can prove his strength to the entire continent. The strength of just one person is enough to change the tide of the battlefield. Butler drove aura through his body at an insane speed. Since the honor of the Hector kingdom was at stake, he did not plan to drag out the fight for long from the beginning. He thought that he would finish this fight with one blow. The protagonist blocked the enemy's blow with difficulty. The others watched the battle with horror on their faces. Butler used his ability to deal a powerful blow, and MC sensed danger. At the last moment, Roman blocked the blow, but the surrounding area was heavily destroyed. Fabius thought that, wanting to curry favor with Roman, he reluctantly agreed to this duel, but if he loses now, it will be the end. All their efforts to recruit him would be meaningless. Thalas asked, he won't lose, right? They continued to fight fiercely, and suddenly, the warriors of the Hector kingdom decided to support their fighter. They shouted that he must avenge their allies. Butler thought nervously that his counterattacks were becoming faster and faster. He wasn't just parrying, the enemy sword was following the path of his sword. Could it be that he was studying it? Then, the protagonist thought that he could finally understand what his position was in the new world. He was able to defeat a 4-star swordsman with one blow, but he couldn't defeat a 5-star swordsman. The current him should look at Butler with respect. However, he would defeat him, and he would rise to a new level. Butler shouted that he was too impudent for his age. They used an aura explosion. It was obvious what the disadvantages of an uncontrolled release of energy were. The so-called swordsmen do not control mana with precision, but rather release power like an explosion. In other words, the power covering all parts of the sword is not balanced among themselves. If the tip of the sword exposes 120% of the aura power, then the blunt side of the sword only carries 80% of the power. The protagonist thought as he swung his sword that he could count the mana flow to see the weak points. His opponent could barely withstand the sword strike, and MC thought, using the Heavenly Demon Sword technique, 3rd style, that he should act right now. Butler looked at his attack in horror. Even the 5-star swordsman was pushed back. The people on both sides were shocked, their faces showing horror. They did not understand. Is this even possible? Roman is a 3-star swordsman. How can he fight equally with a 5-star swordsman? Edwin thought angrily. Did he really want a fair fight without any traps? If Butler suddenly loses to Roman from the Mitri family, then the worst outcome for them could not be imagined. Not only will they lose the strongest warrior of the Hector kingdom, but they will also be forced to leave the rear fortress. He can only believe in Butler. That's right, he has not yet used all his power. After a while, Butler thought that this guy was a real madman. He assumed that the duel would be an excuse to lure him into a trap, but he was absolutely seriously trying to crush him. Their seemingly perfect plan began to collapse because such an incredible person suddenly appeared on the southern front. If Roman was released alive, then one day the Hector kingdom might face a monster that no one can stand against. Therefore, he must kill him at all costs. He shouted, used his abilities, then he will not wish for his powers. Until now, only 2 people were able to repel this attack by Butler. The first one became the strongest sword of the Hector kingdom, and the second one entered the continental ranking. He thought before the powerful blow that his opponent would definitely be finished now. Butler used his secret technique, the Sun Strike. The protagonist thought that if he faced this secret technique at his current level, he would definitely die. In that case, he only needed to focus on defense. If this was Butler's most powerful weapon, then he had the strongest shield in the Heavenly Demon's arsenal, Genhyuk. The protagonist used the Heavenly Demon's sword technique, Iron Block, after which, a deafening explosion was heard, and MC thought that he had to attack the enemy's spear or his shield, which is stronger. After a while, Edwin asked in shock, how did this happen? Butler thought that even a 5-star swordsman could not repel this attack. He spent too much mana on this blow. However, he can't give up so easily. They charged at each other again with a fierce attack, crossing their swords. Afterwards, he thought, how is this possible? He, who has gone through many battles, was pushed back by a boy who was barely 20 years old, but he still can't give up so easily. Even if he dies right here, he must take this monster whose existence threatens the life of the prince of the Hector kingdom with him at all costs. Butler used his aura, and a deafening roar occurred. Then, Roman declared, preparing to deliver the decisive blow, that he will remember his will. Edwin shouted, preparing to use his magic, that he must stop. He used a technique, Flash Rune. The protagonist retreated back, and the prince of the Hector kingdom gave the order to save the butler commander. The enemy soldiers shouted, rushing forward, that he was an emotionless monster. He must not touch their commander. The Hector kingdom has given up hope of winning the duel. They have given up their reputation in the world community and have chosen to save Butler. The protagonist thought that the fortress gates have finally opened. This is a chance not to be missed. Shortly before the duel, in the strategic camp of the Cairo kingdom, Fabius noted that if they imagine that a miracle will still happen, what is his next step? MC said that after the battle with the kingdom in the mountains, he watched them from afar. Even after a sleepless night of battle, they came down from the mountain to take care of the bodies of all the fallen allies. Even though they need to hurry and crush the remaining defensive fortresses on the southern front, they mourned and treated their fallen allies with respect. Edwin is such a sensitive commander that he even gives his warriors time to say goodbye to their allies. He plans to use this side of him. He asked, "Is this really the one?" Roman said that Butler would be the impetus to break the enemy commander's rationality. If he crushed Butler, it would completely satisfy the conditions of the first plan. He did not plan to kill him in one blow, but to make him no longer able to fight. If Edwin decided to save him, then they would begin to implement the second plan. At this time, the warriors of the Hector kingdom shouted that they must attack him. They needed to buy time to save the commander. The protagonist thought Edwin was undoubtedly an excellent ruler, but he had no place in the war. They shouted that they must first save Butler. The archers shouted from the ramparts that the enemy had mixed with the allies. They could not attack him. Fabius was surprised to think that everything was really going as Roman said. He could not believe it. Roman from the Dmitri family was the most talented warrior in the history of the Cairo kingdom. Now he understands why Benedict does not disdain any means and methods to recruit him to his side. It is enough to get Roman to deal with both the incompetent king and the puppets of two empires. He gave the order for the main army to begin the attack, after which Edwin thought that his rash decision led to this situation. He is an idiot and a worthless person. As the commander-in-chief, he should have kept his cool and clear head until the last. However, seeing Butler's defeat, he lost his mind. He exhaled and thought, using his magic, that not all is lost. If only they save Butler and close the fortress gates, they will still have a chance to win. Edwin shouted furiously and used the flash rune. A detachment of magicians of the Hector kingdom shouted that they must help the prince. Explosions from the use of magic were heard on the battlefield. Fabius shouted that they must disperse along the perimeter and storm. If they miss the chance while the gate is open, they will lose even more lives in the battle. After a while, Cullen, a knight of the Hector kingdom, said, gritting his teeth, that this is a curse. He thought that they should quickly close the gate. They need to hurry. The warriors shouted that Mr. Butler is inside. They must close the gate. The protagonist thought, rushing forward, that he must act now. Cullen shouted that once the gate is closed, they must cast a protective spell on it. Then he shouted the name of Roman in horror. The warriors of the Hector kingdom shouted that they must stop him. The protagonist used his abilities and destroyed the gate of the rear fortress. MC shouted, after the dust cleared, that the fortress gate is open. The army of the Cairo kingdom must not wait an attack. After a while, Fabius shouted that they must destroy the remnants of the Hector kingdom army. A large-scale battle between the opposing forces from different kingdoms began. After a while, Roman thought that the plan to open the fortress gates had failed. Now there was only one target left, Edwin. The prince of the Hector kingdom wondered at what point everything went wrong. The fact that they attacked and conquered the fortress from the rear proves the correctness of his decisions. Apparently, the plan was perfect, until Roman from the Dmitri family showed up. Edwin got angry and thought, covering his body with mana, that it was all his fault. Because of him, they were defeated in conquering the 5th line of defense and lost about 1,000 warriors of their kingdom, fighting against the guerrillas in the mountains. If God exists, he would like to ask him, why did he force him, the star of the Hector kingdom, to be born? And why did he send Roman to him? The protagonist said that they finally met again. Edwin said that it really happened. Even if he was destined to die today, he would definitely drag him along with him. He used mana circle release, Windblade. The protagonist deflected the enemy's magic with a light swing of his sword. At that moment, the warriors from the Hector kingdom shouted as they rushed towards him that they must protect the prince and stop Roman. He just needed to die. MC used Sky Demon Sword technique, second style, to crush the enemies in his path. Suddenly, his body was entangled by the roots from the enemy's spell, Fetter. Edwin then used the spell Inferno to set the roots on fire. The prince from the Hector kingdom thought, seeing the enemy's sword, that he really was not the kind of opponent who would fall after such a blow. Then how did he do it? Edwin used the magic Shining Blade, bringing down a powerful blow on him. He thought with a smile, did he manage to defeat him? Suddenly, Roman appeared behind him and said that he recognized his strength, but this was his end. At the last moment, Cullen protected the prince of his kingdom, Hector. He said that he needed to run away. Edwin, with tears in his eyes, shouted the name of this knight, and he screamed furiously. The protagonist noted that it was a senseless sacrifice. However, it was okay. He would soon follow him. After a squad of rangers rushed at him, and a battle began against them. At that moment, Jackson grabbed the prince and began to run away. He shouted that he needed to come to his senses. Did he really want everything to end like this? Even if they call him a cowardly loser, he must live to the last, so as not to devalue the decision of everyone who sacrificed their lives for him. After Jackson ordered to leave the fortress, they must retreat. They also need to stop this time to gain time. The warriors of the Hector kingdom said that the prince must definitely survive. There was a deafening explosion, and Edwin thought, opening his eye and watching the battle, that Roman was the devil. The wounded enemy warrior said that he had already won this battle. Maybe he would retreat already? The protagonist noted that he remembered warning them. The next time they met, he would kill them all. They were the ones who started this war, so they could not complain as if they were victims in this situation. After which, the soldiers of the Cairo kingdom shouted that the entire army of the Hector kingdom had retreated. Victory was theirs. After a while, at the entrance to the rear fortress, Fabius wondered where Roman from the Dimitri family had gone. They looked at him in shock. The person who had turned the outcome of a once-losing war. The value of Roman, who had reached unprecedented heights, could not be determined with the help of this war. Roman said with a smile that he was tired of waiting for them. The news of what happened has not yet reached the capital of Cairo. The people in the tavern asked if they had heard about the rumors. The army of the Hector kingdom has crossed the border and is currently attacking the southern front. According to the merchants who came from the south, the situation there is extremely tense. He feels that they may be forcibly conscripted into service. He should not believe it. Nothing happened when the empire attacked them. However, now they will be conscripted because of an attack by some kingdom. I hope the taxes do not increase again because of the war. Can one live in peace for at least one day in this damned country? His fault is that he was born in a small kingdom. At the same time, at the Cairo Royal Academy, Class D rank, the instructor said that William Castro and Lauren Dimitri would be next. The two of them stood in front of each other and he loudly ordered them to begin. Immediately after that, William ran to attack and struck first with the training sword. He continued to throw many quick punches, which scared his opponent. Lauren closed his eyes, screamed loudly, and tried to throw a punch. He easily dodged the attack, called him a weakling, and struck him in the back with a very strong blow. The other students began to cheer loudly and said that it was as expected of him. The instructor called the loser with a serious look and said that he claimed that by entering the Royal Academy, he would learn the art of fencing. However, he himself could not even keep track of his opponent's sword. His eyes were closed in fear. It was such a pitiful sight. If he performed like this during the exam, he could start preparing to transfer to Class E. Lauren became worried about what he heard and thought that if he, at 18, transferred to a class with 15-year-olds, no one would take him seriously. After a while, he was sitting on a bench with a sad look. William was walking next to him with other students and said that they should look at him. He approached him and asked, "Isn't it funny?" Rodwell's mentor from Class S was so amazing that he aroused everyone's admiration. Because of this, when he was a child, he even thought that all the people of the Dimitri family were outstanding warriors. However, what did he see here? It seemed that he briefly forgot that there was such a thing as the limit of origin. It's a miracle that a man like him was born into a family with no origins. Miracles never happen to the same family twice. Lauren listened to him with a sad look in silence and thought that it was always like this. He was constantly haunted by the name Rodwell. The other two students looked at him with a smile and said that it was not interesting. By the way, is it even true that Roman defeated Homeros? William said with a smile that he was probably sure that these rumors were spread by the Dimitri family itself. After all, they had to somehow resolve the issue with the firstborn, who was known as an idiot in their family. They should at least take a look at him, and they will understand everything themselves. He is the useless third son of the Dimitri family. After that, Lauren walked down the street and thought, is the news about brother Roman true? Although in his memories he was not a bad person, but as he said, he does not think that his brother defeated Homeros. Anyone would say that this is a lie. His attention was drawn to a crowd of people standing in one place and discussing something, and he wondered what is going on there. They asked, "Is this really true?" After all, he said so. It is so. He was told about it by a relative living in the south. Hector almost captured the southern front, but miraculously managed to recapture it. Do they know what is even more shocking? The biggest contribution to this was made by Roman. Is he the young ranker who defeated Homeros? That is exactly how they say he forced the Hector kingdom to retreat with only 200 soldiers under his command. However, that is not all. In a duel, he defeated the 5-star swordsman Battler. It was so unthinkable that he himself did not believe it. Lauren listened to this in surprise and thought, are they really talking about the brother he knows? Repelled the attack of Hector with an army of 200 people and also defeated the swordsman of Aura? This is already outright nonsense. His thoughts were interrupted by a knight who loudly said that they should disperse. The heroes of the southern lands are coming. They all dispersed. Lauren noticed the main character, who was riding a horse, and called him in a surprised voice. He came to meet Daniel Cairo, who said with a smile that they finally met. He knelt before him and said that he greeted His Majesty the King. He said that he wanted to sincerely thank him on behalf of the entire kingdom. He showed Cairo's true will. What does he want? He is ready to fulfill any of his wishes, if it is in his power. By the way, he is just looking for a successor to the strongest sword Cairo and the captain of the Royal Knights, Count Nicholas. If he wants, he will grant him the title of vice captain and grant him free entry to the royal family treasury, as well as exempt him from the remaining service in the army. What does he think about this? MC thought that the king was baring his teeth. Due to the imminent death of the previous king, he ascended the throne at an early age and became the Scarecrow King. Daniel looked at him with a serious expression and thought that if he became his man, the aristocracy faction would no longer dare to oppress him. People call him the Gentle King, but this can't go on any longer. A member of the aristocracy faction, Marquis Benedict, called His Majesty and asked, "Is it really okay to shoulder another debt under the pretext of a reward? He is only forcing a young talent who is guaranteed a bright future to sacrifice. He must recall the order." The others supported this and said that he agreed to give him access to the royal family's treasury, but the rest was too much. To their surprise, Daniel said that he had already made his decision. Now it was up to him to make the choice. Roman looked at him and thought that it seemed like he still had royal blood in him. However, he had no reason to help the Cairo royal family. He said that it was truly an honor for a swordsman to receive the title of a royal knight. However, there was one thing he wanted to do before deciding on his future. He looked at him with a slightly worried look and asked what he meant by that. He said that this war made him realize that he was just a frog stuck in a well. Outside of the kingdom, the current him was nothing, so he needed time to prepare to go out into the world. Once he was ready, he would challenge the official ranker battle. He would try to rise from 99th place to 1st place to test the limits of his abilities. Daniel asked, "Did he just say official ranker battle?" After receiving a positive answer, he thought that it meant an endless series of challenges. He would face opponents until he lost. When an opponent fell to his knees, their place in the ranking would be transferred to him. He said that the official ranker battle was dangerous, and if something happened, he could lose his life. It was not something that could be said so easily. He said with a calm expression that he knew about it. He looked at him with a worried look and thought that he could have gained great fame and fortune, but he gave it all up in order to take on a new challenge. He had amazing self-confidence. People admired his determination and were already anticipating it, considering that he had defeated Battler. Benedict, with a serious expression, thought that he had decided to reject the offer to become the king's knight. He said that he wanted to prove his worth, and he saw no reason to stop him. He is only a little over 20. With the help of the official ranker battle, they will be able to evaluate his true abilities. The protagonist told His Majesty that very soon he will show everyone who he really is. Only then will he decide which path he will go further. He thought with a small smile that when the ranker battle is over, he will not become someone's sword, but the master of a new territory. After some time, Benedict poured wine into a glass and said that the fate of a person is a funny thing. Worried about his safety, he sent him to the southern front, and it was necessary for Hector to declare war at that moment. To think that he was the one who stopped them and became the hero of Cairo. He said with a calm expression that thanks to them, he gained good experience. He did not understand this, and he said that this war helped him realize that the world is much bigger than he thought. So he will challenge in the official ranker war of Cairo to test for himself how strong the kingdom is. When eventually there is no one above him, he wants to go out into the world and become the strongest on the entire continent. He listened to him with a serious expression and said that he once had a similar dream. He thought that, however, unlike him, he chose to be content with his current life only after he realized how big this world is. He said that he has a daughter. Since the child lost her mother early, he raised her with exceptional care. He is ready to give him his daughter. He heard from Fabius that he is far from an ordinary person. Today, looking at him talking about challenging a ranker battle, he once again thought of the monsters he met on the continent when he was young. Although he wasn't their equal and wasn't born with outstanding talents, but at least he had the ability to recognize that he would grow to a point where he could compete with them equally. Of course, he knew that his engagement was broken off. He also didn't intend to force it on his daughter. However, he would arrange for them to meet, and if there was sympathy between them, then fine. He would only be happy for their relationship. He wasn't saying that he had to meet her right now. He just had to remember one truth. Whether it was in the past or now, he would always be there to watch his back. If he ever said that he was willing to tie his future with them, he would be able to obtain everything he wanted in this kingdom. He stared at MC and thought that his existence was upsetting the balance of power. Whoever takes possession of him will swallow up the entire Cairo kingdom. The four ruling factions were very eager to take possession of him. The subsequent offers from Counts Gregory and Denver were also astounding. However, the heavenly demon Jungyuk was a man who could not live under someone else's rule. After some time, Hans, who had come to the capital to take care of him, shook the young master violently and asked loudly, "Is he okay? Is he not injured anywhere?" He can't even imagine how his humble servant's heart trembled when he heard the news about him from the southern front. He was incredibly happy that he had returned safe and sound. Roman, with a calm expression, said that he was okay. A few days later, he brought tea to the young master and asked, "This may sound rude, but could he please meet with young Master Lauren?" Right after he entered the capital manor of the Dmitri Hans family met the young master, and they started to chat with each other. He thought that he had been taking care of the young masters since they were little, and could tell at a glance that he was in some kind of trouble trouble now, so he waited for him to speak first. Lauren hesitantly called him and asked what happened to his older brother. Not long ago, he saw him entering the capital, surrounded by guards. According to people, his brother awakened the rancor Hector. He said with a small smile that during his absence, a lot had happened in the family. He had heard the rumors about the young master going around the world, hadn't he? It was all true. He broke off the engagement with the Lawrence family, went to war with the Barco family, defeated Homeros, and this time performed a feat on the southern front. He was shocked by what he heard and thought, so those weren't rumors but the truth? Hans said that recently even his father couldn't stop being happy about the young master's change. How about not feeding himself with talk, but meeting the young master in person? He would return to the manor tonight. He said with a worried expression that there was no need for that. He was grateful for his work. He watched him leave, and thought that all three Dmitri brothers were born with different temperaments. Among them, young Master Lauren has the most sensitive soul. Currently, he said that he felt like he was being bullied at the academy. He probably wanted to ask for help, but he didn't dare ask it himself. The protagonist thought with a calm expression that Lauren was the younger brother with a big age difference. There was no need to take care of him just because he was his younger brother, but still, he agreed and said that he would meet him. Hans was very happy about this and said with a smile that he was very grateful to him for this. He looked at him and thought, since this is his request, then why not fulfill it? At the same time, Fabius walked along the corridor and thought that his recruitment was postponed indefinitely, but he still had a way to snatch points for the Marquis. He is sure that he will be happy. Although all the attention of the people is focused on only the third son of the family, Dmitri. In fact, his subordinates cannot be called weaklings either. If he recruits them, he is sure that it will please the Marquis Benedict, especially Chris. With such talent, any aristocrat of the capital will accept him with open arms. On the other hand, he himself would never have known about this if he had not been on the southern front personally. They are all more than worthy of replenishing their ranks. One only has to lure all the subordinates to their side, including Chris, and he will instantly gain the trust of the Marquis. At the same time, Chris was practicing with his sword and thought that the distance to the master was no more than an arm's length when they first met, so he believed that he would be able to surpass him someday. However, the master had already risen to a level that was incomprehensible to him. The duel with Battler was especially shocking for him. How is this even possible? He stopped training and thought that after all, following the master, he had made such a growth spurt over the past 6 months that even he himself found it hard to believe. He can't stop there. After all, he is serious about surpassing the master someday. Fabius came to him and said that he had finally found him. He wants to get straight to the point. He wants to hire him if he joins them. He didn't have time to finish because he put his sword back in its sheath and said that he was not interested. He became indignant because of this and said loudly in a worried voice that this chance would change his life forever. However, he refuses without even hearing the terms. The problem is money, isn't it? He can give enough to last him a lifetime. If it's glory, then accompanying Marquis Benedict, an influential man in the central government, is a very honorable position. There's nothing in Cairo that they can't get. He just has to say. If he's worried that this will be seen as a betrayal of the young master, there's no need for that. He too will eventually become the Marquis's man. What's wrong with bringing that moment closer? Chris asked with a calm expression how he could be so sure that the master would become the Marquis's man. He asked, isn't it obvious? There's no one in Cairo who would refuse the current government. He looked at him calmly and thought that this man doesn't know anything about the master. The master he knows would never bend the knee to another. He said that no matter what he has to offer, he has no intention of leaving the master. No one can replace him. Fabius bowed and said that if these were his words, then so be it. He said that if he suddenly planned to lure his other comrades to his side, then he advised them to surrender immediately. None of them would make their choice in favor of someone else. He did not believe him, started to leave, and thought that he did not think that there was anyone else who was ready to give up such a unique chance. Kevin, with a serious expression on his face, said that the Lord, this is his whole life. He would rather die than serve someone else. He went to the other MC comrades and they asked, did he get the consent from the Lord? If not, then he will pretend that this conversation never happened. If he had not met the Lord, then he would have remained a nobody. He would not even dare to think about betrayal. Fabius, with a very displeased look, thought that he had emphasized that this was not betrayal at all. He noticed a guy running nearby, shouting loudly and covered his ears so as not to hear him. He looked at it with a confused look and asked what was the reason for their unwavering loyalty. At the same time, Lauren was hitting the dummy with a training sword and breathing heavily due to fatigue while recalling what Hans told him. He clenched his teeth tightly out of dissatisfaction and wondered what had happened to his brother. From the idiot of the Dmitri family, he became the youngest ranker. Now he was praised as the hero who defeated Battler. If his older brother had changed so much, then why was he still as pitiful as ever? After a while, he became exhausted and fell to the ground due to fatigue. Roman came to him and asked what he was doing here. He looked at something and said that Hans told him that he was looking for him. If he had anything to say, he should say it now. He stood up and said with a confused look on his face that it was nothing serious. He looked at him with a serious expression and called him a pathetic guy. Immediately after that, he turned around and started to walk away from him. He was confused because of this, but plucked up his courage and said loudly that he would tell everything. After some time, Lauren sat down on a bench and said that when he heard the rumors about him, at first he could not believe it. The brother he remembered not only could not hold a sword in his hands, he even asked him to go to military service instead of him. The protagonist thought with a serious look, was it somewhere around a year ago? His memories are not that old. He said that however, during the time they did not see each other, he changed beyond recognition. People call him the hero of Cairo. How did he manage to change so much? After all, they were the ones who no one else had any hope for. He wants to be like him, and he also wants to be the pride of his father, not to smile so hard every time he met them, pretending that everything is fine and that he is doing well. He wants to show how much success he can achieve. He watched him cry after that story and thought that he was a very soft child. He was barely 18 years old. He was not strong enough to bear the weight of reality. How should he treat him? All the locals accepted his changes. They did not get hung up on the perception they had already formed, but looked at all the changes with a new eye. The same thing happened to him. Be it Lauren or Rodwell, his assessment should not be based on memories from the past, but on personal experience. He called him by name and said that he did not want to see a person with the same last name as him being ridiculed and persecuted. This spoils the reputation of not only their family but also, in particular, his. If he wants to get an answer to his question, he must prove himself worthy of it in the fencing exam. In the past life, the brothers had no choice but to kill each other. However, unlike then, in this life, he wanted to give the brothers a chance. Sometime later, the instructor stood in front of the students of Class D and said that they would begin the fencing exam. He called out the first two participants. Lauren looked at this and remembered his brother's words. The instructor called him, and he immediately agreed. He also called out his opponent's William, and he said with a smile that life is quite funny. He was put into an opponent with him. He thought that this time, he would be lying at his feet. The instructor said that the exam is not judged by victory. The main criterion is how successfully they applied the knowledge they gained in practice. He also asked them to refrain from fatal attacks. It's time to begin the exam. He ran to attack very quickly, struck with his sword, and loudly called Lauren a pathetic coward. He continued to attack on the block and loudly said that he would not be well. He started to strike again with a wide smile, and he thought with a surprised expression that this was the end. He remembered how MC said that he should make them clearly understand in the exam what happens if you look down on him. Unexpectedly for his opponent, he struck him in the chin with a sharp movement. He thought with a serious expression that he should keep this attitude. He will prove his worth and become like his brother. He started to strike quickly with his sword, which made William start blocking. He swung his sword with a displeased look and loudly said that they should look at this freak. He struck with his sword, but Lauren dodged, screamed loudly, and thought that he was also a member of the Dimitri family. He struck back after that. After some time, he came to his senses, lying on the floor. The instructor was standing next to him and said that he was on the verge of death. At the moment when William's attack fell on him, he avoided a direct hit. If he hadn't dodged it, it's unlikely that they would be talking to him now. However, he did well today. Watching him all this time, he never thought that he had no talent. It's just that he was always scared in his thoughts and began to tremble, so he still couldn't reveal his potential. Both in the last sparring and in today's exam, he paired him with William because he thought he should overcome this. Lauren was surprised by this and asked, "Is he serious?" He asked, "Would he deceive a student? He needs to believe in himself more. In his opinion, he is not much different from him, so he should not give in to fear in advance. If he allows spirit to break, he will not be able to do anything." He bowed and thanked him loudly for this. At this time, William was very angry about what happened, and his friends asked him to calm down and said that he should pull himself together first. He said with an angry expression that he had been too soft with him, so he became bold. Now he dares to look at him like that? He won't let it go. This guy should at least lose his arm. They were surprised by this and asked if he was really willing to go that far. Doesn't he know who his older brother is? He was nicknamed the hero of Cairo. If something goes wrong, it will develop into a family conflict. He said with a serious expression that he didn't care. Don't they know him? He is the eldest son of the Castro family. What can they do against him? His father is friends with Marquis Benedict. No matter what he does, no one in Cairo dares to lay a finger on him. The hero, or whoever he is, he will show that his lineage is ultimately nothing compared to true power. They must bring Lauren to him right now. If he resists, they can knock them out. Their attention was drawn to Roman, who asked him to repeat it again. He must repeat again what he was going to do to his younger brother. They were scared because of this, and William said that if he wanted to, he would say it now. He will show that his lineage is nothing compared to true power. He did not have time to finish because he grabbed him by the throat and asked, "Does he understand what mistake he just made? Is he mocking Lauren? That's okay. But the trouble is that he heard his words. He heard everything, and how he mocked his brother, how he mocked Dimitri's family. They dared to humiliate his family. He let him go and said that he must take him to his family right now. If a careless son makes a mistake, isn't the blame shifted to the parents who are responsible for their child's behavior? He wants to see what true authority really is. After some time, a member of the aristocratic faction, Count Castro, asked if all his attempts had failed. Fabius said that he had given them a chance to make a career, but they had failed to give a sensible assessment. That's why he hates dealing with commoners. He said with a smile that it was always like that. A pitiful background prevents them from seeing what is right in front of them. By the way, is Roman really such an outstanding warrior? He said that of course he was. Otherwise, would Marquis Benedict risk his life to lure him over to his side? Since it was him, he would tell him a secret. The Marquis regarded him as his son-in-law. The Count, with a serious look and a wide smile, said that they should meet him in person sometime. He should arrange a meeting with them if the chance presented itself later. He heard footsteps, turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" William ran into the office and called his father, loudly. He looked in his direction and saw the protagonist standing behind his son. He asked his father loudly, did he hear how that man treated him? That pathetic commoner dared to threaten him, Castro's eldest son. He was about to say something else, but the Count loudly ordered him to shut up. He grabbed him by the collar and asked loudly, does he even know who he just touched? That man, that hero who saved Cairo, does he still dare to slander a great man? He bowed to him and said that he begged for forgiveness. His negligent son had caused him inconvenience. He would be severely punished. He would carry out educational work so that such things would not happen again, so he asked for mercy. If he had a free minute, would he like to have some tea? He thought with a sly look that it would only do him good. He never thought that the chance to establish a relationship with him would present itself so quickly. He wouldn't reject such an apology, would he? MC asked with a serious expression. What should he mean? Whether to accept the apology or not is up to him. His son created a problem that affects his family. For a long time, his son bullied Lauren, and right in front of him, he said that he would break his arm. As soon as the words leave his mouth, they gain power. He cannot turn a blind eye to the current situation. The Earl asked, then what is he suggesting? Break his son's arm? They need to think ahead and try to find a rational solution. What should he do? He said that William should find his brother and kneel down and ask for his forgiveness in front of everyone. He will also have to leave the Royal Academy. He does not want his brother to breathe the same air as such trash. However, if he is not satisfied with this arrangement, he will not give up the war. Will they enter the war with their family, or will they accept his proposal? The choice is his. The Count thought about it and said that this is why mongrel dogs are nothing but a headache. The Marquis took notice of him, and he immediately decided that he was of some value. This is nonsense. He is not worth even the tip of a fingernail of a member of the Castro family. If it comes to that, he will show him the power of an aristocrat belonging to the central government. He turned around and told the Count that he had been watching the situation from the beginning. He asked the Marquis to bear witness to everything that happened. He must tell him that Roman had crossed the line, and he had no choice but to bear the appropriate punishment. Fabius asked, how to put it mildly, isn't it obvious that his son is to blame here? The Count was surprised by what he heard and thought that among the aristocrats Carius, he was nicknamed the Raccoon. Although the world is full of people with extraordinary abilities, in fact, only people like him survive to the end. Eyes that can read the situation from all sides, making deals with profitable people, making useful connections. His family line, which was nothing special, was able to infiltrate the central government. He thought that Count Castro, as a native of a distinguished clan, had established friendly relations with Marquis Benedict from a young age. However, the problem was that this man had become his opponent. Although it would be more correct to side with the Count. But for the sake of victory, the Marquis would abandon even a close friend. The only exception could be blood relationship. However, lately, he has been trying his best to make him his son-in-law. In this case, there is only one answer left. He told him that if his child had made a mistake, it was better not to hide this shame, but to assign him an appropriate punishment. The Count looked at him with a shocked expression and thought that this raccoon had already calculated everything. He was sure that he had made the conclusion that he would benefit from staying on his side. If a war were to break out with his family line, they would be cast into hell. He could not make the situation worse because of pride. He bowed and said that after listening to the Count's opinion, he realized that he had made a mistake. He begged for forgiveness. However, this was his son's business. He lost his common sense for a moment. William looked at what was happening with a shocked expression on his face and loudly called for his father. The protagonist stood calmly nearby and thought that aristocrats always mistakenly believe that they have superiority. Now that he had soared to the top, there was a chance that he and his family would suffer damage from the jealousy and envy of these ridiculous creatures. So it was necessary to set an example at least once. It would not be so bad if it were the Earl. He stood before him bowing and said that he would obey his words. His son would apologize to his brother and leave the Royal Academy. He began to leave his office and said that he would consider the matter settled. The Earl continued to bow and said that he was grateful for his mercy. William watched him leave and wondered what kind of person he had affected. At the same time, someone came running to Lauren, called his name loudly, and said that things were bad. He turned toward the voice and thought that it must be one of William's friends. He said loudly, looking worried, that his brother had gotten into a conflict with him. He was angry that he lost, so he said that he would break his arm, but his brother heard it. After that, he had a fight with his brother, but he dragged him straight to the Count. After hearing what happened, he ran down the hallway very quickly and thought that Count Castro was more than capable of killing his brother. This time, he might be in danger. If his brother were to suffer because of him, he would never be able to forgive himself for it. After that, Romero asked what happened. Lauren, looking worried, wiped his tears and told his dad that he had been told that his brother was in danger. He intervened to help him, but he was taken to the Castro estate. He became angry at what he heard, slammed his fist on the table, and thought that he was trying to avoid making unnecessary calls, afraid of causing inconvenience. However, if even he was calling with tears in his eyes, something had definitely happened. He calmed down a little, turned around and asked what was the best thing to do. She knew that the Castro family was part of the central government and had a close relationship with Marquis Benedict. Rihanna asked with a worried look, was that all he cared about? Their eldest son was in danger now. He would think about the relationship with the central government later. Their family was not that weak. He hugged her and said that he was grateful for her words. He turned around and said loudly that they needed to call the family's vassals immediately. There was no way to refuse. When all the vassals had gathered, he said that the family's eldest son was in danger due to disagreements with the Castro family. Based on the information he received from Lauren, the last thing they saw was him being taken to the estate. Although their opponent, Castro, was from the central government, he was not going to stand aside silently, so he needed their consent. He thought that he might face serious resistance. The captain of the family's nightly order, Jonathan, raised his hand and said that he agreed. It is dangerous to speak out against a member of the central government, but this is not just anyone we are talking about, but the firstborn of the Dmitri family. They are ready to give their lives to protect the young master. The head of the forge, Hendrik, said that he would immediately launch all available forges. How much weapons will it take to fight? Young master, this is the future of the family. Whoever Castro is, he will not forgive them for touching the young master. The forge laborers, the miners of the mine, as well as the ordinary residents of Dmitri, none of them will oppose his choice. Romero thought that everyone was filled with such redness for his sake. Their family has always chosen peace, but from now on, they will act as the rulers of the northeastern lands. After some time, the workers in the mine asked, is this true? Do these freaks dare to touch the hero of the Dmitri family? The head of the Iron Mountain, Jacob, said loudly that they must gather all the miners now. Even if they cannot fight, they will help others prepare everything necessary for the war. Morkan's security officer loudly said that the damned capital aristocrat had attempted on the life of the young master. They must increase their production volume even if it meant forgetting about sleep. The sooner they finished the job, the sooner the young master could return home. They must forget about rest for the sake of the young master. Because of this news, everyone who was close to the Dmitri family threw all their efforts into saving one person. Not even an hour had passed before the work was in full swing. No one from the capital could even imagine what kind of bomb their family had dropped. After that, Lauren went out into the corridor and thought with a worried look that he had contacted his father. He would definitely send people to help. However, what should he do until then? He shouldn't think about it. First of all, he needed to find his older brother. He noticed a group of people standing nearby and wondered why there were so many people crowded here. He was surprised when he noticed MC, who dragged William into the academy with one hand. He noticed his brother, threw him on the floor and said that here he was. Now he must apologize. If he cannot, his family will pay in full instead of him. Count Castro stood next to them and loudly told his son that he must do it quickly. He called Lauren with a displeased look and said that he was asking for forgiveness for bullying him all this time. He suffered because of his actions, so he begs him to accept his apology. He will leave the academy and never appear before him again. He looked at him with a shocked expression and wondered what all this meant. His father, looking very worried, said that he begs him to accept his apology. He promises that this will not happen again. He also bowed to him and said that he sincerely apologizes. After a while, they went out onto the balcony, and Lauren asked his brother how he managed to do it. Roman stood nearby and said that he should listen to him carefully. Today, he intervened not only for him. They insulted the family, and he, as Dimitri's representative, felt the need to put them in their place. If they continued to bully him, forcing him to bow his head, people would start to belittle the family's authority. He asked for forgiveness with a sad look, and he said that he should raise his head. He reminded him of his name with a serious expression, and said that he wanted his younger brother to never experience something like this again. That's why he should understand what his strength was, and what he could do next. If Castro had known from the beginning how powerful the Dmitri family was, he wouldn't have been able to communicate with him so frivolously. Lauren became more determined, agreed with his brother, and said that he would remember his words. He would not let himself be offended anymore. The protagonist looked at him with a small smile and thought that he, too, no longer wanted to be cannon fodder in the fight between the brothers. He remembered something important and said loudly that they needed to contact the family immediately, otherwise Dad would definitely arrange something. At the same time, Count Castro hit William very hard in the face and loudly said that he was an insignificant idiot. Is a man like him really his own son? Does he even realize what a mistake he made today? This man is the deity of Cairo. The most powerful kingdoms have fallen over themselves to lure him to their side. He decided to harm his younger brother. The very moment he, the eldest son of Castro, knelt down, the prestige of their family fell to the lowest point. From now on, in the eyes of the people, they will become idiots, unable to understand the true state of affairs. He grabbed his head and thought with a displeased look, how should he show himself to Marquis Benedict now? A servant ran up to them and loudly told the Count that a magical signal had been received from the Dmitri family. He turned to him and asked with a puzzled expression what had happened there. He came to the magical device and saw Romero, who said that perhaps the aristocrats of the central government did not take them seriously, but they dared to touch the blood of his family. They would never stand aside. The Count looked at him with a very worried expression and thought he was already all on edge. Why did the Baron raise an already decided issue again? He said with a serious expression that tomorrow at dawn, they would submit a request to the central government for a feudal war. From now on, the Dmitri Trading Guild freezes all supplies related to his family. They will receive all the Castro bonds remaining in the gold bank. For an enemy preparing for war, money is a significant threat. However, that is not all. He has contacted all the forces hostile to Castro, and they are ready to cooperate with them and invest large sums of money in the war as well. He will tell them to use any means and purposes to crush his family. No matter what price his family pays for it, he will destroy Castro at all costs. The Count, looking very worried, thought that this cannot be allowed. There is not a drop of mercy in his words. He's definitely his father's son. Romero, with a serious expression on his face, said that this is the last time he is warning. He must release his son now. What he said confused him even more, and he looked at him with an incomprehensible look. He called him loudly and said that he was deeply mistaken now. They are not holding anyone from his family. The problem with Lauren is also solved. His son William begged him on his knees for forgiveness. What war is he talking about? He was confused by what he heard and asked, is that so? He agreed and said that it was all true. They had already spoken with his eldest son and decided everything. They would be careful so that something like this would not happen again. Romero agreed with him, then ended the connection and went to the balcony. He saw the crowd of people standing below and thought that he was a natural-born leader. From the top, the forge masters and ending with the miners in the mines. At some point, his eldest son completely captured the hearts of the people. When did he manage to grow so much? He raised his hand and said loudly that the war was cancelled. They should prepare for the banquet right now. They can eat as much as they want, drink as if it were their last day. After some time, the people in the city said that he saw it with his own eyes. Be that as it may, Count Castro is one of the most influential people in the capital. However, he made his eldest son kneel down and apologize to his third son Dmitri. He is sure that the Cairo power system is changing. Although it lasted no more than a couple of hours, all the merchants cooperating with the Dmitri Trade Guild declared that they were ready to break off all deals with the Castro family. Do they understand what this means? Their family planned to start a war with the Castro family. A provincial family decided to act against the Castro clan. However, what is more frightening is that as soon as everything happened, large investments poured into the Dmitri family. They believed that in the confrontation between the capital and the provincial family, they had a better chance of winning. This incident completely changed Dmitri's position. At the same time, MC was sitting in the office and thought that his family denies wars. However, for his sake, they made such a decision. This is not the sole choice of Baron Romero. Such a thing is possible only with the consent of the key figures that form the family. A small society called Dmitri, settled on the outskirts, was ready to enter the war to save him. The life of a heavenly demon was held under the auspices of the survival of the fittest. In a world where everything was permitted, he had to see a lot of death, which radically changed his character. However, this life is different from the past. At the same time, in the kingdom of Hector, Jackson, with a very worried look, loudly called the prince and asked if he had woken up yet. Edwin, with a surprised expression on his face, looked at him and asked how long he had been unconscious. Before that, he remembered the past and thought that Roman was an amazing creature. If he had the opportunity to turn back time, would he be able to completely crush him? In any case, it is impossible. He, with his own hands, plunged the kingdom of Hector into the deepest abyss of despair. If he had not started a war, he could have bought more time to prolong the existence of the kingdom of Hector. Instead, Kellen put himself in harm's way. Because of him, the kingdom faced the worst possible scenario. From now on, he must do everything he can to find a way to save the kingdom. As long as there are people who only have eyes for him, he can't just give up. Jackson said that about a week had passed. Although everyone involved in the war had kept their mouths shut, the news coming from Cairo had plunged the entire Hector kingdom into despair. The people there said that the demon Cairo had killed thousands of soldiers on his own. However, that wasn't all. He had even wounded Captain Battler. This battle was a lost cause. They were like frogs in a well. This world is teeming with monsters that they don't even suspect. After some time, Edwin came to the king's hall and he, sitting on his throne, asked how he was feeling. He knelt before him and said that he was fine. He called him stupid with a serious expression and said that although he had handed over the affairs of the royal family to him due to his lack of ability, he was unwilling to solve the problem at the cost of his own son's life. He apologized and asked, by the way, he heard Jackson's report, right? He agreed, and he said that in the village of Hector, where the crop failure began, due to a strange anomaly, the earth turned black and all living things died out. Apparently, the necromancer's curse was involved. It is possible that the crop failure that has been plaguing Hector all this time was sent deliberately. Moreover, the entire territory of the kingdom was affected. This means that black magic, spreading for several years, could not have happened without it. His father asked with a worried look. In other words, there was a force that was just waiting for them to attack Cairo? He agreed and said that this force was hiding in the shadows and deliberately ignited a war between the two kingdoms for its own benefit. He looked at him and said that the curse that has spread throughout the kingdom can only be dispelled by the great priest. However, they no longer have any strength left. Edwin asked him if he remembered that in his childhood, the master of the Heavenly Tower offered to give him everything he wanted if he renounced the title of prince and dedicated his life to the magic tower. He would sell his time to the Heavenly Magic Tower. The king was indignant at this and loudly called his name. He said with a serious expression that he only needed a year. This was the only way that could solve the problem. At the same time, McBurney was sitting in a tavern, drinking alcohol, and thought with a displeased look that if he was destined to die, he wanted to do it on the battlefield. However, would there be room for a one-armed swordsman? It was unlikely that this was possible. Such was the reality. The protagonist approached him, called him by name, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He asked directly if he had thought about joining the Dmitri family under his wing. He looked at him with a surprised expression and wondered why the young master needed this. He bowed and said that he was truly grateful for his offer, but as he saw, he only had one arm. He was very worried about this and asked what use such a person could be to him. He was completely useless as a swordsman and was afraid that he would only be dragging him down. He looked at him with a small smile and said that for some reason it didn't sound like a refusal to him. Or was it his imagination? Had he ever heard of a left-handed swordsman? The left-handed swordsman Songbeg, he served as a Jinggi Wei of the imperial family, but devoted himself entirely to the country, losing his right arm in the war. The palace recognized his many years of service, rewarding him with wealth and glory, but he, who had spent his entire life on the battlefield, could not reconcile himself to a peaceful life. He made the decision to leave the path of a soldier, even if it led to a miserable end. He devoted many years to sword training until his left arm adapted to the new conditions of life. After that, he began to challenge other warriors to duels, using the left-handed sword he had created. The disturbed balance of his body, which had always been perceived as his weakness, he, on the contrary, skillfully turned to his advantage and used it in attacks. Because of this, many warriors fell from his blade, although his last opponent was Baek Jungyuk, from whose hand he met his death. If he follows him, he will tell him about the technique of the left-handed sword. He promises to make it so that he will benefit him more than anyone else. McBurney thought that he was right. This man was his savior. If only he could live the life of a warrior rather than a one-armed cripple, he would do whatever it took. He knelt before him and said that his words about how he would benefit him were enough for him. From now on, he would dedicate his life to him. That day, he found new hope. The war changed the lives of many people. Edwin, McBurney, and even the slacker of the Albert family, Henry. They were all drawn into the whirlpool of change. At the same time, he rode his horse sadly and thought that the gentleman was very cruel. After all, they had gone through the war together. He could have taken him away. He took a deep breath and said that it was still better to live among people who treated him with respect. It was enough that he was released from service. When he rode into the city, he saw many congratulatory inscriptions in his honor. People chanted his name, although Henry did nothing in the war with Hector. However, the truth alone that he was with Roman on the battlefield was enough to radically change his status. In the hall, an old man contacted him and said that he was from the Royal Academy of Cairo. Could he give a lecture on the war that had broken out in the south? He thought with a very happy expression that in order to increase his value, he needed to tell everyone what a great man the eldest son of the family, Dmitri, was. After that, he gave a lecture praising him, acting as a mouthpiece that spread his fame throughout the world. This moment became a turning point in the life of an idle aristocrat. A few days later, the protagonist, along with the knights, was leaving the city, and many people were seeing him off. He looked at the important people of the state and thought that when he returned to the capital again, he would have to make a choice. Until then, the entire Northeast would submit to his rule so that he could resist the central government. They walked some distance from the city and heard the farmers loudly saying that all the harvest for this year was spoiled. How were they going to feed their families now? He looked at them and asked who they were. Chris said that they must be the landowners of his family. He looked at them and asked how Dimitri's people ended up on Conrad's lands. He said that there was not much land to cultivate in his area. Some of the villagers had borrowed land here to farm. MC thought about it, then called him by name and said that he should bring these people to him. He should listen to what happened from start to finish. The landowners came to him and said that they had made a contract with the Conrad family, borrowing the land here for 10 years. He started crying and said that in a month it would be time to harvest, but the Conrad family announced that they would vacate the land in a week. They held on, saying that they could not leave, but they sent the people away, turning the land into a bare field. He called out loudly to the young master and said that this was unfair. If they could not harvest, then how would they live on, and what would they eat? Chris looked at the master and said that what had happened to the peasants was sad, but they could not interfere in this matter. The land borrowed by the farmers belonged entirely to the Conrad family. Anything could cause conflict between families. Besides, their family had formed an alliance with other nobles from the northeastern lands. MC thought that the Northeastern Alliance was a small union created by influential families for their own benefit, where everyone covered for each other. He called his name and said with a serious expression that inaction would only make the problem worse. They had to get to the root of the problem before they felt they could do anything. Chris thought that if the master had made a decision, it was the subordinate's duty to follow his will. He bowed and said that he would listen and obey. After a while, he returned to the estate where the villagers greeted him joyfully, like a hero. He waved his hand at them, and they said loudly that he was the real pride of the family. As soon as he reached the estate, his parents came out to greet him, and Romero said loudly that he should come here. He immediately hugged him and said loudly that he had done a great job. He asked his father if they were doing well. He asked with a happy expression, how could it be otherwise, as if something special was happening in their lands. He had prepared a grand banquet in his honor. He would eat his fill today and could drink as much as he wanted. The main thing was to have a good time. Roman's face became serious and he said that he should listen to him. Before that, could he spare him a minute of his time? They came to his office, where he said that he had heard about it too. However, they had no way to stop the Conrad family from taking back their lands. If they interfered this time, it would be difficult for their peasants to farm the lands in their territory in the future. He asked his father with a very serious expression. What did he think? If they were people of the Benedict family, would they take away their peasants' lands like this? His father was surprised by this and said that the Marquise was the living embodiment of power. No one would even dare to think about touching the Marquise and his people. In that case, what place did he think their family occupied in the Northeast? He is more than confident that now that Barco has been destroyed, there is no family stronger than them in the Northeast. He does not deny his words, but he sees no need to blow up an insignificant issue by setting the local union against their family. The protagonist said that he is wrong. There is a need. Now the real power is in the hands of their family, but the aristocracy, including the Conrad family, flaunts its idleness. Ultimately, for them, Dmitri is just another family, and since they are not patronized by the central government, as was the case with Barco, they do not see them as a threat. The Conrad family made a rash decision by daring to touch their residents. He understands what he's getting at, right? For them, they are the strongest family in the Northeast only in words. It is time to organize the hierarchy. They must make it clear to them who is higher. After some time, Romero sat in his office with a glass of wine and recalled how his son said that they have the strength and the reason to help their people. Then why should they silently watch as the Conrad family bullies their people? He asks to transfer authority to him. All that is required of him is to make a decision. He himself will wash his hands in blood. He closed his eyes with a serious expression and said that his son has grown too much. As a child, he had to experience every hardship of common people's lives. People called him a half-noble, but perhaps it was this pain he experienced that made him what he is now. True, what his family lacks now is not the strength, but the determination of its master. Now it is his turn to take matters into his own hands. A new era has arrived. A few days later, a grand banquet was held in Dmitri. It was celebrating the return of MC, and all the nobility of the northeastern lands had gathered there. The guests who came said that the Bolt family had arrived. She is Sophia from the Grisel family. He came to congratulate the master on behalf of the Jeroth family. Although they did not acknowledge the Dmitri family as the dominant one, he still did not deny their influence. She approached him and asked if he remembered her by any chance. He called her by name and said that she was from the Grisel family. Of course, he remembered. They had spoken to her at the last banquet, right? She asked with a little surprise if he really remembered. She thought that he really was not the same person he used to be. It would be wonderful to marry such a man. Viscount Conrad approached him, introduced himself, and said that it was a great honor for him to greet the hero of Cairo, who repelled the attack of Hector. Roman, with a serious expression, smiled, stated his name, and said that he was at his service. He said with a smile that he had heard that he had defeated the 5-star swordsman Battler in this battle. Indeed, it was hard to believe that he had achieved such heights at such a young age. In all this time, no one from the northeastern lands has ever entered the ranker rankings, but he feels like he can aim for the very top. He looked at him with a serious expression and said that, by the way, he had one personal question. The Viscount looked at him and thought that the conversation had a good tone. Even though he was a commoner, he did not have a good wit. He said that he could ask anything. Unexpectedly for him, he said that he heard that he unilaterally terminated the contract with the tenants of the Dmitri family, taking away their arable land. May he ask what the reason was? He said in a confused voice that a certain merchant guild offered a higher price for the land. That's all. He suggests they stop such meaningless talk. The protagonist asked in a serious voice, Was he doing it only for this reason? He said with a worried look that they were here to enjoy the feast in his honor. So why did he decide to bring up such a sensitive issue for discussion? He came with good intentions to congratulate the gentleman on his return. So why is he trying to tarnish his good name in front of everyone present? With this attitude, he could no longer keep a smile on his face. He started to leave and said that on this point, he begged to be excused. He asked him in a serious voice to stop and said that if he were to break off the conversation and leave now, he would regard this gesture as hostility towards his family. He pointed his finger at the place in front of him and said that if he did it again, he must come back here. The Viscount turned to him with a serious expression and asked him loudly what he had just said. He agreed that he had driven their peasants off the land, but it belonged entirely to his family. Was he taking back what was his, or did he have to report every little thing to them? They were not their subordinates who had to follow their orders. The other guests said that Viscount Conrad was right. Baron Romero should have organized the meeting himself to resolve the conflict between the families. By what right did he bring this matter up for discussion? Moreover, to be so rude to the people who had gathered to congratulate him on his return. He is the head of an entire family and is not someone to be treated carelessly. MC thought with a serious expression, if it were Barco, would they react like this? That's not true. They would never allow that. The local aristocracy located in the northeastern lands are ready to point a sword at their family at any moment. There are only two options. Either put them all under the knife, or force them to obey their words. They should be given a clear choice. He said with a serious expression that he would ask directly. Since when is it allowed in the Cairo kingdom to neglect the people of other aristocrats? He called him and said that he touched his peasants. His people who live in Dimitri's lands pay taxes to the family. People who swore allegiance to them. Even so, he dares to mention ignorance? He had hoped that he would smile and talk to him, even though he knew that his people had suffered because of him. This issue had already been raised at the family gathering. His father had given him absolute power, and he was not planning on turning a blind eye to this issue. The Viscount looked at him with a very frightened expression and asked loudly, "What does this mean?" He still wasn't going to apologize? Roman said that they all had to listen to him. If people from other domains were to do something wrong on Dimitri's land in the future, he would make them pay 100 times more. Now they would check to see which of those who had criticized him today could still say that it was an insignificant issue. The guests looked at him with a worried expression and thought that if his words came true, they would be the ones to suffer losses. The Viscount thought with a worried expression that his skills weren't limited to wielding a sword. He had turned out to be a real fox. He had set a trap and was pressing them with force to prevent them from escaping. However, he was not going to back down. Now is the perfect time to unite the alliance's forces. The nobleman of the Northeastern Alliance, Viscount Lawrence, said that Viscount Conrad was the one at fault this time. When deciding something, it is very important to maintain consistency. This concerns Dimitri's people, but he persecuted them without even informing his family, so he should admit his mistake and apologize. He thought that they showed no compassion when they confronted Barco. The Northeastern Alliance is just a name. His family can live if they follow Dimitri's family. He called the others and asked if they thought the same thing, right? They agreed and said that he should apologize to him immediately. What nobleman could smile at this situation? Viscount Conrad looked around worriedly and thought that Dimitri's close associates had joined forces to corner them. It would be best to retreat now. He bowed and said that he would be more careful in the future. Sometime after the banquet, Romero asked if he was sure that their categoricalness would not cause problems. The Northeastern Alliance would never back down. The protagonist said with a serious expression that in order to once and for all organize the hierarchy, they must force the opponent to exhaust all their strength. Only by uniting and opposing them, trying in every way to destroy them, will they be able to feel absolute powerlessness and accept the difference between them and their family. Only in this way will they be able to complete their plan. At the same time, the members of the Northeastern Alliance gathered together and loudly said that he was an arrogant guy. Everyone once knew him as an idiot, and now that he has gained recognition in the capital, he cannot see beyond his own nose. Namely, his arrogance knows no bounds. If they bow their heads before him, people will stop taking the Northeastern Alliance seriously. So, do they have a special way to solve the problem? They all fell silent, and Viscount Conrad said that, to be honest, he was already questioning the point of the Alliance's existence. To put it bluntly, the Dimitri family had an incomparably powerful army. Plus they had the man who defeated Battler. They couldn't handle them with their usual methods. They asked, how about contacting the central government? Was he suggesting that they use the central government to pressure their family? That's right. After Barco's collapse, they had spent all their efforts trying to establish contact with him. It was time to take advantage of it. Viscount Conrad thought that they were right. They should use the central government to create favorable conditions for the alliance. He said that he would contact them right away then. After that, they all came into the hall together, and he told Count Fabius that he asked them to contact him with a request. He said with a smile that he couldn't help but listen to the request of Viscount Conrad himself. He said with a kind smile that he was grateful to him for such words. The thing is, they've had a disagreement with Dimitri's family recently. Will he allow the power of the central government to be used to put pressure on them once? He didn't even have time to finish his sentence because Fabius cut off contact with them. He turned around and asked loudly, "Can't he even handle the connection?" The Count might be offended. He should reconnect to the connection immediately. The servant agreed, and when they fixed everything, he told the Count that he was sorry, the connection was unstable. He looked at him sadly and said that he had to be such an idiot. The Viscount was embarrassed by this, and he asked, "Can't they hear any news at all there on the outskirts? They want to ask him to threaten the family of the hero of Cairo?" Marquis Benedict guards him like a precious stone. Now he's making every effort to make him his son-in-law, and they're talking nonsense about threats. They should stop this and think better of how to curry favor with him. Viscount Conrad thought with a shocked expression. Did he just say something about a political marriage with the Marquise's daughter? One of them asked, "Why not apologize first?" Thus, the conflict with the Conrad family was resolved. The Viscount apologized to the farmers and promised that he would not touch them until the end of the period specified in the contract. After that, they met with MC, bowed and loudly told the young master that they were very grateful to him. They heard that he fought for them. From now on, they are willing to do anything if it concerns him. He thought that, as expected, the Northeastern Alliance decided to retreat. He said with a smile that he was only fulfilling his duty as a member of the Dmitri family. He thought that although they were planning to drag the central government into this, the current central government has no choice but to do everything to please him. However, it is not for nothing that the alliance is called bats. If we close this matter now, then despite their humility, someday they will stab us in the back. If the first stage is a provocation, then the second is to face reality. After some time, he went out to the balcony to the people and said that he had news for them. His family was going to hold a sword tournament. The prize money was 100 gold coins. For the sake of fairness, he and Captain Jonathan would not participate. However, that was not all. The participants would be divided into 6 groups, and they would choose 6 winners in total. As they already knew, he had fought in the war against the Hector Kingdom. He and his soldiers had already experienced how big the world was, and this experience had made them stronger. They would use the tournament to prove it to them. One of his soldiers would join each of the 6 groups. If someone could defeat his soldier and win, they would not only receive a prize, but also the opportunity to have their wish granted. One of the people raised his hand and asked if people from other families could participate too. Roman said with a smile that if they confirmed that they were swordsmen of the northeastern lands, they would not look at other conditions. The tournament will be held in a month. They should prepare properly. He hoped that many would participate. After some time, the alliance members gathered together again and said that the sword tournament was being held by the Dmitri family. This meant that they had a great chance. If the victory went to a swordsman from the alliance, then they, as the winners, would have the right to make a wish. Then if they don't fish for an apology, but act like mature, sensible people, offering to bury the hatchet and join forces, then they can strengthen the damaged relations with the Dmitri family and regain lost dignity. However, the question is, will they be able to win? Without them, there will be many who will be interested in the tournament. Will they be able to win, eliminating all competitors? Right. Besides, aren't there also Chris and Kevin, who participated in the duel with Barco? If those guys participate in the tournament, then winning will not be easy. However, the tournament will be divided into 6 teams. Regardless of those 2 warriors, they just need to select a winner for each group. If they mobilize all the forces of each family and put up an equal number of participants, then at least one of them will take the victory for his team. In this, there is sense. At least one, it sounds like a good plan. They all need to remember, there is exactly a month left until the tournament. If they fail to seize the chance given by the heavens themselves, they will ultimately be swallowed up by the power of the Dmitri family. They must wrest victory by any means necessary, even if they have to expel a master from other lands as a man from the northeast. At the same time, the protagonist stood in front of his allies and said that he was sure that they had already heard of the sword tournament. From now on, for the next month, they would compete against each other to compare their skills, and he would select 6 warriors to represent the Dmitri family in the tournament. The past grades have no meaning. Only the grades they received this month will report on their current status. He looked at them with a serious expression and thought that although they had returned from the battlefield, their war was not over yet. A power like a sharp blade that was ready to cut off a head from its shoulders at any moment. In order for subordinates to strive for such power, they must be given an appropriate reason time after time. He said that whoever could raise the prestige of his family by representing them in the tournament needed a worthy reward. If any of the 6 selected swordsmen were to win, he would teach the winner a top-ranking technique. Whether it was spiritual practice or sword technique, he would help them rise to a higher level. They were very surprised to hear this, and thought that even a small part of the master's knowledge could ensure rapid progress. He was on a completely different level. The chance to master a top-ranking technique was undoubtedly a huge fortune. MC looked at them and thought that this tournament had two purposes: to make the aristocracy of the northeastern region realize reality, and to train their subordinates to perfection. After the tournament came to an end, a very interesting situation would arise in the northeast. He said that from now on, they would begin an endless competition. They all loudly agreed with his order. After a while, he walked down the street and thought that there was exactly 1 month ahead. It was also the time to equip himself. The heavenly demon Junghyuk was born on the border between life and death. Although he was accustomed to danger, it was quite foolish to invite trouble to himself. In this month, not only his subordinates, but he himself must advance. The head of the information guild, Lucas, came to him and asked, did he call him? Roman turned to him and said that he was going to go into closed training for a month. He will not accept any reports unless some serious incident happens in the family. During this time, he must take care of selling this sword. He originally called it Firestorm, but since it will find a new owner, he decided to call it Flame. He can decide for himself how to sell it. The main thing is not to reveal that he was the owner. He can invest the money from the sale in the capital of the Information Guild. He took the sword out of its sheath and thought that it had a smooth blade and a shining aura. He asked. It was obvious that the sword was excellent, but then why would the master sell it? He would look for a place to sell it first. He thought the gentleman had said he could decide for himself how to sell it. Maybe put the sword up for auction anonymously? That's right, those who know the price of swords will definitely pay a good price. After a while, he came to Adelion, a city in the northeastern region with the most developed trade, since there is a teleportation gate on its territory. The man called the guest number 23. Lucas walked up to him, handed him the sword, and the man asked to let him check the thing first. He used the crystal on the string and thought that the sword was emitting extraordinary energy. In addition, the artifact was glowing blue, which means that the goods are of the highest class. He raised his head and asked what kind of auction he prefers. He said that it is a free auction with complete anonymity of the seller. The man said that there is no minimum sale amount in a free auction. In addition, you will have to pay a 10% commission. Is he sure about that? He looked at him with a smile and agreed. He went to another room and said then they should go for the assessment. He asks him to come here. They came to the administrator of the auction hall, Morris. He gave his name with a wide smile and said that he was the manager of the auction hall in Adelion. The appraiser examined the sword that was brought to him and said that he could confidently say that the durability and sharpness of the sword were at the highest level. It was not often that one could come across such a magnificent sword. Moreover, this one had the most optimal weight. He guessed that the sword was forged by a master of his craft. Such an item should be worth at least 30 gold coins. Now they needed to test the mana resonance. The mana resonance was divided into 10 levels. At least 3 levels had to be reached for the sword to receive the title of a true named sword. He looked at the flash of energy with a shocked expression and said loudly that this simply could not be. Morris turned to him abruptly and asked in a worried voice, what was the matter? He loudly called out to the master and said that the degree of resonance had reached 10 levels. No, the resonance is so high that it is impossible to calculate. Even named swords break when they cannot accept the flow of mana. However, this sword, on the contrary, only amplifies this power. Sometime later, in the Adelion auction hall, the host said that he strongly recommends that they participate in this auction. In the entire history of the auction hall, nothing like this has ever appeared on this stage. He looked at the hall with a smile and thought that from the local onlookers to the rich people of the capital, everyone was lured here by rumors. He pointed to the item hidden under the cloth and said loudly that they should let the main event of the evening be presented. This is the name Sword Flame. If it were an average name sword, it would not be put up as the main lot. The true power of flame lies in the response of mana. He remembers that about a year ago, a rapier named Needle with a resonance level of 7 was auctioned off for a staggering price of 300 gold coins. They should not be surprised. The resonance with mana of this sword is more than 10 levels. However, that is not all. It is able to expand the power of the aura infused into it. He has seen many named swords at auctions, but he has never seen anything like this. Now they can move on to bidding. The starting bid is 10 gold coins. The participants began to actively raise their bids, and he loudly said that now each bid would be increased by 50 gold coins. They continued to quickly raise their bids despite this condition, and he loudly said that guest number 12 would double the bid, and the price had skyrocketed to 300 gold coins. Now they would raise their bids by 100 gold coins. The bid had skyrocketed to 600 coins, and the host said that guest number 53 would double the bid. The final bid would be 1,200 gold coins. Such a price had never been heard before in the entire history of the Adelion auction hall. The head of the trading guild operating throughout the continent and the owner of immeasurable wealth. Although he always tries to remain neutral in the political squabbles of the central government, for the sake of a good thing he turns into a fighting rooster, rushing forward, no matter who his opponent is. VIP guest of the auction hall, Marquise Valentino. At that moment, no one could have guessed what a wave would cover the entire Kaio kingdom because of his purchase. He looked at this sword with a smile and thought that the true value of the signature sword flame is not only in the degree of resonance with mana, it is a symbol of the fact that for the first time, someone managed to break through the 10th level. The signature and magic sword, a dilemma that every swordsman faces. Only by using a simple weapon can one reach the peak of capabilities and release aura. However, some swordsmen with mediocre abilities believe that a sword that enhances skills will be much more effective, and therefore choose a magic sword. However, for swordsmen who have risen to the rank of Ranker, only a signature sword that can make maximum use of aura had value. Such an item is worth all the treasures. If the master who forged this sword for the third time puts up the value of the flame will not be able to not rise, since this sword was a kind of the first in history. The collection of a true master receives recognition of its rarity only by one mark, the very first. A greedy collector, obsessed with a passion for collecting this marquise. If someone in these circles was unlucky enough to cross his path, you can say goodbye to life. Therefore, no one dared to act hastily. The host said loudly that this sword was sold to guest number 53 for 1,200 gold coins. After that, Morris asked what kind of payment he preferred. Valentino said with a smile that he would pay everything right on the spot. Only in this way would he be able to see the flame at least a little earlier. He put the box on the table and said that to be precise, there were 1,300 gold coins. He was surprised by this and said that, however, the amount to be paid was 1,200 gold coins. He asked with a smile how he could not know about it. 100 gold coins. This is a gift from him personally. They could consider it a sincere thank you from a loyal customer. That's all. He thanked the Marquise for it with a shocked expression. He asked with a smile if he could tell him in return who forged the sword. He wanted to meet him in person once. He said he was sorry. It would be difficult. Valentino calmly said that he couldn't do anything then. He said he was grateful to him for understanding the situation. He said there was no need to thank him. It was the obvious choice from the auction's point of view. However, if this craftsman sent the item to the market again, they should let him know first. After some time, he was riding in his carriage and thought it was amazing. It was a true embodiment of art. The smooth blade, and also the ability to resonate with mana. He had acquired many named swords, but he had never seen one like this. He looked at the sword in the box with a smile, and said that from now on he would throw all his strength and means into finding the creator of the Flash. Considering that his work was first put up for auction by Adelian, first of all, to check the head blacksmith Dimitri. The man who sat in front of him with a serious expression said that he listened and obeyed. Valentino looked at the sword in his hand with a satisfied look. This Marquise's dreams were not something sublime. He was driven by a simple desire, that's all. During the month-long closed training outside, a lot happened. Chris tripped his opponent during training and said that it was a reckless attack. He stood up abruptly after that, but at the same moment he put a sword to his face, and this made him accept defeat. He said that his efforts were worthy of praise, but his attacks always lacked insight. He should not forget that the opponent is waiting for him to make a decisive move. He turned around, called the next opponent, and thought that those who were worthy of taking one of the 6 places were him and Kevin, also Vulcan and Fuki. The remaining 2 places are in question. He felt something strange and wondered, is the air humming? At the same time, the protagonist was forging a sword and wondering, 2 weeks ago, when he first met Battler, if he had risked fighting to the end, would he have been able to return alive? The reason he had won so far was because he had time to prepare for the attack, but if he hadn't had that time, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the onslaught of the 5-star Aura Warrior. An overconfident choice dictated by memories from his past life and his blunder. He still couldn't fully accept the fact that he was a different person from now on. The past him had confidence in victory, no matter who his enemy was, but the current him is different. There will be many battles waiting for him in the future, and something like this may happen again. To survive in battles with the strongest in this world, his current level will not be enough. Even if he meets an opponent superior to Battler, he must live without hesitation. This is called the pinnacle. As the sun rose and set, he tirelessly continued to strike the iron, standing before the flames of the brazier. His face was red hot from the heat. The scorched skin began to melt. His body endlessly showered signals that he had already reached the limit, but there was not even a shadow of hesitation in his eyes. Everything must be reborn. He and the sword that would accept him as the master. He used the fire-breathing technique and inhaled the flames, absorbing the mana within it. Effectively acting as a conduit between the sword and the flames, his body rushed towards the ideal, the second bone reorganization. He once again set foot on the path of change. After some time, MC walked out of the forge and thought that he had laid the foundation for reaching a new level. He decided to take a chance and thought that he would now be fighting 2 battlers at the same time. He watched them attack him and thought that the heavenly demon sword was divided into 3 tiers. There were 3 styles of style at each tier. Until now, he could only use the first tier styles, but now that he had undergone 2 bone rearrangements, everything had changed. If he could survive the 3rd bone rearrangement and use the 3 styles of the last tier, he was confident that there would be no opponents left who could stop him. With the title of an invincible master who was called the Heavenly Demon in the past, now that he had access to the 2nd tier styles, he could defeat 2 battlers. However, wasn't he making a mistake by continuing to use the methods from his past life as they were? Manipulating the aura that the swordsmen of this world released like an explosion. Sometimes it would display enormous power that surpassed even the Nagon that existed in Murim. It depended on the situation and the opponent. He needed to adopt the methods of this world to destroy the stereotype in his mind that the aura control technique in this life is fundamentally wrong and find a middle ground between this life and the last. He used 3 level 2 styles, released a powerful aura, and defeated his imaginary opponents. Roman thought that having a chance to reincarnate and choose the same path he followed in his past life, he believed that this life would not bring him any surprises. However, it is really fun. The Heavenly Demon Sword technique did not reject his new method, taking a direction that was completely different from the previous foundations. In other words, the Heavenly Demon Sword technique is capable of evolving. He hopes that there are still many variables in this world that he does not know about. Let them appear on his path time and time again, testing him and putting his life in danger. The trials bestowed upon him by this world will become his incentive to live life in this body, even if it started from the very bottom again, but he will stubbornly climb up and bring it to the very top. At that moment, his team members came running to him, and Chris loudly asked the master if he was okay. He noticed the crater left by his attack and wondered what the hell that was. The protagonist turned to them with a calm expression and said that nothing happened. They looked at him with shocked expressions, and he thought that he didn't even use magic, and the whole ground around him turned into this. He said that he was okay, they could go back. They bowed, and he said that they would go then. When a person faces a wall that he can't overcome, he freezes, falling into awe. Chris was just an ordinary weak person. He bit his lip and thought that the master had risen to another level higher. What was he even doing? The master tires himself out with training non-stop, becoming stronger. What did he even hope for while he was messing around, looking after the rest of his subordinates? In this tournament, he won't be satisfied with just winning. He will defeat all the opponents, showing a colossal difference between them. He needs to become even stronger. A month later, MC created his new sword, which he raised above his head. He looked at it with a small smile and asked, what should he call it? He thought that if the previous swords meant new life, then he wanted the third sword to express his current one, the Sword of the Heavenly Demon. This is a creation that will plunge the opponent into the abyss of despair. He said with a smile that he should call it Darkness. After that, he returned to the office. Chris came to him and said that for the past month, as he ordered, they sparred every 3 days, leaving notes after each, based on which swordsmen with a high percentage of victory were selected. He handed him a list of names and he began to read it. He was a little surprised when he noticed the names McBurney, Henderson, and thought that he expected to see the first 4 names on the list, but the last 2 surprised him. He stood next to him and asked, is he satisfied with this list? Roman agreed, and said that however he believes that there are no defeats with meaning in the world. His name is at stake in the tournament. They must prove that they are up to it. He agreed to this, and he said with a smile that he will wait for it. When there was 1 day left before the tournament, a crowd of people gathered in the square and asked if he was also participating in the tournament. Of course, that's 100 gold coins. Does he at least know what rush he was returning in? He must be careful. He will show him how scary a mercenary's sword, sharpened on the front lines, is. All he has from a mercenary is the name. He wishes for him to get into a group with Chris and fly out at the very beginning. In this case, he will get into a group with Kevin, who is considered a real demon. That's okay, but has he seen Vulcan and Fuki? They are so wide that it becomes creepy. However, you can still breathe easy. The main thing is to avoid these 4 in the tournament. After some time, 6 groups of the sword tournament were announced. The composition of the groups caused joy in some and extreme sadness in others. An aristocrat of the Northeastern Alliance, Baron Rollo, with a displeased look, asked why they had to oppose Chris. The others said that he did not need to despair. There are also excellent swordsmen in his family. It is too early to give up and throw in the towel. Conrad thought with a satisfied expression, who would have thought that he would send the one-armed cripple McBurney? It seems to him that the winner will come from their family. He said that the continued existence of the Northeastern Alliance depended on this tournament. Their family will definitely win and lead the alliance to victory. The other nobles supported his positive attitude. The next day, the sword tournament came, where crowds of people gathered. Rollo thought that because of the alliance, he could not even refuse to participate. He called Max and said that he should not try to jump above his head. He did not need unnecessary sacrifices. His warrior said that ever since his participation in the tournament was confirmed, he had been training through sweat and blood for the sake of victory. Chris was undoubtedly an outstanding warrior, but he was a 2-star swordsman like him, so he had no reason to bow his head in fear. These words touched the Baron, and he said that he hoped that he would have a duel with him without regrets. However, if he suddenly felt danger, he should immediately surrender. He thanked him for this, went to the arena, and thought that this was his chance. He must leave a deep impression on the master and the crowd. He will be remembered by them, and will definitely make a name for himself. As soon as he went out and saw Chris, who was already standing in the arena, he immediately felt a strong anxiety, and wondered what kind of killing lust this was. A guy standing in the stands loudly said that the first group match was starting. Max very quickly ran to attack and struck with his sword. He knocked the sword out of his hands with a sharp movement of his hand, counterattacked, and defeated him in 3 seconds. The guy loudly said that the first round was over. Chris from the Dimitri family wins and gets the right to move on. Rollo looked at this with a shocked look, could not believe it, and wondered if the difference between them was really that big. Kevin also defeated his opponent and earned the right to move on. Vulcan and Fuki also defeated their opponents. The other participants watched the events with a shocked look and thought that it turns out that the rumors were true. These four are impossible to defeat. The only hope is to defeat McBurney and Henderson. Earlier, after the announcement of the groups, people asked in surprise, will Henderson represent the Dimitri family? Is this the same guy from the Lawrence family? This cannot be. This guy, whom he knows, could not even hold a sword in his hands. He himself comes from a family of farmers. How did he end up at a sword tournament? 6 representatives of the Dimitri family. Each of them had their own reputation, nicknamed Flash and Demon of Cairo, Chris and Kevin. Since many saw their fighting strength with their own eyes, people wanted to avoid a duel with these two, if possible. Vulcan and Fuki, being from mercenaries, where the main condition was considered superior physical shape, they made everyone who looked at them tremble with fear. In contrast to them were McBurney and Henderson. The one-armed swordsman and former farmer looked too pitiful in comparison, and it was safe to say that the latter was considered the weakest. At present, the people in the arena asked, have they heard the rumors? Henderson almost fainted during the recruitment. He is a real coward. Those who got into his group are very lucky. Romero sat on the throne with a serious expression and called out to his son, who was standing next to him. He turned around and asked if there was any other reason why he was so diligently holding the tournament, other than establishing a hierarchy in the northeastern region. Even if this festival showed their friendly intentions, the aristocrats of the Alliance will not obey them absolutely seriously. The protagonist said that nevertheless, this is a necessary step. The Northeastern Alliance is filled with blind confidence that they can resist their family on their own. When the Alliance faces the reality that they won't be able to cross the walls of their estate, let alone win, they will be able to subjugate their consciousness at once. From that moment on, they will begin a full-fledged takeover of the northeastern region. The host said loudly, Group 5, Round 1. Henderson and Taylor should step forward. The audience looked at this with a smile and said that from the very beginning, his opponent was an aura swordsman. It's over. He won't be able to defeat him. A wandering swordsman originally from Lawrence, Taylor said with a smile that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He called him by name with a calm expression and said that they really haven't seen each other for a long time. He said that the last time they met was when he was helping with the harvest. It's hard to believe that that same Henderson threw down his shovels and hoes and is now standing in front of him with a sword in his hands. He pointed his sword at him with a serious expression and said that due to their acquaintance, he wants to warn him in advance. He recently received a special revelation and rose to the level of 2 stars. Since this was not their meeting, he would give him a chance. Why would he shed blood in a battle he knew he would lose? He should surrender now. He took a fighting stance and said that he must erase the past him that remained in his memories. If he showed mercy even for a moment, he would use this chance to crush him. Taylor sighed with a serious expression and said that he hoped he would not regret it. As soon as they were allowed to begin the duel, Henderson ran forward with incredible speed. He delivered a very strong sword strike that shocked his opponent, but he blocked it and thought that this was not some second-rate imitation. He used Asura's sword technique and began to deliver many rapid strikes and thought that he was determined to become a man worthy of his master by any means necessary. In the past, unlike those who quickly learned to release aura, he spent a lot of effort to start feeling mana and learn how to release it. He was always the one who trailed behind everyone. He was a turtle. He said loudly with a serious expression that, although it was slow but painstaking, he still continued to move forward. Taylor released his aura and thought that he couldn't lose to him like this. He thought that he didn't want to use aura against him. He said loudly that he was sorry, but he had to end this. He jumped towards him, radiating his aura, and swung his sword. He watched this while standing still and was lost in memories. Chris had said earlier that when he first came to him, he was nothing more than a weakling. However, the current him had undergone great changes. Over the past month, while others were accepting defeat, he was more determined to win. If he hadn't challenged and surrendered back then, leaving everything he had behind, he wouldn't be able to understand his life. He is worthy of standing by his master's side. He will guarantee it to him. Henderson looked at his opponent with a serious expression, swung his sword and filled it with energy. He countered and sent Taylor flying back a few meters. He immediately tried to get up, turned around abruptly, and stopped when he noticed the sword blade in front of his head. He was surprised by this and admitted his defeat, and the host loudly announced the winner of the first round of the 5th group. The people were shocked by what happened and loudly asked, how can a former farmer use aura? It takes more than a year just to start feeling mana. The nobles from the Alliance were shocked by what happened and said that he somehow felt like the situation was going in the wrong direction. Wasn't Henderson considered the weakest in the 5th group? He hoped that it wouldn't be like this, that he would win the 5th group. They must not lose their composure. They must trust him. The final victory will be for the Northeastern Alliance. After a while, the host said loudly that Kevin from the 2nd group will be next. He was climbing the arena and thought that he was 5 seconds slower than Chris. When people are asked who the master's sword is, everyone talks about him. He must prove his worth to the master in his own way. The audience loudly said that the 2nd group was starting the 2nd round. Miles must definitely defeat him. The warrior standing in the arena with a worried look used aura and thought that his opponent was the demon of the Dimitri family. He must fight with full force from from the very beginning. He began to deliver many fast blows, but Kevin easily dodged. He ran closer and delivered a strong punch. Miles, with a displeased expression on his face, tried to attack him again, but missed and loudly called him a cowardly rat. He tried his best to hit him with his punch and thought that he should get caught at least once. Suddenly, he missed a strong blow to the face, which knocked out his tooth. He thought that it was some kind of pseudo-sword, but the recoil was too great. He was going to dodge, but he could not get away from a series of fast blows to the head and wondered if he could defeat this monster. The audience watched the unfolding battle in horror, and Miles grabbed his opponent by the leg and said that he gave up. The host said loudly that it took a long time. The winner of the second group, Kevin, goes to the third round. At the same time, he proved his strength by breaking his opponent's will. Before the first round began, Jonathan stood in front of the Warriors and said that, as they all know, this tournament is organized by the young master. Chris, the former vice captain of the Knightly Order, will participate in this tournament. They must carefully watch the elders battle in order to gain knowledge on the path of the knights of the Dmitri family. After his victory in the first round, the Warriors looked at him in surprise and asked if he was too strong. Jonathan, with a serious expression, thought that he had grown a lot. Chris, with a serious expression, thought that he was a sword representing the master. Whoever the opponent was, he must surpass him. Only in this way will people dare not look askance at the master's place. In the second round, he also won, and with a serious expression, he thought that this was still not enough. He won the next 2 rounds. The second round took him 5 seconds, the third took 8 seconds, and the fourth took 10 seconds. Jonathan, with a shocked expression, wondered when he had become so strong. He looked at the stands where the MC was standing and wondered what he had done to Chris. The Warriors who were watching the arena from the sidelines said that it was a good thing they had dropped out. Who knew these guys would be so strong? It was better to give up right away than to embarrass themselves in the tournament. However, will Farrell be able to beat him? It's simply impossible, because they are on different levels. However, will he be able to last 10 seconds? It's unlikely that he will lose faster than his previous opponents. He bets 1 silver coin that he will last 30 seconds. The host stood between the two fighters and said that he was asking both participants to come up on stage. Farrell, looking a little worried, thought that, frankly, he was not sure that he could beat Chris, but lasting was another matter. He would try to last just a minute. If he can last that long, he can make a name for himself. The host loudly announced that the last round of the first group was beginning. Immediately after this announcement, he ran forward at incredible speed and delivered a very strong blow with his sword. Everyone who saw it was shocked by what happened. The Warriors could not believe it and asked, what was that? He did not even see him swing his sword. The host loudly announced that this makes Chris the winner of the first group. They should greet the winner with loud applause. Over the 5 rounds of the tournament, he spent a total of 27 seconds in the arena. As a result, this was enough to scare the Northeastern Alliance. First group, a quick victory for Chris. Second group, a clear victory achieved by Kevin's superior strength. Third and fourth groups, Vulcan and Fuki defeated the opponent with their enormous physical strength. Fifth group, Henderson broke the prejudice that he would fail, amazing everyone with a confident victory. Now the Alliance's only hope was the sixth group with the one-armed MacBurney in their ranks. Earlier, Viscount Conrad walked up to his knight named Gabriel with a smile and asked how he was feeling. He stood in front of him with a wide, confident smile and said that he was feeling great. He looked at him and thought that this was his family's secret weapon that he had spent all his efforts to raise since he was a child. He was a 3-star swordsman. At first glance, the rule about limiting aura in the tournament seemed fair, but even so, it was impossible to overcome the difference between a 3-star swordsman's superior strength. Although he had been lucky with his opponents until now and was able to reach the third round, his end had come. He said that he had to remember that all the swordsmen in the Northeastern Alliance, except for him, had already dropped out. He shouldn't show unnecessary pity just because his opponent was a one-armed swordsman. He had to trample him for everyone to see. Gabriel smiled and said that he listened and obeyed. He thought he didn't think that he could lose to some one-armed cripple, did he? After that, he entered the arena and thought that losing one arm completely destroyed the balance of his body. Even when his right arm was healthy, this commoner swordsman did not find the courage to cross the threshold of the knightly order. And now, having lost his arm, he got involved in a fencing tournament, the main pride of the knights. The host waved his hand and loudly announced the start of the round. Gabriel ran to attack and thought that he didn't even need an aura. He would show him how high the wall of reality was. He continued to make swift attacks with his sword with a wide smile and thought that in order to avoid the attack, he would have no choice but to dodge to the right. The fact that he only used one hand meant that he would be completely exposed on one side. He began to attack with his sword, waiting for the moment, and loudly said that this was the end. Unexpectedly for him, MacBurney managed to bend and blocked his blow with his sword. He was surprised by what happened and wondered what kind of unusual movement was this. He began to spin very quickly and struck with his sword with a serious expression on his face. Gabriel was very angry about what was happening, insulted him, and released a powerful energy. With this, he threw his opponent back a few meters and thought that he did not reach the third round by chance. It was not a matter of disturbed balance. He deliberately used the imbalance that arose as a result of the loss of his right hand. Earlier, Roman said that the basis of all fencing is the use of body balance. The loss of one arm is a fatal weakness for a swordsman, but the technique of a left-handed sword compensates for the loss of balance with specific movements. After this, McBurney began to practice and thought that the creator of the left-handed sword, like him, also lost one arm. Then how did he manage to come up with such a style of fencing? Is it because he was special? No. Unlike him who had renounced reality, he never stopped searching for a new path and was able to eventually create a left-handed sword. The powerless cripple grabbed onto the illusory hope he would achieve victory in the name of the master at all costs. At this time, he began to fiercely attack his opponent and thought that his life as a swordsman was not over yet. He was able to knock Gabriel to the ground with his final attack, after which he stood up and thought that he was sincerely grateful to the master for giving him a new life. After a while, the host announced that in the end, the entire victory went to the warriors of the Dmitri family. It turned out that the Northeastern Alliance could only talk. Now the entire northeastern region belongs to the Dmitri family. Conrad clenched his hand into a fist with rage and thought that it was all over. Because of this tournament, the prestige of the alliance fell very low. When did the Dmitri family become so strong? What kind of monster did they disturb? Even if they borrowed the power of the central government, there is no guarantee that they will defeat these monsters. The man asked irritably, what should they do now? Conrad clarified, what is the point of asking? Now that all the swordsmen of the alliance are out, they will become servants. Conrad suggested that they leave here quickly. At the same time, Owen noted in amazement that he remembered that the protagonist was not so strong at first. Did Roman do something to him? Phil added with admiration that this is really amazing. Taylor replied that in a family of swordsmen with big names, there is always that very first swordsman, the one who stands at the origins, whose great power is famous throughout the continent. Such a one has very good leadership skills, capable of raising other swordsmen. The protagonist rose to the title of ranker on his own. Do they understand what this means? The first swordsman who will glorify the Dmitri family as a family of great swordsmen is Roman. Now they know what swordsmen of the northeastern region should focus on. If they want to succeed in fencing, they need to swear allegiance to the Dmitri family. After some time, Roman sternly said that everyone had worked hard. Some of them needed his strength, some were driven by respect for him. Some had no other choice, and so they all swore allegiance to him. The protagonist does not welcome complexity in human relationships, although it is possible to build a strong bond on feelings alone. But in his understanding, a very good relationship is one where they have something to give to each other. Since the swordsmen know what they want from him, even after a long time, their bond will be unshakable. MC smirked confidently and added that he had placed high stakes on their aspirations. He asked them not to forget that they were chosen by Roman, so they need not doubt themselves. After all, the protagonist never doubted their victory for a second. Finally, he would grant everyone a reward of 10 gold and 3 days of rest. MC hoped that they would enjoy them to the fullest. The swordsmen thanked their master and exclaimed that it was an honor for them to serve him. They will remain loyal to him forever. After a while, Lucas put his fist on his chest and said that he had studied the changes in the Northeastern Alliance. As the protagonist had expected, they had given up trying to oppose Dimitri's family. It seemed that they would not protest against Dmitri until the right chance arose. MC noted that there was no such thing as a very good government in the world. No matter how wise the ruler of the country is, there will always be those who are against him. At any moment, they may have problems with the central government. They need to minimize the victims of the northeastern region. In this sense, the Northeastern Alliance is a necessary evil for them. Lucas agreed with him, and MC thought that he provoked the Northeastern Alliance to reveal the truth to them. Further domination over the barbarians, using them. Roman ordered Lucas to start doing that very thing. After some time, an influential person of the northern region of Kairos, Count Douglas, slammed his fist on the table with fury and yelled, "They still couldn't find those freaks?" The assistant bowed and asked for forgiveness. He clarified that they destroyed the local bandit teams, but they still couldn't find the location of the savings. On the eve of the war with Lawrence, Count Owen, using connections in addition to the gold bank, collected an impermissibly huge amount of money. In case of emergency, he borrowed money from a powerful man in the north, Count Douglas, as well as other close aristocrats, and even resorted to hiring Homeros. But because of Roman, he was defeated. What's more, since Barco died while trying to escape, there was no one left in the world who could repay the debts. In despair, Count Douglas remembered one thing: the illegal savings of the Barco family, which no one had been able to find. While drinking with Barco, Douglas managed to figure out where the savings were. So he hired the information guild Black Moon and was able to find the savings. But on the way, all the gold bars were stolen by a bandit crew. Douglas exclaimed with great anger, "There is no way that some damn bandit crew could carry away all the bars." He ordered to search the entire northeastern region to find the gold. Barco must pay a fair price. He is not going to give the gold to someone else. The assistant quickly ran into the office and announced that a member of the Black Moon reported that he had found the location of the bars. Douglas stood up tensely from his chair and ordered that a member of the Black Moon be asked to come in right away. After a while, the head of the Black Moon Information Guild, Donovan, hit his chest with his fist. He said that after the bars were stolen by bandits, they secretly entered the black market. They were able to determine the identity of the criminal who stole them. Douglas asked with interest, "So who was it?" Donovan replied that the thieves were not a team of bandits, but the Northeastern Alliance. The Count asked with great surprise, "What does this mean?" Donovan replied that initially the Count's soldiers were indeed attacked by bandits. However, on the way they accidentally met soldiers of the Alliance. They attacked the bandits, stealing a cart with gold bars, although he is sure that they knew that the cart belonged to the Count. Donovan raised his hand with the ingot in it and said that as proof he wanted to see the ingot put up for sale on the black market. The serial number matched the numbers of the ingots in Barco's savings. He also checked that the person who put it on the market was a subordinate of Conrad, a member of the Northeastern Alliance. Douglas cursed those bastards with fury. Donovan thought that if he hadn't revealed the truth, it could have been called a very good crime. But they decided to get into trouble by turning against their master. The Northeastern Alliance, Count Douglas, they never dreamed of the changes that the Black Moon had undergone. In fact, the Black Moon Information Guild, famous throughout the continent, had already been absorbed by the Howe clan under Lucas's control. It had become an organization under Roman's orders. Douglas raised his hand and ordered that they contact the Northeastern Alliance immediately. He would kill everyone who coveted someone else's money. After some time, the Marquis, sitting at the table, said that Count Douglas was nicknamed the Northern Predator. It was scary to imagine what would happen to them after they ruined their relationship with him. The Marquis asked, "Everyone knows very well what kind of character the Count has." Conrad clarified what the Marquis was talking about. Barco's savings do not belong only to Count Douglas. They also lent Barco money and have the right to take back their share. Besides, wasn't the Count going to secretly take them back? That's why they can't be the first to bow their heads to him. The Marquis asked if it was worth saying such a thing. Conrad replied that that was not important. Will they be able to get the money back from the sale of the ingots? From now on, they should all stand as one on the fact that Count Douglas struck first, pushing the essence of the issue into the background. The comrades raised their hands and noted that they would never get anything back anyway. They would do as Conrad suggested. The assistant quickly entered the room and called out to Conrad. He exclaimed that Count Douglas wanted to contact Conrad via a magic device. The magic device brought out the Count's face, and he asked furiously, "What does this even mean? They stole his money?" He demands an immediate explanation. Conrad asked the Count to calm down first. They understand what has made him so angry, but in their turn, they also lent money to the Barco family. These savings do not belong to just one person. He would understand if the Count promised to divide them fairly among the others, but hadn't Douglas appropriated them himself? Conrad thought that he had very well avoided the essence of the problem by shifting the blame to the Count. This excuse would be enough. Douglas called them damn children and asked, did they steal his money, and what else? It all belongs to him. From the moment the Count discovered the Barco's savings, the right of ownership of them passed to the Douglas family. Conrad tensely asked the Count to calm down, but Douglas interrupted him and ordered him to shut up. From now on, Conrad must listen to him. He will contact the central government and request permission for a feudal war. Freaks of the northeastern region should try to join forces to stop him. The Count will show them how bad the Northeastern Alliance is, without the patronage of the Barco family. Conrad turned his head to the side in fear and said that it looks like they are in big trouble. After a while, Lucas, holding a cup in his hand, said that, as the protagonist expected, Count Douglas declared war on the Alliance. MC brought the cup to his mouth and clarified that the Count would not just say that. So far, everything was going according to plan, but Conrad is not one to go at the enemy without looking back. Conrad will most likely give in to his pride, but will raise the white flag before the Count starts to press harder. To prevent him from doing this, it is necessary to start spreading rumors, because the battle must take place. Roman grinned and thought that, being cornered, Conrad will definitely be able to renounce his damned pride. After some time in the north of Cairo, the customer asked what he meant. The merchant, throwing apples into a bag, replied that the domains are currently unsettled. The Northeastern Alliance is preparing to attack the domains of Count Douglas, so we will have to stop trading for a while. At the same time, the old man sitting on the floor clarified, "Is this true?" The servant replied that he was speaking honestly. He heard this from the Conrad family servant. After talking with the Count, Conrad began to smash furniture, raising such a noise that it is scary to imagine. The servant ominously put his finger to his mouth and added that if you believe what he heard, Conrad is going to destroy the Count. The old man noted that at this rate they would be dragged into the war for no reason. Rumors began to spread that the Northeastern Alliance held a grudge against Count Douglas. The source of the rumors was the merchant and the servants. All of them, the lower classes, served the Howe clan. The Count slammed his hand on the table and yelled that he was going to show mercy if they obeyed. But these freaks dared to turn against him? The Count raised his finger in fury and ordered that the order to recruit into the army be given immediately. He swears on the name of the family that he will never forgive them. At the same time, Conrad looked up and exclaimed that this was all a brazen lie. What kind of war could there even be? They even thought about compensation in gold to ask the Count for forgiveness for what happened. The Count did not answer, and Conrad asked him to curb his anger. The spreading rumors had nothing to do with them. The Count sternly asked if Conrad thought he saw nothing at all. He did not contact them in order to resolve resolve everything peacefully. He declares war on them and promises to destroy the freaks who act only for their own benefit. The Count will see how they resolve this. Count Douglas disconnected from the magic device. The Marquise noted that things were bad and said that Count Douglas would drag the inhabitants of the north into this. The Marquise yelled that they would not defeat him with their forces. The Marquise fearfully suggested trying to contact the central government. Conrad raised his hand and asked for Count Fabius. The Count agreed and replied that he understood that they were in a difficult situation, but the central government had no right to interfere. Besides, isn't the blame on the shoulders of the Northeastern Alliance? Fabius asked them to sort this out on their own and disconnected. The Marquis looked down with great fear and noted that it was all over. Now they could not avoid war. The assistant called out to the Lord in amazement and exclaimed that a request for a conversation had been received from Roman. The protagonist sternly crossed his arms, appearing on the magic device. Conrad asked what he was interested in. MC replied that he had heard that the Alliance had a problem. Conrad tensed up and thought that the protagonist had definitely contacted them to gloat. Roman said that he wanted to hear all the circumstances in person so that there would be no misunderstandings. Conrad thought that the protagonist had a very serious voice. He raised his hands and replied that he had actually done so a couple of days ago. After a while, Conrad told the protagonist everything. MC asked, so what are they going to do now? They can't ignore the fact that the northern authorities are going to attack the northeastern region. Conrad asked in amazement, is Roman really going to help them? The protagonist clarified that no matter what kind of relationship they had, Dmitri was not going to ignore what was happening in the northeastern region. Conrad thought about it. Can he just stay on the sidelines because it was a matter for the northeastern region? But wouldn't Dmitri's family benefit most if the two of them entered the war? Is the protagonist really pursuing some kind of goal? Although now is not the time to disagree. Conrad raised his hands and said that although they did not have a good relationship, now they desperately need help from Dmitri's family. If MC forgot all the problems and helped them, later they would do anything Roman wanted. Conrad thought that now was not the time to be proud. If only the protagonist would lend them a hand, they would be able to minimize the losses in the war. MC said that, to be honest, it would be more beneficial for him not to help the Alliance. But he did not want to lose the whole picture for a small victory. If they looked at the situation in Cairo, they would understand that they need to combine their forces. In the end, Dmitri and the Northeastern Alliance coexist behind the same fence of the northeastern region. Conrad tensed up and wondered if the protagonist was really saying this out of pure kindness. Roman sternly clarified that he had a clear demand. They needed to sincerely repent for what they did and show that they were willing to cooperate in the future. You only need to promise this much, and he will not turn away from their misfortune. Conrad thought it was amazing. The Dmitri family, which they despised because of their lowly origin, now acted as a great commander who would lead them. No, the entire northeastern region. Conrad replied that he would contact the MC again after discussing this in detail with the Alliance members. A few days later, the Lord, sitting on his horse, remarked that when the war was over, the Count should not forget about a decent payment. Douglas calmly replied that this was understandable. Would he bring the rulers of the north to deceive them? Since the fall of the Barco family, the northwestern region had lost its cohesion. It was like a crumbling sand castle. Someone had to take control of these fertile lands, right? The Count laughed and noted that the mood was lifted by just the mention. Although the people perceived Douglas as a beast rushing forward, he did not thoughtlessly attack the enemy. If a battle was inevitable, he would maximize his chances of winning, and that's how he survived to this day. Having been under the protection of the central government in the past, the Count couldn't afford to rush, but now he was able to drag other lords of the north into the war. Without the Viscount family, the alliance was pointless. It was a fine alliance to share with the others. The Count stopped and shouted for the commander-in-chief to step forward and answer him. The commander-in-chief, standing on the other side, shouted that there was still time before the appointed hour. He asked the Count to wait a bit. Douglas looked at the opponents and noted that, as he could see, everyone was already assembled. They were going to lose anyway, so why waste extra energy? Conrad replied that they would find out after they checked. The knight quickly pointed his finger at something and asked the Count to look at how someone was approaching. Douglas thought that they must have managed to call for help. The Dmitri family's flag rose up and the Count looked at it in amazement. Roman's team heads down the road. Douglas asked what Dmitri was doing here. The protagonist asked sternly, was there a special reason to participate in the war? Just as Count Douglas had called the Lords of the North, he too had brought an army for the sake of the alliance. Douglas thought that it was a curse that he had brought the Lords of the North, allowing Dmitri to act to participate in the war. The Lord yelled that the Count had not warned them about that. If they had known that Dmitri was participating in the war, they would never have come here. Conrad smirked arrogantly and said that they had finished their preparations. The protagonist yelled that he was now giving the Lords of the North the right to choose hand-to-hand combat or a representative duel. Which method would they prefer in fighting them? The Count thought that he could not leave after he had declared war. A representative duel with Dmitri would definitely end in failure. But that did not mean that hand-to-hand combat could be chosen. even though his troops outnumbered the Alliance army. But Dimitri's army is so strong that it put an end to the Southern War. The protagonist is a terrible opponent. What to do now? MC asked to allow himself to suggest something. If they choose a representative battle, how about he fights 3 swordsmen at the same time? If Conrad still doubts, they can increase the number of opponents to 5. Douglas got very angry and thought that he recognized Roman's strength. But he never thought that the protagonist would make such a stupid suggestion. MC raised his hand with a confident smile and remarked that he would like this war to end without unnecessary casualties. What does the Count think about this? Douglas replied that they needed to discuss it. After a while, the Count, standing in a circle of comrades, offered to accept the proposal. No matter how strong MC was, out of 5, can't the strongest from each family cope with a single opponent? The Lord fearfully noted that it was still too dangerous. The second Lord clarified that Roman had defeated Butler. There is a high probability that the protagonist has reached 5 stars. Douglas asked, do they think he doesn't know that? As if they have another choice. Whatever they choose, they will have to face this monster. The twin swordsmen are under his control. They once defeated a 4-star swordsman together. Douglas is sure that the rumors are true, and the protagonist is really strong. But the desire to show strength made MC make a mistake, and now this is their only chance. They will kill Roman while the protagonist is still young and inexperienced. Then they will be able to completely absorb the entire northeastern region. The lords trusted his opinion, and the Count noted that this was the right choice. Douglas thought that he would make MC regret his arrogance. After some time, the observer of the central government announced that this representative battle will be held with a special rule, 5-on-1. Yenton, the elder brother, the northern twin swordsman, said that he and his brother will attack from both sides to draw the protagonist's attention. Yenton and the younger brother, Yentel, simultaneously said that while they distract MC, they will attack. Yenton sternly clarified that no matter how outstanding a swordsman is, a gap always appears at the moment of counterattack. He and his brother will take the decisive blow. If their comrades ensure them, they will be able to gain both glory and wealth. The observer ordered everyone to take their positions and wave the flag, announcing the start of the battle. Yenton asked his brother to begin, and they instantly filled their bodies with mana. The twins quickly headed towards the protagonist. They simultaneously swung their weapons with the intention of attacking. MC calmly took a fighting stance, raising his sword. He smiled and quickly attacked the opponents. The twins' bodies fell to the ground and blood gushed out of them. The Count was very scared and wondered, could 2 twins really be killed with 1 blow? The protagonist lowered his bloody sword and said that when the Count declared war, he thought of this. When the Viscount family was still happy, why did all those who were used to solving matters by talking never say a word to them? There was only one conclusion. The lords of the northern lands, including the Earl, did not care at all about the existence of his family. Roman added horribly that he was very annoyed by this fact. He took a step and said that it was not too late. He would give them a chance to refuse the duel. How about trying to take the victory by hand-to-hand combat again? Douglas, sweat running down his face from fear, wondered, hand-to-hand combat? If it came to that, hundreds of soldiers would die. It was better to sacrifice these 5 soldiers. The Count noted that a rule was a rule. They decided to conduct the battle through a representative duel. The lords looked at the Count with fear, and he added that this could be the end. The protagonist grinned maliciously and replied that if they so wished, they would continue the duel as planned. The lord ordered them to stop. He yelled anxiously that the outcome had already been predetermined. Why not end the duel here? MC clarified. Did the northern warriors raise a white flag? Roman threw his weapon aside and said that from now on, as an exception, he would stop using the sword. Did this ignite in them the desire to fight? The Lord yelled tensely so that MC would not regret such a choice. The protagonist thought that it would be a shame for a swordsman to retreat even under such conditions. The Lord enveloped his body in mana and clarified that he did not know what to do. But since Roman was without a sword, why shouldn't they take a risk? The lords resolutely shouted that they had to try. The protagonist immediately turned his attention to the approaching sword. He hit the weapon with his fist with great force, and it instantly fell apart. MC, with a terrifying look, attacked the enemy's face. He threw the lords to the ground with one movement of his hand. The lord, with a bloody face, tried to announce that he surrendered. The protagonist did not listen to the enemy until the end and quickly kicked him in the face. MC calmly looked away, standing next to the defeated enemy. He asked with a terrifying look, "Do they have any objections?" Douglas bowed and replied that he absolutely did not. After a while, Roman looked at the knights. Conrad bowed and said that the protagonist had worked hard. MC replied that he hoped they would have a good relationship from now on. Conrad thought that if they had chosen an open confrontation with Dimitri, it would not be Douglas who would suffer a harsh defeat now, but them. As Roman had planned, this moment finally established the hierarchy in the northeastern region. A few days later, the people are sitting at the table. The protagonist sternly folded his arms and said that his father had given him the right to lead this meeting. Is there anything they are still dissatisfied with? They sadly lowered their heads and remained silent. MC happily asked to let him tell them about the new thing that happened today. Do they think the Cairo kingdom is moving in the right direction? Roman explained that he was on the southern front during the Hector kingdom's invasion. At that time, he had a hard time not because of the Hector kingdom, but because of the enemy within. The commander of the southern front did not believe him, and while the central government leadership was struggling for power, the southern front fell. If it weren't for the protagonist and the soldiers back then, even now the kingdom would be at war with Hector. If war breaks out again in Cairo, which is under the government's control, the central government will take troops from each province. It will use them as slaves. Unlike the nobles of the estates who lost troops and suffered, the nobles of the capital will retain power. They need to use this incident to look at reality. The protagonist sternly noted that the reality in Cairo is unfair. That's why he decided that changes were needed. Just like the capital government wields power under the name, the central government. Why don't everyone in the northeast join forces to protect each other? MC thought that if Dimitri starts moving in earnest, the central government will not give him much time. They must quickly unite the northeastern region. If they succeed, the central government will not act quickly. Jonathan clarified that if the nobles of the northeastern region join forces, of course they can start quarreling with the central government. However, with the exception of a few areas, in many regions, including Lawrence, the reality is that the environment in the northeast is very harsh. The northeastern families bring in most of their supplies from outside. If a conflict with the central government occurs, there is a high chance that trade will be blocked. The protagonist replied sternly that he knows this. The trade system is directly linked to the central government. If the chain cannot be broken, the local nobles will have no choice but to be their slaves. But if they just make a decision, at least the MC will have a way to solve the food problem. Roman showed a map with marks on it and said that this is their plan for further development. The northeastern region, compared to others, has a lot of mountains. In particular, there is an unbroken mountain range on the outskirts of Dimitri's lands. They are in an advantageous position to repel an enemy attack. First of all, the protagonist plans to build a huge fortress where people can be evacuated. They will also cultivate the mountainous lands. They will continue to engage in agriculture in order to be able to provide for themselves. Conrad asked, "Is that possible?" "It's not that easy to make the mountains suitable for farming." MC calmly replied that it was possible. The protagonist thought about his past life. The Celestial Demon's Refuge is a very good fortress, capable of withstanding decades of attacks from the righteous clans of the Murim. It was located in the 10,000 Mountains region, with mountain ranges that were more than several hundred kilometers long. Dimitri's terrain and mountain ranges are similar to the 10,000 Mountains region, and Dimitri itself also has many blacksmiths. Should we call this an accident or fate? As they can see, Roman has separated land suitable for farming, and part of the land is already being cultivated. It will take some time, but if everything goes well, they will be able to gain power that will make the central government no longer a threat to them. Rolla looked at the sheet and said that this was simply amazing. Jonathan looked at the sheet in amazement and thought that the land cultivation plan and the fortress blueprint were thought out to the smallest detail. He does not point to some abstract direction, but provides a concrete way to improve the situation. Lawrence put his hand to his chest and said that the Viscount will obey the decision of Dimitri's family. Conrad put his hand to his chest and added that the same applies to his family. Everyone agreed to follow the protagonist. MC smiled confidently and said that from now on he proclaims their union the Dimitri Alliance. Finally, Dimitri managed to get the northeastern region. After a while, Romero holds a glass of wine in his hand. He thought that the current Dimitri family under Roman's control is on the right path. He is ashamed of Rodwell, who spent so much effort, but no one can replace the current protagonist. Romero looked out the window and noticed that the moon was very bright. Marquise Valentino spent the entire past month in tossing and turning. Hendrik wrote that he did not send any of the swords to the auction. Marquise Valentino looked at the sheet and thought, if this is not the head of the blacksmiths, then who is the master who is capable of forging such a sword? In many letters it is written that this is not their sword. In Cairo there is no person capable of forging such a sword. You can search the entire continent, they will not find such talent. Valentino clutched the letter in his hand in rage and thought it was a curse. The assistant quickly threw open the door and exclaimed that it had become known that the head blacksmith Dimitri had been seen with a sword that looked like flame. Valentino, surprised, ordered to take him to Dimitri immediately. After that, the head of the blacksmiths Hendrik asked why he was looking for him. Valentino, sitting on the couch, replied that he would get straight to the point. A month ago, he had purchased a sword named Blaze at the Adelian auction. The blacksmith agreed and added that the Marquis had written about it in a letter. Valentino grinned and said that his instincts told him that Blaze was a real treasure. The master who forged a sword that resonates so well with mana can safely be called the best in all of Cairo. And this is exactly that sword, Blaze. Hendrik tensed up and Valentino, smiling maliciously, thought that he had thought so. The Marquis noted that the blacksmith knew him. He heard that in his collection there was a sword similar to this one. Hendrik thoughtfully put his fist to his mouth and looked down. He replied that he would show the sword to the Marquis. The blacksmith stood up and asked him to wait a bit. Hendrik thought that a collector like the Marquis Valentino would be able to discern the value of the sword. The blacksmith put the sword on the table and said that the name of this sword was Salamander. Valentino looked at it with admiration and thought that one only had to look at the blade to get cold. He was sure that this was the creation of the master who created Blaze. The blacksmith clarified that the Marquis was right. Salamander and Blaze were forged by the same person. To be more precise, Salamander was his first creation, and Blaze was forged next. Valentino wondered in amazement, Salamander is his first sword? He wants to get it. The Marquis apologized for his insolence and asked if the blacksmith by any chance could sell him this sword. Hendrik bowed immediately and asked for forgiveness, saying that the sword was not for sale. He had received it as a gift, and Valentino, a collector like himself, should understand his reluctance to sell the sword. The Marquis was dumbfounded and asked, had the blacksmith really said a gift? Valentino thought that Hendrik had not forged the sword, but had received it as a gift. This meant that he knew the identity of the master. Valentino asked if it was possible that the sword had been forged by Baron Romero, who had already retired. Hendrik disagreed and said that it was not at all. This sword was the creation of the eldest son of the Dmitri family, Roman. Valentino wondered if the youngest ranker of Cairo had really created the best sword in the kingdom. Every work of art has a story behind it, and it plays an important role. If the person who created them is a master, then ultimately he will be appreciated only by the fruits of his labor. But if the master is the youngest genius swordsman in the kingdom, people will begin to attach special meaning to the sword. Its value is very high, and its rarity alone cannot be used to determine its true value. Right now, he wants to meet Roman. After a while, Chris quickly ran after the protagonist and swung his sword. He attacked MC with great speed. Roman turned his attention to the Marquis standing at the door, and Chris thought that he needed to act now. The protagonist fell into a stupor, noticing the approaching beam of mana. A powerful explosion thundered in the room, and the light of mana enveloped the space. The swordsman looked at what was happening in amazement, standing in the smoke. The protagonist noted that this was a good trick. He pointed the sword towards Chris sitting on the floor and added that when a swordsman splashes out power in the desire to kill, a gap inevitably forms in the attack. Therefore, Chris must have another way that will knock the opponent off balance. Chris agreed and said that he would remember this. MC asked to go next. Valentino wondered with admiration. Is this Roman's level? Lately, the whole kingdom only talks about the protagonist. I wonder what place in the Cairo rankings MC will be awarded after Roman defeated the number 2 in the rankings Hector. Watching this in real life, the Marquis understands that the protagonist's abilities exceed the rumors circulating around the world. And if we mention that MC is also a blacksmith, then perhaps the Cairo kingdom has the greatest talent on the entire continent. Hans turned to the young gentleman and said that he had a guest. MC agreed and, approaching Valentino, introduced himself. The Marquis looked at Roman's hand and wondered if these hands had really forged Blaze. He smiled, shook the protagonist's hand, and asked him to call him by name. After some time, Valentino put the sword on the table and clarified that he came to MC because of Blaze. Roman, sitting on the couch, looked at the weapon and thought that it was Blaze, whom he entrusted to Lucas. Valentino said that during this time, he had spent all his strength and resources to find the master who forged the flash. Is the protagonist really the one who created Blaze? Marquis Valentino is the richest man in the kingdom of Cairo, nicknamed the Greedy Collector. Among the nobles who remain neutral, he has the greatest influence. Owning the trading rights of Cairo, he has amassed such wealth, the power of which is capable of shaking the balance of power. But despite the proposal of the 4 factions, Valentino made it clear that he will maintain neutrality. The protagonist thought that the Marquis was an interesting person. He smiled and replied that it was true. He forged Blaze. Valentino was very happy and shouted that so it was really MC. It was such an honor for him. Roman has no idea how much he wanted to meet him. When Valentino first saw Blaze at the auction, he was struck by lightning. After all, Dmitri is a shrine of blacksmiths. The protagonist must have inherited Baron Romero's talent, and if MC doesn't mind, will Roman let him look at the sword he just held in his hands once? The protagonist calmly agreed. The Marquis looked at the shining sword in amazement and asked what the name of this weapon was. MC replied that he called it Darkness. Valentino thought that both Blaze and Salamander were shockingly outstanding signature swords. However, this Darkness, which absorbed the oppressive darkness, was on a completely different level. Each new sword showed an amazing growth trend. Just how amazing a sword will this monster forge in the future? Valentino asked if Roman would be willing to listen to his unusual offer. The conditions are simple. Firstly, if the protagonist is going to sell the sword, he must give him a chance to buy it back. Secondly, if MC creates a new sword, he would like to see it first. The Marquis doesn't care about the place or time, be it a distant country or some wilderness. He will do anything, but will get to him. Valentino smiled madly and added that if Roman promises to fulfill these 2 points, his family will support Dmitri from now on. The protagonist tensed up and thought, the Marquis will abandon neutrality? Valentino smiled and clarified, MC understands what this means, right? He will abandon the neutrality that the Valentino family has maintained until now. Roman sternly clarified that he would like to hear a specific reason. The Marquis replied that, frankly speaking, 4 factions have been putting a lot of pressure on him lately. They will not be able to maintain neutrality forever. So he thought for a long time about which of the authorities to support. Just then the news reached him that the protagonist approved the alliance with Dmitri. And besides, now he was convinced that it was MC who forged Blaze. He sees no reason not to feel sympathy for Roman. Also, the Marquis understands that Dmitri's family has no shortage of money. However, the more money, the better, right? Valentino crossed his arms and thought that Roman had really hooked him. The protagonist got up from the couch and clarified that the aristocrats of Dimitri's alliance had sworn allegiance to him. Is Valentino's family ready to follow Dimitri's family? The Marquis grinned and rose from the couch and replied that Valentino was ready to sleep on straw or jump into a fiery pit. If this was the protagonist's order, they would carry it out with a smile. Roman smiled with satisfaction and thought that he had never even thought of such connections. He replied that he relied on him then. Valentino raised his hand and clarified that he could reveal the truth about MC forging Blaze. He happily raised his head and said that such an amazing sword had fallen into his hands. He would not be able to stand it if he could not boast to his acquaintance. Roman calmly thought that Marquis was an amazing person. After some time, in the Valentino family's house, people asked, "Is this the famous signature sword?" The Marquis spread his arms wide and said that this sword surpasses rumors. It will allow a 1-star swordsman to repel an attack by a 2-star aura. The man asked, "Is this really so?" Valentino clarified, "Has he ever lied about the collection items?" In addition, the master who forged Blaze is the hero Cairo, who put Hector to flight, and he comes from a family of blacksmiths. Roman. People screamed with great surprise, "This can't be. Then this sword belongs to the protagonist?" Valentino agreed and replied that it was with this sword that MC defeated Butler in a duel. In his entire life, Roman forged 3 swords, and Blaze is his second sword. People dubbed all 3 swords the protagonist's collection, and thanks to MC's reputation, the business of Dimitri's forges improved so much that it became difficult to withstand such a volume of work. After some time, Roman walks down a dark corridor. Mackin from the Valhalla Information Bureau appeared in the corridor and clarified that the protagonist repelled Hector's attack, and also defeated Butler. They underestimated Roman too much. MC even united the northeastern region, monopolizing power. The Valhalla Empire cannot ignore the possible future threat. Now Roman must choose. Either the protagonist will submit to Valhalla, or turn into an enemy. MC grinned terrifyingly and looked at his hand and asked why he should follow their choice. Mackin clarified, "So the protagonist is ready to go against them?" MC calmly asked to call things as they are correct. They were the ones who first put forward a threat to him. He is not going to swear allegiance against his will. Roman thought that the kingdom of Cairo is the best place for the Kronos Empire, which it has been trying to get for many years. If Valhalla intends to attack Cairo, Kronos will never stand aside. The protagonist sternly said that if they do not plan to be hostile to him, they should wait. The power he chooses will definitely elevate Cairo to the top, and people will start calling Dimitri the creators of the king. Mackin clenched his fist and noted that MC was very brave in solving problems, but if he strained himself all the time, he would break down someday. Even Butler, whom they had defeated with such difficulty, was of no use to Valhalla because the continent was so big. They would give the protagonist more time and hope that MC would make a balanced decision. With the founding of Dimitri's alliance, 4 factions contacted Roman one after another. They insistently demanded that he make a decision. At the same time, the assistant asked if the Marquis was going to leave Roman alone. Benedict, holding a sheet in his hand, replied that if the protagonist chose it, he would not make a big deal out of what had happened. However, if MC chose a different direction, then he would make him pay. Roman, looking out the window, thought that he could no longer use the balance of the power system. If he did not use the last year to his advantage, then there would be casualties in the coming war. First of all, the protagonist must find an effective way to ideally resist magic. There are 13 magic towers on the continent. The very first of them, the Heavenly Magic Tower, held a scientific conference. Representatives from each of the towers took part in it to witness the successes. The Phoenix Magic Tower presented powerful magic of the 5th circle, but the looks of the magicians watching this were filled with coldness. The reason for this attitude towards Phoenix is the fundamental problem that has been tormenting the tower lately. The fact is that the Phoenix Tower has no individuality. The old man clarified that it is true that the Phoenix Tower has lost the magical teachings accumulated over generations. Sometime later, the acting head of the Phoenix Magic Tower, Felix, sits tiredly at the table. He thought that 3 years ago he was confused and agreed to temporarily replace the head of the tower. But this can no longer go on. Because of the disappearance of his mentor, the previous head of the tower, Felix was unable to inherit the magical teachings of combustion, which are the secret weapon of the Phoenix Tower, because of which the tower began to lose magicians. Also, the kingdom of Frank cut off sponsorship, so he could be kicked out at any moment. Felix threw his head back and said that he had a headache. He noticed a letter lying on the table and wondered, "Is this Roman?" Felix read the letter, which said that the conditions were simple. If they become the protagonist's sparring partner for the next 6 months, then he will pay them 1,000 gold pieces every month. Felix wondered, is it really 1,000 gold pieces? It's far away, of course, but now he is not in a position to sort it out. We need to go urgently. After some time, a cart is driving along the road. Felix, looking at the book, wondered, is this Dimitri called the Shrine of the Blacksmiths of the Cairo Kingdom? He does not know what about swordsmen, but magicians are unlikely to be interested in this place. There are 13 magic towers on the continent. 7 of them, including the heavenly one, are located in Kronos. Although the magic towers strictly adhere to neutral authority, Kronos, where most of the magic towers are located, is rightfully called the Sanctuary of Magicians. In contrast to it, the lands of Cairo are unsuitable for magic, and at the very edge of the northwest of these lands, Dimitri is located. If it were not for Roman's offer, he would never have ended up here. For Felix, as a representative of the magic tower, it is only important to get 6,000 gold, which is enough to extend its existence for exactly 6 months. Felix tensed up and thought, is this Dimitri? He looked at the high gates of the city. The knight ordered him to stop and asked him to state the purpose of his visit. Felix picked up the letter and, having given his name, clarified that he was from the Magic Tower Phoenix. He arrived at the invitation of Mr. Roman. He thought that the system was established, and the guards had honed their movements. Magic devices installed in case of war. Even the fortress walls were of very good strength. For a provincial town, it has a grandeur comparable to the possessions of famous families. After some time, the protagonist extended his hand and introduced himself, saying that he was glad to meet him. Felix shook his hand and thought that MC did not look like an ordinary person. He introduced himself and said that he was from the Magic Tower. Felix would not think long. Does Roman confirm the conditions stated in the letter? The protagonist agreed and replied that everything was as stated in the letter. In exchange for Felix becoming his daily sparring partner, he would pay him 1,000 gold pieces a month for 6 months. Felix replied that, frankly speaking, he did not quite understand. If this was just a sparring match, then there were many other magicians. Why did the protagonist choose him? MC said that he had heard that the fire magic of the Phoenix Magic Tower was the strongest of the attacking magic. Besides, things had not been going well for the tower lately. That is why he decided that for a reasonable fee he could buy the time of such an outstanding magician as Felix. If MC gets hurt or dies during sparring, the mage won't be held responsible. Only Felix has to promise to give it his all. Felix asked ominously, is the protagonist sure he won't regret it? He thought, is the protagonist serious? Or does he look down on mages? After some time, Dimitri was at the training ground. The protagonist asked Felix to attack first. He cedes the choice to the mage. Felix replied that he would not refuse. He tensely created a magic ball in his hands and thought that this was the first duel. Therefore, it is worth starting with how he defeats the protagonist. Felix directed many magic spears towards MC. A powerful explosion immediately thundered. Felix turned his head to the side and noticed Roman standing behind him. He used the 4th circle release, Inferno. Powerful streams of flame were directed towards the protagonist from the magic circle. Roman clutched the sword and thought, are these walls of fire on both sides? Felix thought that this would be the end of Roman. He waved his hands and used memorization. Felix quickly raised his hand and created a fiery blade and used the flash rune. He stood in the smoke and thought that although it had weak power, MC would not be able to move with it. Roman appeared behind the mage and asked, is Felix not going to use the magic of the 5th circle? Felix quickly turned around and thought, is there really not a single burn even after the pillar of fire? The protagonist extended his hand towards him and the mage used flicker. Felix instantly disappeared and thought that he should retreat first. MC turned his head to the side with a terrifying look. He ran at great speed towards the mage appearing in the distance. Felix wondered, has Roman already caught up with him? He quickly raised his hands and used restraint. Felix thought he had shackled his legs. This would help him gain 10 seconds. The protagonist clenched his fists and bent down, cutting through the air. He angrily clenched his teeth and delivered a powerful blow to the shield. Felix thought with great anger that he would prove to the protagonist that he was worth thousands of gold. He used unfinished combustion and streams of flame spread around. Roman quickly jumped up, dodging the streams. Felix looked at him in amazement and said that this could not be. The protagonist quickly approached the magician and clarified that they would end today's sparring here. They would meet tomorrow at the same time. After some time, the magician lay on the ground in a stupor. Felix thought that he was sure. Roman predicted his every spell. There is no technique in the world that can predict a spell. Then how did he do it? Will he be able to win if they fight again? No. At this rate, he will never see victory. Felix tensed up and mentally asked himself to think. When the leader of the Phoenix Tower disappeared without a trace, the combustion that was passed down through generations was also lost, and everyone said that the end had come for the Phoenix Tower. But Felix went into research and successfully restored part of the combustion spell. For this, people called Felix possessed. The next day, the protagonist raised his sword, preparing for battle. Felix created a magical seal under his feet and thought that if the opponent was able to predict the trajectory, he needed to make it so absurd that it was impossible to calculate. He created a stone tip and the earth shook instantly. The rock rose up from underground. MC smiled with satisfaction and looked at the magician. Felix thought that the main advantage of magic is that it is not necessary to aim at the opponent. He used a fire wave and sent a strong stream of flame to the side. Felix thought that he needed to act now. He used a fire cannon and a stream of mana flew through the protagonist. The magician looked at MC, who stopped the stream, and wondered, is this a shield made of aura, or is it an artifact? No. Roman created a shield with his own hands. The protagonist quickly approached the magician and swung his weapon. Felix fell off the cliff and thought that it was a curse. After a while, Roman clarified that things would not work like this. From now on, he allows the magician to use any means. Felix can bring more magicians with him and fight MC as a crowd. He will also change the condition. If the magician manages to defeat him even once, he will immediately pay 10,000 gold as a reward. Felix was very surprised and thought that this amount would be enough to provide food for 40,000 people for a year. The protagonist did not consider him an equal from the very beginning. MC asked how the magician could come up with such an idea. Felix clenched his fist and agreed, thinking that from now on it was a matter of honor. He will definitely bring MC to his knees. He will empty Dimitri's treasury. The first week, a series of endless losses and an attempt to study Roman's battle strategy. Starting from the 8th fight, Felix began to actively use immobilizing spells, slow down, fog, magic trap. But why did the protagonist figure out all his attacks? The 30th duel, the 30th defeat. Felix, sitting at the table, thought that it was time to admit it. You shouldn't get hung up on your self-esteem. He couldn't defeat MC alone. Nox, a 5th circle magician, asked if Felix was suggesting that they fight as a crowd. Magic is a force that is difficult to control, and the magician is talking about duels? Besides, Felix is a confidant of the tower's leader. Nox asked him to stop acting weird on foreign soil. If something goes wrong and their eldest son Dimitri gets hurt, they won't be able to handle the consequences. Felix replied that he understands what the mage is talking about. There are as many as 10,000 gold coins at stake in the duel. If they join forces and defeat Roman, he will give them half of that amount. Nox asked if that was true. They only need to win once. Felix agreed and noted that the mage shouldn't think that everything is that simple. The protagonist should be called the worst enemy of the magicians, so they will develop a strategy. Nox replied that there was no need for that. Felix shouldn't worry. They will resolve the issue very quickly. A few days later, on the battlefield, MC raised his sword and said that he would give them the first blow. The mages decisively created the fire wave and fire explosion spells. Felix watched with a smile as he watched what was happening and thought that in just a month he had erased the traces of failure. Roman stands calmly surrounded by defeated mages and flames. He looked at his hand with a confident smile and thought that thanks to the second bone restructuring, he had reached the level of dominance over cold and heat, and almost no fire could defeat him. Nox, with drooling coming out of his mouth, made a sound of pain while lying on the floor. The magician, with multiple wounds on his face, clarified that Felix had said that there was still a sky above the sky. What battles had the protagonist had a chance to participate in? Felix exhaled tiredly and asked them to wait here. He resolutely moved aside and said that he would go and talk to MC. After a while, Felix clarified that he would be frank. He was not at all sure that he could defeat MC. But at the same time, the magician simply could not contain his interest. How did Roman manage to predict the spell and neutralize it? If the protagonist agreed to give him an explanation, the protagonist agreed without listening to him, and Felix asked in surprise what that meant. MC raised his hand with a smile and said that he would tell how he had prepared for the fight. Sometime later in the library, Felix looked at the books in amazement and asked if the protagonist had really read all the books on magic there. MC said that mana, which comes from the magic cycle, is able to resonate with nature. Fire with fire, water with water, and wind with wind. At the moment of creating such magic, a kind of signal and an approximate attack pattern arises. You can calculate in advance what kind of magic the opponent will use, based on the amount of mana, its form and attribute, which will allow you to react quickly enough. Firstly, the ability to read resonance. Secondly, knowledge that allows you to recognize the type of spell by the form of resonance alone. Thirdly, lightning-fast decision-making based on the information received. Felix thought in amazement that he could not believe that MC embodies all three conditions at the same time. Roman is a monster who is not enough to call a genius, but even such a monster tirelessly works on himself to become stronger, and he just used the disappearance of the mentor as an excuse to escape from reality. But Felix could not achieve anything in the field of the acting head of the magic tower. He will throw all his time and effort into preparing for a sparring match with the protagonist. 2 months have passed, and during this time, Felix began to feel alienated. Despite the fact that Dimitri's lands were located on the outskirts, compared to the average families, their soldiers were an order of magnitude stronger and remained unconditionally loyal. The man named Roman was becoming more and more interesting. The blacksmith clarified, "Young Master Roman, he comes sometimes, but if he wants to forge a sword, he uses his personal forge." Felix noted that it was like this. The blacksmith brought his hand to his mouth and said that he heard it from the head blacksmith. But when the young master is at work, the flames of the brazier envelop his entire body, and the protagonist looks so majestic, as if the god of fire had descended to earth. Felix wondered if the flames were really covering his entire body. He remembered the past. The head of Phoenix asked Phoenix to come into contact with fire every day. One must find one's own way to accept it completely. In order to use combustion, one must develop a deep friendship with fire. It is not something a mage can learn just because he wants to. When a huge pillar of flame covers Felix's body, and the mage does not feel any pain, Only then will Felix be able to be reborn as the embodiment of fire. Felix came out of his memories and thought that Roman was not afraid of fire and did not react even to the scorching heat. If this family line had been friends with the brazier flame for generations, then perhaps the protagonist knows how to let the fire in? Felix turned to MC, and the protagonist turned his head to the side. The mage clarified that he heard that during forging, Roman absorbs the brazier fire. Perhaps the protagonist has some special way to merge with the flames? MC agreed and replied that he uses a unique style to control fire. Felix was surprised and thought that he knew it. He has the knowledge he needs. He clenched his hand into a fist and said that he would get to the point then. Felix bowed and exclaimed that the Phoenix Magic Tower needs this technique. He asked to be taught it. Felix thought that the past 3 years were like a protracted nightmare. After so much torment, they finally managed to find a clue. Roman sternly asked why they should be so generous to them. Felix tensed up and thought that it was a curse. MC seriously clarified that he thought he was paying them a fairly decent reward. But what could the Phoenix Tower give him? Felix wondered. What could they give him? After a while, Felix stood among the magicians and announced that he had gathered them all to listen to their opinions. Nox replied that he would tell the truth. They could be sure that Roman was the natural enemy of mages. There was a saying for a reason. If you can't defeat your enemy, it's better to side with him. They were despised in the kingdom of Frank, so he saw no harm in giving the Phoenix Tower to MC. Felix was very surprised and asked, "Does a mage think so?" Nox noted that they had eyes too. Felix thought that there was no way that at least one of the 13 magic towers was eager to personally initiate ties with a foreign country, but they had to change that prejudice. Felix confidently announced that from now on he entrusted the future of their tower to Dmitri. After that, the Phoenix Tower began moving in earnest. The assistant called out to the head. Felix asked worriedly, what was going on? The assistant, holding a stack of sheets, asked the head to take a look. This was the budget project that Dmitri would allocate to them. Felix looked at the sheet in amazement and thought that he had assumed that moving would hit their budget. But 24,000 gold every year? What is this supposed to mean? People called mages money-eating monsters because to ascend to the highest circle, mages need expensive goods like magical teachings or stones. The assistant said worriedly that he couldn't believe his own eyes. But he was told that if it wasn't enough to cover the tower's expenses, they could even submit an adjusted budget plan for consideration. And he also thought that the leader had better step out for a while. Felix tilted his head to the side in confusion. After a while, he looked at the huge walls in front of the castle. Felix wondered, what is this huge thing? Chris said, smiling, that they decided that the Phoenix Tower would want to expand its influence, so now it will be able to accept thousands of workers into the headquarters. How do they like it? Felix replied that he was still a little confused. He didn't think that the master would do so much for them. Chris clarified that the master, more than anyone else, values people. They will have to get used to it. After a while, Hans raised his finger and said that in his absence, Murphy was not to deviate for a second from the young master's daily routine. It is necessary to give the protagonist a towel on time to wipe off sweat, prepare water of the right temperature in advance. Hans's successor Murphy quickly writes down all of the above on a sheet. Hans thought that although he was worried, this guy graduated from the Adilian Academy. Everything would be fine. His cute granddaughter should like this gift. After a while, the assistant bowed and said that he was waiting for him. Hans asked what this meant. The assistant asked him to go to the carriage, and Hans asked if the assistant was really waiting to take him away. The assistant agreed and replied that it was an order from Mr. Roman. At the same time, the toy fell to the floor. Hans's only son, Harrison, asked in amazement, how could he even understand this? Assistants were running around the room, and there were tables with many dishes on the floor. Harrison's wife called out to her husband in fear. Harrison noted that he did not understand what was going on here, but these people were sent by Mr. Roman. He wondered why the gentleman would do this. Lucas bowed smiling and introduced himself, saying that young Mr. Roman had sent him to repay Mr. Hans for his faithful service. Lucas asked to entrust them with the preparations for his daughter's birthday. Harrison asked to stop and exclaimed that he did not understand at all. The father was only the butler of the Dmitri family, so why? Lucas interrupted him and replied that the protagonist valued Mr. Hans very much. Hadn't his father told him about the gentleman? Harrison thought that there was a time when MC was called a fool. Roman did not understand at all how selfless Hans was and what sacrifices he was making for him. He did not agree, but his father did not completely lose faith in the protagonist. Hans said that the young master had been through a difficult test, so he lost his way. In fact, MC is very kind. Harrison pressed his lips together, holding back tears, and said that he thought his father was trying in vain. He lowered his head and cried. After some time, the woman asked in amazement, what was this? Are they sure they came to the right place? Where is all this coming from? The knights quickly ran and ordered everyone to move aside. They lined up in rows in front of Hans, who was standing at the door. Harrison wondered, why all of a sudden? What kind of guest had arrived with guards? He called out to his father in surprise, and Hans began to shake in fear. Harrison quickly ran towards his father. He hugged him, and Hans exclaimed that Daddy was back. After a while, Harrison said that it was time to open the presents. The first present was prepared by the father. Harrison's daughter happily picked up the doll, and Harrison exclaimed that, wow, the doll is very beautiful. She asked to buy her a doll every day. Harrison happily lowered his head and said that the next present was a ruby ring from Conrad. People asked in confusion why an aristocrat would congratulate a child from a commoner family on his birthday. Harrison announced that the next presents were from Count Dedelian, Barco. He was stunned and wondered why these vaunted aristocrats would send them presents. All the expensive presents were presented by the aristocrats only to prove themselves to Hans, since he looked after Roman even during the times when he was called a fool, and raised the protagonist from childhood. Hans became an important person for the aristocrats, who will act as a link between them and Roman. Harrison thought that these were too serious gifts for a small child, but this does not mean that he will not be able to accept them. Quite a difficult situation. He looked at the note tensely and said that then he will open the gift from Mr. MC last. Hans was surprised and thought, did the young master send a gift? Harrison was stunned when he looked at the letter of recommendation for admission to the Glory Academy. He was amazed to notice that for the sake of his daughter, Mr. Roman wrote a letter of recommendation to the Academy, the best educational institution that a commoner can dream of. It is not so easy to get into there, even if you have money. The son quickly looked at his father. Harrison covered his face with a sheet and thought that he was very grateful to his father. He mentally thanked the protagonist. Sometime later in the castle Dmitri, Hans said that this was too expensive a gift. The fact that the protagonist remembers and acknowledges him is enough to make him feel like his efforts are making a difference. MC looked down sternly and remembered the past. The mad demon kneeled on one knee, put his hand to his chest, and breathed heavily. MC asked if the demon regretted following him. The mad demon, surrounded by corpses, replied that he did not regret it. He grinned madly and explained that the fact that the protagonist believed in him made him want to follow his master all his life. Although Hans was the connection left behind by Roman, the protagonist emerged from his memories and said that looking back on the years he had lived, he realized that he had spent more time with Hans than with his father. Despite the difference in their social statuses, a man named Hans was special to him. Hans was his man, and by showing him loyalty and sincerity, Hans had the right to receive something in return. MC sincerely congratulated the assistant on his granddaughter's birthday. A year later, in the Cairo region, in the Valhalla temple, Willis is watering flowers from a watering can. He remarked that it was very boring. He thought irritably that as soon as Roman, who had returned from the southern front, mentioned the Battle of Rankers, an unprecedented event occurred in the Cairo kingdom. The Rankers of Cairo stopped competing with each other. They began preparing for a duel with the protagonist, devoting an entire year to this. It is quite difficult to say where the border of MC is drawn. After the duel with Homeros, he was officially awarded the 100th place in the Cairo ranking. However, Roman defeated the butler, who was in second place in the Hector kingdom ranking. Thus, he showed his abilities. Hence the problem, from first place to 99th, each of them can become the protagonist's prey. No matter what choice they make, once the MC starts to act, a huge change will occur in the Cairo ranking. The assistant ran quickly and called out to the Reverend and yelled that a message had arrived from Roman. The protagonist was about to start the official battle of the Rankers. Willis happily turned his head to the side and asked, "Is this true?" At the same time, Benedict looked up holding a letter in his hand and asked, "Did MC finally make a move?" The Marquise thought that something strange had been happening on the Cairo border lately. It all started with the head of the magic tower from the Frank kingdom. Then, important figures from the magic towers located in Kronos went missing. The Kronos Empire, which had suffered the most damage, was sure that this was the work of other states. It announced to everyone that it was conquering the continent. At such moments, the small states suffered the most, especially Cairo, which bordered Kronos, because the reality was that war was inevitable. In order to confront their opponents, they needed a solid system of power sharing. Otherwise, they would not survive the era of turmoil with a do-nothing king. If the aristocratic faction manages to recruit Roman, then they will no longer be able to ignore the current power distribution system. But what if the protagonist does not give them the answer they want? Benedict furiously squeezed the glass in his hand without finishing and smashed it. He asked with a mad look, "Where is MC now?" The assistant answered that the fact is that at the moment Roman is in the north. Benedict thought, did the protagonist really decide to rise from the very bottom? After a while, Willis, holding a scroll in his hands, announced that they were starting the official battle of Rankers. 99th place in the Cairo rating. Jaden, drawing his sword from its sheath, thought the protagonist said that he was aiming for the very top, and in the end he challenged him. If MC really was such an amazing master, as they say, he would hardly want to get involved in a protracted war, wasting his energy on low-ranking rankers. If you look closely, MC is an ordinary boy. Jaden heard that Roman had already set a fight for the next ranker, quite a bold boy. Then he would fight with all his might from the start. Jaden created a flow of mana under his feet. He dashed forward with lightning speed, drawing his sword. The protagonist calmly appeared next to him and struck the enemy. After a while, MC said that it could be said that the fight was one-sided. There was no point in it. Willis crossed his arms and asked if there was a need to go down this path of duels. Wouldn't it be better to start from 30th place right away? Roman confidently answered that even if people called him a hero, they constantly questioned his abilities. Having defeated many rankers, he must prove that he achieved this solely through his own strength. Willis was surprised and thought that this was it. This is the protagonist he wants. There is an opinion among the people that MC will not be able to rise from 99th to first place through a series of victories. After all, even if Roman defeated one person a day, it would take him at least 99 days. However, less than a week had passed before their fears were completely dispelled. The protagonist stands in front of the defeated 98th place, Delhi. Willis happily raised his hand and announced that the 99th Roman defeated the 98th Delhi. The protagonist rose to 98th place in the rankings. MC calmly turned around and ordered the next one to go into battle. He instantly defeated the 97th place. The swordsman asked in fear, "Is this even possible?" Roman defeated 3 rankers in just one day. Even though they are the weakest rankers, they still have the power of 3 stars. Besides, MC did not spend even 10 seconds on all 3 of them. In just 2 days, Roman defeated all the rankers up to the 91st place. After a while, Jaden walks on water. A mouth appeared from the water under his feet and instantly slammed shut. Jaden sat up in bed in great horror. He asked, breathing heavily, "What was this?" The man looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is the ranker awake?" Jaden clarified what he was doing here. The man, holding a box in his hands, asked, "Does the ranker have no idea?" He rushed at a strong opponent without thinking and fell with one blow. A whole day has passed since Jaden lost consciousness. At least it is good that out of all those who fought the protagonist, Jaden is the only one who woke up. Jaden asked how many Roman had fought. The man replied that he had defeated 5 rankers that day, including Jaden. He knew what that meant, right? They weren't his rivals to begin with. Jaden hit his chest with his hand and grunted in pain. He made a face with great tension and thought that his body was about to fall apart. The man clarified that the ranker would not be able to move fully for a whole month. He doesn't know what kind of magic MC used, but the muscles in the ranker's body turned into horror. Jaden was very surprised and thought, "Is this possible? We need to stop the others." He sent several letters in which it was written that this was a warning from Jaden, who was ranked 99th. He personally had a chance to fight Roman, and he wants to say that the protagonist is beyond reality, a monster. Jaden could not stand against MC for a second. With just one blow, Roman turned his muscles into horror. According to the doctor, he will not be able to move for a month. A fight with the protagonist is not a valuable experience. MC will leave behind only fear. After some time, Roman defeated the 85th place with a terrifying look, and after that, he reached the 74th. A week passed, and there were no rumors about the protagonist. Feeling an insurmountable difference in abilities, all rankers from 31st to 39th place surrendered without a fight. It seemed like everyone had united in defeat. Only the ranker in 30th place accepted the protagonist's challenge. The ranker in 28th place called out to Fernando and yelled that the comrade had heard what they were saying about MC. Why was the comrade so reckless? Roman was at least at the 5-star level. Only rankers starting from 10th place in the Cairo rating could become worthy opponents for the protagonist. 30th place, Fernando Dimitri confidently answered that it was his choice. The ranker in 28th place yelled, "Is it so important for the comrade to fight MC, even if it ruins their reputation?" Fernando asked the comrade to call things by their correct name. Their reputation will be ruined, not his. They were the ones who got scared after accepting defeat, so they shouldn't force him to surrender. The rankers headed for the exit and called Fernando a stubborn fool. Fernando clenched his fist and thought that the reputation of a ranker does not matter to him at all. All he needs is experience with a strong opponent that will compensate for his lack of ability. After a while, the audience asked, "Will the ranker last at least a minute?" They do not know about the rest, but Fernando was recognized for his solid foundation in swordsmanship. However, he is one step behind the 4-star Aura swordsman. Ultimately, rank 30 was the limit Fernando could climb thanks to his efforts. Fernando filled his body with mana and thought that Roman should use it, but in exchange, show him the world the protagonist lives in so that Fernando can move forward at least one step. Willis announced the start of the battle. Fernando ran headlong from the start, covering himself in flames. He quickly approached the protagonist and raised his weapon. Fernando tensed up and swung his sword with great force, but the protagonist managed to duck. Fernando jumped off the floor and flipped in the air above MC's head. Roman noticed a beam of flame that hit nearby. He calmly stood up on his feet, cutting through the air. Fernando was breathing heavily and thought, does the protagonist do nothing but dodge? Is he too weak in his eyes? MC can ignore him as much as he wants. He had long forgotten what it was. Roman used magic and with the power of thought, said that from now on, Fernando should direct the flow of mana, as he says. Fernando was very surprised and thought, what was this? The protagonist was talking to him? Was this really magic? MC said that the reason the enemy was weak, even with 4 stars, was because of the unstable release of mana. If Fernando continued to use the same methods, he would never be able to become stronger in his life. In a normal mana emission, the ranker takes in mana and releases it through the output channel. Not only the Cairo Kingdom, all swordsmen on the Salamander continent use the same internal mana channel. However, there is more than one mana channel. Fernando asked in amazement, more than one mana channel? What is this oddity? Aura emission. With it, A person releases mana through mana channels, although everyone uses their own technique, different from others. But the formation of a channel using a generally accepted algorithm is known to everyone and the only correct principle. Fernando was stupefied and asked, "There is more than one mana channel?" The protagonist mentally agreed and replied that it is difficult to remaster an already formed channel. But why not take a risk once? It's worth it. Fernando gritted his teeth in irritation and thought that he did not know what MC was thinking, but still, he'll play along once, because he doesn't care about other people's views and reputations. Fernando will trust MC, even if it turns out to be the Devil's Whisper. They quickly attacked each other, and Roman mentally asked the enemy to suppress the mana energy and hold it. Then the mana will independently show Fernando the output path. As soon as the enemy feels the new path, he must push the mana out. Fernando closed his eyes and thought that he could feel it. Is this really possible? MC grinned and thought that it was time to end this. He enveloped his body in mana with a terrifying look and raised his sword with the intention of attacking the enemy. Fernando looked at the approaching mana beam with fear. After a while, the audience irritatedly noticed that Fernando fell very quickly, and also, the chief of the guard, 30th in the ranking. It only once again confirmed how amazing Roman is. Here it is, the difference in classes. Fernando quickly rose from the floor and thought about the protagonist. He called out to Mr. Roman and asked him to stop. The audience asked in confusion where he had suddenly gone. Fernando approached MC and asked if he could ask how Roman had found out about his problem. He believed that he simply did not have talent for aura, but he could not even imagine that the problem was in its emission. The protagonist replied that the fact that Fernando was using the 4th star aura already indicated that the enemy had reached a high level, but compared to the level of mana, the emission power was very weak. In this case, there was a high probability that the problem was in the aura channels. Fernando clenched his hand into a fist and clarified that he would tell the truth. He saw hope in MC's words, but so far he had only managed to grasp part of it. He thought that it would be difficult to make progress on his own. Will the protagonist teach him how to break through the aura channel? Roman calmly crossed his arms and noted that teaching would not be a problem. However, he does not like deals without payment. Fernando put his hand on his chest and bowed and asked, "What does the protagonist want?" MC asked Fernando to follow him and live for him. Fernando thought that this man would set him on the right path. He knelt down on one knee and swore allegiance to Lord Roman. At the same time, in the aristocrat faction, Benedict said that the protagonist has been acting unpredictably lately. At this rate, MC can really defeat Count Nicholas. Don't rush to conclusions. Although Roman's achievements include defeating Butler, but Count Nicholas is ranked 80th on the entire continent. Nicholas is a royal knight and the first sword of Cairo. He was known for the fact that others could not get close to him, but Roman's actions revealed new potential that no one could have imagined. The Marquis asked, purely theoretically, what would happen if the protagonist defeated Count Nicholas? Benedict replied that the reason the royal faction was still on top was because of Count Nicholas. If Roman defeated him, it would pave the way for a new power in the kingdom of Cairo, and they had to prevent that. Benedict clenched his fist in rage and thought that if MC did not accept their offer, they would have to eliminate Roman, no matter what methods they used. The Marquis said that everyone should secretly summon an army with their family to the capital. No matter what choice the protagonist makes, they will not let him get out of them. After some time, the 10th place in the ranking, Jiran of the Kronos Empire faction knelt down and announced that he surrendered. The protagonist looked at the audience and thought that the stage was set. He yelled that he was truly disappointed. A year ago, MC declared the official start of the ranker battle. He hoped that the rankers of Cairo would prepare to fight him. However, after defeating Jiran, the ranker in 10th place, he realized, in Cairo, there is no opponent capable of accepting his sword except for Count Nicholas. And now, MC will shorten this meaningless process. 3 days later, at the same place, he will fight the rankers from 9th to 2nd place in turn. Roman will defeat them all and challenge the first sword. The protagonist's statement raised an uproar throughout the kingdom of Cairo. 9th place, from the Valhalla faction, Bruno clenched his fists and said that he was going to refuse. He and Jiran are almost on the same level in ability, but Roman defeated him with a surprising margin. 2nd place from the aristocracy faction, OCR sternly noted that it was still impossible to go back. Roman denigrated Lord Jiran in front of all the people, saying that his abilities were not up to par with the 10th place. He also announced that he was going to fight them all on the same day. If they refused to participate, people would call them weak. That's why he called all of them the Cairo rankers. OCR suggested that they exhaust the protagonist as much as possible. For this, his master Benedict promised to reward them all. OCR swore on his own life he would definitely defeat Roman, and their pride of swordsmen would be on display for all to see. All the rankers raised their hands enthusiastically and shouted that they agreed with Mr. OCR's plan. It's time to show this freak the harsh reality. They will unite the power of the Cairo rankers. OCR grinned maliciously upon hearing this. 3 days later, all the rankers came out onto the battlefield together. Willis announced that from Bruno to OCR, all the rankers from 9th to 2nd place had actually appeared. The audience joyfully shouted that they did not think that the rankers would react to the provocation. If so, it was hard to predict who would win. The protagonist thought that this was reality. When feeling threatened, aristocrats always join forces, becoming one. Cairo would not let him drag it out any longer. There were only two ways left. Either he would absorb them or let them lose. After a while, MC got into a fighting stance in front of ninth place. Bruno thought that Roman had been aiming for a quick fight from the start, but all of them, 8 rankers, will hold out to the last to turn this into a protracted war. The protagonist struck Bruno in the neck with lightning speed. The opponent coughed up blood and MC sternly ordered the next one to go. Roman very quickly won from 8th to 3rd place. Osier, shaking in fear, noted that this could not be. The protagonist horrifiedly ordered the next one to go. He was surprised and clarified, so Osier is last. After a while, the knight got down on one knee and exclaimed that the fight was unequal. In just one day, Roman defeated all the rankers from 9th to 2nd place. No one will stop him from challenging the very first one anymore. Daniel irritably put his hand to his face and noted that this is what all this led to. He turned to Nicholas and asked if there was a way to avoid a duel with Roman. Daniel had no doubt about it, but if the first sword was defeated in the current situation, then his already precarious position would be destroyed by the aristocratic faction. The first sword of Cairo? Richard Nicholas sternly disagreed and replied that this would not happen. He asked to believe in him. He would prove to Daniel again that he was not called the first sword of Cairo for nothing. Nicholas quickly headed to the side and asked him to wait and clarified that he would return. The door slammed shut instantly. Benther from the royal faction asked if Nicholas was sure he could handle it. Nicholas asked what kind of person the protagonist was. Benther replied that at birth, nature had awarded MC with the nature of a predator. Although Roman has not yet achieved worldwide recognition, he has unshakable confidence in the chosen path, so he asks to be careful. If the first sword is defeated, then the royal family of Cairo will come to an end. Nicholas asked him not to worry. He will protect the royal family at all costs. The next day, in the capital of Cairo, Kairos, people looking at the protagonist noticed that he was the one. Even in his steps, you can feel the grandeur. Nicholas ordered MC to attack. He decisively raised his sword and exclaimed that he, the first sword of Cairo, will show Roman the harsh reality. The protagonist calmly agreed and raised his sword. Willis waved the flag and announced the start of the fight. The opponents enveloped their bodies in mana and struck each other. A bright stream of light was directed towards the audience and they screamed. Willis, watching the fight, thought that it was impressive. The air trembled with each clash of swords. This is exactly the kind of fight he was waiting for. Nicholas grinned and noted that the protagonist was an interesting guy. MC replied that the title of the first sword of Cairo was not just rumors. Nicholas struck with great force with his sword, but Roman managed to block it. The audience, covering their eyes from the air currents, exclaimed that here it is, the first sword Cairo. MC looked sternly at the enemy and delivered a powerful attack. Nicholas quickly slid along the ground, leaving dents on it. He wondered if he had really been forcibly pushed back. The opponents looked at each other. Roman smiled madly and thought that this was very exciting. He bounced off the ground with great force and headed towards the enemy. Nicholas tensed up, blocking MC's attack, and thought that this could not go on any longer. The protagonist is a practical child, and if Roman wins, he is unlikely to go over to the side of the royal family. Therefore, he cannot lose. Nicholas covered his body in flames with a terrifying look, and the protagonist looked at him in bewilderment. Nicholas used a secret weapon, and the earth instantly shook. A stream of flame flew past MC's face. Nicholas used destruction, and a powerful stream of flame hit the floor, destroying it. Roman instantly used the Heavenly Demon Sword technique. Level 2, Style 1. A bright explosion of mana and flame thundered. After a while, the smoke cleared. Nicholas, with a bloody body, sat on the ground and thought, does it mean he lost? He raised himself up, leaning on his sword, and offered to continue. Roman asked why the first sword was making such sacrifices. Nicholas smiled and clarified. The protagonist asked why? Because he is the first sword of Cairo. MC can destroy him, but Roman cannot break his will. Nicholas is an admirable man. The protagonist quickly struck the enemy with a sword at his chest. Nicholas threw his head back and coughed in pain. The first sword of Cairo. This was the last moment of life of a great man who took over an entire era. The spectators looked at the battlefield in amazement. Willis looked at the pile of stones and said that Roman thus became the first ranker of the Cairo kingdom. Willis turned sternly and stepped aside, thinking that they had underestimated the protagonist. No matter how they thought of him, this monster would still exceed all their expectations. MC is not going to bow his head before Valhalla, so he must be gotten rid of. After some time in the center of Kairos, the residents looked at the protagonist in amazement and noticed that it was Mr. Roman. He is so young and has already defeated Count Nicholas. The first sword of Cairo. MC confidently strides forward. Benedict turned to the protagonist and Roman paid attention to him. Benedict clarified that he had heard that MC had even defeated Count Nicholas, his admiration. The knights quickly surrounded Roman's team. Benedict clarified, looking at Nicholas's defeat, he thought, why did he need a year? But now it seems he understands. Was this time necessary for the Dmitri family in order to reorganize and expand power? But now the time has come to make a choice. Will Roman follow the aristocrat faction or choose someone else? It would be good if the protagonist chose the first. But if he chose the second, he would pay a hefty price. What will MC's decision be? Roman calmly lowered his head and recalled the past. Hoyol turned to Jumyuk and said that now their future relationship would depend on the protagonist's choice. MC must choose whether to follow his brother's example and join their ranks, enjoying fame and fortune, or appear before Hoyol Daniel as the heir to the sect. Junhyuk thought that this was submission and conflict. Which choice would be in his favor? What does he want? The protagonist rose to his brother and asked for forgiveness. He quickly raised his sword, and MC, coming out of his memories, replied that he was not one of those who could live for someone else. Benedict clenched his hand into a fist and roared that Roman had made an unwise choice. He thought that one way or another, power and reputation were in his hands. No matter how strong the protagonist was, what could MC do in this situation? Benedict exclaimed that in the name of the head of the central government, from now on, the Dmitri family, who made unjustified attacks on neighboring lands, is suspected of inciting rebellion. A thorough investigation will be conducted regarding this. He ordered Roman to humbly surrender himself under arrest. Blood got on Benedict's face, and he fell into a stupor. The bloody knight fell to the ground in front of MC's feet. Benedict screamed. The protagonist decided to disobey. Should this be regarded as a rebellion? Roman asked him to call things correctly. This is disobedience, not to his majesty, but to the Marquis. Of the two, Benedict was more likely to plan a rebellion. Benedict screamed with fury that the protagonist had completely lost his mind. The central government represents the kingdom of Cairo. It acts in accordance with the will of his majesty the king. With his frivolous choice, the protagonist doomed Dmitri's family to death. MC noted that it was up to his majesty the king to decide which of them was right. He ordered Chris and Kevin to clear the way. The comrades agreed with the master and quickly rushed into battle. They attacked the knights with lightning speed. Benedict called them damned freaks with great fear. He thought, who knew that they would arrange a massacre right in the middle of Kairos without a shadow of fear? The protagonist calmly took a step into a pool of blood. He swung his sword and chopped off a part of the knight's body. Benedict, running away at full speed, ordered everyone to attack. If someone is found who brings the head of this freak, a generous reward awaits him. The knight resolutely ordered them to stop and yelled that they are in Kairos. The protagonist thinks that after this he can leave without. MC instantly killed the knight without letting him finish. Roman clarified that the knights do what they have to do, and he will mind his own business. He thought that the time for repression had come. At the same time, in the palace of the king of Cairo, the knight called out to his majesty and announced that a battle had begun right now in the very center of the capital. It was said that Roman is unilaterally exterminating the aristocratic faction. Daniel screamed in fear. What to understand this? Is this really a mutiny? The royal knight, vice captain, Simon ordered to immediately call the royal knights and all the court guards. The rebels can break into the palace at any moment. Their primary task is to protect his highness. Daniel tensed up and thought that in the end there was no escaping fate. The assistant exclaimed that Roman was asking for an audience. After some time, the protagonist, kneeling, greeted his majesty. Daniel sternly asked to omit unnecessary formalities and explain the act. MC said that immediately after the end of the Battle of the Rankers, Benedict came to him, accompanied by a couple of hundred soldiers. The Marquis demanded that Roman join the faction of aristocrats, but he obeys his majesty and not Marquis Benedict, and therefore, the protagonist rejected his offer. If his majesty promises him one thing, the Dmitri family, like the sword Cairo, will destroy the entire aristocratic faction and eliminate the chaos reigning between the authorities. Daniel thought hard. MC will rid him of the aristocratic faction, he clarified. Is the protagonist offering him a deal? Roman replied that he was on the southern front when the Hector kingdom crossed the border. Despite the fact that the Cairo defense line had time to repel the attack, it fell in a matter of seconds. The root of all Cairo's problems is the four factions. If only the system of power was debugged, they would never have taken away the southern front. Has Cairo undergone any changes over the past year? The current situation on the continent is ambiguous. How long is the king going to ignore this? The protagonist believes that the center of Cairo's unification should not be Marquis Benedict, who took over the central government and imagined himself a king, but Daniel. Bender thought, doesn't that mean MC chose his majesty? So it wasn't a rebellion? MC put his hand to his chest and added that Daniel, as the king, can doubt his intentions. But in this matter, Dmitri's family has put their lives on the line. Is the king willing to take the chance Dmitri's family has given him? Daniel replied that he would ask a question before making a decision. What does Dmitri's family want as payment for this? Roman replied that he wants independence for the entire northeastern region, including Dmitri's lands. If the king proclaims the northwestern region a duchy and grants it independence, Roman will not forget that they have the same roots. He will always be ready to throw his forces to help Cairo. Daniel thought in bewilderment, is Dmitri's independence really? The protagonist turned to his majesty and added that if the king cannot get everything, he must choose what is best for Cairo. The king sadly lowered his head and thought, is this the best choice for Cairo? Daniel asked sternly, does the protagonist imagine how the empire will react if they capture Count Benedict and Gregory? MC said that it is unlikely that the empire will act right away. The borders with Valhalla are too far, and there are quite a few obstacles. Kronos is currently busy with a conflict with an alliance of kingdoms in the south. Their primary task is not Cairo, but settling the conflict in the south. Daniel noted that Roman plans to repel a large number of enemies in a short time. Their destruction is necessary for the kingdom of Cairo, but the empty spaces left after their disappearance can create new problems. The protagonist said ominously that they will only choose the best option. Their duty is to eliminate opponents, thereby reducing risks. The king thought that MC did not just rely on luck to build a strategy, Roman studied the situation on the continent. The protagonist really deserves respect. Simon yelled that this is wrong. MC is using the aristocratic faction as an excuse to extract his own benefit. You can't let him do this. Roman clarified, even if that's the case, do they have any other choice? Simon turned his head to the side in anger and asked, what does this mean? The protagonist clarified that while everyone present here ignored the atrocities of the noble faction, he chose to draw his sword against them. All they want is to receive payment for their sacrifice. Even if Cairo becomes a duchy, it will not change their common roots. Simon gritted his teeth in irritation and thought that this made it clear that this is not a rebellion. Daniel thought that there was nothing wrong with MC's proposal. The fault lies with the useless king who allowed Cairo to be torn apart, and he is that king. The royal family can no longer restrain MC. In that case, he must make a choice. Continue to live contentedly with what he has, or give up the impossible and create a new kingdom of Cairo? Even if Roman has bad intentions, it is better to join forces with the protagonist, who does not hide his ambitions, than to do what the vassals, who perceive the king as a scarecrow, say. Daniel raised his hand and ordered to stop. He announced that he was naming the entire northeastern region, including Dimitri, a duchy in the name of the Cairo family. He granted Baron MC the title of duke. Therefore, Roman must crush the rebel Benedict, who is sowing discord in the country. Sometime later in Valhalla, Count Gregory looked at the letter and said that Roman was really a scary person. The Count pursed his lips in irritation and thought that after the protagonist attacked Marquis Benedict in the capital, neither Dimitri nor the aristocratic faction would stop until one of them was destroyed. MC chose the palace. Roman must have planned to lend the king's strength in the confrontation between the aristocratic faction. A duel between the king's faction, Dimitri, and the aristocratic faction. When the two forces collide in a mortal fight, Valhalla will be able to find a moment and benefit from it personally. The knight quickly entered the office and shouted that things are bad. Gregory asked what happened. The knight announced that Roman and his army had stormed the estate. They needed him immediately. MC instantly grabbed the knight by the neck and he fell silent. Roman slammed the knight's head into the floor with great force. He ordered Count Gregory to bow his head before the royal order. Gregory thought in bewilderment. Roman came here, although he was not involved in the aristocratic faction. Gregory quickly got up from his chair and asked what the protagonist meant. Roman replied that the Count had entered into a secret conspiracy with Valhalla, passing secret information to Cairo. As a result, His Majesty ordered Gregory to be taken into custody. The protagonist, with a horrified look, clarified that one extra move, he would execute the Count on the spot, considering his actions as the beginning of an uprising. Gregory clenched his hand into a fist and thought that everyone knew that he obeyed Valhalla. He quickly raised his hand and screamed, MC thinks he can withstand the consequences of his actions? Valhalla will never stand aside. Roman, drawing his sword from its sheath, noted that Gregory should start watching what he says. Gregory furiously called the protagonist a freak. MC instantly put the tip of the sword to the Count's neck and ordered him to lower his voice. Apparently, Gregory still does not understand the situation. This battle, it does not matter if we limit ourselves to eliminating the faction of the aristocracy. He must destroy all rebels, like the Count, who obey Valhalla and Kronos. From this moment on, Count Gregory is in for a rather interesting pastime. After some time in the Kronos faction, Denver barked in fear that they are damned freaks. Do they think they can get away with it? Simon must know what will happen if he is touched. The Kronos Empire will use this as a pretext to send troops into the kingdom. Will Cairo be able to cope with this? Simon thought Denver was right. The Kronos Empire is doing everything to take the entire continent. But His Majesty has made a decision. Cairo has stepped on the path of no return. Denver smirked arrogantly and clarified, has Simon realized the situation? Simon quickly struck the Count and ordered him to shut up. He has no choice anyway. If Kronos suddenly crosses the border, he will kill Denver. The vice captain thought that, as Roman said, they cannot be left with any chance. At the same time, in Benedict's domain, he calmly walked along the corridor and thought that MC had joined forces with the king, although he knew that he would have to usurp the throne someday. But the Marquis did not think that this moment would come so suddenly. If all the military power of the aristocracy faction were to be gathered, it would not be so difficult to crush Cairo by force. Having defeated Count Nicholas, the protagonist became the strongest. But not everything in this world will obey Roman's wishes. Benedict ordered to gather all the aristocrats and tell them to send all the soldiers to the capital. The assistant tensely answered. Count Fabius replied that he could not. Benedict angrily interrupted him and ordered to bring Fabius immediately. After some time, Fabius and the Marquis communicate through a magic instrument. The Count clarified, Fabius really went crazy. Not only did he not send soldiers, but he also refuses to attend the meeting? Is this the Count's choice? Fabius calmly noted that if it comes to that, it is worth being even with each other. He is betting that the protagonist will win this battle. Therefore, Benedict should not look at him as an assistant who will run at one call. Benedict shook with rage and asked, is the Count sure that he will not regret this choice? Fabius grinned maliciously and scratched his chin, answered that of course. If he made a wrong choice, nothing but death awaits him. He may start as a traitor, but from now on, he is ready to do anything for the sake of the protagonist. Didn't the Marquis hear rumors? How much MC values its own people, and the respected leader of the faction, it seems, does not yet know how events are developing now. He does not even know that the aristocratic faction has almost fallen. At the same time, Valentino swore to support Dimitri's family. Dimitri's ally, Valentino, has bribed all of Cairo's mercenaries. Due to the actions of the neutral forces led by Marquis Valentino, the aristocratic faction can no longer recklessly throw soldiers around. Meanwhile, in the court conference room, the protagonist stood across from Daniel at the table and said that a few days ago, Count Paulos of the aristocratic faction and several families under him decided to go over to their side. Daniel thought that those aristocrats, even if he had not accepted Dimitri's offer, would have successfully carried out a coup on their own. This war is led by Roman Dimitri. MC pointed to the map and added that if the aristocratic faction had managed to successfully gather troops, they would have advanced on the capital. But under the current circumstances, they would be forced to take up defensive positions. Now that the faction has mobilized all of its forces, they have a chance to deal with all of the rebels at once. The king said that the palace will support him with all its might. Let every order he gives be considered his will. Roman, in this war, he appoints him as the commander-in-chief. The protagonist hit his chest and said, he listens and obeys. Meanwhile, in Benedict Castle, Phil said, in a week the royal troops will invade the land of Benedict. First, they need to lock the gates, take up defensive positions, and wait for the moment to strike back. Marquis Valentino was extremely strict in his neutral position, but even such a man declared that he would support Roman. Will they be able to win this war? Marquis Benedict folded his hands in front of him, looking at those present. Viscount Owen said, at the moment the faction cannot use even half of its fighting power. How about turning to the supporters of Pro-Kronos and Pro-Valhalla? Their leaders were also taken into custody. If they offer them favorable terms, he is confident that they will agree to take their side. He remarked that this sounded good, and then asked how long it will take to lure them. Phil replied, it would take at least half a month to convince them and gather the troops together. He replied, okay. He would hand over the rights to settle this matter to him. He replied, he would listen and obey. The Marquis said, although the war came suddenly, they had been preparing for war with the royal faction for a long time. The one who would seize power in Cairo would be their aristocrat faction. Meanwhile, Count Nicholas woke up on the bed. His body was bandaged, he said, so he did not die. He sat up in bed and put his hand to his face and thought, only the external injuries looked serious. Roman did not intend to kill him. He remembered how during the blow he said that he should not worry about the consequences. He had no intention of betraying Cairo. He thought that first it was necessary to reconnoiter the situation. At that moment, Simon ran into the room and shouted, Captain. He already thought that he would die. What luck. He replied, Simon, he worked hard. He must tell what happened while he was unconscious. He replied, okay, they will send troops to the front soon. Roman was entrusted with the command of the army. They planned to strike at the faction of Marquis Benedict. The commander told him to take him to the gathering place of the troops. He must definitely be there. After some time, the protagonist walked along the red carpet. Nicholas handed him a sword. MC thought, the stronghold of the military elite personally handed him a sword? Both King Cairo and Count Nicholas, despite the chaos in the power system, they still have not lost their sincerity. Then, he took the sword in his hand and took it out of the sheath, said, Cairo had to go through terrible times. Now they are going to subdue the rebels. Although the pain of killing their compatriots cannot be erased from memory, but when this war is over, Cairo will regain peace and tranquility. And in this war, he will always be at the forefront. He put the sword forward and shouted, so they must trust him and go forward to victory. The soldiers chanted, Roman. Thus began the battle on which the fate of one kingdom depended. The protagonist said, speed is important in this war. The more time they give the aristocratic faction, the more choices they are given. So they should forget about building a fortification and should prepare for the first attack. At this moment, the captain of the garrison Cameron looked at Flare and said, as expected, they are using Flare. He thought, a powerful magic shield is installed along the perimeter of Benedict Castle. It can withstand dozens of flare volleys, and if you feed it with mana stones in time, it instantly restores durability. But what the hell are they going to do? At this moment, the magicians put their hands forward and shouted, the first group is ready, the second group is ready. The protagonist thought, in case of such a siege, he attracted a magic tower to his side. The task of crushing them lies on the shoulders of the Phoenix. At this moment, the owner of the Phoenix magic tower, Felix, walked forward. He put his hand out to his side and shouted, Phoenix disciples, this is their chance to repay the master for his great mercy. They must show the enemy why the tower ranks 13th among all the magic towers on the continent, and they must use amplification magic so that the power of the charge exceeds the usual flare. The mage, concentrating his energy, shouted, activating the fire attribute amplification spell. A magic symbol appeared, from which a powerful fire projectile flew out, hitting the enemy's barrier directly. They shouted in alarm. The soldier, turning to the captain, shouted, the durability of the first defensive circle is rapidly falling. If this continues, they will not last long, he thought. The magicians from the magic tower, who usually adhere to neutrality, are participating in civil strife, and at such a level. Then he ordered the activation of the emergency defense system. Even if a hail of attacks falls on the mana stone in the defensive magic circle, they must protect it at all costs to prevent the defensive power from falling. At this moment, Simon, looking around, asked where this army of magicians came from. Chris said, not long ago, the Phoenix magic tower was founded on their Dimitri Dimitri's land? He asked. A magic tower that proclaims neutrality on Dimitri's land? He looked at him and answered. They swore allegiance to the Dimitri family, since Dimitri decided to become the Sword of Cairo. Of course, the Phoenix Tower must also express its loyalty. The shells continued to fly forward. The magicians shouted. We must prepare for the second volley of magic and reinforcement. Simon thought in surprise. An organization that will be welcome throughout the continent swore allegiance to a noble family? Dimitri's lands have already acquired a fighting power comparable in level to the kingdom. His Majesty made the right choice. This war will end with the victory of their king. At this moment, MC said, they must burn everything here to the ground. Simon thought, the heavens have not abandoned Cairo. After sunset, the sounds of battle died down, and the soldiers of both camps had a short respite. The meeting began to discuss, in their opinion, how much longer can they hold out? If attacks like today continue, it will be difficult to hold out for more than 10 days. He was surprised. 10 days? Is that all they can do? The Marquise, turning to Viscount Owen, asked what was going on with Baron Winston. He replied that now the united forces of the aristocratic faction are located in the vicinity of the northeastern region. He asked, what is the probability that the direction to Dimitri will fail? He replied that they will definitely win. No wonder Baron Winston is called a great commander and the pride of the entire faction. 3 days will be enough for them to crush the Dimitri gang. The Marquis thought, a feint, right? You can't rely on just the Imperial faction. He hands over command to Baron Winston. Let him return victorious. Meanwhile, the Baron's subordinate slapped his hand on the map and said, if they set out from here, the lands of Count Adelian begin beyond this area. He had just contacted headquarters. They would not last more than 10 days. If they attacked Dimitri now, then 10 days would be enough for them. The Baron said, pointless battles would only make things worse. In that case, they should minimize the fighting on this campaign. The only shortest route was through these 3 areas marked on the map. Adelian, Rollo, Conrad. These 3 were not Dimitri's true confidants. Their lands were swallowed up during the northern battle. Unlike many of Dimitri's confidants in the northeastern region, Adelian, as a major trading city, did not want to lose relations with the central government. They would try to regain their neutrality. On the other hand, Baron Rollo and Viscount Conrad might still have a grudge against Dimitri's family, so he should try to contact the 3 lords. If only they could open the way for them to pass, they would repay him in full. An hour later, the 3 lords accepted the offer of the aristocratic faction. The subordinate, turning to the Baron, asked if he trusted the aristocrats of the northeastern region. What if they deliberately lured them into a trap? He replied that he knew, but even if it was a trap, all of Dimitri's elite warriors were busy besieging Benedict. The remaining soldiers were nothing more than a bunch of ragamuffins. He thinks they can stand against the elite army of the noble faction? He replied that it was impossible. In an open area like this, they would have enough to repel an attack, even if the entire northeastern region came running. His subordinate thought he had thought of everything down to the last detail. After all, those from the western front were birds of a different feather. Then he looked ahead in surprise. A multitude of lights were approaching them, and Jonathan shouted, Baron Winston, Marquis Benedict's faction are rebels. He must lay down his arms, or else he will be tried for rebellion. The subordinate spoke, Commander. He shouted that he must not talk nonsense. Marquis Benedict is not a rebel. On the contrary, he has a proposition for him. If they let them pass, the Marquis will show him mercy, accept him into his ranks. But if he continues to show hostility, they will kill them all right here on this spot. With these words, he released his aura, and Jonathan, turning to Knox, said that it was up to him. He replied that he obeyed. The 5th Circle Mage folded his hands in front of himself, and then began to concentrate energy. He used a fire cannon. A powerful fire projectile rushed forward, plunging opponents into fire. Jonathan put his hand forward and shouted, all soldiers, attack. The army quickly ran forward. A fierce battle began. Commander Winston, looking at what was happening, thought, it can't be. He had never encountered such a powerful army, even on the western front. Jonathan was approaching him at that moment and used the Ashura sword technique. He swung his sword, while the commander said, some soldier from the outskirts will not be able to him. Before he could finish speaking, the attack caught up with him. A week after the siege of Benedict began, the soldiers screamed, the castle wall has fallen. Quickly, they must patch up the holes. The Marquis shouted, they won't last long at this rate. What's wrong with Baron Winston? Why hasn't he contacted them yet? A subordinate came to them and said that they had received a message from Baron Winston's adjutant. The fact is that the entire army that stormed Fortress Dimitri had fallen. The Baron had died on the battlefield. The Marquis said in fear, it's all over. The Baron's army had been blown to smithereens. Castle Benedict could collapse at any moment. One of those present said, the connection with the aristocrats of the Imperial faction had also been cut off. Maybe it was not too late to open the gates and surrender? Viscount Owen slammed the table and shouted, surrender? Does he even understand what he's talking about? Roman had razed to the ground all the forces hostile to him. Marquis, how would he feel about forgetting about the Imperial faction and turning directly to the Empire? He clarified what he meant. He shouted, this fight is over for them anyway. Rather than meekly wait for death to come, it is better to survive, even if it means bowing your head. The Marquis said that they should contact Pro-Kronos immediately. He himself will make agreements with them. After some time, Baron Charlton from the Pro-Kronos Empire contacted them and asked for forgiveness. But they cooperate with Count Gregory, not with him, Marquis. Why did they need their help? He replied, the King of Cairo began a total purge. and their subordinates, Count Gregory and Count Denver, were taken into custody. This choice will not affect the Pro-Kronos Empire in any way. It does not matter who the ally is. All that is important to the Empire is to latch onto a mistake, is it not? He noticed that he spoke painfully smoothly. Well, then he must answer the questions. What does he expect from the Pro-Kronos Empire? He replied, they must attack the western front of Cairo. Immediately after Pro-Kronos accepted the offer, less than 12 hours later, 3 borderlines. 2 of them were broken. At that moment, Marquis Benedict contacted Daniel and said, "It's been a while, His Highness. Did he like his gift?" He shouted indignantly, "What the hell is he doing? Why involve the Empire in the squabbles within the kingdom?" He replied that he too had no choice. He had to survive somehow. He had to make a choice. As the king of Cairo, should he abandon Cairo and crush it, or close the western front and protect the kingdom? He had to think carefully. He, as the king, had to make a wise decision. Daniel thought Marquis Benedict, he once called him uncle, and now he had driven him, no, the kingdom, to the very edge of the cliff. With these thoughts, he clenched his fist and thought that if he called off the attack on Benedict Fortress and the noble faction and transferred his forces to defend the western front, then the Cairo kingdom would survive. But the surviving faction of aristocrats will become even more brazen, hiding behind the back of Pro-Kronos. Then he called Simon and thought that even if he remained a weak and incompetent king, he would not go down in history as a traitor to his homeland. He ordered him to contact Roman immediately. Marquis Benedict had entered into an alliance with the Pro-Kronos Empire. The second line of defense on the western front had already fallen. It was only a matter of time before the third one would follow. The elimination of the noble faction was an important matter, but the imperial army could not be allowed to do whatever it wanted. After some time, the protagonist contacted him. He said that he would regret it in the future if he could not suppress the entire rebellion at once. He replied that he understood, but the horror that had engulfed the West would soon consume the entire kingdom. The protagonist said, His Majesty, they had been prepared for this ever since they decided to purge, no matter if it was Count Gregory or Marquis Benedict. What did he think would happen if they left the enemies who had sold out their homeland in the rear? Now it was only one step back. But in the future, to go back one step forward, he would have to sacrifice many people. Perhaps if Daniel Cairo had been born in a time of peace, he could have become a good king, but he still could not accept reality. And that is what was needed to fight in such a dark time. MC said, unlike the previous barrier lines of the Western Front, there is a capable army stationed in front of the third one. Besides, the Pro-Kronos prepared for this attack in a hurry and could not use all their fighting power. He must trust the commanders of Cairo. If they drag out the time, then in 3 days he will deal with the entire faction of Marquis Benedict. He will reach the Western Front and stop the attack of the Pro-Kronos Empire. The king said, okay, 3 days. At all costs, he must punish all the rebels. Roman moved his troops on the night when the aristocratic faction let down their guard. They blocked the retreat road from Benedict Fortress, waiting for the magic shield on the fortress walls to reach its limit. The protagonist, addressing the army, said, the shield covering the wall will no longer withstand. They will deliver the final blow tomorrow. At that moment, Fabius approached him and called out, Commander-in-Chief, he should let him stand at the forefront. As he approached the protagonist, he thought, as he had found out, Roman was one of those who fairly repay what was deserved. He was a man of the aristocrat faction, but he refused to carry out the order to gather, thereby joining his ranks. He offered to give them a chance to prove their loyalty. The protagonist thought, after all, he was similar. The blood demon was distinguished by boundless loyalty. The mad demon was driven by the desire to become stronger. But the two-faced demon changed as many as 3 masters before rising to the rank of the 4 heavenly kings. He was a rather quirky old man. He fought for his life to the last and remained next to the final winner, Jungyuk. Then he said, there was no need to flash a fake smile in front of him. If he proved his usefulness, he would turn a blind eye to his past. In this war, he, Fabius, would be at the forefront. With these words, he pointed his finger at him, the traitor of the noble faction, Count Fabius. He smiled maliciously and said, he, Fabius, will fight to the death. The next day, after learning of the support of the Pro-Kronos Empire, the soldiers of the noble faction perked up even more, filled with pride. Felix approached the gate and thought that it was his turn to repay his master for his faith. This is the secret weapon of the Phoenix Magic Tower. He used combustion. The soldiers standing on the wall, seeing the fiery flash, shouted in surprise, what the hell? They must look there. Felix caught fire from such a powerful attack. He used fire rain, directing a powerful stream of fire at the enemies. They screamed in fear that they must run, they must take shields. The defensive magic has been breached. The fortress wall has collapsed. Fabius shouted, soldiers, they must follow him. He rushed forward and shouted that they would punish the evil rebels, not sparing their own lives. The soldier who met him on the way swung his weapon and shouted, he must die. But Fabius, pushing off the ground, used acceleration. He took on a task that others would try to run away from, and risking his life, proved his worth, not a small age. No one would have condemned him if he stayed behind the soldiers, like other aristocrats. But in this choice, he put his life on the line. Having defeated the soldier, he crouched on the ground and thought that he played his part. From now on it was Roman's time. MC rushed forward. The soldiers shouted, we must stop him. The demon of Cairo has appeared. They must kill him by any means necessary. He said, demon? He likes it. At that moment, Cameron looked at him and said, "This is the demon of Cairo in the flesh, a truly incredible monster." Behind the protagonist, there were bodies lying on the ground. At that moment, a message came from the conference room. Bad things. The troops broke through the fortress wall. The protective magic has exhausted its power, and the soldiers sent by each family, Roman mows down in stacks. We need it immediately. The next second, the protagonist took the device in his hand and asked, "Can they hear it?" Marquis Benedict and the rest of the traitors. They must be sure that they will not have a chance to survive, so they must resist to the last, because even if they kneel, bow their heads, and they burst into tears until their throats are torn, he will still punish them and their 3 generations for betraying the homeland. They must wait. They will meet soon. Several decades ago, the king said that they cannot expose the people to danger because of the war with the empire. Young Benedict objected, "But, Your Highness," he replied that this was all. He must go. In the past, Cairo was ruled by an indecisive king, and while he hesitated, the imperial faction, subordinate to Pro-Kronos and Pro-Valhalla, rapidly increased in power, crushing the power of Cairo. And then there was the funeral of the queen, Benedict's younger sister. At the farewell ceremony they say, "This is a hereditary disease of the Benedict family. The weak medicine of the small state is to blame for everything. If she was treated according to the progressive methods of the empire, perhaps she could survive." Marquis Benedict was filled with doubts about whether the path that the kingdom of Cairo is following is correct. He declared that he can no longer trust the royal family of Cairo. He will form an independent government in order to lead Cairo along the right path. The aristocrats of Cairo, they must follow him. Thus the noble faction was born, but its ideals gradually began to change, and Marquis Benedict ascended to the invisible throne. In the present, he grabbed his head and thought, since when did everything go downhill? Roman Dmitri, this bastard had blown his plan to absorb Cairo to ashes. At this rate, he would not escape death. He gritted his teeth and stood up from his seat, shouting, "First of all, they need to escape from here, and then borrow the strength of the empire to turn the situation to their advantage. They must move quickly. If the noble faction catches them, they are finished." Then he looked ahead in surprise, seeing Kevin sitting on the body of a soldier, holding a bloody sword. He said, "They are late. He's been waiting for them for too long, Marquis Benedict." He pointed his finger at him and shouted, "Attack now. They must kill this bastard." The soldiers ran to attack and shouted, "They must protect the Marquis." But Kevin, waving his sword, easily dealt with the soldier who ran up to him. Then he brought the sword to the throat of the next one. The warrior screamed desperately. He begged for mercy. Benedict looked at this in horror, and the next second he turned around sharply and, screaming loudly, began to run in the opposite direction. The next second, Chris came out from around the corner and asked where he was rushing to in such a hurry. The Marquis thought, "What an idiot." The next second, Chris lightning fast attacked the warrior standing next to him. There were bodies lying next to him. The Marquis stopped in fear, and then abruptly ran around the corner and ran on. He thought that he could chase him as much as he wanted. He would get out of this hell by any means and would certainly take revenge. Then he noticed a small hole in the stone wall and thought, "Here it is." He climbed inside and heard voices. It is unlikely that he could escape. We need to find him. Trembling all over, he thought, the throne of Cairo was right before his eyes, but it all collapsed because of one scoundrel. He will pay for this shame. Then he heard a voice. "Marquis Benedict, it's over." He thought, "Viscount Owen?" he asked. Didn't he feel anything strange when he ran away? They didn't have a chance to escape in the first place. The Marquis thought, "He's getting closer and closer. Has he been discovered?" The Viscount, looking at the hole in the rocks, asked him to come out. Coming closer, he was indignant. Does he think he doesn't know where he's hiding? He's a complete failure to trust a ruler like him. The next second, the protagonist pierced his body with a sword and told him to go to hell. Then he put his hand near the hole in the rocks and told him to come out. After a while, they led the Marquis, whose hands were shackled. The people present shouted, "It's Marquis Benedict, idiot. He wanted to escape alone? He should be enjoying himself. He should be going to hell." The next second, he fell to his knees in front of the protagonist and started screaming. He was slandered. He dedicated his entire life to serving this country. Why were they going to kill him? While the spineless king was destroying the kingdom, he was the one keeping Cairo afloat, so as not to let it disappear. In his place, would he be able to sincerely submit to such a king? The Pro-Kronos Empire has crossed the border of Cairo many times already, and the country itself is literally teeming with traitors. He should try to say that he is wrong. The protagonist came closer and said that he will not criticize his choice. He is sure that Cairo had a chance to resist the influence of the empire, but he should look at the results. What did he achieve in the end? Even the creation of the aristocratic faction did not change the system of power. Besides, he did not think about the safety of the country at all. Is this the moral duty he speaks of? Putting his sword to his throat, he added, "There is no shame in the weak bowing their head to protect the people, but he should think for himself what he renounced in the first place." The Marquis screamed, "He begs, please, he must spare him. From now on, he will live for the royal family. No, for Dmitri." MC answered, "Too late." The next second, he swung his sword. These were the last seconds of the life of an outstanding figure in Cairo, Marquis Benedict, who was once called the current government. Sometime later, in the royal palace, Cairo's subordinate said, "His Majesty, he reports victory. Roman has besieged the fortress of Benedict." Daniel thought he had succeeded. However, now is not the time to rejoice. Procronos' actions do not inspire confidence. He put his hand forward and shouted, "He orders Roman. Later he will fully reward him for his military merits. But now he must immediately go to the border front." A little earlier, the Western Front, the third line of barriers. A message came into the special device, an order from His Majesty the King. They must hold out for 3 days. During this time the rebellion will be suppressed, and he will send Roman to the Western Front. They must endure a little longer. She was right. Flora is the only woman on the Western Front and a famous person. After meeting Roman, she left Lawrence, entering the Royal Academy. Having learned the art of combat there, she volunteered for the Western Front and became the first female advisor in the history of Cairo. Due to the uniqueness of the case, society was divided in opinions, but she proved her competence and began to gain recognition. At this moment, the head of the circle of advisors, Baron Noel, looked at the map, said, "From the point of view of common sense, it is impossible to suppress the Marquise's rebellion in 3 days. They need to prepare for a protracted war. Even if they manage to suppress it and they use the teleportation gate, it would still take a day or 2 to get there." Did he think it was doable? The commander-in-chief of the Western Front, Count Vandenberg, folded his arms and said, "They were all right. In the worst case, they might not be able to suppress the rebellion." Flora said she thought differently. He was surprised. "Differently?" she replied. Roman himself had most likely set the 3-day deadline. In that case, it would take 5 days at most. Vandenberg asked, "Where was the guarantee?" She replied that she could tell from personal experience that it was impossible to judge by conventional criteria. He noted that this was an unfounded statement. She said, Procronos was also pressed for time. After all, they needed to invade Cairo before Marquise Benedict was defeated. There was only one way left. She placed her hand on the map and added, "This is an analysis of Procronos' past attack strategy. When invading simply to intimidate, they relied on close combat, but in a case like this, when an indisputable victory was needed, they would use battle mages." He said that they already knew that. She added, since this was the Pro-Chronos Empire, which included 7 magic towers, there was a high probability that a new tactic was being used to increase magic power. They had to get rid of the variable represented by the mages. Since the mages' defense was critically reduced during the chanting of a spell, they were forced to use magic from a safe distance. They needed to determine the future location of the mages and set up magic traps on the ground. The commander-in-chief put his hand on the table and said that it was impossible. First of all, they could not calculate the exact location, and magic determined the traps using mana, she said. So they should propose a representative duel. He was surprised. "Really?" She answered, "That's right. In order to participate in the representative duel, they would have to redeploy military forces. When this happens, they will be able to determine the location of the mages." He asked what she proposed to do with the mana tracking. She replied that the swordsman who would come out to duel would play a very important role here. When he detected the aura, increasing the concentration of mana in the air, even a mage would not be able to detect the traps. The commander-in-chief said, "That is." Flora said thoughtfully, "The question is, who will participate in the duel?" At that moment, Rodwell entered the conversation and said, "Frankly speaking, the chance of survival is negligible. He will participate in the duel. Someone has to do it, so they should let him participate, mentor." The commander-in-chief said, "Rodwell, okay. Rodwell Dimitri, he will participate in this duel of representatives." After a while, Flora climbed the wall and, turning to Rodwell, asked why he always took on the most dangerous assignments. Folding her arms across her chest, she came closer and added, "Besides, his service is already over. Why is he still here?" In her opinion, he is out of his mind. People call him a patriot, but to her he is just a psycho who is so eager to die. He must think about his future. One day he will become the commander-in-chief. He cannot die here. He put his hand on the wall and said that he needs it. Flora, she saw Brother Roman. "What is he like?" She was surprised. "What?" he said. At first he denied the changes in his brother, did not want to accept him, but now he is ready to do anything to receive his calling and surpass him. That is why he extended his service. But what is she doing here? She looked away and replied that she was only here to avoid repeating the same mistake. They must end this conversation. His counter-question brought her to her senses. In any case, he must return victorious. She hopes that he will definitely survive. After a while, Rodwell raised his sword in front of him and shouted, "He, Rodwell Dimitri of the Cairo Kingdom, he challenges the Pro-Chronos Empire to a representative duel." Lowering his sword, he sighed and thought that today he might die. He now stands at the crossroads of life and death. The 3-star swordsman, Osbert, introduced himself and said that he would be his opponent. Unlike Cairo, where it was enough to rise to 3 stars to become a ranker, even the last place in the Pro-Chronos Empire ranking belonged to a 4-star swordsman. At this moment, the battle had already begun. Osbert attacked his opponent. Rodwell gritted his teeth from the tension. His opponent swung his weapon again and shouted, "Where?" In other words, they lived in different worlds. The soldier shouted, "He must finish him off." Osbert struck again and shouted, "He must die." The expected result. Rodwell, gritting his teeth, thought that he could not close the gap between him and his brother, and yet he would fight to the very end. He saw the tip of the sword approaching his face and thought, if he doesn't dodge, he'll lose an eye, but if he dodges, he'll lose. The next second, he swung his sword at his opponent, then he fell lifelessly to the ground. Rodwell smiled and said, "They should get out of Cairo, idiots." After a while, the wounded Rodwell entered the building and asked, "Was the plan a success?" Flora confirmed it, definitely. He sighed in relief. Meanwhile, the commander-in-chief of Procronos, Count Fabio, ordered the flare and the mages to be prepared. The battle mages. Standing on the wall, Vandenberg, turning to Flora, asked how she planned to detonate the magic traps. She replied, "A hasty explosion could give the opponents time to prepare. The trap is effective within a radius of 300 meters, and if the enemy goes beyond that, they won't be able to kill everyone in one blow." According to the plan, the error in calculating the radius is plus or minus 100 meters. She said that magic is most vulnerable when the spell reaches its peak. If they activate the traps at that moment, the backflow of mana will deprive the mages of combat ability. He said that he understood. Then he was waiting for her signal. At that moment, the mages began to concentrate energy in their hands. Flora shouted, "Now!" Vandenberg shouted, "They must detonate." The next second, a powerful explosion occurred on the battlefield. Count Fabio rose from his seat, noticing what had happened, and said, "Pathetic insects still won't calm down. Procronos soldiers." He put his hand forward and shouted, "They must show the true strength of Procronos to this loser who thinks that they can stand up to the Empire." The next second, the warriors ran forward, and he shouted, "Attack! They must defend themselves and knock down the ladders." One of the knights climbed the wall, but his head was pierced by an arrow. Flora, holding her bow in front of her, shouted, "They must not let down their guard. The enemy has lost its mages. The situation has turned in their favor. They must not give up under any circumstances. Once the Western Front falls, their families in Cairo will be in danger." The battle lasted until the next day and was unusually fierce. The Procronos Empire, which seemed to be able to capture the fortress on the move, gradually began to give up its positions, and on the third day, the Roman Royal Guard reached the Western Front. Seeing the army that Roman brought, the Procronos Empire deployed its troops. After some time, having gathered for a discussion, Vandenberg said that he was simply incredible. In just a day, he dealt with the rebellion. Thanks to him, they can catch their breath. Then, before he could finish speaking, the protagonist said that it was not yet time. Now it was necessary to mobilize all forces. He was surprised. What? But why? Procronos and his minions had fallen, having suffered a defeat in the siege. The enemy should retreat soon. Maybe he would find out the reason. The protagonist pointed his finger at the map and said, the enemies had invaded Cairo territory. If until now they had put up with the oppression of Procronos, now they must show themselves from a different side. His Majesty the King had given him power in this matter. They must gather an army and prepare to open the fortress gates. They would set off in pursuit of the enemies returning to the empire and give them a rebuff. Rodwell wondered in surprise. Was this man really his brother Roman? He remembered his brother as a good-for-nothing drunkard. His life was far from fencing. It was common to see how the guards kicked him out of the tavern for another rowdy behavior. But how did a person change beyond recognition in such a short time? Brother Roman's voice, his face, although he is no longer the same as before, but he is definitely his older brother. He lived only for the desire to raise the prestige of his family on the Western Front. But Brother Roman instantly devalued everything he had achieved. Everyone around him called him the future Dmitri, but in fact, he was just marking time. What was he doing all this time? Then Baron Noel, putting his hand to his face, said, even if they caught up with the Procronos army, what benefit does Cairo get from this? Flora said, over the past few days, the soldiers of the West Front fought tirelessly, sparing no effort. Opening the fortress gates now is akin to a death sentence. Vandenberg said, the Western Front is a strategically important object. Their duty is not to exterminate the Procronos Imperial Army, but to protect the safety of Cairo. Is it really necessary to stir up the hive and fan the flames of conflict? The protagonist asked, do they really think this is the best solution? They know the true state of affairs. Procronos is in a confrontation with the alliance of the southern kingdoms. The enemy cannot concentrate all their forces on them. The Cairo kingdom will no longer tolerate the atrocities of the Procronos empire. This alone is enough to understand the significance of such a decision. Vandenberg swallowed and asked, then what should he do? After a while, Flora looked at the wall and thought, Roman is still the same. She thought that he had changed at least a little since those carefree times. But she will not become like him. Then she looked up at the top of the wall in surprise. MC approached his brother and said that he heard that he was wounded in the eye in this battle. He replied that there is nothing to worry about. The protagonist said, thanks to this, it was possible to deal with the Procronos mages. If it were not for him, the Western Front would not have been able to hold out until his arrival. Rodwell Dmitri, his blood brother. He asked, what nonsense. In this life, he had built new relationships with the people around him. Just like that, he was going to get closer to Rodwell. He said, he might not be so happy to see him now, but he must remember one thing. If he follows him tomorrow, he will show him what the price is for touching Dimitri's family members. For his lost eye, the Pro-Kronos Empire must pay with many lives, so he must remember they are brothers. After some time, Baron Charlton gave Count Fabio information. Marquis Benedict's rebellion turned into a complete failure. The Royal Guard has arrived at the Western Front. He had better deploy his troops. Fabio shouted, "Marquis Benedict, this pathetic worm." They went to meet him and attacked the Western Front, but he did not last even a day. Baron Charlton, he can't just drop everything and run. They had suffered many casualties in the last few days. His honor would not allow him to run away like that. He replied that of course he shared his feelings, but at the moment, the Pro-Kronos Empire was focused on the conflict with the Alliance of Kingdoms. If their army ranks were to be thinned even a little, the consequences would certainly be felt in the south. They had to think rationally. He clenched his teeth in frustration and said, "Damn it, okay. Tomorrow at dawn, he will give the order to retreat." The next day, Fabio's subordinate said, "Commander-in-Chief, he will leave reconnaissance soldiers just in case." He replied that there was no need for that. He would be only too happy if they sent a detachment in pursuit, then he would have a chance to crush them and destroy the Western Front. After some time, a soldier approached Fabio and said, "Commander-in-Chief, the enemy is approaching. The enemy is attacking from the rear." He thought in surprise, "What?" Then he smiled maliciously and thought, "Keep it up." Cairo made a stupid mistake. Then he shouted. He orders the Pro-Kronos soldiers, they must kill all the pathetic bugs that do not know their place. Vandenberg at that moment rushed forward and shouted, the entire army to attack. The previous night, the protagonist said, as they expected, the Pro-Kronos Empire is preparing to deploy an army. Their plan is simple. Since the enemy is spread out in a long column, they will split their forces in two and attack them in the center and rear at the same time. He wants Rodwell and Chris to attack the center, and Marquise Vandenberg, with advisor Flora, to attack the rear. Noel said, "It's a good plan, but splitting the forces is too risky, especially attacking the rear." Before he could finish speaking, MC said, as soon as they attack the center, he sent soldiers, including Chris, to the rear. They need to break the column, sow chaos among the enemy, and push through their ranks. Then they can achieve an unconditional victory. Cairo will definitely win.